Chapter 1. Returning Home, an Unusual Hijacking. Many years hence, when the world had resumed its natural course, Chu Heng would recall that distant morning when he found himself aboard an aircraft. At the age of 25, he was acutely aware that the moment he ascended the steps of the airplane, his life would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. From that instant, he would confront his destiny heat-in. The sun shone brilliantly as the silver aircraft glided across the azure sky, leaving behind trails of turbulent air, akin to the whimsical strokes of a painter upon the canvas of the heavens, chaotic yet elusive, both ordered and capricious. Restless, Chu Heng removed his eye mask and cast a glance at the middle-aged man seated beside him, engrossed in a video game. The man, of modest stature, sported a meticulously trimmed beard and was clad in a deep blue blazer complemented by a crisp white shirt. His hair was neatly styled, unaffected by the rigors of the long flight. What truly piqued Chu Heng's interest, however, was the game that the man was playing on his mobile device. Zombie Battle. Dave's Backyard Edition. Chu Heng watched with intrigue as the man controlled a bespectacled gentleman with a frying pan atop his head, wielding a shotgun and leaping to fend off the encroaching zombies. Inwardly, Chu Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, the reason the zombies never breached the backyard must be that they couldn't hold their own. Absolutely hilarious. Anyone else understand? The man, wearing headphones, was deeply absorbed in his game, while Chu Heng equally enjoyed the spectacle. The two men, both engrossed in the absurdity of the game, remained oblivious to the unusual stirrings among the other passengers. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the rear of the cabin. "We're being robbed." A female passenger, perhaps hard of hearing or simply bewildered, responded with a confused, "Excuse me, young man, is there something wrong?" It was then that they beheld the glint of a knife in the man's hand. The second assailant wasted no time. Brandishing a bag and beginning to collect valuables from the passengers, row by row a flight attendant stood up, pleading, "Please, do not harm the passengers." In response, another robber brandished his knife, threatening a flight marshal who attempted to intervene, "Shut it, or I'll send two of you to the heavens." The initially hesitant robber turned to his companion and remarked, "Brother Jia, aren't we already in the sky?" Brother Jia shot him an annoyed glance and snapped, "Don't call me that. And if you can't articulate, then keep silent." The exchange between the two robbers eased the tension among the passengers, who had been on edge. Chu Heng, however, was left puzzled. How had they managed to smuggle a knife aboard? Suddenly, a memory surfaced from his days in the military, recalling a film where the female protagonist had similarly smuggled a knife into a courtroom. He glanced at the two men, contemplating their audacity, and found himself oddly admiring their resolve. With such determination, they could have pursued any number of honorable paths. The middle-aged man beside him, now drawn into the unfolding chaos, removed his headphones and remained silent, his gaze fixed on the two robbers. Chu Heng leaned over slightly and offered a quiet reassurance. "Don't worry. If things escalate, just step aside, I'll take the lead." The man scrutinized him with a hint of curiosity before inquiring, "Are you from the military?" Chu Heng nodded and, intrigued, asked, "How did you know?" The middle-aged man chuckled gently and, with a teasing tone, replied, "Though your skin isn't particularly dark, the buzz cut and military boots paired with fatigues make it quite difficult not to recognize you as a soldier." Feeling a bit bashful, Chu Heng scratched his head and admitted, "I've just transitioned out." The middle-aged man then shifted closer, as if engaging in casual conversation, and remarked, "While the military offers decent benefits, the opportunities in civilian life are vast. Have you secured a position yet, young comrade?" Faced with the man's unexpected warmth, Chu Heng felt a twinge of awkwardness. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Yes, I'm assigned to the law enforcement department." The middle-aged man emitted a slightly disheartened "oh," and, after a brief pause, continued, "The law enforcement sector is quite commendable. I work in the grain bureau. If you're interested, you could consider coming under my wing. Serving the people is serving regardless of the venue." At this moment, Chu Heng was perplexed by the man's enthusiasm. Why was he so familiar? Moreover, they were in the midst of a hijacking. Just as he was about to reply, the middle-aged man discerned his confusion and explained, "You see, in our locality, veterans like you who transition from the military are highly sought after. The military is like a university. Your transition signifies that you've received ample education and training. Individuals from such backgrounds are disciplined and can handle critical situations." As the two assailants drew closer, The middle-aged man seemed to sense the impending danger. He glanced at the intruders and declared, "All right, young comrade, we can discuss specifics once you're working with me." Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man sprang into action, swiftly seizing one assailant's knife-wielding hand and forcefully pressing it against the adjacent chair. The assailant was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. However, before he could fully process the situation, his hand was firmly pinned to the chair. Panicking, the assailant attempted to retract his hand, but found it immovable. In desperation, he raised his other hand to strike the middle-aged man from behind. However, before his fist could descend, that hand was also captured by another individual, a young man with a refined appearance. Why are there so many fearless souls today? The assailant pondered, just as Chu Heng swiftly maneuvered beneath his armpit, causing the assailant to experience a sudden jolt of pain and numbness. Instinctively bending over, he was met with a sharp slap to the back of his head. The back of the head houses vital nerve centers, and such a blow can induce unconsciousness. Commonly referred to as a sleeper hold, Chu Heng executed the maneuver with impressive speed and precision. The nearby passengers seemed to hear a resounding thud as the assailant collapsed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Meanwhile, the other assailant sensed the commotion and was about to react. The middle-aged man shouted, "Are there any men here? If you're a man, step forward." Upon hearing his words, the nearby passengers suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. They surged forward and swiftly subdued him. After pinning him down, several passengers took the opportunity to kick him. Among them was an aunt, who, wearing a pair of high heels, raised her foot and delivered a fierce blow to the assailant's groin as he struggled on the ground. The unfortunate robber witnessed this unfolding scene and, unable to escape due to the pressure of those around him, could only watch helplessly as her foot connected with his most vulnerable area. In that instant, his scream reverberated through the air. Many of the men who had rushed forward or blocked his escape instinctively covered their own groins. The pain was excruciating. Once the passengers had removed the robber's belt and securely bound him, as if he were a pig, the hijacking incident came to an end. As the airplane glided to a halt on the runway, armed police officers, who had been waiting at the airport for some time, swiftly boarded the aircraft and escorted the robber away. After leaving his contact information, Chu Heng and the middle-aged man departed from the airport office. Outside the airport, a driver who had been waiting patiently offered to assist the middle-aged man with his luggage and placed it in the car. The man glanced at Chu Heng and asked, "Young brother, why don't I take you back with me to report in?" Chu Heng quickly waved his hand and replied, No, you go about your business. I have family coming to pick me up." The man nodded and left the airport. Once the middle-aged man had departed, Chu Heng retrieved a cigarette from his pack and took a lighter from a nearby trash bin by the exit. He settled onto a bench next to the exit, dragging his luggage as he lit the cigarette. An hour passed, then another. After 2.5 hours, Chu Heng received a phone call from his sister. His elder sister, Chu Xia, sounded somewhat distressed as she spoke. "Xiao Zhe was eager to pick you up yesterday, but he caught a cold today. Mom is at the hospital with him for his treatment. Your second sister has a court case, and the third sister has a patient to attend to. I have a project to discuss today as well." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Heng chuckled and replied, "It's fine, I can conveniently stop by the office to handle my onboarding." After exchanging a few more words, he hung up the phone. He had just returned home today, and his dear younger brother, adopted by their parents, Chu Zhe, had fallen ill. What a coincidence, as absurd as it may seem. Chapter 2 Report. A new beginning. The streets of Los Angeles were bustling with the afternoon rush hour, the traffic dense and vibrant. Sunlight cascaded upon the greenery along the roadside, casting dancing shadows upon the ground. A rideshare vehicle sped by, within which Chu Heng sat, donning an eye mask, seeking solace in slumber. The driver remained silent, having been startled by the dark circles under Chu Heng's eyes upon picking him up. The bags beneath his eyes were so pronounced that, if adorned with fur, one might mistake him for a creature fit for a zoo exhibit, a true national treasure. Yet, Chu Heng paid little heed to such trivialities. He closed his eyes, and once more, the battlefield scenes flooded his mind. The highland sky was a brilliant azure, stretching endlessly before him, unencumbered for miles, just as it was behind him. Across vast expanses, a single strike was enough to vanquish the enemy general amidst a sea of troops. Once the task was complete, he would depart without leaving a trace of glory or fame. But what followed? Was it the relentless charge of the enemy, the tumult of falling shells, or the shattering of cover by heavy machine gun fire? Chu Heng observed all of this with acute clarity. He had witnessed countless comrades fall before his very eyes. Removing his eye mask, he found the sunlight outside somewhat blinding. Rolling down the car window, he inhaled deeply, surprised by the refreshing air of peace that filled his lungs. The driver, puzzled, turned to him and asked, "Young man, why are you inhaling exhaust fumes?" Chu Heng scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his handsome face. Before rolling the window back up, noticing that Chu Heng was awake, the driver cheerfully inquired, "Just arrived here?" Chu Heng nodded, replying, "I just got off the plane. Unsure where to explore, so I thought I'd check in at the office first." After a moment's reflection, he asked, "By the way, do you know of any fun places in Jiangxing?" The driver pondered briefly before responding, "Well, you could go there." This unexpected remark caught Chu Heng off guard. He hadn't anticipated such openness from the driver. Discussing such matters so candidly seemed rather inappropriate. Moreover, he was at a loss as to how to respond. The vehicle soon arrived at its destination, and the kind-hearted, affable driver inquired, "Where's your office, young man?" Chu Heng pointed to a nearby building, saying, "See that? The security bureau." Instantly, the once chatty driver broke into a cold sweat, his speech faltering as he stammered, Chu Heng, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, no need for that. If we were in America, you'd surely face accusations of racial discrimination." The driver fell silent, yet the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. Chu Heng patted him on the shoulder, remarking, "Such matters are merely for banter. There's no need to act on them. If you were caught, that would be trivial. Falling ill would be the real concern. Isn't they're saying? Returning to the village while sick. What a disgrace to one's descendants." The driver, somewhat embarrassed, nodded in agreement, and before Chu Heng could say anything further, he swiftly started the vehicle and drove away. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward, exceedingly so. How does one broach such subjects in the presence of authority figures? Nevertheless, Chu Heng chose to disregard the incident, finding the driver rather amusing, was he not? He lifted his leg and stepped through the entrance of the security bureau. After undergoing several rounds of biometric examinations, including pupil and fingerprint scans, Chu Heng methodically pressed a series of numbers in the elevator. The elevator began its descent, ultimately reaching the underground third floor. As the doors opened, Chu Heng stepped inside, arriving at his new workplace, the Special Affairs Response and Handling Bureau under the Security General Administration. After casually inquiring with a few passing staff members, he proceeded to the director's office. Although he claimed he was there for a handover, his true intention was simply to meet his superiors and colleagues. All the paperwork and formalities regarding his files had already been completed. Standing at the door, Chu Heng knocked a few times and, upon hearing a deep male voice invite him in, he pushed the door open. Once inside, out of professional habit, he surveyed the office. The decor was modest, featuring a desk with a bookshelf filled with books behind it, as well as a sofa set and a coffee table, likely intended for receiving guests. Seated at the desk was a middle-aged man of considerable height and a robust physique. He wore a black administrative jacket over a white shirt, the latter snug against his well-defined muscles. Chu Heng could distinctly sense the latent, explosive power within him. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned that this man was a formidable figure. Noticing Chu Heng's entrance, the middle-aged man did not exhibit any airs of authority. Instead, he turned, stepped away from his desk, and extended his hand, saying, "You must be young Chu. Old Wang has told me about you." Chu Heng, upon seeing his superior approach, quickly stepped forward, shook his hand, and replied, "Hello, Director. I am Chu Heng, the new recruit. As I'm just starting out, I hope you will kindly point out any shortcomings in my work." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "You little rascal, have you forgotten people just because you've changed your appearance?" Chu Heng responded with a grin, "Teacher Gao, I was merely taken aback by your imposing presence. It seems the local environment truly cultivates talent. Your aura now is far beyond what it was back in the day." Gao Zhenwei playfully punched Chu Heng's shoulder, saying, "How did I not notice back then that you were such a sly one?" In truth, the two were already acquainted. Gao Zhenwei had been Chu Heng's instructor responsible for teaching close-quarters combat techniques. Chu Heng vividly recalled the first day of school when this seemingly harmless middle-aged man single-handedly took on their combat team of dozens. The experience was akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. One by one, they were swiftly and stealthily eliminated, never even getting close to touching Gao Zhenwei. Although Chu Heng had also come from a special operations background, having served in a unit renowned for its battlefield exploits, their roles have been distinct. His special operations team specialized in outdoor combat, primarily in frigid highland environments, excelling in mobile warfare and decapitation strikes. In contrast, the man before him could be considered an expert in urban warfare. As Chu Heng gazed upon the youthful visage of his companion, Gao Zhenwei's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. He patted Chu Heng on the shoulder and guided him to a nearby sofa. No sooner had they settled down than Gao Zhenwei retrieved a tin of tea from beneath the coffee table. After extracting the tea bags, he produced several small, sealed cakes of compressed tea from a hidden compartment, instructing, were it not for this concealment, this modest amount of tea would have long been pilfered by those rascals. Turning his gaze toward Chu Heng, he continued, had it not been for the old commander's summons back in the day, I would still be serving as your instructor in the military. Not that I disdain the role of an instructor, but our presence is indeed more urgently required in the field. After handing a teacup to Chu Heng, he added, I understand you may harbor some grievances about my bringing you here. However, truth be told, the situation on the ground is rather precarious. Otherwise, I would not have mustered the courage to approach Old Wang for your transfer. At this moment, Chu Heng offered a faint smile, producing a cigarette and extending one to Gao Zhenwei, saying, Not at all, sir. In fact, our Unit 477 underwent reorganization not long ago. Gao Zhenwei paused in surprise, his hand trembling slightly as he sighed, before responding with a smile. Reorganization, you say? That's splendid. After all, it is an experimental unit. The mere fact of reorganization signifies that our efforts have not been in vain. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber, Chu Heng spoke up, Sir. Please let me know when arrangements can be made for me to acquire weapons and equipment, as well as to meet my subordinates. Gao Zhenwei, roused from his reverie, patted Chu Heng's shoulder again and said, Follow me. The two exited the office and descended a floor in the elevator, heading directly to the equipment management department. The head of the department was a man appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, clad in cargo pants and a white tank top, with a scruffy beard, and sporting a pair of leather military boots. Upon seeing Gao Zhenwei, he rose enthusiastically to greet him, exclaiming, Director Gao, what brings you here? I trust you're here to allocate some funds for us? Gao Zhenwei maintained a composed demeanor, replying, Old Mo, you are well aware of the current circumstances. Indeed, we are in a situation where the landlord's family has run out of provisions. He gestured toward Chu Heng, saying, This is my former student from the military, the newly appointed head of the action department, Chu Heng. I brought him to select some suitable equipment. At the mention of budget constraints, Old Mo's enthusiasm waned slightly. However, out of respect for the new colleague, he replied, Since it is Director Chu who has come, I shall certainly oblige. Chu Heng stepped forward, hastily saying, Please, just call me Xiao Chu. Old Mo glanced up at him, then patted his shoulder, saying, Very well, since you've addressed me as Old Mo, I shall bring out my finest stock for you. With that, he rose and entered the storeroom. Gao Zhenwei introduced, This is Mo Zhihui, the head of our equipment department. You can simply call him Old Mo. Don't be fooled by his unkempt beard. He's a genuine heir of the Mo family, a reputable lineage. Chu Heng nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Soon, Old Mo brought over a large box and said, Since you and Director Gao both hail from the military, I have brought you something in accordance with your customs. He then turned to Chu Heng and inquired, What position do you hold in your squad? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Heng replied, I can adapt to various roles, but I excel particularly as a commander and an assault trooper. Old Mo nodded and rummaged through the box, producing a firearm. I recommend the 191 automatic rifle. Chapter 3. Don't blame me if I use a master key due to its subterranean location. The Special Affairs Handling and Response Bureau, referred to as the Special Affairs Bureau, was perpetually illuminated. bathed in the cold blue-white light. Chu Heng and Commissar Gao listened intently as old Mo elaborated on the features of the firearm in his hands. The 191 automatic rifle weighs approximately 35 pounds and utilizes the 58-42 caliber ammunition, compatible with standard rounds, armor-piercing rounds, and sniper rounds. Its effective range can reach up to 400 meters with a firing rate of approximately 700 to 750 rounds per minute. The rifle is equipped with an adjustable stock length and cheek height. After selecting the primary weapon, Old Mo recommended the secondary weapons, the modified 92 pistol and the Type 7 submachine gun. Chu Heng accepted his suggestions and also acquired an 11-dagger pistol and a Type 99 paratrooper knife for close combat. After agreeing to meet the team members the following day, Chu Heng departed from the security bureau. Just before leaving, Gao Jinwei handed him a key, stating it was for the vehicle provided by the unit. Chu Heng drove away in the military version of the Beike 80 assigned to him, exiting the security bureau's garage. This vehicle had clearly been modified. Its color scheme changed from the original green to a matte black. The interior seating and embellishments had also been upgraded, featuring reinforced bulletproof glass and thickened armor plates. Chu Heng placed a Northern Industrial Eagle 12 shotgun beneath the passenger seat and stowed his gear in the trunk. In the city of Luo, twilight descended exceptionally early. By 7:30 to 8 o'clock p.m., the last remnants of the sunset by the seaside had vanished, leaving behind a deep blue sky tinged with red. The evening glow in Luo City was indeed beautiful and gentle, with pink clouds drifting above as streetlights flickered to life. Chu Heng sped through the streets before halting near a villa community. As anticipated, the security personnel of the normal world did not exhibit any of the disdainful behavior one might expect. Perhaps such occurrences were reserved for the Dragon King's domain. The guards greeted Chu Heng politely and guided him through the registration process before allowing him to drive inside. In truth, locating the Chu family residence was not a daunting task. The largest house at the heart of the complex belonged to them, or rather, it was the Chu family home, not merely Chu Heng's. Standing before the imposing villa, Chu Heng felt a whirlwind of emotions. His childhood environment had not been particularly favorable. Originating from an orphanage, he was later adopted by the elderly guard of the institution. This man, a veteran of battle, chose to dedicate his retirement savings to the nation and, in his later years, opted to serve as a guard at the orphanage. Chu Heng, being clever and endearing, had won the old man's affection during his formative years. After being taken in by the elderly gentleman, the old man imparted all his lifelong skills to him. However, to speak frankly, although the elder once held a respectable position, he had devoted all his savings to the state and generously donated to those in need throughout his life. Consequently, while their lives were not excessively frugal, they certainly could not be deemed affluent. Moreover, Chu Heng's aspiration to practice martial arts represented a significant financial burden for the old man. Eventually, he joined the military. Standing at the resplendent entrance, Chu Heng was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, pondering whether his life would have taken a different trajectory had he not been exchanged in his infancy. With this thought lingering in his mind, he rubbed his eyes and approached the doorbell. Despite the house being brightly lit, the doorbell rang repeatedly without response. Chu Heng stood at the threshold, slightly tilting his head to glance at the camera. Upon noticing the red dot of the lens, he gained a certain understanding. Indeed, he was somewhat different from others in this world, for he possessed a unique ability. This extraordinary ability was embodied in a consciousness named Xiaoming, who resided in his mind and proclaimed itself the incarnation of the world's consciousness. The realm had been tainted by an unknown force due to its necessity for ascension, causing it to resemble a tapestry woven from numerous short narratives. Within this fabric existed a plethora of characters, including martial kings, dragon kings, medical sages, and corporate moguls, irrational yet endowed with superhuman powers. To preserve the integrity of this world and prevent its collapse during ascension, the world selected Chu Heng as its host, seeking to utilize him to uphold the operational rules of existence. This was the ability Chu Heng had awakened a few years prior, and the reason he agreed to join the Special Affairs Bureau. Following discussions with Xiaoming in his mind, he grasped his current predicament, a set of rules imposed by his adoptive father, Chu Heng, and adoptive mother, Lin Fengyi. Chu Heng, I am well versed in this narrative. Allow me to inform you that this is a plot devised by the false young master to entrap you. Now that you have just returned home, your parents likely harbor a twinge of guilt, so you must seize the opportunity to magnify that sentiment. Very well, I understand what must be done. Listening to the youthful voice in his mind, calling him Chu Heng, sent chills down his spine, despite having heard it numerous times before. He hastily interrupted the voice and retreated to the car. Inside the villa, Lin Fengyi and Chu Heng were observing the surveillance footage on their tablet. Upon seeing Chu Heng turn to leave, Chu Heng could not suppress a cold snort and remarked, "Indeed, he hails from a modest background, clearly lacking in manners." After waiting for merely an hour, he has grown impatient. Lin Fengyi expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "This is all your fault. Chu Heng has only just returned. Why must you impose rules upon him?" Chu Heng immediately countered, "Isn't it for Xiao's sake? I fear that upon his return, he might presume himself to be our biological son and bully Xiaoza. You are aware that Xiaoza has been with us for many years and is in poor health." As Chuze listened from the side, he quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, please don't be like this. It is I who has wronged my brother. If he feels dissatisfied and chooses to scold or strike me, it is only just." Lin Fengyi cast a sympathetic glance at her adopted son and reassured him, "Do not worry, Xiaoze. Even when your brother returns, we will not allow him to bully you. Your father and I will always stand by your side." Just as they were comforting the young master, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside, followed by the extinguishing of the lights in the villa. Chu Heng emerged from his vehicle, brandishing a shotgun. With a swift motion, he unfolded the stock and, in a single fluid action, chambered around and aimed at the front door, firing a shot. The specially designed breech round struck the meticulously crafted chicken wing wood door, specifically designed with a highly classified electronic lock. With a resounding bang, a hole was blown through the lock. Chu Heng then kicked the door open and promptly tossed in a stun grenade, taking cover beside the door. He deftly switched weapons, smoothly transitioning from the Remington shotgun to a 1911 automatic rifle. At that moment, the Ad family stood bewildered. The explosive sound of the stun grenade and the blinding flash from the flashbang struck them with overwhelming force. In an instant, their ears rang, and it felt as though they had received a heavy blow to the jaw, leaving them momentarily dazed. The glass of the entire floor shattered, and the once resplendent crystal chandelier was also reduced to fragments, cascading down with a clatter. However, they were rendered sightless by the brilliant white light before them. As the commotion within subsided, Chu Heng equipped a monocular night vision device and swiftly advanced to clear the corners. Upon entering, he found several individuals still reeling from the earlier explosion. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick, sending the younger male flying onto the sofa. Chuze, meanwhile, had only just experienced a moment of blinding white light before an overwhelming force struck his chest, causing him to struggle for breath as he was hurled sideways into the sofa. Bending over, he attempted to cough, but found himself unable to produce any sound. At that moment, Chu Heng dealt a blow with the butt of his rifle to each of the couple, incapacitating them on the floor. After swiftly searching and binding them, he prepared to ascend to the second floor. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from outside. "Mom and Dad." Chu Heng instinctively adjusted his aim towards the door and beheld a woman in a flowing red dress, clutching a small bag as she rushed in. Without hesitation, he fired a warning shot near her ear, the bullet striking the doorframe with a dull thud. The woman instinctively halted, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the fully armed man before her. As she drew closer, Chu Heng noted her exquisite features, long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and a gracefully shaped face. The red dress adorned her, rendering her vibrant yet not overtly seductive. But who was Chu Heng? He merely pointed his gun at the woman and, in a low voice, commanded, "Drop the bag." Only then did she respond, looking at Chu Heng with a fierce glare. "Who are you?" In a reflexive motion, Chu Heng fired his weapon once more, the bullet striking the ground beside the woman, startling her into a backward leap. Complying, she placed her bag on the floor with a sense of resignation. Chu Heng tossed her a pair of handcuffs, instructing her to secure them on herself. He then ascended the stairs to conduct a search. After confirming that the second and third floors were unoccupied, he leaped from the balcony above and re-entered through the main door. At that moment, the three individuals in the house began to regain consciousness. Observing their restrained hands, they exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 4. What are you looking at? Merely a professional habit. Oh, you claim this is a misunderstanding? You ungrateful child. Do not hesitate to free us from these handcuffs. Chu Heng exclaimed, his irritation directed at the seemingly indifferent Chu Heng. He grasped his firearm with one hand while rummaging through his tactical bag for the keys with the other. The gun's muzzle swayed ominously before the eyes of the couple, instilling a profound sense of fear. At this juncture, Lin Fengyi interjected. Xiao Heng, could you please refrain from pointing the gun at us? Chu Heng cast her a sidelong glance and replied, You see, rest assured, I am far more familiar with this firearm than with either of you. With this remark, the previously complaining couple fell silent. At this point, one might wonder about the whereabouts of the false young master. Typically, in such narratives, he would emerge to disrupt the tension with his idle chatter. In her mind, Xiao Meng pondered the question. The false young master? The one I just kicked away is him. However, indeed, if we consider the timeline, he should be regaining his composure by now. True to form, the false young master, accustomed to the world's brutalities, albeit belatedly, made his entrance. Despite the fact that Chu Heng's kick could have his vitality, he struggled to rise. Uttering his final words, Brother, if you intend to strike, direct it at me. I am the one who took away your former life. Do not blame our parents. They too are victims. His dedication to his role was commendable, prompting Chu Heng to lower his 191 rifle, his hand resting intentionally, yet casually, upon his shotgun. The shotgun's barrel exuded a far greater aura of intimidation than that of the 191, as the large, menacing muzzle subtly pointed towards him. Chu Zhe could not help but swallow hard, refraining from uttering another word. He feared that should Chu Heng truly harbor such animosity, an accidental discharge could spell his doom. Little did he realize that at this distance, whether it was the 191 or the Eagle 12, he would have no avenue for escape, none whatsoever. After an exhaustive search, as his finger hovered perilously close to the trigger, and amidst Chu Zhe's nearly wetting his trousers in his wide-eyed terror, Chu Heng finally located the keys and tossed them towards them, saying, Remember to return the handcuffs. These are public property, and their issuance is recorded. At that moment, the couple's hearts were in turmoil, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. How could this be happening? After all, we are your parents. Why has this escalated so dramatically? You seem more concerned with your handcuffs than with the fact that we lie incapacitated by your own actions. However, while they were justified in their thoughts, the principles governing the situation lay firmly in Chu Heng's hands. After retrieving his handcuffs, Chu Heng stowed them away in his waist pouch and inquired, So you truly did not open the door for me just to establish some rules, rather than being held captive? He added, If you are indeed being held against your will, just blink, and I shall swiftly deal with those responsible. The couple quickly shook their heads, and Chu Heng nodded indifferently, affirming, So there truly isn't any issue. Beside them, the woman in the red dress interjected, Mom and Dad merely wish to impart some lessons to you. To set certain boundaries, they are not involved in any abduction. Chu Heng, slightly disappointed, turned to her and asked, And who might you be? The woman replied, I am your sister, Chu Xia. Chu Xia? Oh, I see. You are the president of the Chu Corporation, correct? At this point, Chu Xia frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Why was it that he only mentioned her as the president of the Chu Corporation rather than as his elder sister? It seemed that after all these years, he remained emotionally distant. If Chu Heng were aware of her thoughts, he would likely retort, No, sister, perhaps your brain is more connected to your toes. If you were truly familiar with your feelings after all these years, that would be quite extraordinary. Yet, she chose not to voice a rebuttal. Perhaps in his mind, he still regarded her as the president of the Chu Corporation rather than as his elder sister. Chu Heng cast a glance at them and remarked, If that is the case, then this incident is my fault. However, do exercise more caution next time. He then inquired, Wasn't I invited here today to meet my family? What about my other two sisters? Chu Xie responded, your second sister, Ming Xue, is temporarily occupied at the hospital, and your third sister, Qinglan, is also busy preparing materials for tomorrow's court session. Chu Heng nodded, then handed her his phone, saying, please add my contact information and send me your photos. Instinctively, Chu Xie took his phone to add his contact, momentarily pausing to wonder, why should I heed his request? Nevertheless, the contact was added, and she reluctantly returned the phone to him. After receiving it, Chu Heng glanced at Chu father and Chu mother, saying, I just arrived at the dormitory today and have yet to organize my belongings. I must return now to tidy up my room, so I shall take my leave. Before either of them could urge him to stay, he pushed the door open and exited, leaving behind a scene of disarray and two stunned middle-aged individuals. As the car sped down the street, Chu Heng sighed softly. Little Heng, do not be disheartened. Have faith in yourself. With effort, your parents will surely accept you again. They were merely deceived by the false young master, spoke Xiao Meng within his mental space. Chu Heng remained focused, the car's sound system playing Ryuichi Sakamoto's Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. The melodious piano notes floated through the vehicle, adding a touch of tenderness to the roaring beast of the highway. I'm not saddened. After all, Chu Zhe has accompanied them for many years, so it is only natural that there are feelings involved. As a stranger, even as their child, to suddenly intrude upon their lives, their rejection of me is quite understandable. Life is indeed like this. At worst, we part ways and find our own happiness. Yet, you are clearly saddened. Xiao Heng, do not forget that I reside within your mental space. You cannot conceal anything from me. I sense your emotions at this very moment. I have stated that I am not heartbroken. I am merely feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Truly, I am not sorrowful. It is merely a slight discomfort. Still insisting that it is not heartbreak. You have openly admitted to feeling downcast. Xiao Meng pouted in the mental space, her small hand on her hip. It is different, truly different. It is akin to desiring a bouquet of white roses. However, on a stormy day, amidst the relentless downpour, you glance through a glass window and see a bouquet of white roses carelessly discarded on the crosswalk, trampled upon and muddied. Would you not feel sorrow for it? Xiao Meng scratched her round, cherubic face, which bore an adorably dazed expression, now adorned with a hint of confusion. She uncertainly replied, I suppose not. After all, I'm not that bouquet of white roses. Yet, you would undoubtedly feel discomfort, for that bouquet is indeed what you desire, what you truly cherish. Xiao Meng, hands on her hips, sighed in resignation. Sometimes I genuinely fail to comprehend you humans. At that moment, Chu Heng wore a faintly indulgent smile on his face. He pondered for a moment before casually saying, I do not understand either. However, there is a saying, when humanity contemplates, God laughs. The car played a melodious piano piece, as Chu Heng and Xiao Meng engaged in their playful banter within their minds. This delightful exchange alleviated some of the gloom that had settled in Chu Heng's heart. The vehicle soon arrived at the seaside. The evening in Luo City was far from desolate. Many people strolled along the shore, while numerous vendors gathered, exchanging their trinkets for the meager pocket money of children. Not far from the main road, several tricycles had set up tables and chairs. Lamb skewers, authentic Xinjiang Turpan lamb skewers, accompanied by exotic music. The calls of the vendors echoed throughout the street. Fried noodles, fried rice vermicelli, fried snails, fried clams, roast chicken, marinated chicken, fried baby chicken. The street vendors shouted earnestly, their skewers sizzling, releasing an enticing aroma of cumin. Chu Heng found a place to park the car and looked up. He inquired inwardly about the figures on the bench beneath the coconut trees beside the park. Is this one of the unusual protagonists you mentioned? Xiao Meng replied joyfully, as expected of my chosen one. I can spot the target at a glance. Chu Heng grinned and mused to himself, with this girl's attire. It is hard not to recognize her as the target. But why does her aura seem somewhat unstable, fluctuating in intensity? After speaking, he took a step forward, heading toward the bench. The figure seated on the bench appeared to be in the bloom of youth, with delicate willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes. She wore a flowing white dress adorned with golden threads intricately embroidered with floral patterns, and her silver-gray embroidered shoes revealed a pair of exquisite, fair insteps that seemed almost delectable. However, her expression was somewhat comical. As she gazed longingly at the skewers across the street, she discreetly swallowed a few times. It was hardly surprising. After all, who could resist hunger after a day without sustenance? Yet, the passers-by remained oblivious. In Luocheng, many young girls embraced the charm of Hanfu, and the elderly onlookers merely regarded her attire as a youthful whim, finding nothing peculiar about it. Many secretly chuckled, realizing even a celestial maiden could crave barbecue delights. Chu Heng halted a few steps in front of her. The girl suddenly turned her head towards him, her grip on the long sword tightening. Chu Heng introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Chu Heng from the Special Affairs Bureau. How may I assist you?" Chapter 5. Pick it up. Hand me your identification. As night fell and the stars glittered above, Lin Qingzhu sat on the bench, her mouth watering at the sight of the barbecue across the way. Truth be told, she was not typically one to indulge in gluttony. However, after traversing into this realm and enduring 12 hours without food or water, even one with her cultivation could not withstand the pangs of hunger. While contemplating how to navigate the currency of this world, a figure appeared before her. The man was tall but not gaunt, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed a certain refined charm. However, the weariness in his gaze slightly detracted from his allure. He introduced himself as a member of the Special Affairs Bureau, presumably a governmental authority in this realm. Reluctant to engage with officials, Lin Qingzhu shook her head, opting for silence. Meanwhile, Chu Heng was engaged in a fervent mental dialogue with Xiaoming. "Is this the protagonist of the tragic narrative you mentioned, Lin Qingzhu? She seems rather dazed." "No way. Perhaps not. I recall the text describing her as possessing an astute mind. Better not to jest about such dark tales." Suddenly, Xiaoming earnestly remarked, "Xiao Heng, you ought to get acquainted with her and take her away. Otherwise, she may face severe torment at the hands of scoundrel, leading to her heart's despair." What absurd plot is this? Indeed, the scoundrel deceives her. Then, for another woman, he heartlessly exploits her, leaving her desolate. Ultimately, she returns to ancient times, where the scoundrel frantically repents and seeks redemption. Isn't such organ harvesting illegal? Which hospital would dare to do that? That is precisely why I chose you. After their exchange, seeing Lin Qingzhu shake her head, Chu Heng smiled gently and offered her the skewer he held. Lin Qingzhu instinctively accepted, her mind racing with turmoil. What am I doing? How could I so casually take something from another? Yet, Chu Heng seemed unperturbed and remarked, "I sense the aura of a warrior within you. However, I have not found you in our department's records. Which sect do you hail from?" Lin Qingzhu instinctively replied, "I am Lin Qingzhu, a direct disciple of the medicine Immortal Valley." Chu Heng nodded, then presented his credentials, saying, "In that case, I kindly ask you to accompany me back to the Bureau for documentation." In an instant, Lin Qingzhu's mind raced with thoughts. "I am not a character from his timeline. Hence this nation undoubtedly lacks my identity, which would lead to numerous troubles." She instinctively shook her head, saying, "There is no need. I will be leaving this esteemed place shortly." Yet, Chu Heng replied earnestly, "I apologize, Miss Lin, but even if you were to leave tomorrow, you must accompany me for the record." Lin Qingzhu sensed something amiss. Individuals from the martial world are typically at odds with the imperial authorities. Could this person be attempting to deceive me? She instinctively grew wary and said, "I'm afraid it is indeed inconvenient for me." With that, she stood to leave, tossing a coin to Chu Heng, stating, "This is for your meal." However, Chu Heng grasped her shoulder, requesting, "I implore you to cooperate." "Scoundrel!" Lin Qingzhu felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, instinctively drawing her sword. Chu Heng remarked, "There are many eyes here. If you wish to practice, let's discuss it further inside." He then guided Lin Qingzhu deeper into the park. As soon as Chu Heng's steps halted, Lin Qingzhu positioned her sword at his throat. "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you act so shamelessly towards me?" Lin Qingzhu exclaimed. Chu Heng chuckled helplessly, then clasped his hands together, saying, "My apologies. In urgent matters, I must act according to duty, and having you registered is part of my responsibilities." He then flicked Lin Qingzhu's sword lightly, transmitting a hidden energy from the blade to the hilt. Lin Qingzhu, no novice herself, sensed Chu Heng's hidden force, her brows furrowing as her own internal energy surged forth. In that instant, the two forces clashed, causing the sword to bend at a 90-degree angle. Moments later, it snapped back, forcing Lin Qingzhu to stagger 2 steps back, nearly losing her grip on the sword. What a rogue! Before she could finish her thought, Lin Qingzhu thrust her sword forward, aiming directly at Chu Heng's throat. Chu Heng's eyes glimmered with intensity as he sidestepped to evade the strike. Observing him dodge, Lin Qingzhu swiftly transitioned her attack from a thrust to a sweep, her sword carving a semicircle aimed at his throat. With a subtle exertion, Chu Heng leaped with the agility of a rabbit, gently landing on the back of a nearby stone bench. What remarkable skill! Seeing this, Lin Qingzhu no longer held back. She advanced a few steps, thrusting her sword towards Chu Heng's right flank. Chu Heng executed a somersault, landing beside Lin Qingzhu, then lightly pressed his finger against her sword hilt. Instantly, Lin Qingzhu felt an overwhelming force surge from the hilt, causing her sword to slip from her grasp. Following this, Chu Heng delivered a palm strike to her right shoulder. Like a kite severed from its string, Lin Qingzhu was sent crashing into a nearby tree, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. As she rose, her complexion was pale. By heavens, Xiaoming, you have corrupted this heroine. He is attempting to frame me. Chu Heng thought in shock. He was well aware of the strength he had just exerted. It was impossible for him to have caused her to spit blood. At most, he expected to merely push her back a few steps. However, Lin Qingzhu had already risen, her eyes defiantly fixed upon him. Vivid crimson blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth, accentuating the pallor of her face with an added touch of fragile beauty. Chu Heng's thoughts shifted, and he inquired, "Are you injured?" Lin Qingzhu remained silent, her gaze unyieldingly locked on him. Goodness, I detest such scenarios. Heaven has clearly granted her a voice, yet she chooses not to utter a word. If she doesn't want it, she might as well donate it to someone in need, right? Chu Heng, in exasperation, remarked, "Come on, sister, what exactly are you trying to achieve?" "I merely intend to escort you back to the precinct to follow the proper procedures for the case. Why are you behaving as if it's a life and death struggle? Have you committed murder or set fire to something?" Lin Qingzhu shook her head and spoke, "I am not a nefarious individual. I simply find myself in a predicament." Just as the two were at an impasse, a male voice rang out, "Release my woman." Chu Heng turned to see a striking figure approaching, a man clad in a black suit with gold-rimmed glasses and white gloves, exuding an air of icy authority that screamed tycoon. Ah, behold the archetype of the domineering CEO. The enigmatic and alluring figure has arrived, accompanied by his bodyguards. At this moment, a fitting melody played in his mind, and a voice chimed, "Ah, splendid. Little Heng, given the circumstances, you must be the foolish antagonist tormenting the female lead, soon to be thwarted by the icy CEO who will break your legs and toss you into the sea. You should utter, 'Who dares to touch my woman?'" Chu Heng shot a dark glance at the voice in his head before addressing the CEO, saying, "Sir, may I inquire, why does your subordinate wear sunglasses at night? Are you not concerned that your driver might cause an accident while wearing them?" In an instant, Chu Heng's words momentarily disrupted the CEO's imposing aura. Nevertheless, he steadfastly stood before Lin Qingzhu, turning to reveal his chiseled jawline as he declared, in Jiangqing, "No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner, nor can anyone take away a woman I desire. Good heavens! How has such a person survived this long without being reprimanded? Have his parents never scolded him? And about the woman he fancies? If he were to stroll through the women's prison and take a glance, would the facility no longer need to operate?" Chu Heng internally lamented while maintaining his composure, swiftly producing his identification and presenting it to the CEO, stating, "This is a matter of public duty." Yet, how could the imperious So be intimidated by such a trivial badge? With a dismissive wave of his hand, he sent Chu Heng's identification flying. How could he have knocked my badge from my hand? With such a feeble display of strength? Little Heng, you must understand, a domineering CEO possesses an innate ability to send things flying with a mere wave. It's the rule. Chu Heng could only mentally tally a count of 6. Yet, this indeed led to an impasse. At that moment, one of the CEO's sycophantic lackeys interjected, "This is Gu Yinchuan, the heir of the Gu family. What is your status to speak to him in such a manner?" And then he fell silent. In a moment of exasperation, he thought, "If I cannot converse with you properly using identification, then I shall resort to other means." A 92-style handgun was pressed against his temple. "Retrieve the identification," he demanded. Yet the crowd remained unmoved. Gu Yinchuan chuckled, "A mere pistol. Who do you think you're frightening?" Then the gun discharged. The crowd instinctively flinched. Indeed, to shatter the fixed mindset of a dim-witted lackey, one might require a carbon-based biological sedative or an instrument of equality among all beings. "If you dare, pull the trigger." "I, Gu Yinchuan, have never bowed my head to anyone." Chu Heng reached into his pocket, intending to produce handcuffs. However, he inadvertently pulled out a report from his recent hospital examination. The lackey instinctively glanced down and saw the bold letters on the document. People's Hospital Psychiatry Department report. The patient exhibits severe depression and mild signs of schizophrenia. The gunshot merely startled them momentarily, a physiological response. After all, anyone would flinch at a sudden noise. However, this report caused them to tremble in genuine fear. "No way. Man." The lackey urgently tugged at Gu Yinchuan's sleeve, whispering, "Master Gu, best not to argue with him. He is mentally unstable. Who knows? He might impulsively fire the weapon." Gu Yinchuan was momentarily taken aback, then observed as Chu Heng, who had slightly raised his gun, gradually lowered it to aim at his brow. They say that the scions of wealthy families often remain passive, as the distinguished heir of the Gu family. It was beneath him to quibble with a lunatic. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yinchuan reluctantly lowered his head to retrieve the identification he had knocked aside. "You wish to act tough? I shall bring you down to earth." He wiped the document against the exquisite fabric of his suit, transferring all the dust onto his attire before Chu Heng pocketed it and addressed Lin Qingzhu. "Miss, our Special Affairs Bureau harbors no ill intent. It is merely our duty to oversee special groups. Thus, we sincerely hope for your cooperation." Lin Qingzhu pondered, letting out a sigh. Having witnessed the concealed weapon earlier, she was certain she could not evade it. There was no choice. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Moreover, observing his demeanor and the restraint he exhibited during their earlier encounter, coupled with the absence of any overt coercion, she sensed that he was not a villain. Nodding, she replied, "In that case, I will accompany you." Chu Heng holstered his pistol, smiling as he said, "Rest assured, we are indeed not bad people." With that, he led Lin Qingzhu to the vehicle, and they departed, leaving Gu Yinchuan seething in silence behind them. Am I to be the fool here? Yet in the realm of Luo City, no one dares to undermine my dignity. Chapter 6. When struck, one must retaliate. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. People flowed like a river. Vehicles traversed incessantly. Chu Heng drove swiftly, while Lin Qingzhu sat tensely in the passenger seat, her hands gripping her skirt tightly. Through her occasional glances outside, Chu Heng could sense her fascination with the world around her. Soon, at the entrance of a pharmacy, Chu Heng turned to Lin Qingzhu and inquired, "Shall I accompany you inside to fetch your medication?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingzhu shook her head. Consequently, Chu Heng exited the vehicle to assist her in opening the door to the passenger seat. "Never mind, I will join you. I fear you may struggle with cash transactions," she remarked. Throughout their journey, Lin Qingzhu maintained a silent demeanor until she finally spoke. "I have just descended from the mountains, not suffered from any mental affliction." Chu Heng chuckled awkwardly and retrieved several banknotes from his wallet, offering them to her. Lin Qingzhu glanced at him with gratitude, then attempted to pull out some coins from her waist. Chu Heng waved his hand in refusal, stating, "No need, consider it a personal favor I owe you." Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, before accepting the cash and stepping out to enter the pharmacy. Within the confines of his mental space, Xiao Meng exclaimed, "Oh my! Xiao Heng, has the iron tree finally bloomed? What a gentle demeanor!" Chu Heng rolled his eyes inwardly, retorting, "Did you not hear where she just came from? The medicine Immortal Valley. Cultivating a good rapport with doctors is tantamount to securing an additional life." It was only at this point that Chu Heng's confusion began to unravel. From what he observed, the so-called tragic male protagonist, Gu Yunchuan, was at best an ordinary individual. Lin Qingzhu was no fool. How could a formidable martial artist succumb to him? Upon reflecting on his memories, he realized that Gu Yunchuan had inadvertently saved Lin Qingzhu, who had traversed to this time and place during a bet. Subsequently, she foolishly fell for him, pledging herself in devotion. This was followed by heart-wrenching trials, compounded by Lin Qingzhu suffering grievous injuries. These injuries had lingered, leading to a complete loss of her martial prowess, ultimately resulting in her demise. How absurd! Or perhaps it is indeed arduous to slay one ensnared by love. Who could argue otherwise? It is commonly said that those who traverse from ancient to modern times, according to the fortune of the time traveler, should embark on grand ventures. Yet, it was unexpected to find her fate entangled in such trivial matters. Nevertheless, Chu Heng must remain vigilant, for according to the original text, the Gu family's influence is quite formidable. It would be troublesome if they turned their sights on him. Target me? I'm a cadre at the departmental level. The director of the action department, my mentor, Gao Jinwei, is the head of the Special Affairs Bureau and also a member of the provincial committee. Abuna FIDU ministériel cadre. He targets me? A mere phone call from teacher Gao saying, I am Gao Jinwei from the provincial committee, and he will learn how to write the character for death. And what if he targets your family business? That is laughable. As if he wouldn't go after my family business unless the Chu group had my share in it. Goodness, I am increasingly convinced that choosing you was the right decision. Xiao Meng remarked with an eye roll in his mental space. Who knows? As they continued their conversation, Chu Heng stifled a yawn. Xiao Meng then pointed out, you have gone over 40 hours without rest. If it weren't for your internal martial arts training, your body would have collapsed by now. I'm not tired. Chu Heng rubbed his eyes and glanced at Lin Qingzhu as she emerged from the pharmacy. Do you require me to find a hotel for you to rest tonight? Lin Qingzhu cast a glance at him, feeling somewhat exasperated. It wasn't that she was unwilling to stay at an inn, but rather that her finances were insufficient. Thus, she replied, there's no need. I can find a secluded place to rest. Chu Heng scratched his head and suggested, why not stay at my place? With a chuckle, he added, your map of Yin State has finally reached its conclusion, hasn't it? Lin Qingzhu instinctively declined, yet Chu Heng reassured her, don't worry. I just got assigned to my dormitory and haven't stayed there yet. You can sleep there tonight while I find a hotel. Lin Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, then shyly nodded in agreement. The vehicle soon arrived at the base of Chu Heng's building, and he ushered Lin Qingzhu into the elevator. During the ride, she gradually observed and learned about the modern lifestyle. Chu Heng's actions began to familiarize her with the customs of this era. Unlike their own time, this age was filled with intricate contraptions and novel gadgets. Upon opening the door to his apartment, Chu Heng noted the dust that littered the floor and thought, as expected. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and led Lin Qingzhu inside. After some instruction, Lin Qingzhu began to grasp the basic operations of modern appliances. Naturally, the scenario often depicted in light novels, where the female protagonist accidentally drenches herself while trying to use the water heater, did not occur. After all, Chu Heng was not the archetypal male lead. In the original storyline, he was merely a pitiful soul tormented to death. Just before Chu Heng departed the dormitory, Lin Qingzhu suddenly called out to him, saying, actually, you could sleep in the room next door. After all, your apartment has 2 bedrooms. Chu Heng shook his head, politely refusing her suggestion, and subsequently left the dormitory. Meanwhile, in his mind, Xiao Meng was in an uproar. Have you lost your senses? This is clearly a chance to get closer to the female lead. You really don't know which opportunity is significant and which is trivial. Chu Heng's the place is too filthy. I don't want to clean it. If I let her stay, she'll certainly help tidy up to ensure a comfortable night's sleep. Right? That way, I want to have to clean it all. Genius, truly. Xiao Meng could only roll her eyes in exasperation, collapsing onto the ground in her mental space. Utterly drained. The following morning, the streets were only populated by elderly folks taking leisurely strolls, while Chu Heng rose early to wash up. After dressing, he knocked on the dormitory door. Lin Qingzhu had also completed her morning routine, and the two set off to the Special Affairs Bureau to handle the necessary registrations. After a day of learning, It was evident that Lin Qingzhu had grown significantly, becoming increasingly adept at blending in with modern society. When the staff discovered she lacked an identification card, she confidently fabricated a tale of having lived in the mountains since childhood, unaware of the passage of time or the existence of such documents. What could the staff do? They had no choice but to assist her in obtaining one. However, it must be said that the personnel at the Special Affairs Bureau were quite diligent. Upon learning of her circumstances, they decided, whether out of respect for Chu Heng or due to their own regulations, to assign her a guide to help her navigate life in contemporary society. Thus, Lin Qingzhu has become the most idle person in the entire Special Affairs Department. She now sits on a sofa in the reception area, engrossed in the customized phone provided by the department. Generally speaking, not every personnel member is granted such a specialized device. It is optional, and most choose not to accept the department's phone for reasons of personal freedom. However, after experiencing a day in modern society, Lin Qingzhu opted to accept the phone from the Special Affairs Bureau, and the rationale was quite simple. The phone is indispensable, and she finds herself without financial means. Fortunately, the Special Affairs Bureau is not lacking in affluent individuals, and after selling a few of her personal ornaments, she managed to secure her first pot of gold. As for our male protagonist, Chu Heng, he is of course at work. Unlike Lin Qingzhu, who is a vagabond, he holds a legitimate position within the organization. Thus, early in the morning, Chu Heng arrived at the operations hall, and after tidying up, he settled on a sofa in the lobby to clean his firearms. And what is Xiao Ming doing? Naturally, he is indulging in short dramas in his mind, justifying it as understanding the fundamental operational logic of such dramas. Know one's self and one's adversary, and one will never be defeated. At 8:30 a.m., the personnel of the operations department commenced their duties punctually. Observing the 15 members before him, Chu Heng felt a myriad of emotions. It would have been one thing if there were simply fewer members, but how is it that each bears signs of injury? Reflecting on the last operations failure, he sighed inwardly. It is no wonder. Originally, a fully staffed combat team of 7 had been reduced to merely 3 overnight. Who could endure such loss? Noticing the lackluster demeanor of his team, Chu Heng waved his hand, signaling them to find a place to sit. Sisterling, what do you think the new director intends to do? What nonsense are you spouting? One must maintain the most basic respect for leadership. Do you understand? Yet, he does appear rather youthful. However, no sane individual would choose our department as a means to gild their resume or pass the time. Chu Heng observed their whispered exchanges, his expression darkening. He hails from a disciplined military background. Seeing his subordinates so sparse, he felt a surge of frustration. Yet, realizing this is not the military, he forced himself to suppress the fire within. He rose and addressed the wounded remnants before him. I am Chu Heng, your newly appointed leader. I shall forego the customary platitudes. I will speak plainly. My purpose here is straightforward. The last operation brought disgrace upon the Special Affairs Bureau. Although there were valid reasons, and despite your tenacious fighting spirit, a loss is a loss. Our department's reputation has become a mere doormat for those scoundrels. He then cast a glance at the discontented faces in the crowd and continued, Thus, I have been transferred here to reorganize the operations department in Luocheng to convey a message. We, the Special Affairs Bureau, are not the type to endure blows without retaliating. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Instantly, the eyes of the gathered individuals turned towards Chu Heng, filled with a fervent desire for vengeance. Indeed, they were a group of battered soldiers, their spirits nearly shattered. Yet, the comrades they lost were those with whom they shared their days and nights. Witnessing their fellow warriors fall before their eyes, who could remain unperturbed? S words instilled a glimmer of hope for vengeance within them. He turned to the group and declared, All individuals with combat capabilities, step forward. Among the 15 wounded, 7 or 8 with relatively minor injuries emerged. Observing the balanced ratio of men to women, he commanded solemnly, The rest of you should return to recuperate. These 7 or 8 will proceed to the war conference room. In the conference room, the intelligence team had already compiled the necessary information. Chu Heng looked at them and inquired, Please introduce yourself along with your specialties. A girl stepped forward first. Upon glancing at her, Chu Heng couldn't help but acknowledge the attractiveness of the girls from the operations department. She spoke, "My name is Jiangling. I am a disciple of the Taoist sect, currently at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I excel in controlling flying swords and possess some knowledge of elemental spells, primarily leaning towards wood-based magic." Chu Heng's eyes lit up, not merely due to her appealing appearance, but rather because of her skill in object manipulation. He eagerly asked, "Object manipulation? Is there a size limit?" Jiangling nodded in affirmation. "As long as the volume does not exceed 2 cubic meters and the weight is under half a ton, I can manage." "Excellent. I have high hopes for you," he replied. Subsequently, another man stepped forward, announcing, "Report. My name is Chu Heng. I hail from a special forces unit of the former Southwest Military District, at the mid-stage of the Bright Strength realm, specializing in sniper operations and guerrilla warfare." Another voice chimed in, "I am Wu Guang, a martial artist at the late stage of Bright Strength, just a step away from breaking into Dark Strength, proficient in Xingyi Quan and firearms." "Impressive. You both show promise as martial generals. By the way, what is your relationship with each other?" "Report, fairly general." "Report, as close as brothers." "Excellent. Your names certainly resonate with the potential for great deeds." Then, a girl with blue and white hair spoke, "I am Jiang Hanyue, an ability user at the mid-stage of Spirit Convergence, specializing in ice-based abilities for large-scale damage control and single-target control." "Good. Are you related to Jiangling?" "Report. She's my sister." "Very well, but due to combat regulations, you two cannot be assigned to the same team." "Understood." Regarding the 3 major cultivation directions and their corresponding realms: martial arts, refining strength, bright strength, dark strength, transforming strength, Dan strength, gang strength, breaking void, immortal path, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transforming spirit, crossing tribulations, human immortals, abilities, awakening spirit, spirit convergence, gathering spirit, spirit core, spirit pill, transforming spirit. 10,000 spirits. Chu Heng surveyed the crowd, their battle spirits surging, and proclaimed, "Excellent. The intelligence has been disseminated. I have reported to the higher authority, requesting cooperation from the surrounding allied forces. Our task now is to ensure we leave no force that encircles us unscathed. Blood for blood, blood for blood, blood for blood, blood for blood." Chapter 7. Dragon King. What manner of Dragon King are you? Today, the city of Luo was particularly boisterous. The arrival of the allied forces proceeded exceptionally smoothly. First, Chu Heng led the special operations team to execute decapitation strikes against several factions' headquarters, subsequently cornering them at a fixed location. The allied forces' 122 field artillery showcased its devastating might. In an instant, several shells were unleashed, reducing the buildings to rubble. Chu Heng once again led his special operations team to conduct searches. Any living beings found were to be eliminated without question. Following this, the Taoist practitioners in the team employed soul-binding interrogation techniques with remarkable efficiency. In a single day, a multitude of strongholds was eradicated. The once entrenched underground factions dissipated into nothingness. While the Shadow Pavilion, the foremost assassin organization of Luocheng, within the confines of Luocheng, our Special Affairs Bureau categorically forbids the existence of such formidable entities. "Oh, you claim to be the leading gang, the Dragon Society? Very well. A baton will interrupt your breath, and an electroprod will restore your heartbeat." "What? The Dragon Society possesses a cadre of professional marksmen and paramilitary forces? You even have veterans from Delta Force and Rangers hired from abroad? How impressive. I have just emerged from the military, lacking in experience. Otherwise, perhaps you should converse with our 122 field artillery. You assert that you are the de facto ruler of the Luocheng black market, with a family legacy spanning over a century and thousands of death warriors? I see. I am not particularly educated, nor do I possess a rich historical background. You cannot reason with me. Go speak to my Type 89 127mm heavy machine gun instead. Rest assured, it is quite gentle under the 127mm bullets. Your death warriors will be as comical as your family." "What? You claim that your Grey Domain Intelligence Alliance has higher-ups? Are you jesting?" You may have superiors, but our director has none above him. Do not believe it? Very well. Director Gao, I shall file a report. You may authorize it. Let the brothers of the Discipline Inspection Commission take action. That day, the various families and underground organizations of Luocheng experienced for the first time the terrifying might of the national machinery in motion. In this seemingly tranquil city, beneath which currents swirl, the national beast once again revealed its fangs. Upon returning to the Special Affairs Bureau, Jiang Ling excitedly recounted to her colleagues who had not been on assignment. You won't believe it. Today, our department head led us from the eastern edge of the city to the western edge, then made a grand circuit before returning to the east. It was the first time I learned how to manipulate objects in such a manner. A long-haired lady with an injured arm and leg rolled her eyes and remarked, "How can one even play with it like that?" "You don't understand." Jiang Ling replied enthusiastically. He commanded flying swords, while I was able to directly control pineapple grenades. Thousands of steel beads erupted among the crowd in an instant. The scene was simply astonishing. Those caught nearby were turned into sieves. Many of the workers who used to collect the bodies were left retching. Goodness! Alan looked up, noticing a refined young man sipping tea, and remarked, "I didn't expect the department head, who appears so gentle and bookish, to possess such a ruthless heart." Jiang Ling rolled her eyes and said, "Of course. I can assure you, anyone who underestimates Director Chu will meet the most tragic end. This person, if his heart were excavated, will be found as black as coal." "Oh, am I truly as terrifying as you say?" A voice floated into her ear. Without turning, Jiang Ling replied, "It is indeed an understatement. Let me tell you, we have secretly given him the nickname Black-Hearted Little Demon, implying that his heart is tainted. You have truly misunderstood me. After all, not blinking will cause one's eyes to dry." Observing Alan's increasingly stiff expression, Jiang Ling seemed to realize something and cautiously turn her head, only to find Chu Heng smiling broadly. "I am copying Director Chu." "Don't copy. The Special Affairs Bureau does not permit frivolous relationships between men and women." As Jiang Ling fled in disarray, Chu Heng called out cheerfully to her retreating figure, "Next month, I expect to see you advance to the later stage of foundation building." He then turned to the alluring woman in black silk before him and inquired, "Is your name Alan? I have heard that you are quite proficient in the art of poison manipulation." Alan nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am a practitioner at the later stage of foundation building, skilled in the art of poison." "That's splendid. In future operations, you can administer poison to them first." Upon hearing this, Alan pondered for a moment before asking, "But typically, formidable warriors possess resistance to poisons." Chu Heng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I did not suggest that you use poison. I meant perhaps you could give them diarrhea while simultaneously enhancing their virility." "Ah, indeed. There is no such thing as a misnamed moniker." And at that moment, Alan finally grasped the meaning of being a wicked little demon. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. The world outside is far too perilous. I wish to return to the village. Alan nodded in agreement, and then turned to leave. Chu Heng sat at the feet, nodded in acknowledgement as he departed from the operations center, contemplating, alas, it seems that the mindset in Luocheng is rather rigid. Could it be that your thoughts are too impure for them to accept? Xiao Meng, having witnessed everything, voiced her dissatisfaction within Chu Heng's mental space. "What are you talking about? Clearly, it was my advanced strategy that specifically targets human weaknesses." Chu Heng retorted defensively. Xiao Meng rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. However, joyful days are often fleeting. No sooner had he stepped out of the operations room than he encountered his esteemed teacher, Gao Jinwei, who was waiting at the door with another individual. Upon seeing Gao Jinwei, Chu Heng approached with a beaming smile. "Teacher Gao, what wind has blown you here?" Gao Jinwei looked upon his student with satisfaction and remarked, "You truly live up to the reputation of our 477 unit. You have not brought us shame." Chu Heng smiled sheepishly and then glanced at the white-clad woman behind Gao, asking, "Isn't she the warrior who came to register today? Why are you bringing her to our operations unit?" Teacher Gao. What had begun as a mere jest took an unexpected turn when Gao Jinwei thoughtfully replied, "It's not out of the question. The organization has decided to temporarily assign you as her guide. If you are willing, you may bring her into your operations unit as an intern." At this, Chu Heng was left utterly astonished. Wait, are you serious? I was just joking. Does the Special Affairs Bureau even have intern positions? He hastily implored Gao Jinwei. Teacher Gao, you cannot be jesting with me. To which Gao Jinwei responded with a mischievous grin. You were the one who started the joke. Chu Heng let out a sigh of relief, then cheerfully remarked, I never expected that the notorious old Gao from back in the day could also jest. In response, old Gao, with a serious expression, stated, the suggestion for him to intern at your operations department was indeed a jest. However, having you as a guide is no laughing matter. What you just said. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for where to begin my retorts. Yet old Gao did not wait for him to finish. He simply nudged the person in front of him and declared, she will be living in your home from now on. Remember to guide her well. I hope you will soon contribute another talented individual to our Special Affairs Bureau. In an instant, Chu Heng understood that old Gao had taken note of her exceptional skills. It was only natural. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a master of hidden strength in this place? Moreover, the operations department was in dire need of personnel. Yet, why must the cost of this sacrifice be borne by him? Old Gao patted him on the shoulder with a mischievous grin and said, see how good I am to you. I have gone against the tide to secure such a beauty for you. Make sure to perform well. Your master's wife is eagerly awaiting grandchildren. After saying this, he pushed Lin Qingzhu forward and turned to leave. Resigned, Chu Heng glanced at Lin Qingzhu and said, you might as well stay in my place tonight. I will find you a house tomorrow. However, Lin Qingzhu shook her head and replied, there's no need. It was always meant to be this way. I have caused you trouble, and besides, the aforementioned gentleman just mentioned that it is best for the guide to live with the one being guided. You scoundrel, old Gao. Thus, the freshly retired Chu Heng found himself inexplicably cohabiting with a time-traveling beauty from ancient times. Was this some sort of mistake? As night fell at the Night City bar, Chu Heng and Lin Qingzhu were sipping cocktails. Listening to the cacophony of music around them, Lin Qingzhu glanced at Chu Heng with dissatisfaction and asked, is this what you modern folk call a brothel? No, it's called a bar, more akin to a tavern, he clarified. Oh, I see. But calling it a brothel isn't entirely incorrect. Is it a half-open door situation? It's not that exaggerated. I see. Lin Qingzhu nodded, seemingly enlightened. According to the conventions of short dramas, as soon as the female lead sat in the bar, trouble would surely follow. Either some ruffian would harass her, or there would be an attempt to drug her. Then, the dashing hero would make his entrance. True to form, the moment Lin Qingzhu settled in, she became the center of attention. Not to mention, Chu Heng had specifically dressed her in a style that exuded pure allure. Suddenly, Chu Heng recalled the incident from the afternoon when they had gone shopping for lingerie. Upon returning home, Lin Qingzhu, not accustomed to wearing such garments, had emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, asking him how to manage it. He had been momentarily stunned and ultimately had to pull out his phone to find a tutorial for her. Realizing he did not possess the fate of a novel's protagonist, he understood that he could not engage in their typical antics. After fending off a few troublesome suitors, Chu Heng returned from the restroom, grabbed some napkins from a nearby table, and wiped the blood from his knuckles. The booth was, of course, unopposed, especially since the paper was meant for wiping the blood off one's fists. As he approached, he discovered that although the process was amiss, the Dragon King had arrived. Albeit late, Xiao Batian, who proclaimed himself the Dragon King of the Dragon Mercenary Corps from the Middle East, had lost his family a decade ago and left his homeland burdened with vengeance. 10 years later, he returned, adorned with glory and a tempestuous aura, determined to seek justice for his family. Naturally, a return to the city would not be complete without some romantic escapades for the Dragon King. However, this narrative is not solely about him, and Xiao Meng was acutely aware of this fact. She urged, hurry, Xiao Heng, confront him, diminish his fate. Only when his destiny value plummets to a certain level will you have the chance to eliminate them. Xiao Heng had never jested with Xiao Meng regarding this matter. Watching the man smirking devilishly at Lin Qingzhu, he felt a surge of indignation. He swiftly stepped forward, shielding Lin Qingzhu behind him, and addressed Xiao Batian. I apologize, sir, but my second aunt's niece has no interest in romance. Oh, what audacity to disturb the Dragon King's pretense. In an instant, Xiao Batian sensed his identity as the Dragon King was being challenged. With murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, he glared at Xiao Heng, exuding a palpable aura of menace. "You boy, step aside. The women I, Dragon King Xiao Batian, desire have never slipped through my grasp." What a character! Another fool who, after a mere stroll through a women's prison, could no longer function. Such shameless individuals must not be indulged. Xiao Heng retorted instantly, "Oh, so you Dragon King Xiao Batian, believe the women you covet cannot escape your clutches? Pray tell, what manner of Dragon King are you?" A true Dragon King ensures harmony and prosperity. I see nothing but a pitiful creature pretending to be one. Chapter 8. The Dragon King causes a stir, and the faux young master joins the fray. Let the battle commence. The nightlife of the city had once thrived, filled with raucous revelry. Yet tonight, the bar, typically brimming with energy, lay in eerie silence, save for the heavy metal music emanating from the speakers. An oppressive weight seemed to envelop the patrons, constricting their chests, as if even the weak were struggling to breathe. The Dragon King Xiao Batian, for the first time since his return, was infuriated. Frankly, throughout his career, no one had dared to provoke his authority in such a manner. Perhaps he had been in seclusion too long, or had grown weary of Luoqing's peaceful existence. Nevertheless, it was time for them to remember the wrath of the Dragon King. When the Dragon King raged, the heavens trembled. When he was furious, even spirits quaked. His formidable aura pressed down upon the bar, silencing all who dared to speak. Yet, facing the Dragon King's pressure, Xiao Heng remained unfazed. He glanced at the so-called Dragon King, Xiao Batian, and tapped his fingers against the bar. Thud! Thud! The dull, resonant sounds echoed in the minds of all present. In that moment, the suffocating pressure that had gripped their hearts suddenly dissipated. Xiao Heng then spoke. "Since when have you underground vermin been permitted to act with such impunity on this land?" At that moment, Xiao Batian's pupils constricted. Realizing that this young man had shattered his domain of murderous intent, he was indeed a formidable opponent. However, the battlefield is not akin to a mere sparring match, and the so-called experts who perish at their own hands are not few in number. Moreover, the night bar is undeniably his territory. "Be cautious, Xiao Heng. I sense dozens of hostile presences surrounding you," Xiao Meng cautioned. In truth, Chu Heng's purpose for visiting was straightforward: to explore whether any leading characters from short dramas frequented establishments like bars in university towns, memorizing their appearances in order to systematically dismantle them with the aid of his organization. Having accomplished his strategic objective, he gently grasped Lin Qingzhu's wrist and softly uttered, "Let us return home." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingzhu took his hand, and just as they were about to depart, the Dragon King expressed his displeasure. Indeed, the flamboyant and formidable Dragon King would not permit his predetermined companion to be led away by another. With an air of dominance, he lunged towards Chu Heng's wrist. Employing his renowned technique, the Dragon King's sky-rending claw, he intended to incapacitate this young man, ensuring he understood the consequences of daring to hold the Dragon King's woman's hand. However, Chu Heng, seemingly oblivious to the threat behind him, was already prepared. Before they had taken a step, Lin Qingzhu acted, her foot striking back with a powerful kick that connected with the Dragon King's claw. Yet, as the saying goes, one may criticize the Dragon King's character, but his prowess is unquestionable. Xiao Batian, a seasoned warrior, felt the disruption of his Dragon King's sky-rending claw and narrowed his eyes. "Since you have chosen to be ungrateful, your price will escalate from merely losing a hand to forfeiting your life." With that, he unleashed a formidable punch, infused with hidden strength, aimed directly at Chu Heng's chest. Lin Qingzhu instinctively released Chu Heng's hand, channeling her energy to intercept the blow. Yet, Chu Heng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of her, delivering a punch of his own. "Huh, ignorant fool," he thought. His punch was imbued with hidden energy. Daring to confront it head-on would surely result in the immediate rupture of one's meridians. Had Chu Heng been aware of his intentions, he would have undoubtedly scoffed. "For heaven's sake, if we are to fight, let us fight. Spare me your superfluous words and hidden energy." Do you presume you are the only martial artist of such caliber in this world? Do not forget, the cultivation methods of ancient martial arts originated from Huaxia. As their fists collided, an invisible wave of energy erupted between them. In an instant, the Dragon King staggered back several steps, his back colliding harshly with the bar, and he coughed up blood. Chu Heng executed a backflip, dissipating the Dragon King's hidden energy, and gracefully landed in a booth, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the Dragon King. At that moment, the Dragon King felt a profound loss of dignity, his veins surging with rage as he bellowed, "All of you, attack together!" Chu Heng, not one to shy away from confrontation, floated forward, gently resting his hand on Lin Qingzhu's shoulder, channeling hidden energy as he softly urged her, "This does not concern you. You are injured. Leave swiftly." With that, he engaged in combat with the Dragon King, their fists and feet flying in a flurry, while the Dragon King invoked his Dragon King's pride technique. With a formidable and overwhelming strength, every movement exuded an aura capable of shattering gold and splitting stones. Chu Heng practiced the ancestral martial art known as the Tiger Crane Double Absolutes. While the name may seem unimpressive, it could barely be considered a first-rate martial discipline, had it not been for the old patriarch's years of military service, during which he befriended numerous martial artists from all corners of the world. The majority of the family legacy would have remained unfulfilled. This martial art would likely languish at the tail end of the first-rate realm. Upon reaching Chu Heng's hands, after his enlistment in the army and extensive training, he finally elevated this martial art to a level of mastery. The current Tiger Crane Double Absolutes not only embodied the ferocity of the tiger and the agility of the crane, but also incorporated the long-range strikes of the Tongbei fist, intermingled with the essence of various other martial arts schools. For a moment, the two opponents were evenly matched. Suddenly, the Dragon King lunged with a claw strike, unleashing a fierce energy that sliced through the air. Observing this, Chu Heng executed a sweeping elbow strike, and in an instant, their elbows collided. Yet in that same moment, Chu Heng released a powerful burst of energy. Utilizing the Dragon King's forceful turn, he shaped his right hand into a beak-like form and delivered a strike imbued with the long-range intent of the Tongbei fist, landing squarely on the Dragon King's Tanzhong acupoint. In an instant, the force of his strike erupted, countering the sharp, hidden energy and breaking through the Dragon King's protective aura. The Dragon King struck hard, changed countenance, his body bending like a shrimp as he staggered backward and fell to his knees. Chu Heng, though retreating a few steps, remained steadfast on his feet. "Damn it," he thought. Though the Dragon King may be foolish, his strength is undeniably substantial. Just then, the bar's door was violently kicked open. A group of men in black suits poured in, led by a woman clad in professional attire and wearing golden-rimmed glasses, standing at the threshold. This was none other than Chu Xie, accompanied by the Fo-Young master, Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe feigned concern, saying, "Sister, please don't be angry. Brother only got a bit carried away with his playfulness." However, Chu Xie's expression was icy as she glared at Chu Heng, saying, "At first, I thought it was merely father's bias against you. But it turns out you are indeed a hopeless case, returning to such a place. And you dare to fight?" She then turned to Chu Zhe, her tone softening. "Xiao Zhe, there's no need to defend him. A mistake is a mistake." Chu Heng was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this a sisterly dispute? Why was there an intrusion of the Fo-Young master narrative? Nevertheless, it mattered little. The bloodshed of the day and tonight's fierce battle with the Dragon King had already ignited his murderous intent. "Damn it, the Dragon King wants to take me down, and now this Fo-Young master wants to join in. Then let it be. Let's south turn this place upside down, if necessary. Let us bring chaos to the city again." In the realm of Jianghu, in Luocheng, Chu Heng thought, the Dragon King, and that damned Chu Xie too. "You speak from a place of comfort. Well, we just faced this turmoil this morning, and now we must endure it again tonight, because of you." However, the arrow was already nocked, and despite the necessity to release it, Chu Heng cautioned, "I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Chu Xie, in a fit of rage, retorted with a mocking smile, "Consequences? Let us see how you make me bear them." Do you believe that merely serving in the military for a few years has rendered you invincible? With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take him back." The patrons in the bar had long since fled during the scuffle between the two. Regrettably, the Dragon King's bar recorded zero revenue for the day, a decrement to his earnings. As the black-clad bodyguards charged forward, Chu Heng did not hesitate. He delivered a swift kick that sent a wine bottle soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before smashing into the first bodyguard. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, splattering blood mixed with alcohol across the guard's face. At that moment, the Dragon King's subordinates surged forward wielding machetes and iron rods, plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe cautiously tugged at his sister Chu Sie's sleeve, expressing his concern. "Sister, with so many people here, will brother be all right?" Chu Sie huffed in displeasure. "It's fine. It's good for him to face some hardship. Otherwise, he will continue to think that his limited military training makes him superior. Just yesterday, he not only struck you, but also our parents. Such behavior must be corrected promptly." Yet she seemed to overlook that it was indeed Chu Zhongtian and Lin Fengyi who instigated the conflict first. Upon hearing Chu Sie's words, Chu Zhe felt a surge of elation within, though he maintained a composed exterior, just as he was about to feign concern and utter a few insincere words. He was rendered speechless by an unexpected arrival. Do you recall Lin Qingzhu, whom Chu Heng had unceremoniously expelled? She had returned, armed with her long sword. Upon entering, she witnessed the scene of the two siblings assaulting Chu Heng. Though Lin Qingzhu appeared ethereal in her flowing white attire, one should not forget that she had sustained grave injuries from a previous altercation. Following a disagreement with Chu Heng, she had drawn her sword for a duel. In the realm of martial arts, few possessed true valor. Moreover, Lin Qingzhu was a genuine practitioner of chivalry, upholding righteousness as her guiding principle. Could she endure this? Without hesitation, she unsheathed her sword, unleashing two waves of sword energy. Before the siblings could react, their personal bodyguards were sent flying by the force of her strikes. As Chu Sie finally grasped the situation, a cold longsword was already poised at her delicate, swan-like neck. "Halt! Release him!" Lin Qingzhu commanded icily. Lin, fierce and succinct, left Chu Zhe in a state of shock. He instinctively stepped back, shielding Chu Sie with his body. Lin Qingzhu shot a disdainful glance at Chu Heng, her lips curling into a sneer. Useless. In that instant, Chu Zhe's face flushed with embarrassment, while Chu Sie frowned, retorting, "Little Zhe is merely a bit timid. As for you, regardless of your connection with Chu Heng, this is a matter for the Chu family, and it does not concern you." Lin Qingzhu's inherently cool demeanor was further accentuated by her extended seclusion in the mountains prior to her ventures into the world. Unskilled in human interaction, she found herself unable to persuade others with words. However, her sword could speak volumes. Coupled with her remarkable medical skills, no one dared to voice objections against her. Upon sensing Chu Sie's disagreement, Lin Qingzhu resolved to sever the heads of the two before charging in to rescue Chu Heng. Just as she prepared to act, a voice emerged from within. "Do not harm them." It was Chu Heng, bloodied and breathless as he stepped out. "Do not kill them. I've already called the police in advance. If there's a murder, things will become exceedingly complicated." Was it merely complicated? Hearing Chu Heng's words, Chu Sie felt a pang of sorrow. She had not anticipated their familial bond to be so tenuous. Had their affection been stronger, Chu Heng would not have been led into such peril. Nevertheless, there was no time for lamentation over Chu Sie's feelings, for the police had now arrived. The sound of sirens echoed as the red and blue lights painted the scene. A middle-aged police officer approached Chu Heng and saluted, stating, "Report, Director Chu. The riot squad from the West City branch has assembled and awaits your orders." Chu Heng nodded, casting a glance at the disheveled patrons sprawled across the bar. "Next time, be quicker in your response. Do not wait until the situation has escalated." Noticing the officer's look of shame, Chu Heng expressed his satisfaction with a nod. "Proceed to clean up the scene." Turning back, he found Chu Sie's expression one of utter shock. After a moment, she managed to compose herself, her tone laced with complexity. "So you truly were on official duty. Why didn't you say so earlier?" But Chu Heng interrupted her. "I already informed you. but you refuse to listen. Now, do not speak to me. Go speak with the police instead. Chapter 9. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even qualify to be here. Name, Chu Heng, age, 28, gender. Female. Are you aware of the offense you have committed? In the interrogation room, the cold light cast a stark glow upon Chu Heng's face, rendering her once fair complexion even more pallid. She regarded the interrogators with an icy indifference. The interrogator, an experienced veteran, was well informed about the case's potential severity, relying on the decisions of higher authorities and the victim's stance. Thus, he remained unhurried, content to engage in a drawn-out exchange with her. It was precisely because her offense could be perceived as either minor or severe that he had not escalated the situation. Otherwise, her defiant demeanor would have prompted immediate measures against her. Even if torture were off the table, they possessed myriad methods to extract information. Conversely, Chu Heng's situation was starkly different. Upon entering, he burst into tears, and after weeping, he wailed uncontrollably. The interrogators had repeatedly emphasized the futility of his protests, yet he insisted on declaring his innocence. However, did the seasoned interrogators not possess the discernment to see through his claims? Over the years, this interrogation room had witnessed countless nefarious characters. What was he, a mere male green tea, in comparison? Consequently, the interrogators remained unperturbed, with two even stepping outside, unable to tolerate his noise. With surveillance in place, there was little to fear from any potential mischief. Upon learning that their beloved daughter and son had been detained, Chu Heng and Lin Fengyi were instantly filled with urgency. Disregarding the dignity expected of prominent families, they hastily summoned their youngest daughter, Chu Qinglan, and rushed to the West City Police Station. As soon as they arrived, Lin Fengyi leapt from the car and dashed toward the entrance. However, Chu Qinglan, who exited the vehicle a moment later, caught her impetuous mother by the arm and urged, "Mother, please remain calm. I have already inquired about the situation. The issues faced by our elder sister and younger brother vary in severity. The crux lies in whether the Security Bureau will relent. I have arranged for a lawyer to initiate the bail process. Our primary focus must be on appealing to the leaders of the Security Bureau." His expression a mask of composure, honed over years of navigating the business world, despite the turmoil within. He glanced at his anxious wife and reassured her with a steady voice, "Do not worry. I've already reached out to contacts within the Security Bureau. We are prepared to make sacrifices to ensure their safe return." Lin Fengyi grasped his hand, her eyes pleading, "Tiange, they are flesh of my flesh. We must find a way to rescue them, no matter the cost." Chu Heng smiled, a blend of exasperation and affection evident in his demeanor. "Xiao Yi, rest assured, they are equally dear to me." Observing the profound bond between her parents, Chu Qinglan felt a pang of envy. Proud of the harmonious relationship they shared and the stability of their family. Some heal their entire lives with the innocence of childhood, while others spend their lives mending the wounds of youth. On the second floor, Chu Heng silently watched this family trio, and even the usually boisterous Xiao Meng was uncharacteristically quiet, sensing something amiss in Chu Heng's demeanor. The police station, bustling due to the night shift, was brightly lit, with a harsh glow of fluorescent lights casting shadows over his face. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu lounged on the sofa in the guest room, engrossed in short videos on her phone. Indeed, within less than a day of acquiring the device, she had already mastered the art of scrolling through short clips and reading online literature. The allure of electronic gadgets for primates was undeniable. After designating a video of a cute cat-eared girl as read and acknowledged, Lin Qingzhu glanced towards the window at Chu Heng and inquired, "What is the matter?" Turning to her, Chu Heng smiled faintly. "Nothing of consequence. I merely realized that I, too, yearn for the moon." Seeing his mood brighten, Xiao Ming ventured, "Are you truly all right?" To which Chu Heng replied absently, "I am fine. Even if it is not my moon, the moonlight has, indeed, graced me at times." He rose and seated himself beside Lin Qingzhu, ready to enjoy a box of cold takeout when a knock echoed through the entrance. Moments later, the Chu family entered, and as they settled, Chu Heng intended to ease the tension but was taken aback by the sight before him, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Raising an eyebrow, Chu Heng replied coolly, because I am with the Security Bureau. Lin Fengyi, with an air of urgency, interjected, Chu Heng, I acknowledge my wrongs towards you. Yet your elder sister and younger brother are innocent. If you seek vengeance. At that moment, Chu Heng interrupted her, asserting, Madam, I urge you to choose your words wisely. Your daughter and son have transgressed the law, and we possess ample evidence to demonstrate that their actions were devoid of any external incitement. Since your arrival, this entire conversation has been recorded, so I implore you to refrain from making such misleading statements. Chu Qinglong glanced at the young man across from her and tugged at her father's sleeve, inquiring, Who is he? Chu Heng replied, Merely a stranger with whom I've crossed paths once. Chu Zhongtian, observing the calm demeanor of Chu Heng, remarked, I truly regret bringing you back. Your return has stirred chaos within the Chu family. Lin Fengyi, with sorrowful eyes, explained to Chu Qinglong, He is your younger brother, Chu Heng, who has wandered the world since childhood. In that instant, Chu Qinglong felt as if struck by lightning. Although she was aware of having a brother, she could not have fathomed their reunion occurring under such circumstances. Chu Heng cast a derisive glance at Chu Zhongtian, saying, Regardless of your acknowledgement, it does not alter the fact that I have been assigned by the state, nor does it change the reality that the president of the Chu group and her brother have been apprehended for obstructing official duties and inciting assaults on public officials. Chu Zhongtian retorted, You know well how they were captured. Chu Heng countered, Indeed, and I even warned them that I was on a mission. Enraged, Chu Zhongtian slammed his hand down, pointing at Chu Heng, cursing, You wretch! Must you ensure your sister and brother face imprisonment for your own satisfaction? Unfazed, Chu Heng calmly replied, Why do you not inquire whether you have ever regarded me as one of your own? Ask how nearly I was led to ruin by the two of them. With tears in her eyes, Lin Fengyi attempted to defend herself, but Chu Qinglong, who had remained silent, spoke up, Surely we can meet with them. I am a lawyer, and I have the right to see my clients. Just as Chu Heng was about to respond, a voice interjected, In truth, were it not for your connection to Chu Heng, you would not even possess this right. Suddenly, the door to the mediation room was thrust open, and a burly middle-aged man entered with a scowl. Upon seeing him, Chu Heng immediately stood, exclaiming, Teacher. Gao Zhenwei shot him a glare, but positioned himself protectively behind Chu Heng, addressing the assembled individuals. Old Zheng has no authority over us. However, had he not contacted me, I would remain unaware that the director of our Special Affairs Bureau was ambushed while on duty, clearly intimidating those present. Gao Zhenwei continued, What? Are the members of the Chu family so complacent that you wish to relocate and awaken your senses? Chu Qinglong, displeased, inquired, Who are you? What is the Special Affairs Bureau? Gao Zhenwei disdainfully replied, You lack the standing to know. You must remember that our department possesses the authority to bypass other divisions and directly apprehend or even eliminate individuals posing a threat to national security. Furthermore, when necessary, the local military and law enforcement must unconditionally heed our command. Chu Qinglong was momentarily taken aback, only now realizing the true nature of the formidable entity her elder sister and younger brother had provoked, one with independent law enforcement powers that superseded those of other agencies. As for Chu Zhongtian and Lin Fengyi, they had long been aware. From the moment the Special Affairs Bureau was mentioned, they understood the magnitude of the trouble these two fools had created, especially considering the numerous prominent families the Bureau had dismantled over the years. Gao Zhenwei observed the three, who were clearly flustered, and inquired, So what now? Are you aware of how minor your offenses truly are? He then turned to Chu Heng and asked, Chu Heng, as the victim in this matter, what would you suggest for resolution? Rest assured, even if the Chu family were to be eradicated, no one would utter a word. With that, he cast a cold glance at the others. Chu Heng contemplated briefly. The fact that Dragon King Xiao Batian had managed to escape despite his injuries confirmed the veracity of Xiaoming's claims. Destiny favored them, and they would not perish easily, especially since his brother was entwined with such fate. He decided 1 billion for one individual, and the other shall be detained for a month on charges of obstructing official duties. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, the three visibly exhaled in relief. Gao Zhenwei pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement, and then addressed them, For 100 million in ransom. Do you hear me? For 100 million? Chu Zhongtian furrowed his brow. Although the Chu family was vast and their assets collectively exceeded $1 trillion, much of it consisted of fixed assets. Their liquid capital fluctuated around 20 to 30 billion, making 400 million a considerable stretch for them while maintaining a stable cash flow. Realizing this, his pupils constricted. The exact knowledge of their liquid funds indicated someone had infiltrated their organization. The Special Affairs Bureau was indeed not to be underestimated. Concerning Gao Zhenwei's proposed fine of 400 million, Chu Zhongtian dared not voice any objections or even entertain the thought of suggesting to expend additional funds for the release of both captives. He understood all too well the severity of the predicament these two had created. While one could downplay it as a familial dispute on a larger scale, it involved the potential murder of high-ranking officials within the Special Affairs Bureau, an offense so grave that even the entirety of the Chu family's existence would not suffice to atone for such a crime. Fortunately, it seemed that the wayward sons still harbored some nostalgia for familial ties. This realization filled Chu Zhongtian's gaze towards Chu Heng with a hint of gratitude. At that moment, Chu Qinglan attempted to interject, but was swiftly halted by Chu Zhongtian. Confusion flickered in her eyes as she wondered why he was preventing her from advocating for a lesser loss for the Chu family. However, she trusted that her father's actions were rooted in reason. The group hurriedly descended to pay the fine, leaving the 3 members of the Special Affairs Bureau upstairs. Gao Zhenwei glanced over, and with a sigh, Chu Heng remarked, "Xiao Heng, I know you are sentimental, so if you find it difficult to act next time, leave it to me. Today, if I had not shown up, they would have truly taken advantage of her lack of family." Chu Heng remained silent, his head bowed. After a moment, Gao Zhenwei patted him on the shoulder and turned to Lin Qingzhu, expressing gratitude for her assistance in today's matter. "The Special Affairs Bureau owes you a favor, Miss Lin." Lin Qingzhu shook her head, choosing not to respond. Gao Zhenwei glanced at the two of them and added, "Don't forget to come home for dinner this weekend when your sister returns. Your teacher's wife has been talking about you for quite some time." With that, he hurriedly departed from the reception room. In the parking lot, Chu Zhongtian ultimately decided to redeem Chu Xie, for it would be disastrous for the stock price if the group's president were to go missing for a month. Moreover, the president of the Chu Corporation must remain untainted. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was consumed by thoughts of those still in detention, sobbing uncontrollably. As the family stood in front of the car, Chu Zhongtian suddenly turned and struck Chu Xie across the face. With a sharp slap, her once fair complexion instantly swelled with redness. Chu Qinglan quickly shielded Chu Xie, exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing?" Chu Zhongtian, with a piercing gaze, reprimanded Chu Xie, saying, "What do you think you're doing? Do you understand that because of the trouble you stirred today, our Chu family almost faced execution?" Faced with the furious Chu Zhongtian, everyone fell silent. After a while, he composed himself and spoke in a calmer tone. He glanced at his silent eldest daughter and continued, "Are you aware of the Ling family, which is on par with us?" Chu Sai note that, Chu Zhongtian went on, "This morning, they were annihilated by the Yi tribe. The same fate befell the Chun and Sun families. Each of these families stands equal to ours, if not stronger in terms of underground influence. No way. Those families wield considerable power. Chu Qinglan Guetin in Serun. Power is relative, contingent upon whose eyes it is viewed through. However, their crimes are more severe, involving the murder of personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau. Even so, Chu Qinglan remained skeptical and cautiously asked, but even if the situation is dire, the execution process cannot be completed in a day. Hearing this, Chu Zhongtian sneered and replied, "Execution? Have you heard of bombardment?" The Special Affairs Bureau deployed field artillery from nearby troops and leveled these families to the ground. With that revelation, Chu Xie felt that her predicament was indeed not without reason. Luckily, the attack had been directed at Chu Heng, and fortunately, he had shown some leniency. However, they still could not comprehend how Chu Heng had ascended to the position of Director of Operations at the Special Affairs Bureau. Nevertheless, these considerations paled in comparison to the pressing concern of how to persuade Chu Heng to spare Chu Zhe. They understood well that the crux of the matter lay with Chu Heng. As long as he remained unyielding, no one could take Chu Zhe away. The thought made Lin Feng wipe her tears once more. "Oh, my unfortunate son." Thus, Chu Heng's words held a kernel of truth. It was never his moon, but merely the moonlight that had once graced him. Chapter 10. Home? Do I even have a home anymore? The night breeze was mournful, and the moonlight shone brightly. Chu Heng accompanied Lin Qingzhu to the parking area beside the West City branch. To his surprise, his father, Chu Zhongtian, his mother, Lin Fengyi, and his two so-called sisters were waiting by his car. To prevent him from fleeing, they had even parked a vehicle in front of his. Remarkably, they seemed to recall his license plate number, which was quite rare. However, what Chu Heng was oblivious to was that due to the distinct model of his car, they naturally remembered which one belonged to him. Upon their first encounter, Chu Zhongtian surprisingly offered a rare smile to Chu Heng, causing a tremor in his heart. Disgusting. It was rather nauseating. That smile nearly provoked my revulsion. Yet, glancing at his mother Lin Fengyi, whose eyes were nearly swollen from crying, he could only sigh helplessly and say, "Please stop smiling. It frightens me." With a soft snicker, Lin Qingzhu laughed at an opportune moment, reminiscent of snow melting in spring. Chu Heng turned to her in confusion, but Lin Qingzhu replied, "It's nothing. I just thought of something amusing." Soon after, Chu Qinglan also let out a chuckle. All eyes turned to her, and this marked the first time Chu Heng inquired amidst the Chu family. "What? Did you think of something funny too?" Chu Qinglan quickly shook her head, responding, No, it's just that my colleague is pregnant tomorrow, and I'm happy for her." "Oh, is that so?" The others understood without verbal acknowledgement, except for Chu Zhongtian, who shot her an angry glare. Although the brief interlude lightened the atmosphere, Chu Heng still felt uneasy in their presence. Watching Chu Zhongtian, who had forced himself to adopt a cordial demeanor, Chu Heng sighed and approached the car door, opening it with his left hand. "I understand you've come here to block me," he stated. He then turned seriously to Chu Xie, saying, "Today's operation was compromised due to your interference, resulting in our primary target escaping. At this point, I'm unafraid of any potential leaks. I will speak plainly. The individual who escaped is a frontline operative sent by an overseas organization to our country. Missing this apprehension will make it significantly more challenging to capture him in the future. Therefore, someone must take responsibility." Chu Zhongtian, ever the cunning fox, nodded in comprehension, replying, "Xiao Heng, we understand the situation. We do not blame you. Tomorrow, we will host a banquet at home, firstly to express our gratitude to you and to atone for today's incident. Secondly, it has been some time since we found you. Previously, you were busy with your military duties and bound by discipline, but now that you have returned, it is only right to hold a ceremony for you to acknowledge your roots." Chu Heng shook his right hand, dismissing the notion. "There is no need for such formality. I do not mind." Yet, Chu Zhongtian spoke earnestly now. "Xiao Heng, you do not comprehend. Although you hold a high position now, your connections in Jiangcheng are virtually non-existent. The ceremony serves two purposes. Firstly, to announce your status as the heir of the Chu family in Luocheng, which will facilitate the establishment of connections. Secondly, it is my personal desire, as the Chu family has faced a decline in lineage over the years." As Chu Zhongtian's words trailed off, he cast a fierce glare at Chu Xie and Chu Qinglan. The Chu family has long been devoid of fresh blood. This ceremony serves to inform our allies that there are indeed new members within the family. Chu Xie and Chu Qinglan, caught off guard by a sudden reprimand, could only nod in agreement, recognizing that Chu Heng's return would ultimately benefit the Chu family. "Ah, yes, indeed," they chimed in unison, with a hint of regret. Chu Zhongtian glanced at Lin Fengyi. "This matter should have been your mother's responsibility, but given her current condition, I must step in on her behalf." Chu Heng rubbed his temples and replied, "Please proceed with your arrangements." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Zhongtian departed with his family. Once inside the car, Lin Qingzhu inquired, "Though familial ties are often distant, the attitude of your relatives towards you seems rather unfriendly." Chu Heng scoffed, "Family? I have no family left. That old fox merely seeks to manipulate me, but he is astute. Each of us benefits from this exchange." With that, he struggled to shift gears and exited the police station. His right arm bore visible wounds, yet those who professed concern for him chose to ignore them. In the vehicle, Lin Qingzhu cast a worried glance at his left arm. "When we return home, I will administer acupuncture. If this injury lingers, it could hinder your future cultivation. Chu Heng parked in the underground garage and replied with a smile. No need, I have mastered the transformation technique. Ignoring Lin Qingzhu's protests, he once again summoned his inner strength. Having exchanged injuries with the Dragon King, Xiaobatian, his inner energy was depleted, and the deliberate stirring of his psyche had caused turbulence in his mental state. At that moment, he was pushing the limits of his physical body, energy, and spirit. Between life and death lies great terror. If not now, then when? Lin Qingzhu felt Chu Heng's aura surge from chaotic to transformative as the energies of the universe surged into him. Once his aura stabilized, Chu Heng exhaled sharply, creating a blade of energy that shattered the bulletproof glass, leaving 2 gaping holes in a nearby tree. What a blunder! Had I known, I would not have attempted to break through inside the car. Lin Qingzhu seized his collar and shouted, Have you lost your mind? Chu Heng scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. I couldn't contain the sensation. I nearly perished just moments ago. Lin Qingzhu's eyes were filled with anger. Do not ever do that again. You could truly die. Chu Heng nodded earnestly. It won't happen again. Seeing that Lin Qingzhu was ignoring him, Chu Heng pointed at her, channeling the energies of the universe. Lin Qingzhu's severe injuries healed, and her cultivation level rose to the late stage of the dark strength, her prowess becoming more solidified than before. She looked at Chu Heng with a complex expression, to which he waved dismissively. It's only natural for friends to assist one another. The night passed in silence. The following day, they did not visit the Special Affairs Bureau, instead spending several days consolidating their cultivation. By the weekend, before dawn, Chu Heng ventured to the morning market for supplies. As Lin Qingzhu yawned and settled down, Chu Heng's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Return to me. My fairy sister. Since cohabiting, she had become increasingly carefree, collapsing onto the sofa after work and ordering takeout. As they approached Gao Zhenwei's residence, they unexpectedly spotted Gao Zhenwei's daughter, Gao Xiaoyu, entangled with a young man with yellow hair. Chu Heng slammed on the accelerator, narrowly missing the young man. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Chu Heng had seized the Eagle 12 from the passenger's seat, aiming it directly at him. Chapter 11. New discoveries in the investigation of the Liu family. The sky was clear, yet the young man's back was drenched in a cold sweat. Naturally, anyone would be terrified when confronted with a gun. Moreover, the individual with the golden hair merely possessed a yellow mane. His intellect was far from foolish. Who in their right mind would wager their life on the authenticity of another's firearm? With a sharp click, the shotgun was chambered, and instinctively, the golden-haired one knelt down. Particularly when he beheld a spirited young woman emerging from the vehicle, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she brandished a sword. Based on his extensive experience navigating the streets, he discerned that this was indeed a genuine weapon. Brother, don't panic, he thought, recalling the trusty knife in the passenger seat and the gun nestled in the trunk. After years of streetwise survival, he had relied on his swiftness, the shadows, and the betrayal of comrades to endure. While he had encountered many ruthless individuals, such as the notorious nine-pattern dragon of the west side and the sharp-bladed Xie Dong of the east, none had been as audacious as the one before him. Most would engage in negotiation before resorting to violence. This one, however, seemed intent on taking lives from the outset. He was truly not someone to provoke. In a moment of realization, the golden-haired one dropped to one knee before Chu Heng, exclaiming, "I was wrong, sir." Chu Heng, with a character of his own, instinctively replied, "What did you do wrong?" The golden-haired one promptly responded, "Whatever you say I did wrong, I shall accept." The answer was utterly standard, almost eliciting a chuckle from Chu Heng. Yet, maintaining a stoic demeanor, he inquired, "Very well, then, why have you been persistently pursuing my niece?" The golden-haired one felt a rush of sweat down his back, and suddenly Chu Heng glanced back and commanded, "Hold him down." Lin Qingzhu promptly sprang into action, swiftly pursuing a man wearing a duckbill cap. Before he could resist, Lin Qingzhu rendered him unconscious with a single strike from his sword, then returned, dragging him by the collar. Upon his return, Lin Qingzhu shot a glare at Chu Heng, who recalled the slickness he had unintentionally brushed against earlier while brandishing the gun. At that moment, the astonished Gao Xiaoyu regained her composure and, looking at Chu Heng with delight, exclaimed, "Lao Chu, is it truly you?" Chu Heng smiled and replied, "Not my mother, but indeed it is I." Gao Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, approached and playfully punched his chest, saying, "Lao Chu, you still have that sharp tongue?" Chu Heng was unfazed, yet the golden-haired one trembled, thinking, "Good heavens, that gun was pointed right at me. If he had twitched his hand with such a powerful weapon, my head would have been blown to bits." Nevertheless, he dared not move. After all, now that Chu Heng had discovered the matter, there would be no way to resolve it peacefully. As an uncle, he could not allow his niece to be wronged without seeking justice. Otherwise, he might as well strike himself with the firewood stick in his hand. With this thought, Chu Heng holstered his gun, preparing to deliver a blow with the butt of it. However, Gao Xiaoyu, observing his intent, quickly intervened, well aware of the formidable nature of her uncles. Although they often appeared amiable, when provoked, they were capable of extraordinary violence. "Lao Chu, don't act impulsively. Their backers wield considerable influence," she cautioned. Chu Heng chuckled. "Influence? No matter how great, it pales in comparison to reason. If they wish to challenge reason, let them see if they can withstand the might of the gun in my hand." It appeared that Gao Xiaoyu was also beginning to comprehend the reasons behind the relentless pursuit. After handing the yellow-haired individual a gun, he turned to Gao Xiaoyu and inquired, "Explain how you got entangled with these people. Furthermore, when we imparted our knowledge to you, we withheld nothing. I trust that with your skills, you can manage him." Gao Xiaoyu, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. "Isn't it just because I was worried about causing trouble for my father?" These two were summoned by a girl from our school named Lu Ruyan, who hails from a wealthy and influential family. "And how did you offend her?" Chu Heng asked seriously, gazing at Gao Xiaoyu. "I didn't offend her. She was bullying a female student from a poor background in our class, and I couldn't stand by, so I intervened." "I see. Are you certain that the bullied girl is the genuine victim?" This inquiry, though somewhat callous, was necessary considering the chaotic world they inhabited, rife with all manner of demons and monsters. The most pertinent example being his own brother, Chu Zhe. Gao Xiaoyu nodded in silence. Chu Heng instantly grasped his meaning and promptly called two operatives from the patrol team to apprehend the individuals involved. "Let's go." The group proceeded to Gao Jinwei's residence. Gao Jinwei's wife, Chen Jin'er, was also an old acquaintance of Chu Heng's. Years ago, she had served as his battlefield first aid instructor. Despite her gentle and mature appearance, it must be said that in addition to teaching how to assist the wounded in her medical courses, she also conducted a rather notorious class on interrogation techniques. In terms of saving lives, she was skilled, but when it came to inflicting pain, she was unparalleled. Both of them had once been frontline members of the 477 unit. But after their union through marriage, they were compelled to step back to second-line duties due to the ironclad rule that forbade family members from serving on the front lines. After a delightful meal, while the two were smoking on the balcony, Chu Heng recounted the recent events to Gao Jinwei. In this line of work, caution is paramount. Even the slightest anomaly must be taken seriously. It could very well be a trap set by our adversaries, who might even target our families to coerce us into actions we would rather avoid. We must remember that our opponents are powerful families or foreign entities, and these individuals are devoid of humanity, driven solely by their own interests. On the balcony, upon hearing Chu Heng's account, Gao Jinwei's expression darkened. He continued to smoke until the cigarette burned down to the filter, extinguishing it with a trembling finger. It was evident that this normally amiable Director Gao was now preparing to revert to his old ways of violence. "Xiao Heng, I'm feeling quite agitated and can't calm down for the moment. You are resourceful. Help me devise a plan." Gao Jinwei lit another cigarette despite the warning glance from Chen Jin'er, continuing to speak as he smoked. Chu Heng, feeling somewhat awkward, extinguished the cigarette but with his fingers and contemplated before replying, "To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. To resolve this matter, we must start with Xiaoyu, extract the necessary information, and then analyze whether to eradicate the threat or continue observing. After all, the monk cannot escape the temple, and the Lu family is firmly rooted." Gao Jinwei nodded slightly before stepping out onto the balcony. He approached Chen Jin'er, who was engaged in conversation, and whispered a few words to her before returning to the balcony. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jinner seized the opportunity to go shopping, taking 2 women with her. Before leaving, she reminded Gao Jinwei to wash the dishes. As the sound of the car faded into the distance, the 2 individuals returned to the room, opened their computers, and logged into the internal network of the Special Affairs Bureau to investigate information regarding the Liu family. The records depicted the Liu family as seemingly innocent, particularly highlighting the respectable reputation of the women within the household. Others described them as possessing excellent social skills, and there were no signs of external expansion. The family paid their taxes regularly and held no significant power in the underworld, merely maintaining a normal security presence. However, the absence of anomalies was, in itself, the greatest anomaly, especially for the 2 individuals experienced in clandestine operations. The impeccably normal records instead evoked a profound sense of unease. Upon seeing this, Gao Jinwei couldn't help but furrow his brow, murmuring, "Something is amiss. It feels overwhelmingly incorrect. We must have overlooked something. This is a prestigious family. Their slate cannot be so clean, especially with someone like Liu Ruyan, who bullies her classmates." Chu Heng also sensed the irregularity. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and then retrieved his phone to call Chu Xie. The contact details of the Chu family members, aside from Chu Xie, were acquired only during a recent family gathering. The choice to call her was simple. Chu Zhongtian was a cunning fox, and he was wary of being sold out to the Liu family right after inquiring for information. Although he felt 98% certain that Chu Zhongtian wouldn't dare betray him. Caution was never a flaw. As for the others, he feared Lin Fengyi might leak information to Chu Zhongtian, while Chu Mingxue and Chu Qinglan, despite being heirs, had limited connections in the circle. After a brief ring, the call was answered. A melodious female voice came through. "Hello." Chu Heng replied, "It's me, Chu Heng." Noting the unlisted number on her phone, Chu Xie raised an eyebrow, realizing her younger brother was far more enigmatic than she had anticipated. "Xiao Heng, what is on your mind?" Chu Heng cheerfully responded, "I have a matter to discuss. Since we are currently reorganizing the underworld, we've come across the Chun family's influence. The records indicate they have a close relationship with the Chu family, so I thought I'd gauge your thoughts. Rest assured, this is a confidential call. There will be no recording or monitoring." Chu Xie furrowed her brow, recalling that the Chun family indeed had some collaborations with their group. However, given their origins in the underworld, even after attempting to reintegrate, her family was cautious about engaging in core collaborations, limiting their dealings to certain gray areas. With this in mind, she replied, "I'm not very clear on the Chun family's dealings. I only know that our family collaborates with them in some gray areas. But that aspect is not under my purview." By the way, Chu Heng, showing no curiosity about the gray industry, casually inquired, "Which families do they collaborate with the most?" "Liu family," Chu Xie instinctively replied. "Oh, does the Liu family possess a considerable number of gray area enterprises?" Upon mentioning the Liu family, Chu Xie fell silent. After a moment, he cautiously remarked, "Xiao Heng, I suggest you steer clear of any entanglements with the Liu family." "Oh, but according to the data, they are merely a second-tier family at best." However, at this moment, Chu Xie's tone turned serious. She organized her thoughts and continued, "Xiao Heng, I am aware of your capabilities and your background, but there is a saying you may have heard. A beautiful land is also a graveyard for heroes. Their public reputation may be commendable, yet within the coarse circles of our community, they are referred to as creeping willows." Chu Heng's eyes brightened with understanding, and after a brief exchange, he ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than the phone rang again. It was Gao Jinwei. As soon as he answered, a voice on the other end exclaimed, "Dad, someone claiming to be the Dragon King is harassing us. Mom and Sister Qingzhu are already fighting them." Chapter 12. A change in the plot beneath the blazing sun. The car sped down the road. Inside, Chu Heng was communicating with Xiaoming in his mind. He inquired, "Xiaoming, what is going on with Lin Qingzhu? Isn't she a protagonist from another novel? How did she end up facing the Dragon King?" Xiaoming, equally perplexed, began to search the timeline, using her authority, and subsequently replied, "It's a minor issue. Didn't you rescue her from a different plot before?" Now her storyline has shifted to that of a supporting character in the Dragon King narrative. "By the way, I should remind you that your niece Gao Xiaoyu is one of the protagonists. Your master's wife is a romantic interest. So, it seems your teacher is in danger. What? Xiaoyu is only 16. The Dragon King is unconcerned about such matters. Then, could you check how much fate he has left? I wish to eliminate him once and for all. Xiaoming paused for a moment before asking, so ruthless? He is doomed. Not even Jesus could save him. Mark my words. The car soon halted near square. There, they witnessed Lin Qingzhu and Chen Zhener engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Batian. Time rewound to earlier. Xiao Batian, having narrowly escaped the iron fist of national sanctions, silently vowed to reclaim his lost dignity, not to prove his worth, but to recover what he had lost. That day, the Dragon King descended upon the East City under the cover of night. He reassured himself that once he reached East City, he would be safe. Previously, while strolling in the park, the Dragon King had inadvertently treated an elderly man suffering from heart issues, who claimed to be the head of the Chun family in East City. Coincidentally, he also sparked a connection with the old man's granddaughter, Chen Yiru. As expected, the Dragon King's loyal subordinates welcomed him upon his arrival in East City. They did not disdain his current misfortunes, but rather honored him as an esteemed guest. After recuperating for a few days, Chun Tianyi, the head of the Chun family, willingly volunteered to accompany the Dragon King for a leisurely outing, along with his granddaughter. Chen Yiru. Chen Yiru epitomizes the archetype of a cold, aloof heiress entrenched in the underworld, her gaze only ever truly captivated by Xiao Batian. Meanwhile, Chun Tianyi harbors intentions of forging a connection with Xiao Batian, encouraging their relationship to blossom while discreetly offering his support. Yet the Dragon King, known for his charisma and debauchery, would never confine his affections to a mere underworld princess. Thus, in the plaza, he unexpectedly encounters 3 women on a shopping excursion. I am the Dragon King, Xiao Batian. Today is my fortunate day. Look at what I have stumbled upon. A graceful, mature wife, a cool and distant maiden, and a charming young girl. Hence, he resolved to approach them gradually. To his astonishment, he discovers that the cool maiden is the same woman who had been in the company of an insufferable officer at the bar. A woman who shows disloyalty to me is utterly undesirable. Nevertheless, recognizing her lingering beauty, the Dragon King is willing to extend her a second chance. He swiftly appears before them, flashing his signature alluring smile and greeting, "Good morning, lovely ladies. Care to join me for a cup of tea?" What the hell? Gao Xiaoyu retorts, her eyes not even lifting from the ground as a curse escapes her lips. We're saved by a warrior. Lin Qingzhu soon realizes that the man with the crooked smile is the same one who had clashed with Chu Heng at the bar. Xiao Batian, once more displaying his charming grin, remarks, "Your temperament is quite fiery, but I prefer gentle women. Your demeanor fails to capture my attention." Before Gao Xiaoyu could retort, Chen Zhener interrupted, covering her mouth. Xiaoyu, refrain from speaking such words. In the original storyline, the two were akin to playful adversaries. However, due to shifts in the timeline, Gao Xiaoyu has transitioned from a police family to an exceptionally unique one. Under the tutelage of her father's combative comrades, her combat prowess has surged. Just as she was eager to engage further, Lin Qingzhu struck first. With a swift motion, a silver flash sliced through the air, aiming directly at Xiao Batian's face. Yet, he neither flinched nor dodged, merely extending his hand to intercept the blow. Seizing the moment, Lin Qingzhu advanced, landing a punch squarely on his chest and forcing him back several steps. "Quick, make the call." Gao Xiaoyu, momentarily bewildered by the ensuing scuffle, retrieved her phone. Although both Lin Qingzhu and Xiao Batian are at the pinnacle of their respective abilities, Lin's training primarily focuses on healing, with most of her combat skills honed in swordplay, leaving her somewhat lacking in hand-to-hand combat compared to Xiao Batian. As the saying goes, one may criticize the Dragon King, but never question his prowess. With a lifetime of combat experience and mastery of superior martial arts, Xiao Batian soon gains the upper hand, compelling Chen Zhener to rush into the fray. Witnessing her beloved being besieged, Chen Yiru disregards her grandfather's protests and charges forth as well. The scene now unfolds as a dramatic 2-against-2 confrontation. Chen Yiru, naturally born from the underworld, has undergone martial arts training. Although her cultivation level is not particularly high. The accumulation of numerous spiritual herbs has allowed her to reach the later stage of Mingjin. Although Chen Zhen'er works in a clerical role at 173 and her combat prowess pales in comparison to those frontline members, it is essential to consider whom she is being compared to. When juxtaposed with ordinary martial artists, Chen Zhen'er, possessing the strength of mid-level dark energy, remains an unattainable existence for the majority of martial practitioners. With the two of them entering the battlefield, a peculiar balance was maintained. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other, yet both Lin Qingzhu and Chen Zhen'er understood that if this stalemate continued, they would ultimately be the ones to lose. Fortunately, shortly after the call was made, Gao Jinwei and Chu Heng arrived. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Chu Heng charged directly into the fray, delivering a punch aimed at the Dragon King, Xiao Jintian. Upon seeing Chu Heng's fist approaching, the Dragon King smirked with a devilish grin. Do you think I'm still the same as before? After the fierce battle with Chu Heng previously, although the Dragon King's protective energy was shattered, he had since recovered, reaching the cusp of the transformation realm, just a step away from a breakthrough. This was precisely why he could simultaneously subdue both Lin Qingzhu, who was on the verge of peak dark realm, and Chen Zhen'er, who was at the mid-level of dark energy. Indeed, heroes are as numerous as the fish crossing the river, yet I, the Dragon King, Xiao Batian, am destined to battle my way to the pinnacle of glory. One may question the character of the Dragon King, but one must never doubt his dedication to martial arts. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes. This is his path. Then, he unleashed a fist that transformed into a terrifying, almost tangible dragon, lunging towards Chu Heng. The Dragon King's heaven-piercing fist, a technique that could only be executed upon breaking through to the transformation realm, was instinctively employed amid his emotional turmoil. But what did he see? An unremarkable punch. This fist, with its energy yielding, caused the Azure Dragon to bow its head. Chu Heng's ordinary punch collided with the Dragon King's fist. Subsequently, Xiao Batian heard the resounding crack of his bones. This was not the sound of a breakthrough. Rather, it resembled the explosion of dark energy that he had forcibly implanted within his opponent. In an instant, Xiao Batian was sent flying, crashing against a nearby pillar, collapsing like a lifeless dog. You audacious brat! How dare you bully the weak? Upon witnessing his chosen son-in-law incapacitated by Chu Heng's punch, even Chun Tianyi was set ablaze with fury, unleashing his mid-level transformation energy. He then summoned a surge of energy, connecting with the essence of the heavens and earth, and unleashed a punch towards Chu Heng. Yet, Chu Heng remained unperturbed, standing calmly in place. Moments later, Gao Jinwei's voice rang out. What do you want with my family? No sooner had he spoken than the chaotic energy, stirred by Chun Tianyi's call, seemed to be gripped by an unseen hand, then forcefully subdued. The once tumultuous heavenly energy fell eerily silent, akin to a placid lake. Realizing something amiss, Chun Tianyi attempted to plead for mercy, only to discover that his head could rotate a full 360 degrees, allowing him to gaze upon his own body. At this moment, the notorious killer Gao Jinwei re-enters the world, holding the severed head of Chun Tianyi. He glances back at Chun Yiru, who has withdrawn from the fray, and inquires, "It seems you also laid hands on my family, didn't you?" Although Chun Yiru has navigated the underworld for many years, she had never witnessed such a brutal scene. She instinctively retreated a couple of steps, covering her mouth, before retching violently. However, the battlefield is no place for retreat at will. Just as Chun Yiru bent over to vomit, Chun Tanner lunged forward, striking the back of her head with a palm, subsequently releasing a surge of internal energy. In an instant, her mind turned to mush, and her body collapsed uncontrollably into her own vomit. With such fragile mental fortitude, how could she survive in the underworld? Chen Zhen'er disdainfully clapped her hands and turned to Gao Jinwei, saying, "Old Gao, your prowess remains unblemished." Gao Jinwei chuckled sheepishly and casually discarded the severed head. The head, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, hurtled forth like a cannonball, striking the barely breathing Xiao Batian and extinguishing his last flicker of life. Upon sensing the disappearance of Xiao Beishan's aura, Chu Heng called out in his mental space, "Xiao Ming, can you confirm his demise?" Xiao Ming, shedding her usual mischievous demeanor, swiftly plunged her hands into the space, rummaging through it. Confirmed. His subsequent timeline has completely vanished. Excellent. This marks the first protagonist he has slain. Originally, Chu Heng intended to toy with him for a while, but one who dares to threaten those around him must pay the price. Gazing at Xiao Beishan's lifeless body, he murmured, "For the safety of those close to me, Dragon King, it is time for you to perish." At that moment, Gao Zhenwei gently patted him on the back and remarked, "It has been too long since I tasted blood. Am I truly so deranged as to kill a man?" Chu Heng shook his head, a mix of emotions swirling within him, before mustering a forced smile and asking, "Teacher Gao, have you broken through to the Dan level?" Gao Zhenwei nodded, stating, after all these years, this step had to be taken. "Yet you, young lad, have surpassed us old-timers by breaking through to the transformation level in just 1 year. Well done indeed, my student." Chapter 13, Goodness. The shortcut to the 9 clans has become a reality. The sun shines brightly, and the sky is devoid of clouds. Chu Heng, disregarding Lin Qingzhu's astonished gaze, takes a deep breath of the blood-stained air. At this moment, the light breeze clears away the fog that has lingered in his heart. The destined protagonist can indeed be slain. The recent events have affirmed his belief. Xiao Ming continuously reminded him in his mind, "Xiao Heng, splendid work. However, I must caution you. First, you ought to break your own fate." Chu Heng rubbed his tired, swollen eyes and asked, "How long until this world collapses?" Xiao Ming, perched in a mental space, extended her chubby, short fingers, counting as she calculated, before replying, "Originally, there was only a year. Now, it has extended by half a year. 6 months, though, in retrospect, that should suffice." Suddenly, Xiao Ming spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner. "Rest assured, Xiao Heng, our time has always been ample." Indeed. Chu Heng gazed intently at the winding trail of blood seeping from the corpse on the ground, uttering a perplexed, "What indeed?" Gao Zhenwei, keen of ear, turned a glance at Chu Heng. "It's nothing, merely a thought that crossed my mind," Chu Heng replied with a smile. Recently, Chun Jin'er had shared intelligence gleaned from Gao Xiaoyu with the two of them. The matters at school were rather straightforward. Lu Ruyan had fallen for the campus heartthrob, Gu Yinzhou, the second son of the Gu family. Indeed, it was that Gu family, the one associated with Gu Yinchuan. Not long ago, the Gu family had employed a girl named Lin Xiaoding as Gu Yunzhou's personal maid at school. Extravagant, excessively so, this decadent and vile capitalism. Even Chu Heng found himself slightly furrowing his brow at the notion of needing a maid while attending school. Then, the familiar trope of interactions between the young master and his maid incited the jealousy of the wicked second female lead, Lu Ruyan. In that moment, a fateful encounter unfolded between the malevolent supporting character and the innocent lead. According to Gao Xiaoyu, Lu Ruyan was not particularly concerned about others pursuing Gu Yinzhou, but the mere presence of Lin Xiaoding triggered her bullying tendencies. After all, it was an unwritten rule that the antagonist must confront the protagonist, right? Yet, matters should not be so simplistic. For according to the conventions of female-centric novels, this was merely the beginning. The ensuing plot would surely be filled with melodrama and convoluted twists. At the very least, they would craft a backstory for the protagonist that would ultimately place her on par with the male lead. Strong female, strong male. With this realization, Chu Heng found himself increasingly intrigued by Lin Xiaoding. Subsequently, Lu Ruyan was caught in the act of bullying Lin Xiaoding by Gao Xiaoyu. It is worth mentioning that Gao Xiaoyu's relationship with Lin Xiaoding had previously been limited to that of mere classmates, and it was through this incident that they became acquainted. In that moment, Chu Heng astutely grasped the crux of the situation. Why had Xiaoyu fortuitously stumbled upon this confrontation? Gao Xiaoyu's response was straightforward. "I often traverse that alleyway to the commercial street across for milk tea. Although the alley is somewhat dim, I am a martial artist of the Mingjing stage, and with skill comes courage. I have no apprehensions about such things." In an instant, the group found themselves at an impasse, for everything seemed perfectly ordinary, yet the timing, location, and characters involved were too coincidental. In truth, Chu Heng and his companions could be described as meticulous thinkers or, more harshly, as individuals plagued by paranoia and delusions of persecution. They steadfastly believe that there are no coincidences, only inevitabilities. Suddenly, a remark from Xiao Ming shattered the stalemate. Isn't this just a common trope in Mary Sue narratives? The protagonist's close friend. Damn! This statement seemed to awaken Chu Heng to the reality of the situation. Female-centric narratives? With that thought, he swiftly retrieved his phone and called the Special Affairs Bureau. Please investigate whether Lu Longtian, the head of the Lu family, visited Maple Leaf Town 16 or 17 years ago. Gao Jinwei immediately turned to Chu Heng and asked, "Are you suspecting that Lin Xiaodang is Lu Ruyan's sister?" Because of Lu Ruyan's interest in Lin Xiaodang? Chu Heng nodded, then shook his head. What are you implying here? However, within Chu Heng's heart, he thought, damn it, this is truly a bit hard to bear. The accelerated version of the 9 clans has indeed manifested in reality. Gao Jinwei remained silent. Shortly after, a phone call came in. It turned out that Lu Longtian, the head of the Lu family, had indeed visited Maple Leaf Town 17 years ago, as the Lu group was preparing to establish a factory there. In fact, he had resided there for a period to oversee the project. Everything aligned perfectly. It all made sense. Chu Heng's eyes sparkled, and he turned to Gao Jinwei, saying, "Teacher Gao, we can now mobilize personnel to the Lu family." Gao Jinwei glanced at Chu Heng, first sending a message, then inquired, "What do you mean?" Chu Heng did not answer his question, but instead posed a riddle, saying, "Since someone has set the stage, why don't we be the good Samaritans and help him complete his performance?" The orders were issued in the morning. The Lu family was sealed off in the morning as well, and the troops assembled by noon. Watching his ancestral land heavily surrounded by soldiers, Lu Longtian dialed numerous numbers, yet none connected. Concurrently, personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau swiftly took control of the Lu family's enterprises. After distributing bonuses to employees to ensure they could continue working, the workers at the various factories fell silent, returning to their stations. At noon, Lu Longtian, who had been pacing at the entrance, finally awaited the arrival of Chu Heng and Gao Jinwei. Upon their meeting, Lu Longtian was about to speak, but Chu Heng interrupted, commanding, "Bring out your daughter, Lu Ruyan." Lu Longtian immediately called upon his kin to summon his daughter. At that moment, 2 elders behind Lu Longtian suddenly attacked the duo, one at the mid-stage of transformation, the other at the peak. Gao Jinwei let out a slight grunt and swiftly decapitated one of them. Meanwhile, Chu Heng found himself in a fierce battle. The elder's movements were ethereal, clearly embodying speed. However, Chu Heng was not slow himself. He swiftly executed the Tiger Crane double technique. With a crane step, he evaded the elder's ambush, then launched a powerful strike towards the elder's face. The elder shifted gracefully, retreating effortlessly. As the saying goes, chase the wind, pursue the moon, never linger. Realizing his attack had missed, Chu Heng accelerated his movements. He positioned his hands, one forming a crane's beak, the other a tiger's claw. The tiger's claw was ferocious, capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. The crane's beak was nimble, adept at targeting vital points and penetrating protective energies. In an instant, the two engaged in over several dozen exchanges. Suddenly, the elder absorbed a strike from Chu Heng's claw with his left shoulder, then executed a bagua footwork, darting behind Chu Heng like a swallow, flitting through the forest, aiming a palm strike at the back of his head. Gao Jinwei's eyes narrowed, preparing to intervene. But he witnessed Chu Heng's foot retract, his form swiftly lowering. With a left-handed move resembling a moonlit gaze, he accurately struck the elder's Guan Yuan point. Following this, his right hand clawed down upon the elder's heart. The elder staggered back, coughing up blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Lu Longtian felt his legs weaken with fear, hastily explaining to those present, "This is a decision made by the family. It has nothing to do with me, their father." The crowd turned their gaze, and they saw a stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure stepping through the inner door. Indeed, as the Empress of Smoke, Lu Ruyan may possess a wicked nature, yet she is certainly not devoid of beauty. Upon their first encounter, she did not exhibit the timidity characteristic of her father. Rather, she boldly fixed her gaze upon Chu Heng. Chu Heng, casting a glance in her direction, remarked, "To be frank, I hold you in high regard. Had you not encroached upon my boundaries, I might have considered granting you an opportunity." In response to the bewildered stares of those present, Lu Rian offered a dismissive smile and retorted, "What value does your admiration hold?" Chu Heng chose not to engage with her words, instead inquiring, "I presume you have long anticipated this day, have you not?" At that moment, Lu Rian laughed heartily under the incredulous gaze of Lu Longtian, before composing herself to say, "Indeed, I simply did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly, nor did I foresee my meticulously crafted plans being unraveled in a single day by you." Observing his watch, Chu Heng lit a cigarette and stated, "I find myself quite curious about your motivations. Is it due to the parasitic willow?" Lu Ruyan extended her hand, requesting a cigarette from Chu Heng. After taking a deep drag and coughing a few times, she lamented, "Your guess is astute. However, I fear you remain oblivious to the true nature of the Lu family's actions." She then cast a fierce glare at Lu Longtian and declared, "Every member of the Lu family is indoctrinated from a young age to pledge unwavering loyalty to their clan, to devote everything to their family. Quite reasonable. And then we must address the Lu family's mode of survival, which is the so-called parasitic willow. We barter the bodies of our family members in exchange for the support of various clans. Oh, and to ensure that our kin fetch a good price, we are subjected to various forms of education on how to please others in bed from an early age. Thus, the Lu family has always been a grotesque lineage. But the Lu family has never wronged you." At this, Lu Longtian resembled an enraged lion, his fury barely contained by the soldiers holding him back from lunging at Lu Ruyan. "Never wronged me? Indeed. Well, my mother. I ask you, what of my mother? How did she perish?" In that moment, Lu Ruyan lost her earlier composure, tears brimming in her eyes as she cried out, "On that fateful night, I witnessed 7 or 8 individuals from other families exiting my mother's chamber. The following day, she was carried out, and that was the last time I beheld her. And as for Brother Siyuan, he too met his demise at your hands. Thus, you all are a pack of beasts, mere creatures who trade the bodies of your kin for gain. Such a Lu family deserves to perish." After articulating these sentiments, Lu Ruyan appeared to shed an immense burden, turning to Chu Heng with a weary expression and confiding, "In truth, I harbor no affection for Gu Yinzhou. My antagonism towards Lin Xiaodong was merely a means to provoke him. When he ascends to power, it will be to extinguish the Lu family. Gao Xiaoyu was merely a pawn in my game, though I did not anticipate the astonishing revelations behind her. Are you aware that Lin Xiaodong is your sister?" Lu Ruyan nodded, affirming, "I am aware. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I recognized her as my sister. To be honest, I envy her, and yes, I am also envious of her. Yet, such matters hold little significance now." Chu Heng regarded her solemnly and nodded, stating, "Indeed, rest assured, we shall devise a means to secure her freedom and ensure that she can live a normal and joyous life." Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chu Heng with gratitude in her eyes, softly uttering a word of thanks. Chu Heng stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder, infusing her with a hidden strength. Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently, her eyes fluttered shut, and with a smile, she collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, Chu Heng and Gao Zhenwei turned to leave the scene. As they departed, Gao Zhenwei uttered a chilling remark: "Dissolve the Lu family. Not a single guilty soul shall remain." Chapter 14. The Overbearing CEO. I shall observe the power of the sky was clear, and the spring breeze was gentle. Upon returning to the car, Chu Heng noticed that Lin Qingzhu appeared somewhat despondent. Curiously, he inquired, "What troubles you?" Lin Qingzhu shook her head, but then recalled a lesson imparted by Chu Heng. The mouth is meant for speaking. If you remain silent, others will never know your thoughts. She then candidly expressed, "I simply feel a twinge of compassion. Is it because of Lu Ruyan?" Lin Qingzhu nodded solemnly. Yet, Chu Heng's demeanor shifted. The warmth he usually exuded was replaced by a hint of severity as he declared, "Lu Ruyan must perish. No one can survive after defying the regulations of the Special Affairs Bureau. But that's impossible, Lin Qingzhu protested. Consider Lu Ruyan. She is indeed deserving of sympathy. Yet what of Xiao Yu? He is innocent, forcibly entangled in this matter by Lu Ruyan. Moreover, the crux is this. Today, Lu Ruyan may exploit her predicament to manipulate the family of the Special Affairs Bureau and escape unscathed. Tomorrow, countless others may follow suit, invoking their own grievances to ensnare our families. We may guard against one attack, but how can we withstand 2 or 3? We are merely the guardians of order, not saints. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. Chu Heng's words shattered her previous understanding, starkly contrasting the principles of kindness and mercy she had embraced. Yet deep down, she sensed the truth in his assertions. At a loss for words, she gazed at his conflicted expression. Chu Heng, noticing her troubled face, smiled and reassured her, "Worry not. You have done nothing wrong. After all, if one lacks compassion, what differentiates them from a beast? However, doing no wrong does not necessarily equate to doing right." Lin Qingzhu, possessing a clever and discerning mind, was astute and not a naive fool. The truly naive had long perished in the harsh world. She quickly grasped Chu Heng's point, and her earlier confusion and sorrow dissipated. Glancing at his large hand resting on her shoulder, she shyly murmured 3 words. "Rogue." Chu Heng, feeling a bit bashful, withdrew his hand and offered a sheepish smile. An afternoon was sufficient for the news of the Liu family's dissolution to circulate widely. Though the Liu family was not a prominent clan, they held considerable renown within the upper echelons of the gentry. Although the Liu family had always maintained a low profile, appearing akin to a third-rate family, those familiar with their lineage understood that their true strength rivaled that of second-tier families. Particularly, the Liu family prioritized survival above all else. Their protective forces were only marginally inferior to those of first-rate families. 2 formidable masters of the transformation realm, faced with the Special Affairs Bureau, could not withstand even 5 minutes. Among them, the one at the pinnacle of the transformation realm was struck down with a single blow by a suspected expert of the Dan realm. Such terror. In truth, the strength of the Special Affairs Bureau has been a subject of hushed speculation among the powerful families, who believe it to be of an elite caliber, albeit with limitations. After all, despite annihilating 2 first-rate families, a criminal organization comparable to a first-rate family, and an immensely mysterious assassin group within a single day, much of their power relied on military force. In this era of change, even the mightiest of masters cannot withstand the onslaught of artillery fire. However, the display of martial prowess by the Special Affairs Bureau has unequivocally demonstrated that they possess the capability to obliterate any first-rate family at will. Consequently, that very afternoon, leaders of various families convened an urgent meeting. The discussions yielded no conclusive results, and the assembly dispersed in discontent, particularly the Gu family, which advocated for a united front against the Special Affairs Bureau. Rumors circulated that the head of the Gu family, upon returning home, overturned 2 tables in a fit of rage, losing the icy demeanor he typically maintained, and vehemently cursed, "Fools, wretches, the families of Luocheng shall perish by your hands." Of course, this information was relayed by one Chu Zhongtian. Following the meeting, he promptly contacted Chu Heng and, before Chu Heng could utter a word, recounted the day's events in detail. He also feigned concern, cautioning Chu Heng to remain vigilant during these tumultuous times. Chu Heng, attuned to the nuances of their interaction, reciprocated with graciousness, assuring the Chu family of their virtue, while warning that some families might harbor jealousy towards the Chu's prosperity and seek to undermine them. At that moment, their rapport was exemplary, embodying the ideal of familial benevolence. One a kind father, the other a dutiful son, exuding harmony that belied the tensions of merely days prior. After concluding the call, Chu Zhongtian immediately shed his amiable facade and summoned the steward, instructing him to bring Chu Xie to the study to discuss the next steps for the Chu family's development. This night would undoubtedly be sleepless. Aside from the Special Affairs Bureau's mirth, the other families were decidedly less jovial. Nonetheless, the recent admonition from the Special Affairs Bureau proved to be quite effective, as over the following month, The major families exhibited a marked restraint. Indeed, with ample reasoning at hand, anyone would be compelled to engage in rational discourse. Yet, there was both good news and bad news. That little green tea, Chu Heng, was released upon the completion of his detention period. It was not that Chu Heng wished to prolong his confinement. Rather, he feared that if he were to keep him incarcerated for 3 to 5 months, he might become accustomed to the prison life. A month, while not excessively long, was sufficient for him to manage a begrudging adaptation to the conditions of the detention center. However, it was also undeniably arduous, as the days prior to acclimatization were exceedingly trying. Was it not sung well in a certain song? 3 meals a day of cornbread, devoid of a single drop of oil. Occasionally, due to his failure to complete tasks in a timely manner, his roommates would kindly offer him a few words of encouragement, assisting him in easing his tension. However, such instances were infrequent, occurring merely 3 times a day. In the course of a month spent in the detention center, Chu Heng had noticeably gained weight. Initially, he had crafted a persona for himself as a forsaken adopted child, abandoned by his biological family, who sought solace in the affection of others, aiming to elicit guilt and favoritism from the Chu family. However, upon his release and in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Chu, he was suddenly struck by a realization. The true head of the family was Chu Heng, a man of immense pride. What if his machinations backfired? Thus, he maintained his original facade and, upon encountering Lin Fengyi, rushed into her embrace, bursting into tears. The poignant scene left Chu Heng momentarily speechless, his reprimand stifled, and he could only lament, "Let it be, let it be." Meanwhile, at the Special Affairs Bureau, Lin Qingzhu, recently welcomed into the Bureau thanks to the endorsement of Chu Heng, was executing her first mission with the assistance of her teammates. Dressed in a crisp white blouse paired with tailored trousers and a specially designed soft body armor beneath, she exuded an air of competence and efficiency. Like her peers, she strolled along the street with a small bag, yet her peripheral vision frequently darted towards a young man clad in a suit seated in a nearby CF. Suddenly, a vendor selling pancakes rode away on a tricycle, prompting Lin Qingzhu to enter the CF, order a coffee, and settle at a table not far from the man. He glanced her way before diverting his gaze. Shortly thereafter, an unassuming middle-aged man took a seat across from the suited individual. Without warning, Lin Qingzhu flicked her wrist, sending coffee cascading like a blade, interspersed with several silver needles. The middle-aged man raised his hand to shield himself from the splashing beverage, but the needles pierced through his defenses, swiftly sealing his acupoints. As the suited man attempted to flee, Lin Qingzhu deftly pushed off the back of her chair and leapt forward, closing the distance between them, delivering a precise punch to his nape that rendered him unconscious on the floor. Simultaneously, a black van appeared outside, from which several burly men wearing masks emerged. They rushed inside, swiftly extracting the 2 incapacitated individuals and bringing them back to the vehicle. Lin Qingzhu followed suit, leaving the bewildered onlookers behind. Was this a kidnapping? The barista trembled, about to reach for his phone to call the authorities, when an ordinary-looking man flashed a police badge before him, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry. We are merely apprehending a suspect." Inside the van, Lin Qingzhu removed her outer jacket, and the driver was none other than Alan. He glanced at her and remarked, "Well done, though it was a bit noisy." Lin Qingzhu nodded, beginning to review the operation in her mind. At that moment, the mischievous Jiang Ling sprang from the back seat, grinning at Lin Qingzhu. "Sister Qingzhu, look, today marks your first mission. To celebrate your successful operation, Shu-N-T Director Chu treat us to a meal?" Perplexed, Lin Qingzhu gazed at Jiang Ling and inquired, "Why should we celebrate my first successful mission by having a Heng treat us to dinner?" A Heng? A Heng? A look of bewilderment passed over Lin Qingzhu's face, shifting to that of Alan and Jiang Ling grasped Lin Qingzhu's arm and, with a curious expression, inquired, "You two aren't truly together, are you? To what extent has your relationship developed? Are you cohabiting?" Lin Qingzhu, perplexed by the convoluted nature of their questions and with Alan's ears practically pressed against his face, could only respond earnestly, "If living together qualifies as cohabitation, then indeed, we are cohabiting." Wow, This exclamation came from the burly men in the back. Though they were strangers to one another, their sparkling eyes revealed their rapt attention to the unfolding gossip. At that moment, both Alan and Jiangling could only think. Who would have imagined that the one to emerge from the Special Affairs Bureau would be the sinister little demon, Chu Heng? Just as they were lost in their musings, the car abruptly jolted. Alan glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed a Maybach tailing them closely. Shortly thereafter, an irate driver stormed out. Alan gestured through the window, signaling that no compensation was needed. Yet the driver remained silent, persistently banging on the window. When the rear window finally rolled down, the driver was met with several ominous gun barrels aimed directly at him. The burly men in the back disdainfully commanded, "Get lost!" The occupants of the Maybach seemed impatient for the driver, as a strikingly handsome man clad in an elegantly tailored suit descended from the vehicle. His demeanor as frigid as an iceberg. He glanced at the driver and scornfully remarked, "Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter." Jiangling nudged Alan and exclaimed, "Look, Alan, there really is a domineering CEO." The CEO cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Jiangling and retorted, "Noisy." This remark instantly displeased Jiangling. But before she could respond, the burly men made their presence known. With a decisive click, they collectively chambered their rifles, drawing the CEO's attention. Although his expression remained unchanged, internally, he was seething. He was determined to have this driver dismissed upon his return. There would be no mercy. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingzhu appeared to recognize this man, expressing her confusion. "Aren't you the one who had a gun pointed at your head by Chu Heng that night, nearly causing you to faint? Lies may not wound, but the truth cuts like a knife." Lin Qingzhu's words pierced through Gu Yunchuan, revealing a humiliating moment he had long sought to conceal. Never had he endured such indignity in his life. He fixed a cold glare on Lin Qingzhu and warned, "Woman, you are playing with fire." Realizing her misstep, Lin Qingzhu fell silent, while Alan rolled up the car window, preparing to leave the scene. Just before sealing the window, a comment from the outside only fueled Gu Yunchuan's fury. "So what if he is a domineering CEO? Let us see your true strength at 50. Well, usually, women regarded him with utmost reverence. Yet today, he found himself confronted by three insubordinate individuals. Resolutely, Gu Yunchuan climbed back into the car and instructed the driver to follow them. The driver hesitated momentarily before saying, "Young master, they are armed." Gu Yunchuan, feeling impatient, waved his hand to summon the family's armed forces. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed his secretary, when they arrive, ensure they bring 1 million in cash. Specifically in 50 denominations. 50? Just 50? He scoffed. "Oh, woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Chapter 15. The Attack on the Special Affairs Bureau. This term is indeed rather niche. A black van sped past, and Lin Qingzhu had already reported the situation to headquarters. Upon hearing the news, the operator at headquarters did not dare to be negligent. She delicately tapped the keyboard to access the surveillance footage of the relevant streets. Indeed, she soon discovered the vehicles tailing them. Life can be dull and monotonous, filled with mundane humans. Yet who would have thought that in broad daylight, someone would dare to assault the Special Affairs Bureau? After sending the copied license plate numbers to her colleagues in the intelligence department, the operator picked up the phone to contact the operations department. The operatives in the operations department, upon hearing the news, were intrigued. Oh, is there such an opportunity? Ever since the black-hearted little demon, Chu Heng, had led them into the fray, the prominent families had learned to tread cautiously. Now, another foolhardy venture was upon them. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang rushed into Chu Heng's office, seeking permission. Inside, Chu Heng was sifting through the year's recruitment documents submitted by the operations department. As he gazed at the densely packed text, he felt a headache coming on, not from a lack of understanding, but rather due to the unusual circumstances this year. In previous years, the operations department had ample personnel, and even with new recruits, the small numbers allowed seasoned colleagues to train newcomers, thus maximizing the department's combat effectiveness while swiftly enhancing the newcomer skills. However, due to recent attacks, the operations department had been gravely weakened. Many elite members had perished in the assault, and the remaining veterans numbered less than half. Now, it was not just a matter of adding one more. Even pairing them up proved challenging. Moreover, given the severity of the external situation this year, the entire Special Affairs Bureau was undergoing expansion, and the Operations Department was no exception. The higher-ups had mandated an increase from 7 operational teams to 9, with plans to expand to 14 by the following year. How to accomplish this task without diminishing the existing combat capabilities was the most pressing concern for Chu Heng. However, there was some good news. Based on previous training results and reports from fellow team members, it was evident that Lin Qingzhu had grown rapidly and consistently performed well in her tasks. It could now be concluded that she had successfully passed the assessment of the Special Affairs Bureau's Operations Department and had become a formal operative. This meant that the Operations Department had gained a reliable late-stage practitioner of concealed energy, filling the gap left by the absence of such warriors. What a delightful development! With this in mind, Chu Heng let out a wry smile and returned the document. The previous year's plans were no longer applicable to the current situation, and he found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the plans he had rewritten several times. Just then, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang burst in without knocking, exclaiming, "Chief, a prominent family is trying to block us." What? Chu Heng was momentarily taken aback, as he could hardly fathom that, following the previous large-scale sweep, there were still individuals audacious enough to engage in such acts. Was their family lineage being wholesale traded? Unlike Wu Guang's boisterous demeanor, Chun Sheng, hailing from Special Forces, possessed a level of composure and patience that set him apart from ordinary warriors. He promptly reported the situation he had just received to Chu Heng in an objective manner, suggesting, "Chief, how about I lead a sniper team while Wu Guang commands an assault team, accompanied by a firepower expert, to form a special operations unit for their support?" The mention of a special operations unit sparked a glimmer of interest in Chu Heng's eyes, prompting him to consider the proposal seriously. He nodded in agreement to their request. After Chun Sheng and Wu Guang departed, Chu Heng returned to his desk, swiftly jotting down his thoughts on the previously rejected document. He proposed the formation of a special operations team consisting of 7 members to serve as the operational backbone, while simultaneously lowering recruitment standards across the military and collaborating sects to attract new members, followed by unified training and selection. Furthermore, aside from the special operations team, all other personnel would serve as instructors, although the special operations team would face greater demands. This strategy would significantly preserve the combat effectiveness of the operational department while also enhancing the foundational capabilities of incoming members. Meanwhile, the operator connected the channel to the already departed Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. Following the exchange of intelligence, both parties swiftly formulated a combat plan. Alan glanced in the rearview mirror at the pursuing Maybach, pressing the accelerator to feign an attempt to shake them off. Observing this, the driver behind followed suit. Suddenly, Alan jerked the steering wheel, veering sharply at a fork in the road. The following driver, intending to maneuver, found the vehicle abruptly shaking, leading to a dizzying spin. In the distance, Chun Sheng communicated with the on-site assault team via radio. One calling, the sniping is complete. The target vehicle has lost mobility, assault team. Proceed to clean up. Shortly thereafter, Wu Guang's voice crackled through the intercom. One received. The assault team is now conducting a cleanup operation. Sniper team, continue to observe the surroundings. One received. Chun Sheng raised his weapon, monitoring the vicinity alongside 2 accompanying sharpshooters. One of the sharpshooters, glancing enviously at Chun Sheng, remarked, "Incredible. Brother Sheng, how did you master this? Hitting a target at 800 meters while the vehicle is traveling at 100 kilometers per hour." Hearing this, Chun Sheng's smile broadened. It was gratifying to be recognized by someone knowledgeable, unlike the brash Wu Guang, who only boasted about his exploits. Clearing his throat, he casually replied, "It's not particularly difficult. One merely needs to gauge wind speed and humidity, then account for lead time." The 2 sharpshooters could only award him a score of 101. Not fearing that an extra point would inflate his ego. At that moment, one of the sharpshooters spotted several vans speeding toward them in the distance, urgently exclaiming, "600 direction. We have a situation." Upon hearing the news, Chun Sheng swiftly redirected his weapon and took aim. while another assistant marksman stepped into Chu Heng's position to continue observing their surroundings. Through the scope, they indeed spotted the enemy reinforcements. Chu Heng calmly communicated via the radio, calling in suspected enemy reinforcements approaching from the direction of Shishan Road. Assault team, accelerate your pace. Meanwhile, Wu Guang was directing his men as they employed breaching tools to dismantle the door of the Maybach. Upon hearing Chu Heng's report, he gestured to a nearby team member and commanded, "Fire support. Accompany me to intercept the reinforcements. Everyone else, quicken your pace." A robust man, carrying a Type 95 machine gun, nodded in understanding, set down his current task, and dashed out alongside Wu Guang. Soon, the two arrived at the intersection, where traffic was sparse, aided by their prior coordination with the traffic department to redirect vehicles. Thus, only the Gu family's convoy was approaching. They quickly established their respective positions, forming a crossfire setup. The fire support specialist meticulously arranged his magazines in front of him, then turned to Wu Guang, signaling readiness. As the convoy drew nearer, Wu Guang spoke into the radio, "Engage." At the sniper position, Chu Heng had already replaced his high-precision sniper rifle with a more formidable weapon, the Type 11 sniper grenade launcher. With a thunderous roar, a 35mm grenade was launched, striking the leading vehicle of the Gu family convoy, igniting a fiery explosion. Simultaneously, the two assistant marksmen fired their grenades. Amidst the cover of the explosions, Wu Guang and the fire support specialist opened fire, their weapons chattering rhythmically. In an instant, the vehicles were riddled with bullets, and even more terrifying for the enemy, 3 grenades targeted the front, middle, and rear of the convoy, leaving them unable to assist one another. Everyone was compelled to take cover beneath their vehicles, enduring the onslaught. Within minutes, the voice of the rear assault team crackled through the radio. Two calling, target has been extracted, target has been extracted." Upon hearing this, Chu Heng signaled the fire support to retreat as they took out several unfortunate foes while covering their withdrawal. The sniper team also timely launched a few grenades to secure their escape. "Splendid." Wu Guang exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face as he patted the robust man beside him. The man nodded in agreement. As the gunfire ceased, the armed personnel of the Gu family began to emerge from beneath their vehicles one by one. Among them was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, who spat disdainfully and glared at their assailants. At this juncture, how could they still be oblivious to the fact that they had been outmaneuvered? Damn it! All because of that Gu Yuanchuan. What a fool! With his status, he could have pursued any woman he desired. Yet he let his baser instincts lead him astray and targeted someone else's. Now look at the result. With his reckless actions, the Gu family's convoy has suffered nearly 50% losses. Nevertheless, being a direct descendant of the Gu family, such an incident hinted at dire consequences for him. The pressing question remained, how would he justify this debacle to the family patriarch upon his return? Bah, it's all that damn dog Gu Yinchuan's fault. A wave of resentment surged within him at the mere thought of that middle-aged man. Chapter 16. The Banquet and the Severance with the Chu family. As time inexorably passed, a month slipped away, transforming the brisk spring breeze into the sultry and humid winds of summer. The air in Luocheng, situated near the coast, perpetually bore a lingering moisture. Today, the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. What a splendid day it is! What makes it so splendid, you ask? It is the day when Chu Heng returns to his roots and acknowledges his lineage. Smiling, even though Chu Heng feigned indifference, it was evident to discerning eyes that he was, in fact, quite pleased. After all, one is not made of wood or grass. Who could be devoid of feelings? During his time in the orphanage, Chu Heng would occasionally fantasize about having a family that would love him, and later, he encountered the old man who changed everything. As the moonlight dimly illuminated the night, and the east wind whispered through the small building, Chu Heng imitated Gao Zhenwei, extinguishing his cigarette with a pinch of his fingers. This was a little trick Gao Zhenwei had shared with him after he had successfully broken through to the transformation stage. By extinguishing the cigarette with the essence of heaven and earth, one could enhance their control over this vital energy. Indeed, it must be you, old Gao. Your ingenuity is unparalleled. Chu Heng stood on the balcony, his energy vibrating, dispersing the scent of smoke before he stepped into the living room. There, Lin Qingzhu was already dressed and seated on the sofa, waiting. A rare sight. She had even applied makeup today. But then again, it made sense. She was to accompany Chu Heng to the banquet. A little makeup for a formal occasion is quite appropriate, although she would need to change again later. Her thoughtfulness warranted appreciation, leaving him with little to critique. Before long, Chu Heng's phone rang, revealing the caller as Chu Mingxue, the second daughter of the Chu family. A physician at the First People's Hospital of Luocheng, she was young, yet already held the position of associate chief physician. Truly commendable. A remarkable achievement at such a tender age. However, Chu Mingxue and he had scarcely exchanged greetings, but as the saying goes, a physician's heart is like that of a parent. One could only assume that someone in the medical profession possessed a kind nature. The Chu family likely aimed to familiarize Chu Heng with his siblings, which is why they dispatched this unfamiliar second sister to collect him. Adults often see through things without voicing them, and given that this arrangement posed no significant issue, Chu Heng graciously accepted the Chu family's plans. After answering the call and confirming Chu Mingxue's location, he descended the stairs with Lin Qingzhu. It is worth noting that Lin Qingzhu initially found the elevator to be a slow means of descent. Hence, upon her arrival in this world, she had refrained from using either the elevator or stairs, opting instead to leap from the balcony. Such audacity left Chu Heng astounded. While he could manage the same feat, he nonetheless firmly advised her, normal people do not jump from the 8th floor. Although Lin Qingzhu believed this method to be more efficient, she ultimately acquiesced to Chu Heng's guidance, utilizing the elevator and stairs as any ordinary person would. The elevator swiftly descended to the underground garage, where Chu Heng started the car and drove Lin Qingzhu to the entrance of the community. As they arrived, he spotted Chu Mingxue, adorned in a white long dress, sporting a sun hat and carrying a moderately priced handbag. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden impulse overtook Chu Heng, and he pressed the accelerator, drawing closer to Chu Mingxue. Just as she was looking around, he unexpectedly rolled down the car window and honked the horn. The loud sound startled Chu Mingxue, and she cast an annoyed glance at the man in the car. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Heng interjected, "Hello, beautiful, need a ride?" The phrase, steeped in a strong Lingnan accent, left Chu Mingxue momentarily speechless. Was this man unwell? She initially thought he was akin to the admirers at the hospital, drawn to her beauty and eager to strike up a conversation. Instead, he approached with a rather peculiar line. Was he operating a ride-sharing service? Typically, such services are found at airports and train stations. When did they expand into the city? Perhaps she should report this to the municipal authorities. With this thought, Chu Mingxue calmly replied, "No, I'm waiting for someone." Chu Heng was about to continue his playful banter when Lin Qingzhu shot him a disapproving glance. She then turned to Chu Mingxue and stated, "He is Chu Heng, and I am his friend Lin Qingzhu. The people you are waiting for are us." This revelation left Chu Mingxue baffled. She skeptically looked up at Chu Heng, retrieved her phone from her bag, and pulled up a photo of him to compare. After a thorough examination, she finally asked, "You really are Chu Heng?" He nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely." Chu Mingxue concluded that this seemingly mischievous younger brother might simply have a penchant for humor, and with a lighter tone, she remarked, "Didn't I tell you not to drive? My mother will be coming with the driver to pick us up." Chu Heng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Just get in for now. Due to my profession, I rarely ride in others' cars." What a peculiar habit, Chu Mingxue thought, her face filled with curiosity as she opened the back door and took a seat. Chu Heng inquired, "Where to?" Chu Mingxue, perplexed, responded, "Aren't we waiting for my mother?" Chu Heng shook his head. "She can head straight there." Not minding his response, Chu Mingxue provided an address, and Chu Heng drove them to their destination. Attending a wealthy family's banquet can indeed be quite troublesome. Makeup must be professional and attire custom-made. Fortunately, these arrangements had been made well in advance. And by 6 in the afternoon, both Chu Heng and Lin Qingzhu had completed what could only be described as a torturous ordeal. As he exited the makeup room, Chu Heng encountered his mother, Lin Fengyi. Gazing at her son's handsome face, she could not help but tear up, exclaiming, "My poor child." In that moment, Lin Fengyi truly embodied the role of a mother. Witnessing her tears, a bittersweet pang surged within Chu Heng's heart, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. After all, while he was indeed her child, Chu Zhe bore an even closer resemblance to her. Indeed, how could one devoid of emotions be human? However, emotions tend to accumulate and erode through repeated disappointments. Had it not been for that moment at the airport, had they not initially neglected him at the Chu family villa, perhaps Chu Heng would have felt a semblance of empathy towards him. Yet, such is merely a hypothetical scenario. Missed opportunities are not failures. They simply signify the passage of time. The 8-year-old Chu Heng may have yearned for parental affection, but the 24-year-old Chu Heng does not. Gently, Chu Heng embraced Lin Fengyi, patting her back and soothingly uttering, "Do not cry anymore. Mother, it is all in the past." This single utterance of mother seemed to unlock a floodgate within Lin Fengyi, unleashing her tears uncontrollably. It was only after Lin Qingzhu and Chu Qingxue had earnestly consoled her for quite some time that she finally began to calm down. The banquet commenced punctually at 7:30 p.m., with the prominent families and aristocrats of Luo City gathering at the Chu family's estate. Amidst the clinking of glasses, many conversed about potential new collaborative ventures. Such is the nature of banquets. Among the affluent, there is no lack of sustenance. Chu Heng and Lin Qingzhu found themselves seated in a corner of the gathering, utterly oblivious to the fact that he was the focal point of the evening. Lin Qingzhu gently tugged at Chu Heng's sleeve, inquiring, "It is rather dull here. When will it come to an end?" Chu Heng glanced at his phone and replied, "Not long now. In half an hour, once my dear father calls me up to introduce me, we can concoct an excuse to slip away." Lin Qingzhu procured a cup of chocolate ice cream from a passing server, indulging in it while listening. Yet, as the saying goes, the trees may desire to sway, but the wind does not cease. How could a banquet for the true heir lack the provocations from the false heir? Chu Zhe emerged from some obscure corner, brandishing 2 glasses of champagne. Standing before Chu Heng, he looked down with an air of superiority and declared, "Brother, I apologize for inadvertently stealing over 20 years of your life. I know you have always toiled alongside those common folk and have never savored such exquisite wine. Here, let this glass serve as my apology." With that, he arrogantly placed the champagne before Chu Heng. Chu Heng cast a sidelong glance at him, ignoring the provocation as he continued to engage with his phone. Unperturbed, Chu Zhe feigned annoyance and remarked, "If you do not drink this wine, it signifies a lack of respect for me." Chu Heng, not one to tolerate such insolence, retorted with a hint of derision, "Your respect? Do you truly believe your esteem is worth more than the soul of my Shu?" The remark was undeniably harsh, instantly reddening Chu Zhe's face. Yet, true to his character, he remained undeterred. Not content with merely receiving a rebuke from Chu Heng, he turned his gaze towards Lin Qingzhu, Chu Heng's companion. Lin Qingzhu, adorned in a stunning red backless evening gown and a dazzling diamond necklace, exuded exquisite beauty and elegant charm without being overly aggressive. She was undoubtedly a sight to behold. Chu Zhe swiftly maneuvered to Lin Qingzhu's side, casting a glance at Chu Heng with a mischievous intent. "Ah, you must be my brother's companion. I've heard of you." "Lin Qingzhu, sister-in-law, let me tell you, my brother merely has a bad temper. His character is not lacking in merit. Should he ever bully you, do not hesitate to inform me." And who is Lin Qingzhu? A chivalrous woman of the martial world, one who has undoubtedly encountered individuals like him before. In an instant, Chu Zhe's words made her feel somewhat nauseous. He set aside his ice cream and retorted, "Get away. You're ruining my appetite." Chu Shi, feeling disheartened, could only leave with a disgruntled glare at Chu Heng. Chu Heng paid him no mind, for one does not argue with a dog. After a long night of waiting, the moment finally arrived for Chu Heng to take the stage. As Chu Zhongtian held Chu Heng's hand, the crowd erupted in astonishment upon learning he was the 5th heir of the Chu family. Everyone envied this fortunate young man. However, Chu Heng's heart brimmed with discontent. It was simple. Chu Zhongtian had kept a crucial detail hidden, failing to announce that he was the biological child of the Chu family. Once this climax had passed, another soon followed. To everyone's shock, the Gu family, one of the elite families of Luocheng, took the opportunity to confront the Chu family during the banquet. The head of the Gu family, Gu Tianlong, rose and directed a question at Chu Heng. Are you the director of the Special Affairs Bureau? Did you apprehend my son? Once again, the crowd gasped in surprise. Those present were well acquainted with the reputation of the Special Affairs Bureau. Who could have imagined that the Chu family harbored such secrets? Gu Yantian's follow-up statement sparked further speculation among the audience. No one anticipated that the Gu family's missing heir had been captured by the Special Affairs Bureau. Was the Bureau about to take action against the elite families? Observing the murmurs from the crowd, Chu Heng shot a glare at Chu Zhe before declaring, I do not know your son, but I do recall a foolish man, intoxicated by lust, who attempted to follow several female agents of the Special Affairs Bureau. His plan backfired, and he ended up in our custody. This statement left Gu Tianlong speechless, if he admitted it. Gu Yanqing's reputation would be irreparably tarnished in the circles of the elite. Yet to deny it would imply that his son would remain in prison for a lifetime. Fortunately, though late, Chu Zhe interjected, Brother, you must have just been brought back recently and are unaware of the situation. I remember Mr. Yanqing as a fine individual. He could never engage in such despicable behavior. You must be mistaken. This utterance was well-timed, igniting fury from both sides. Chu Zhe's words effectively confirmed that the foolish man was indeed Gu Yanqing, sealing the latter's fate in terms of reputation. As for Chu Heng, what a revelation! The supposed illegitimate son was none other than himself. How was he unaware of this? He glanced at Chu Zhongtian, who wore a similarly troubled expression. After a moment, as if having made a significant decision, Gu Tianlong appeared to age several years as he spoke. If you are willing to release Yanqing, our Gu family is prepared to cooperate with the Chu family in key sectors. The ferocity of a tiger does not extend to its own offspring. Rather, it is akin to the deep affection a mother has for her cubs. Ultimately, the once dominant Gu Tianlong, who had oppressed the younger generation, has succumbed to the passage of time. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhongtian interjected, Xiao Heng, you truly misunderstand the situation. The Gu and Chu families share a long-standing friendship. I have watched Yin Chuan grow up since childhood. He could never be that kind of person. You must have been incited by others. Quickly apologize to your uncle and release your elder brother Gu. Frustrated, Chu Heng retorted, is it your intent to come here tonight merely to annoy me? If you were defending the Gu family for personal gain, I might have been able to tolerate it. But that foolish false young master claiming I was picked up, you didn't even bother to clarify. Huh, you truly believe I'm a soft target. Feeling a chill in his heart, Chu Heng looked up at the feigned sympathy of Chu Zhongtian before turning to Gu Tianlong and declaring, it is impossible to release him today. If you possess any courage, come to the Special Affairs Bureau and speak with me. Chu Zhongtian was momentarily taken aback, but it was Gu Tianlong who quickly regained his composure. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Heng and demanded, are you intending to oppose my Gu family? With a disdainful laugh, Chu Heng replied, and what if I am? Today, I declare that every male in the Gu family is nothing but a eunuch. If you have the guts, come and kill me. My car is parked outside with the license plate number. But you must consider this carefully, old man. Should I sustain even a scratch, the Special Affairs Bureau will not hesitate to demonstrate to Luo City what it means to annihilate entire clans without mercy. With that, Chu Heng ripped off his lapel flower and tossed it onto the stage before jumping down and taking Lin Qingzhu's hand, maneuvering through the astonished crowd as they exited the venue. As they passed by Gu Tianlong, Chu Heng whispered, may you be blessed, Gu Gonggong, and burst into laughter, completely disregarding Gu Tianlong's reddened face. Upon reaching the garage, they heard footsteps clattering behind them. Turning around, they saw Chu Mingxue rushing towards him, panting as she leaned on her knees, exclaiming, Father, he didn't mean it that way. I know, that old fool merely wishes to hedge his bets on both sides. How can you say that about him? Huh, he does not wish to offend the aristocracy. But can the Special Affairs Bureau be something the Chu family can afford to antagonize? Chu Heng replied, his demeanor calm and collected, contrasting sharply with his earlier joviality. Chu Mingxue was momentarily stunned, and observing her dazed expression, Chu Heng rubbed his forehead and said, tell him this. I can overlook today's incident, but he must keep the Chu family's tongues in check. Should there be a next time? Huh. Chapter 17. The pursuit from the Gu family under a sky studded with stars. A gentle night breeze swept across Luo City, carrying the humid air of summer. A result of the thermal circulation from the sea. In the parking lot, upon hearing Chu Heng's explanation, Chu Mingxue stood frozen. She was no fool and could certainly perceive the sense of detachment in his words. However, she firmly believed that her family was not comprised of such individuals. She hastily attempted to explain, yet found herself at a loss for words, remaining silent in her place. Lin Qingzhu cast her gaze upon Chu Heng for the first time, gently tugging at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his demeanor. Chu Heng turned to glance at Lin Qingzhu, sighed, and replied, "It's nothing. This matter is between me and Chu Zhongtian and will not involve you. For the time being, my impression of you remains quite favorable." With that, he opened the car door, settled into the vehicle, and directed his attention toward Chu Mingxue, urging her, "Hurry back. We wouldn't want to keep anyone waiting." At that moment, Chu Mingxue shook her head, a mischievous smile breaking through the puzzled expression on Chu Heng's face as she remarked, "To be honest, I am rather unaccustomed to the atmosphere of a banquet hall, which is why I readily acquiesced to my father's request to come and comfort you." Upon hearing this, Chu Heng furrowed his brows and glanced at the banquet hall, stating, "You ought to return. I surmise that my journey home may not be entirely secure." "Is it because of the Gu family?" "You need not worry," Chu Mingxue reassured him. "You've offended them, and you fear they might take action against you on your way home, which is precisely why I should accompany you." After a brief pause, she added, "I am also one of the heirs of the Chu family. Currently, half of the Chu family's heirs are in this vehicle. Even if old Master Gu were to lose his wits, he would not dare to act rashly. To eliminate two heirs in one fell swoop would be to incur a deadly enmity." Unable to argue with her, Chu Heng let out a sigh, exited the car, and retrieved two bulletproof vests from the trunk. He tossed one to her and another to Lin Qingzhu. Seated in the back with the bulletproof vest on, Chu Mingxue expressed her surprise, saying, "Your vehicle is quite well equipped." As Chu Heng drove out of the Chu family estate, he chuckled softly and remarked, "It was a necessity. After all, in Luocheng, while not everyone is out to kill me, there are certainly quite a few. This position is undeniably conspicuous." The vehicle sped along the open road when suddenly several off-road vehicles appeared in the rearview mirror, tailing them. Chu Heng cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "See, I told you not to follow, yet you chose to disregard my warning. It seems our pursuers have arrived." Curious, Chu Mingxue turned to look, only to hear Chu Heng exclaim, "Brace yourselves." Immediately, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle's speed noticeably increased. The pursuing off-road vehicles also accelerated in response. A few reckless individuals even leaned out of their windows, opening fire on Chu Heng's vehicle. Bullets struck the trunk, creating dazzling sparks. Fortunately, Chu Heng's car had been modified by the Special Municipal Bureau, endowing it with bulletproof capabilities, which were further enhanced during the upgrades. Chu Heng was not one to passively endure assault without retaliation. He glanced sideways, where Lin Qingzhu had already seized his Eagle 12 shotgun, quickly chambering a round and extending it out to fire back. The shotgun's power was formidable. The driver and passenger of the trailing vehicle were reduced to mere targets. The vehicle lost control in an instant, careening chaotically before plummeting off the cliff. Listening to the resounding explosion, Chu Mingxue was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the Gu family would exhibit such reckless audacity, daring to send assassins after the two heirs. Were they truly intent on forging a deadly enmity with the Chu family? In contrast, Chu Heng harbored no such apprehensions. He swiftly maneuvered the control panel, activating a particularly unique mode of the military-grade 80 model. The war mode was initiated. In an instant, all the headlights extinguished, and the interior lights of the vehicle dimmed to darkness. Chu Mingxue instinctively inquired, "Is the car malfunctioning?" Without offering an explanation, Chu Heng drew his handgun and fired several shots through the window at the pursuers behind them. With a precise shot, he eliminated the driver of the opposing vehicle, which then careened off the cliff after making several sharp turns. Chu Ming spoke up, "This is the war mode of the 80 model. Once activated, All lights inside and outside the vehicle, including the dashboard and other electronic devices, are extinguished. As long as the engine is intact and the wheels are intact, we can continue driving. This clarification only heightened Chu Mingshue's anxiety. The vehicle was currently navigating a winding mountain road. Driving during the day required utmost caution, let alone at night, especially at such high speeds. However, Chu Heng remained undeterred, for night driving and specialized maneuvers were part of their training regimen. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu fired another shot, further diminishing the enemy's vehicle. Yet, Chu Heng abruptly pulled him into the driver's cabin. A series of sharp sounds erupted from behind as a bullet whizzed past, shattering Chu Ming's rearview mirror. "Be careful, the enemy has skilled marksmen," Chu Heng remarked with a grave expression. Having activated war mode, he deduced from the enemy's shooting frequency and the sound of the bullets that they likely lacked night vision equipment. Currently, they were approximately 200 meters from their pursuers, a distance beyond the reach of the car's high beams. Therefore, the previous shot had been based on the muzzle flash from Lin Qingzhu's gun. Excellent marksmanship. Nevertheless, Chu Heng was not one to remain passive. He glanced at the curled-up Chu Mingxue and commanded, "Help me pull out that box beneath your feet." Dazed for a moment, Chu Mingxue had been engulfed in panic since the onset of the gunfight, her adrenaline surging with fear, causing her hands and feet to tremble slightly. Upon hearing Chu Heng's order, she steeled herself against the fear, felt around, and finally grasped a handle, pulling out a long rectangular box with exertion. Lin Qingzhu instinctively reached out to take the box and opened it. Inside lay a domestically produced Type 191 rifle along with its accessories. "Help me attach the silencer." Lin Qingzhu nodded and began to operate it. Meanwhile, Chu Heng drew his handgun and fired another shot backward. After this shot, yet another bullet shattered his rearview mirror. Very good. Although only a fleeting moment had passed, Chu Heng was still able to ascertain the sniper's concealed position. A formidable opponent, yet not insurmountable. The muzzle flash may reveal my position, yet it equally exposes yours. Pursue the second vehicle, the position behind the main driver. Chu Heng swiftly memorized the adversary's hiding place, then abruptly slammed the brakes at a bend ahead and sharply turned the steering wheel. The inertia of the car caused it to lose control in an instant, drifting and leaving behind a trail marked by the acrid scent of burnt rubber. Chu Mingxue, caught off guard by the sudden drift, swayed from the left side of the vehicle to the right. Just as she intended to glance up and discern what had transpired, she witnessed Chu Heng snatch the 191 rifle from Lin Qingzhu's grasp. The rifle lacked a scope, yet Chu Heng steadied it, aiming based on instinct and executing the shot seamlessly. With a resounding bang, a sound reminiscent of a deflating tire echoed. Subsequently, as Chu Mingxue appeared outside, she beheld the adversary's convoy. The second vehicle lost control and crashed through the guardrail. Chu Heng revved the engine and sped away. However, it wasn't too long before two elongated headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating their path. What lay ahead? Oh no, they were about to face a dire fate. Two heavy trucks barreled towards them at breakneck speed. This was a deadly trap, an ambush meticulously orchestrated by the Gu family against Chu Heng. Faced with the impending trucks, Chu Mingxue sank into despair. There was no way to collide with them. No matter how she pondered, it was futile, though the vehicle was armored. The sheer size of the trucks loomed large. In the face of the oncoming collision, the 980 was merely a sturdy toy. Yet before she could utter a word, Chu Heng, as if possessed, slammed the accelerator. The car surged forward with newfound speed. Then, with a gentle tug on the steering wheel, the vehicle lost control. The front end crashed violently through the roadside barriers, narrowly skirting past the two trucks. Witnessing this, Chu Mingxue let out a shriek. The sudden sensation of weightlessness flooded her mind with flashes of her entire life. Am I about to die? Although accustomed to the cycle of life and death in the hospital, she prided herself on not being as weak as others, despite not having reached a state of indifference towards life and death. Yet when confronted with the brink of mortality, she found herself gripped by fear. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu exhibited a remarkable calmness. Having undergone training at the Special Affairs Bureau, she instinctively hugged her legs, burying her head deep within her thighs, bracing herself for impact. The vehicle jolted violently, sending Chu Mingshu soaring, her head colliding forcefully with the roof. Ouch! That hurt. She felt a swelling form on her head. Chu Heng, on the lower segment of the road, executed another drift, narrowly navigating a bend. Damn it! The heavens do not forsake me. Surely, fate still wishes for my survival. Yet, the long-silent Xiao Meng echoed in Chu Heng's mind, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am the embodiment of destiny. The very essence of fate resides within your mind. How could the heavens not favor you?" Subsequently, she spoke again. Currently, that false young master's destiny value has plummeted to 25. With a little more effort, if it drops to 15, you will be able to eliminate him. Indeed, Chu Heng nodded in satisfaction, then curiously inquired, "What have you been up to during this time?" "I've missed you quite a bit." Xiao Meng, however, retorted with irritation, "What else could I have done? I've merely been recuperating in your mental space, and simultaneously cleaning up the mess you left behind. Why are you so impulsive? You forcefully killed the previous destiny bearer just after reducing his fortune by 15. Do you realize the chaos you almost unleashed? If it weren't for the timely warning from the world's origin and my prompt intervention, the world would barely have 6 months left. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Chu Heng exclaimed. "If I had told you, would you have listened? Thankfully, we managed to handle it in time. Your act of slaying the Destiny Child has preserved the world's lifespan." Xiao Meng rolled her eyes in her mind, crossing her arms and sulking. "That is a relief. That is a relief." Chu Heng chuckled awkwardly, still haunted by the memories of the previous incident. Although Xiao Meng had informed him that the world's lifespan had been extended by a year and 6 months, it wasn't long before he lost contact with her. "Oh, by the way, while I was recuperating, I also conversed with the consciousness of other worlds and procured a rather splendid item from another realm for you." "Why does it sound like it comes with a gun?" Chu Heng internally scoffed, yet he wasn't T1 to be hypocritical. He was genuinely eager about the treasure Xiao Meng spoke of. "Here you go. The 6 Ding Divine Fire, a unique ability of a traveler from a mixed universe. I negotiated for quite some time with that world before they agreed to relinquish it. I also gathered some of their other techniques to enhance it for you. Now your 6 Ding Divine Fire can ignite the very soul of your opponent, incinerating them from within." Impressive. Chu Heng was genuinely thrilled. This enhancement from the system had significantly boosted his combat prowess, although he practiced martial arts. The most critical distinction between the transformation of energy into essence lay in the condensation of the divine seed. That was the most challenging aspect. A martial artist who has condensed the divine seed can not only utilize their innate divine abilities based on the seed they have formed, but can also establish the foundation of their internal world through their innate abilities. The evolution of the internal world leads to the formidable stages of energy and beyond. One could say that Xiao Meng's actions have effectively granted Chu Heng a ticket to ascend to the essence realm. Now he merely needed to refine his strength and mastery over the elemental energies of the world. Ascending to the essence realm was practically a certainty. However, at this moment, the most pressing matter was to deal with the pursuit from the Gu family. With this thought, Chu Heng retrieved his satellite phone from the file box in front of Lin Qingzhu. Inevitably, he once again bumped into Lin Qingzhu's leg. Lin Qingzhu blushed and shot him a glance, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "If you're truly interested in my legs, I could arrange a time for you to touch them." Upon finishing her sentence, Lin Qingzhu's face turned even redder. After a brief pause, she added in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "But it can only be a touch." "Goodness, is this really happening?" "No, wait, I'm a man of virtue, well-versed in the classics." Lin Qingzhu's words stirred something within Chu Heng, and he couldn't help but sneak a glance at her long, fair, and voluptuous thighs. The desire to touch her surged within him, but he shook his head, banishing those peculiar thoughts from his mind. What am I thinking at a time like this? He quickly dialed a number. It was Chun Sheng who answered. "What's up, boss?" Chu Heng replied calmly. "The Gu family attempted to assassinate me today." Even Chun Sheng, usually so composed, was instantly filled with rage upon hearing this news. What audacity! Do they have a death wish? I'll gather my men right now and wipe them out. However, Chu Heng shook his head, saying, "No need. Annihilating a family is easy, but we must consider how to maximize our benefits." "Oh, How is the training of the new recruits progressing? Have they entered the practical phase yet? Chu Heng responded. There's still over 50 left. Alan mentioned that this batch consists of elite members, their skills comparable to those we've supplemented in previous years. Chu Heng nodded. That's good. You and the special operations team can take a breather for now. Let us change the formal selection exam to the eradication of the goof family. Allow them to showcase and enhance their abilities during the operation. Let us first identify and eliminate the goof family's underlings. Maintain a steady pace. I want the aristocracy of Luocheng to witness what the Special Affairs Bureau is capable of. With satellite phone in hand, Chu Heng spoke with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Chu Mingxue listened in astonishment. Is this what the Special Affairs Bureau is? Eradicating a few top-tier families as merely a test for their recruits? No wonder her father and the others spoke so cautiously about this department. Chapter 18. Oh, Wolf King, you're doomed. The evening breeze rustled as the car sliced through the night, racing towards the brightly lit city in the distance. Chu Heng drove in silence, while Lin Qingzhu seemed relaxed enough to pull out her phone and scroll through short videos. In the back seat, Chu Mingxue curled up tightly. After a while, she gradually relaxed her body and turned to Chu Heng, asking, "We survived?" Chu Heng pondered for a moment before responding, "Roughly, yes. Congratulations on reclaiming your life." Looking at the composed Chu Heng, a pang of sympathy struck Chu Mingxue. His calm demeanor suggested that the danger they had just faced meant little to him. But for ordinary people, such encounters often ended in death. Her long-lost brother had grown up in such an environment, dancing on the edge of a blade. Walking a tightrope over a precipice was his everyday reality. The thought of this troubled Chu Mingxue's heart even further. After a brief contemplation, she tentatively ventured, "If you are not engaged in this line of work, what would you most desire to do?" Chu Heng paused momentarily before responding, "I do not know. I am not particularly adept at anything else. I can only kill. Everything I have learned thus far has been in service of that singular purpose." Chu Mingxue was taken aback by his reply. She had hoped to use this opportunity to broach the subject and persuade Chu Heng to consider a profession with a higher degree of safety. However, his words left her at a loss for words. Noticing her prolonged silence, Chu Heng let out a relieved chuckle and remarked, "I thought you would continue to urge me to leave this industry." "I wish to, but I am uncertain how to persuade you," she admitted. Chu Heng deactivated the vehicle's combat mode and continued, "Everyone has their own way of life. Just as you chose to become a doctor, I have chosen this path. We are all the same, creating our own value for society. Granted, my profession is somewhat perilous, but I have undergone adequate training. Rest assured, under normal circumstances, nothing should go awry. And what if there is an exceptional situation?" As he gazed at the city before them, Chu Heng chuckled softly. "Loyal bones lie beneath every green hill. Why must one wrap their corpse in horsehide?" Chu Mingxue was momentarily stunned by this poetic line, and then remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to one of my patients." "Oh, really?" Chu Heng's interest piqued at this revelation, for the patient she spoke of was likely the protagonist. Ah, the protagonist. It seemed that, aside from himself, everyone in his family had a story of their own. But this was not surprising. In such esteemed families, particularly those with female figures like doctors, lawyers, or corporate leaders, were not these the archetypes of female protagonists and supporting characters often found in novels? With this thought, Chu Heng's curiosity was ignited. He glanced at Lin Qingzhu, who nodded in agreement, and then inquired, "Sister, could you share with us the details about that patient?" Chu Mingxue, without any hesitation, began, "There is nothing that cannot be shared. He was injured and came to our hospital in the dead of night. I happened to be on duty and assisted with his debridement." "What kind of injury?" Chu Heng furrowed his brow and asked. "A penetrating wound. It seemed like a gunshot wound," Chu Mingxue replied with certainty. "While I was treating him, I noticed numerous similar scars on his body. After I finished, I found an excuse to step out to report the incident, but upon returning, he had vanished." "Did he register?" "Yes, he did. The name on the form was Chunlai." "Chunlai? That is likely a pseudonym." Chu Heng frowned, and then asked Chu Mingxue to describe his features. Through a satellite phone, personnel at the intelligence office swiftly sketched his likeness. After sending the image to Chu Mingxue for multiple confirmations, They finally established a general representation of his appearance. Unfortunately, as Chu Mingxue lacked professional training, she could only recall vague details, which hindered the creation of an accurate image. As Chu Heng stole a glance at the screen while driving, the car came to an abrupt halt. Chu Mingxue nearly collided with the dashboard, and Chu Heng swiftly turned to grasp her wrist, urgently inquiring, "When did you encounter him? Do you still have any contact?" Chu Mingxue was taken aback by this side of Chu Heng. Tonight, apart from his cold demeanor and playful antics, she witnessed a third aspect of him: murderous intent. A profound and unrestrained aura of vengeance emanated from him. Just a week ago, the hospital should still have surveillance, though I'm not certain if it has been obscured. Chu Mingxue stammered, intimidated by Chu Heng's demeanor. She had never witnessed such a display. The palpable madness he exuded was astonishing. Even when they were being pursued and cornered, he had maintained an air of calm. Summoning her courage, she ventured to ask, "Do you know him?" Chu Heng replied through gritted teeth, "I do. How could I not? Even as a ghost, I could never forget this man. He is Yi Feng, the infamous leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, known as the Wolf King, notorious throughout Asia and the Middle East." At that moment, even Lin Qingzhu could discern the nearly skin-peeling hatred in his voice. She was at a loss for how to comfort him, yet felt compelled to do so. For she had often heard from her master how many heroic figures had succumbed to hatred. Hatred knows no bounds, and its power is terrifying. It can transform one into a creature solely driven by vengeance, willing to sacrifice everything for it. She hoped Chu Heng would not become such a being, despite their brief acquaintance. With a gentle sigh, she placed her delicate hand over his. Chu Heng was lost in memories of the past when he suddenly felt a cool, smooth, yet slightly warm object resting on his hand. Turning his head, he saw Lin Qingzhu gazing at him, her hand atop his. He looked into her beautiful, worry-filled eyes and then at her hand resting on his. He had to admit, Lin Qingzhu, as the female lead, was truly enchanting, as if she possessed a heart of exquisite brilliance, embodying the essence of beauty and virtue bestowed by the heavens. Bathed in the moonlight, she seemed to radiate a holy glow, her skin as pure as jade, delicate and translucent. Chu Heng attempted to offer a reassuring smile, but found himself unable to muster the capacity for it. What should have been a simple muscular motion eluded him, his finely tuned control as a martial artist failing to replicate even a semblance of a smile. Resigned, he withdrew his hand and gently patted the back of Lin Qingzhu's hand in a gesture of comfort. On the other end of the satellite phone, there was a moment of silence before Gao Jinwei's voice emerged. "Xiao Heng, if you are in your current state, I regret to inform you that for the sake of the participants' safety, I cannot entrust this operation to you." Hearing Gao Jinwei's serious tone, which bordered on being devoid of human emotion, Chu Heng replied, "Rest assured, Teacher Gao, the circumstances now are far different from the past, and I am no longer the Chu Heng of yesteryears. The roles of offense and defense have shifted." After hanging up the phone, a heavy silence enveloped the car, broken only by Chu Heng, who gazed toward the increasingly near hospital, murmuring, "Wolf King Yi Feng, after hiding for so long, have you finally decided to show yourself?" Chapter 19. You, my friend, truly remember the taste of food, but forget the pain of the past. The moonlit night was bleak and hauntingly cold. Regrettably, Chu Heng and his companions had arrived too late. The hospital surveillance had been overwritten the previous day. Not a trace could be found in the nearby convenience stores, as if the person in question had never existed. The only evidence of an unnamed figure having visited the hospital was a registration slip. As the group exited the First People's Hospital of Luocheng, the atmosphere was heavy with tension, and at that inopportune moment, Chu Mingxue's stomach audibly grumbled. Embarrassed, she pressed her hand against her belly and said, "I apologize. I haven't eaten much tonight." Lin Qingzhu, noticing Chu Heng's reluctance to speak, timely interjected, coincidentally, "Neither have I had much to eat. Shall we find a place for a late-night snack?" With that, he tugged at Chu Heng's sleeve, who nodded in agreement. They drove to a bustling food stall in the old district. As soon as Chu Mingxue stepped out of the car, she cheerfully called out to a server inside, "Xiaoing, We're back. Before long, a girl of about 17 or 18 emerged. She was of medium height, around 5 feet 6 inches, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was radiant with youthful collagen, making her appear both charming and adorable. Upon seeing Chu Mingxue, her lips curved into a smile, revealing 2 delightful dimples. Mingxue, you're here to support our business again. Chu Mingxue beamed as she entered, saying, "It's been a while since I was last here. I've missed your flavors." The girl warmly ushered them inside to sit. It seemed that the atmosphere around Chu Heng lightened, influenced by the girl's vibrant energy. As soon as they sat down, without even glancing at the menu, Chu Mingxue confidently ordered Xiao Ying, the usual, a portion of steamed spare ribs, a serving of iron-plate intestines, and a mixed vegetable casserole. She then handed the tattered order slip to Chu Heng, stating, "I've ordered. Now it's your turn to decide what you want." Chu Heng refrained from ordering, while Lin Qingzhu opted for a portion of sweet taro and a plate of dry-fried beef ho fun, and after pondering for a moment, requested a few bowls of mung bean soup from the owner. The food stall was bustling with patrons, yet the owner worked with impressive speed, soon bringing out all the dishes. Just as Chu Mingxue had recommended, the portions were generous and fragrant. Even with his waning appetite, Chu Heng found himself eating several more bites. Indeed, the warmth of human connection is the most soothing balm for the heart. By the end of the meal, much of the malevolence that had clung to Chu Heng dissipated. He glanced at Chu Mingxue, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. Chu Mingxue was acutely aware of her melancholic disposition. Thus, she deliberately brought herself here to alleviate her spirits. This gesture did not escape Chu Heng's notice. After a brief cough, Chu Heng furrowed his brow. The reason was simple. According to the narrative of the short drama, his dear sister, Chu Mingxiu, was destined to become one of the Dragon King's harem. The beautiful doctor, hailing from a prestigious family, had previously assisted the protagonist by tending to his injuries. With these factors combined, her fate seemed inexorably intertwined with his. Even if she were not the lead female, she would undoubtedly be the second in command. If Chu Heng were an ordinary male lead, and if he truly harbored feelings for Chu Mingxiu, he might have chosen to let him be, merely placing constraint upon him to ensure he behaved properly. Yet alas, the individual with whom he had crossed paths was none other than the notorious Wolf King, Yefeng, a mercenary leader infamous for his indiscriminate slaughter and deeply entangled with his nation's tumultuous history. Chu Heng had ample reasons to wish him dead. The two were fated to exist in a world where only one could survive. At that moment, Chu Mingxiu seemed to perceive the turmoil within Chu Heng's heart and spoke. "Xiao Heng, although you may not recognize me, we are still family at the end of the day. You can share your concerns with me." Chu Heng lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and inquired, "Will you promise me one thing?" Without hesitation, Chu Mingxiu nodded. Chu Heng exhaled in relief and said, "Then I implore you, never draw near to or fall in love with Yefeng. This is my request. I wish to avoid a day when we might find ourselves at odds." Observing Chu Heng's serious and somewhat cold demeanor, Chu Mingxiu felt a twinge of confusion, yet still acquiesced to his request. However, she pondered why her brother would think she could harbor affections for such a person. Chu Mingxiu was at a loss for words, but she remained silent. With the conversation having reached this point, Chu Heng did not conceal the truth from his kin as one might find in urban novels. He stated, "I have had dealings with Yefeng before. While I cannot divulge the specifics of his character or deeds as they pertain to sensitive information, I can inform you that he is a terrorist who has been placed on the Interpol's red notice. He is also a key target of our nation's law enforcement as an overseas criminal. He has committed numerous heinous acts both domestically and internationally, staining his hands with innocent blood." Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxiu was further astonished, struggling to comprehend her brother's reasoning. How could a respectable medical master's graduate from a prestigious university, the youngest associate chief physician at the First People's Hospital of Luocheng, and the second daughter of the illustrious Chu family, be enamored with an internationally wanted criminal? Noting Chu Mingxiu's apparent indifference, Chu Heng maintained his composure and asserted, "Do not dismiss my words lightly. Rest assured, based on my years of understanding Yefeng, he will undoubtedly focus his attention on you." Chu Mingxiu retorted, "Why? Is it merely because of my looks? If we are to discuss attractiveness, This young lady beside me is no less stunning. Irritated, Chu Heng exclaimed, "It is not solely due to your appearance. It is also because of your lineage. By associating with you, he would effectively infiltrate the inner circles of Luoqing's elite. This significantly aids foreign terrorist organizations in their incursion into the economic system of Los Angeles." Chu Heng remarked calmly. Goodness. Upon hearing Chu Heng's explanation, Chu Mingxue involuntarily furrowed her brow, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She then posed a question that had long perplexed her. How can you be so certain he will conspire against me? Chu Heng glanced at Lin Qingzhu, who discreetly signaled with her hands, subsequently rising as if to select a beverage, making her way to the fridge by the door. Their actions left her somewhat bewildered. Chu Heng leisurely continued. Firstly, your hospital schedule is fixed, and honestly, investigating your identity is not particularly challenging. He paused momentarily. Secondly, as long as someone remains persistent. Won't everything naturally align? As he spoke, he flung the chopsticks in his hand towards two individuals dining at another table. Those two were not novices. One swiftly overturned a table in an attempt to shield himself from the incoming chopsticks. However, it was unfortunate that chopsticks thrown by a master of internal strength could hardly be halted by mere wooden furniture. The two chopsticks pierced through the table in an instant, one embedding itself in the shoulder of one assailant. The formidable force propelled him against the wall. The other individual, evidently of higher cultivation, attempted to flee as soon as the chopsticks were launched. Yet, he was immediately confronted by Lin Qingzhu at the entrance. Just as he prepared to engage, the silver needle in Lin Qingzhu's hand had already struck him, immobilizing him on the spot. The man pinned against the wall realized escape was futile and, with a fierce glint in his eyes, prepared to bite down on the poison pouch in his mouth. However, he was up against Chu Heng. If he succeeded, there would be no need for Chu Heng to return to the Special Affairs Bureau. He could simply find a restroom to drown himself. As soon as the man's jaw moved, Chu Heng was before him, delivering a resounding slap that dislocated his jaw. Then, with a swift motion, he thrust his hand into the man's mouth, seizing his jaw, and forcefully extracted the venomous fangs. Damn it! Your Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps truly forgets the pain of past beatings. How many times have you infiltrated China over the years? How many times have you succeeded? The man, realizing he could not take his own life, defiantly raised his head to gaze at Chu Heng, mumbling, "The Wolf King will not let you off." Chu Heng grinned, a slap rendering the man unconscious as if he had heard his words, and replied, "What a coincidence. I have no intention of sparing him either." Chapter 20. The false young master returns. The stars were densely scattered across the sky, and the moonlight bathed the earth like water. In the bustling food stall, accompanied by a few nauseating cracking sounds, Chu Heng skillfully twisted the limbs of the two men. Observing Chu Mingxue and Xiao Ying, who were momentarily stunned, he explained, "These individuals have undergone escape training. We must find a way to restrict their mobility." Before long, the familiar black van arrived. The same group of burly men efficiently loaded the two incapacitated individuals into the vehicle. One of the imposing figures, seemingly a leader, glanced at the contorted limbs of the two individuals and addressed Chu Heng, saying, "Ever since Director Chu introduced this new method, our workload as escorts has significantly lightened." Chu Heng shook his head and replied in a calm manner, "It is merely in service to the people." He then turned to the large man, seemingly pondering, and remarked, "I remember you. Your name is Chong Wei. You were previously with the Intelligence Department, and later you voluntarily transferred to our Operations Department, correct?" Chong Wei nodded and sighed, responding, "I used to work in the Intelligence Department, specializing in infiltration. However, I excelled so well that, coupled with the higher-ups' indecision, I ended up becoming the leader of that gang. Ultimately, our Special Affairs Bureau, adhering to the principle of utilizing resources effectively, absorbed that gang into our peripheral forces." Impressed, Chu Heng couldn't help but marvel inwardly, for he was well aware of Chong Wei's history. After all, this man was one of the four legends of the Special Affairs Bureau, alongside the amiable Gao Jinwei, the kind-hearted Chu Heng himself, the frugal Mo Jinyu, and lastly, the unskilled infiltrator, Chong Wei. He hadn't anticipated such a talent would be assigned under his command. When he first learned of Chong Wei's arrival, He had been exhilarated for 3 days without sleep, despite his chronic insomnia. However, it was surprising that he chose to abandon his previously designated role as a team leader to become an ordinary member at the grassroots level. Yet, it was understandable, as the intelligence department had offered him the leadership position of the Western District's major group, which he had declined. It seemed that his own team's leadership role did not hold much allure for others. Reflecting on the evaluations in Chang Wei's file, it was noted that both his parents had backgrounds in the Special Affairs Bureau. He joined the Bureau at the age of 20 and had now accumulated 8 years of service. Although his exterior appeared rugged, his thoughts were intricate, and his skills in marksmanship and various disciplines were commendable. It felt somewhat wasteful for him to serve as an ordinary member at the grassroots level. Furthermore, the records indicated that he had known Chu Xia, his elder sister, for quite some time. Contemplating this, Chu Heng addressed him, "Old Chang, what is the current state of our operations department? I trust you are aware. It feels as though I am forced to employ females as males and males as beasts of burden. I cannot afford to squander your exceptional talents at the grassroots level. So I hope you will swiftly take on more responsibility." Upon hearing this, Chang Wei's previously fierce expression softened with a hint of embarrassment. He scratched his head and, smiling sheepishly, replied to Chu Heng, "Director, you flatter me too much. I am well aware of my own capabilities. At best, I am just an ordinary member in the operations department. My success as an undercover agent was merely due to my naturally intimidating appearance." Chu Heng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Recently, I observed that your skills were still at the late stage of Mingjing. I thought that if you truly wished to gain experience at the grassroots level, I could offer you a team leader's compensation, which would not be unfair to you. However, things have changed now. I can see that your martial arts have reached a certain proficiency. Your strength has transitioned from rigidity to flexibility, and you have likely entered the stage of Anjing. Our operations department is indeed in urgent need of personnel, especially someone experienced like you. You should go to the Human Resources Department tomorrow to complete the necessary formalities." As Jiang Wei appeared, intending to speak, Chu Heng waved his hand, signaling him to depart. It was not that Chu Heng wished to impose difficulties upon him. Rather, the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Wei, a whisper from his subconscious reminded him of the protagonist of the unfolding narrative. Jiang Wei, a character from a gangster novel titled The Undercover, I Became the Emperor of the Underworld, was originally destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the national underworld after serving as an undercover agent. However, due to a shift in the timeline, Chu Heng's intervention altered the course of events, allowing Jiang Wei to complete his mission prematurely and return sooner than expected. In the original storyline, Jiang Wei unexpectedly acquired a system that enabled him to enhance his strength through rigorous practice of his martial arts. By continually honing his skills, he could swiftly increase his proficiency and transcend his limits. In the early stages, this system served him well, but as time progressed, it paled in comparison to Chu Heng's inherent talent and the guidance from his subconscious. Yet, it was only inferior to Chu Heng's capabilities. Importantly, Jiang Wei was an ally. Even in the later chapters of the novel, he remained loyal to the organization despite reaching the apex of the national underworld. Thus, Chu Heng was willing to nurture his potential. Just as matters seemed to settle, an unexpected figure emerged. Chu Zhe. Indeed, this imposter of a young master appeared without anyone knowing how he had arrived. Following him were Chu Heng's parents and his elder and younger sisters. Goodness, it felt as though a gathering of expendable characters was underway. The thought caused Chu Heng to furrow his brow, just as he intended to settle the bill. He swiftly grabbed the two individuals and prepared to leave. However, to his surprise, Chu Zhongtian spoke up. "Chu Heng, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Is this how you treat your family?" Chu Heng paused momentarily, then pointed to himself and asked, "Are you referring to me?" At that moment, Chu Zhe, having fulfilled his role as the false young master, jumped forth, pointing at Chu Heng and declared, "Brother, I know you despise me, but you cannot speak to our parents in such a manner." Chu Heng's expression of confusion was not merely a reflection of his bewilderment, but rather a realization that something was amiss with the Chu family at that moment. How could his mother dare to speak to him in such a way? And what was with this pretender? He genuinely wished to confront him at the Xuanwu gate. Furrowing his brow, Chu Heng regarded them with a bemused expression, and after some contemplation, he decided there was no need to ponder further. Fueled by irritation at being bothered by such foolishness, he swiftly abandoned his thoughts and struck him twice across the nose. Following this, he executed a swift kick with his left leg, sending the individual soaring into the air. He then followed up with a precise right kick, propelling him further away. In the course of this airborne encounter, he crashed into the unsuspecting Chu parents, resulting in a chaotic tumble outside the establishment. "How dare you strike your father?" Chu Zhongtian seethed with rage. Yet, Chu Heng remained unfazed as he stepped forward, squatting before him and remarked, "Although I am unaware of your current madness, it is futile to converse with someone like you." Chu Heng then stood up, dragging the three individuals inside. Subsequently, he scanned his phone to transfer 3,000 yuan to Xiao Ying's parents, saying, "My apologies, dear boss. I regret any disruption I may have caused to your business today. Consider this payment as my way of covering the latter half of your day. Regarding the compensation for the damaged items in your store, please calculate the amount tomorrow and send it to Chu Mingxue." After saying this, he urged the couple and Xiao Ying to leave. The three members of the Chu family had been struck twice in succession and were still reeling when they saw Chu Heng abruptly raise the roll-up door of the food stall with a clang. "Now, it is time to discuss matters between us," Chu Heng declared, drawing a handgun from his pocket and slamming it onto the table. "If you cannot present a satisfactory argument by the end of today, I believe the Chu family will endorse Chu Xie as the new head of the family by tomorrow." Chapter 21. The Wolf King encounters the false young master outside the store. A young man rode up on an electric bike. Upon seeing the tightly shut doors, he did not stop but glided away smoothly. Inside, the Chu family stared at the carbon-based biological equality device resting on the table, swallowing hard and refraining from speaking. However, Chu Heng was not one to engage in idle chatter, especially given his current disposition. He surveyed the Chu family members, then pulled out his phone, announcing, "I shall grant you a mere 5 minutes. If you cannot persuade me, Chu Xie will undoubtedly become the head of the Chu family by tomorrow." Hearing this, Chu Xie's eyes lit up, but her gaze quickly turned anxious as she looked at her parents. Time trickled away second by second. At the 4-minute and 32-second mark, Chu Zhongtian finally spoke up. "Xiao Heng, there are many people outside just now. Be silent. You know what I wish to hear." In an instant, Chu Zhongtian's words were stifled, leaving him at loss. The false young master, Chu Zhe, was eager to ingratiate himself and immediately exclaimed, "Brother, you!" With a resounding bang, the 92 type handgun discharged, releasing a faint wisp of smoke as Chu Zhe cried out, clutching his right leg and rolling on the ground. His howls irritated Lin Qingzhu, who was cooking in the distance, prompting her to swiftly administer an injection that rendered him unconscious. Just as Lin Fengyi was about to speak, she was silenced by Chu Zhongtian's hand over her mouth. Witnessing this, Chu Heng reluctantly holstered his weapon. "Shall we continue?" It was evident that this gunshot had served its purpose. At least the Chu family now clearly understood that Chu Heng had no intention of engaging in emotional pleasantries. Chu Zhongtian continued to gather his thoughts. "The reason we came here was proposed by Xiao Zhe. He said that after the pursuit by the Gu family, you would undoubtedly require our assistance." "Oh, so you dare to come here and act so brazenly?" Chu Heng looked at them incredulously, then inquired, "How did you know the Gu family was pursuing us?" In an instant, Chu Zhongtian felt as if he were a wild chicken with its throat grasped tightly, rendered speechless. It was rather unsurprising, considering that the manor was one of the Chu family's strongholds, and it was not unexpected for there to be watchful eyes along the way. Chu Heng observed Chu Zhongtian with a calm demeanor, stating, "You see, it is quite evident." Chu Zhongtian quickly defended himself. "In truth, we intended to dispatch someone to rescue you at the earliest opportunity, but alas, was it that we fled too swiftly, or do you wish to intimidate us?" Chu Zhongtian did not meet his gaze, but instead raised his eyes towards his sister, Chu Mingxue. Chu Mingxue instinctively froze for a moment, her gaze dimming slightly, as she too had been in a car and had narrowly escaped death. Yet, in such circumstances, what could she possibly say? Should she counsel Chu Heng not to be angry, knowing he could not overcome his own turmoil? Or should she reproach her family for their callousness? But she feared that such provocation might compel Chu Heng to draw his gun and eliminate them. She then turned her attention to Lin Qingzhu. Goodness, what was Lin Qingzhu doing? She was fiddling with someone else's gas stove, igniting it, and then she began cooking. Seeing this, Chu Mingxue rushed over to Lin Qingzhu, exclaiming, "Let me help you with the vegetables." Observing that her second daughter could not rely on Chu Zhongtian, she turned to Chu Heng and said, "We did intend to rescue you initially, but Xiaozhe mentioned that you were not in immediate danger, and a little pressure might do you good. Our people will arrive in a few minutes." Chu Heng felt his anger surging. He glanced at the cowering Chu Zhe, shook his head, and remained silent. At this moment, Lin Fengyi spoke up. "Xiao Heng, we indeed owe you an apology. We acknowledge that we allowed Xiao Zhe's trivial schemes to persist. Be quiet. I have no interest in hearing your justifications." Chu Heng replied, his gaze calm as he turned to Chu Zhongtian, stating, "You all must understand one thing. My reputation in the outside world is not built on a good name. Rather, I thrive on infamy and notoriety. So, put away your petty schemes. They serve no purpose other than to incite my wrath. Secondly, it is clear to me who leaked my information, and you know it too. Therefore, I expect to see results by noon tomorrow. Thirdly, from this moment forth, the head of the Chu family will be changed from Chu Zhongtian to Chu Xie." He then looked up at Chu Xie and said, "Congratulations, Miss Chu, on your ascension as the head of the Chu family. I believe you possess the discernment required for this role, and I trust that your tenure as head will be filled with cherished memories for both sides." He then turned to Chu Zhongtian, saying, "I am aware that most of the family's gray operations are likely under your control, but starting today, all such operations are to be transferred to Chu Qinglan." Finally, he addressed the astonished Chu Qinglan, who was speechless, saying, "Miss Qinglan is a law student and a renowned lawyer in Luocheng. I trust she understands the necessity for a stable, harmonious, and progressive society in Luocheng. You should be well aware of what ought to be done and what should not." Chu Qinglan quickly waved her hands in protest, saying, "No, dear brother, I am merely a scholar of law. I am not suited for management. If you do not know, then learn. If you can memorize legal statutes, you can certainly master other subjects." Chu Heng replied, looking at Chu Qinglan with a calm yet unassailable tone, "I need time to persuade the clan elders." Chu Zhongtian interjected. However, Chu Heng ignored him, instead focusing on Chu Xie and Chu Qinglan, saying, "Tomorrow, I will dispatch a team to assist you. They will serve as your bodyguards. Should any complications arise during the handover ceremony, they will help you resolve them. You are openly interfering in the affairs of the aristocratic families. Are you not afraid of provoking their united wrath?" Chu Zhongtian, shedding his earlier trepidation, spoke sternly to Chu Heng. "There is no need for idle chatter. You must understand that by betting on both sides, you have already betrayed the friendship between us." Subsequently, Chu Heng stood up and patted Chu Xie on the shoulder, saying, "Miss Chu, do you realize? Betting on both sides is akin to being struck by both. We are not fools. The other families are equally astute. While you may sometimes reach a tacit understanding, we exist beyond those confines. The so-called rules you abide by hold no sway over us." Chu Xie nodded in agreement, recognizing that her brother could not be evaluated through the lens of conventional reasoning. He was a desperate man, a true renegade. Chu Heng cast a glance at the others present before departing the roadside eatery with Lin Qingzhu and Chu Mingxue. This night, there would be no conflict in Luocheng. In the dead of night, Chu Zhe, forcibly evicted from the Chu household, tossed and turned in bed at the villa, unable to find slumber. Suddenly, he sensed a presence watching him from the head of the bed and turned to find a young man with black hair. The young man was of modest height, exuding an aura of charming roguishness. Instinctively, Chu Zhe reached for the gun hidden beneath his pillow, yet the young man remained unfazed. As Chu Zhe hurriedly chambered around and aimed the gun at the young man's head, he demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" The young man flashed a wicked smile and replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. The question is, who are you?" After enduring a night of frustration, Chu Zhe felt a surge of irritation. The young man narrowed his eyes and swiftly seized the gun, pointing it back at Chu Zhe's head. "I do not appreciate others aiming guns at me, nor do I tolerate interruptions." In an instant, Chu Zhe felt reduced to a quivering coward and hastily nodded, yes. The young man returned to his seat, maintaining his charming smirk, and declared, "You merely need to understand that we share a common goal, to eliminate Chu Heng." At this moment, Chu Zhe regained his composure and replied, "He is formidable, and his influence is vast." The young man countered, "His strength derives solely from your weakness. My strength is intrinsic." This assertion piqued Chu Zhe's interest in collaboration, prompting him to inquire, "What do you need me to do?" The young man squinted, proclaiming, "No wonder you were nurtured by an aristocratic family. The rumors of your ineptitude are clearly unfounded." Chu Zhe remained silent, simply observing the young man. The latter continued, "What you must do will be revealed in due time. All you need to do is follow our directives. Once the task is accomplished, I demand half of the Chu family's power." "Agreed," Chu Zhe replied without hesitation, for he felt no remorse in betraying a family that had never truly accepted him. The young man nodded and then leaped out of the window. In a flurry of urgency, she limped to the window, calling out to his retreating figure, "How should I address you?" The young man turned, illuminated by the brilliant moonlight that cast his face into shadow. He responded with a resonant voice, "Call me the Wolf King." Chapter 22. Embarking on a new mission the following morning, sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. The ecological environment of Luo City was quite pleasant, with numerous birds chirping merrily at Chu Heng's window. Lin Qingzhu rubbed her eyes, instinctively stretching her limbs, only to find herself grasping something soft. Something felt amiss. Lin Qingzhu instinctively pinched it, and a delicate sound of protest escaped Chu Mingshua's lips. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu jolted awake, leaping from the bed to discover that Chu Mingxue was lying beside her. In her groggy state, she had forgotten that, due to the previous night's attack, Chu Heng had brought Chu Mingxue home for a night's rest to avoid the commotion. Although the apartment boasted 3 rooms, one had remained unoccupied for quite some time, and given the late hour the previous night, there had been no opportunity to tidy up. Thus, Chu Mingxue had been obliged to share a bed with Lin Qingzhu. To make matters more awkward, Chu Mingxue had been startled awake by Lin Qingzhu's sudden movement. For a moment, the two women instinctively averted their gazes, one on the bed and the other on the floor, enveloped in a heavy silence. The atmosphere was thick with embarrassment. Lin Qingzhu wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Just as the tension escalated, a knock resonated from the door, followed by Chu Heng's voice calling from outside, "Time to rise. Breakfast awaits." Lin Qingzhu reflexively responded, "Coming." The two shared a laugh, breaking the awkwardness that had settled between them. At the dining table, the two exchanged glances, while Chu Heng was consumed by a myriad of questions. They were not acquaintances just a day prior, yet now their relationship seemed to have transformed overnight. Had something transpired that he was unaware of? As Chu Heng idly scrolled through a live stream on his phone, a channel featuring wilderness survival caught his attention. On the screen, a young man with a rugged visage brandished a machete, standing resolutely against a wild boar. Goodness, have the standards for wilderness streaming risen to such heights? He pondered. After all, even a seasoned martial artist in the early stages of their training would find a purebred 400 to 500-pound wild boar quite a challenge. Then, he witnessed the young man deftly evade the boar's charge, leaping onto a tree and using its rebound to mount the creature, swiftly delivering 2 fatal blows. Impressive skills. As he observed the stream's audience showering the performer with praise, he silently nodded in approval. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Xiao Heng, Xiao Heng. This person seems to be the protagonist." Oh, a protagonist from a wilderness survival stream? Indeed, what impact does he have on this world? To speak candidly, the impact is minimal. As long as he does not provoke any bizarre viruses or monsters, the entire world remains largely unaffected. Chu Heng nodded, committing this individual to memory. In truth, if the impact were truly negligible, he might not have felt compelled to intervene, for every being possesses the right to exist. Subsequently, Xiao Ming's voice echoed in his mind. "Xiao Heng, it seems this world harbors quite a number of protagonists akin to this live-streaming format. Just now, I chanced upon several wilderness survival broadcasts, featuring someone who appears to be another main character. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's interest was piqued, and he eagerly sought out the Celebrity Wilderness Survival Program to watch. It was a leisurely variety show centered on celebrities' outdoor survival. And after gathering insights into the show's planning through internal channels, Chu Heng nodded in approval. There was nothing amiss. It merely encouraged harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. After contemplating this, Chu Heng dismissed any thoughts of capturing or targeting the individual in question. In reality, this world is replete with protagonists of diverse types. Beyond the traditional urban male and female leads, there exist numerous others, such as those engaged in wilderness survival, tomb raiding, and spiritual exploration adventures. Most of these figures pose no threat to the world. Indeed, some even contribute positively. All that Chu Heng endeavored was to sustain the world's development, not to eradicate its protagonists. The reason he stumbled upon this matter was due to the interrogation of 2 assassins from the previous night, which revealed an operation by the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. They intended to bribe a staff member of a certain variety show to facilitate the transport of a cache of weapons and ammunition to Luo City. The rationale was straightforward. Previously, the Wolf King had suffered humiliation at the hands of local forces while vying for profit, being shot with a submachine gun. Although the injury was not severe, he perceived it as a grave dishonor. Thus, he vowed to make them experience the true meaning of overwhelming firepower. However, this justification seemed rather far-fetched. It was more likely a trap, a notification to the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps of their own capture. But what a trap! The members of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps were accustomed to opposing major nations. They had previously dominated in Black Continent, stirring up turmoil, and later attempted to meddle in the territorial disputes between China and its neighboring regions. The result? Their interference was swiftly curtailed. They had contemplated revenge, only to be soundly rebuked by the Chinese special forces, which rendered them more subdued. Nevertheless, this setback taught them the importance of discretion. Hence, they operated with a principle of leaving no traces behind. Chu Heng understood that the 2 operatives held little intrinsic value. Even if eliminated, they would only divulge a fabricated trap. Therefore, to uncover their leads, one could only venture into that wilderness survival variety show. Fortunately, Teacher Gao proved to be resourceful, having swiftly arranged their identities for participation in the program within a single night. Chu Heng participated in this event as a spokesperson for an environmental protection organization, while Lin Qingzhu joined the working group as a specially appointed emergency doctor. The other participants were brought in as external hires due to a shortage of manpower. The plan was executed flawlessly, and soon the 2 set off for the airport. The production team, demonstrating their generosity, arranged for a helicopter to ensure their swift arrival. Even the director was present, for Chu Heng was indeed a benefactor of considerable significance. The helicopter swiftly descended upon the island where the program was being broadcast live. Chu Heng, having slightly enhanced his appearance, modified his features before joining the group. It was now the 2nd day of survival on the island. This morning, the stars gathered as they heard from the production team that new members would be joining. To display their courtesy, everyone arrived early at the shore to await the newcomers. Soon, a speedboat brought the 2 to the land. Lin Qingzhu was dressed in sporty attire, carrying a medical kit emblazoned with a red cross. Chu Heng, sporting a sun hat and clad in an outdoor windbreaker and canvas trousers, leaped from the speedboat onto the shore. The director introduced Chu Heng to the assembly. Upon learning that he was one of the sponsors of the show, the celebrities brightened with interest and quickly surrounded him. A benefactor indeed. The director enthusiastically introduced several of the participants. The popular young actor Chen Wen, the acclaimed actor Liu Haizhu, the actress Yin Duo, the model Yang Kaier, and the ordinary individual Lin Hua. Chu Heng greeted everyone warmly, including Lin Hua, the only young man in the crowd who had not yet acknowledged him. Lin Hua, of modest height, possessed bronze skin and well-defined features. Though he may not have been strikingly handsome, he certainly met the standards of ordinary attractiveness. Upon Chu Heng's friendly greeting, Lin Hua approached and shook his hand, not wishing to appear aloof, especially given that this benefactor exuded a certain refinement. Unlike the other stars on the island who had initially met him with mockery. As they shook hands, Chu Heng remarked, "I have observed your performance. It is quite commendable. Our organization holds you in high regard. Lin Hua, taken aback, smiled shyly, surprised by Chu Heng's genuine demeanor. Embracing the philosophy of not striking a smiling face, Lin Hua exchanged a few pleasantries with him before embarking on the day's tasks. On this second day on the island, the group had just arrived yesterday. Thanks to Lin Hua's wilderness survival skills, they had managed to find a source of fire and construct a temporary shelter. However, today they needed to build a proper dwelling. Chu Heng's intentions, however, did not lie in participating in any wilderness survival challenges. Rather, he sought to trace the whereabouts of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, aiming to locate a suitable landing site. Thus, he volunteered to venture away from the main group into the forest in search of food. Observing this, Lin Hua kindly advised, "Brother Heng, we have only recently arrived, and we are unfamiliar with the jungle. Based on my observations of the terrain yesterday, I estimate there may be large wild beasts within. Perhaps it would be wise for you to take a few more people along." Chu Heng merely smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. I'm no novice in outdoor survival. I have led numerous scientific expeditions into various jungles." With that, he plunged into the thicket without looking back. Chapter 23. Do you call this an animal protection organization? The sun shone brightly, its intense rays filtering through the branches of the coastal forest, casting dappled light upon the earth. Chu Heng darted swiftly through the jungle, and before long, the drone trailing him vanished from sight due to the dense foliage. At that moment, the live stream's comments erupted with astonishment. Tomato, who adored tomatoes, exclaimed, "Wow, I initially thought it was some rich heir coming to flaunt his wealth. But he's more agile than a monkey. Upvote, upvote, give a nudge to the one above. I'm a guy. What a coincidence, so am I." In response, General MacArthur remarked, "I once believed myself invincible, yet in comparison to him, I feel like a mere rookie." With his agile prowess, Chu Heng navigated the jungle, occasionally leaping to avoid the camera's blind spots. Suddenly, a king cobra sprang from the forest floor, aiming to strike him. Without so much as a glance, Chu Heng flicked his fingers, unleashing an invisible force that severed the serpent's head cleanly. He swiftly seized the snake and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu was with the others, manually scraping bark to prepare rope. The clear weather in the morning was not conducive to labor, so Lin Hua postponed the construction tasks until the afternoon. After 2 or 3 hours of exploring the beach, Chu Heng returned to the camp, carrying 2 wild chickens and a dead snake. As the people in the camp noticed his arrival and began to greet him, Chun Wen instantly spotted the purple snake in Chu Heng's grasp and recoiled in fright. "Ah, there's a snake." Chu Heng rolled his eyes and assured him, "Don't worry. This snake is already dead." Lu Haizhu approached and examined the lifeless serpent, remarking to the 2 women, whose faces had turned pale, "Snake meat is quite nutritious. It nourishes both yin and yang." Lin Hua nodded in agreement as he stepped forward to take the snake from Chu Heng's hands, then noticed the wild chickens, puzzled as to how Chu Heng had managed to catch them. After all, he had entered without any equipment, and there were no traps set beforehand. Could it be? Noticing Lin Hua's skeptical gaze, Chu Heng paid it no mind and casually broke the legs of the 2 wild chickens before tossing them to the ground. He then approached Lin Qingzhu and pulled several fruits from his pocket, tossing them to her. Yin Duo rushed over with a pout, saying, "Brother Heng, why are you being biased and only bringing fruit for Sister Qingzhu?" Chu Heng scratched his head, a hint of exasperation on his face, and replied, "These are monk fruits. They are medicinal. I just need her to prepare them, so I can make some tea for you all later. It's too hot. If you don't drink some cool tea, I fear you might suffer from heat stroke." Upon hearing this, Yin Duo felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. Yang Kaier felt a tinge of embarrassment as she turned her face away. In truth, she had harbored similar thoughts moments before, yet hesitated to voice them. Regarding Lin Qingzhu, the seasoned Yang Kaier harbored a degree of aversion. After all, competition amongst peers often breeds rivalry. Unlike the endearingly na-vi Yin Duo, Lin Qingzhu's ethereal and aloof demeanor instantly overshadowed her. Nevertheless, Lin Qingzhu was a doctor. The production team would not intentionally spotlight her for the sake of viewership. This thought brought a measure of solace to her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Hua stealthily approached Chu Heng and inquired, "Brother Heng, is this wild chicken?" Chu Heng shook his head and replied, I caught it myself before picking up a shell from the beach and pretending to sharpen it against a nearby rock, then tossing it away. The shell immediately embedded itself into the trunk of a coconut tree. Wow, incredible, Lin Hua exclaimed, utterly astonished. Chu Heng, however, encouraged him, saying, with practice, you too can achieve this. Me? Lin Hua questioned, glancing at the system. The system remained silent, merely displaying the knife-throwing skills. Basic knife-throwing skill required 300 survival points, intermediate required 1,000 points, and advanced required 2,000 points. Staring at his meager survival skill points of less than 100, Lin Hua fell silent. At that moment, Chu Heng seemed to perceive Lin Hua's discontent. He patted Lin Hua on the shoulder and remarked, without practice, the effort is futile in old age. This is merely a skill. Perfecting the Xingyi Quan you practiced this morning is what truly matters. With that, Chu Heng prepared to go catch a chicken, leaving Lin Hua in a daze. In truth, Chu Heng did not intend to flatter. He simply believed that with chaos expected in the coming days, having another person capable of wielding power would add a layer of safety to their team. Arriving at the campsite, Chu Heng glanced at the chicken rolling on the ground and at Lu Haizhu, who was sharpening a stone knife. The saying goes that this little technique of sharpening a knife was taught to him by Lin Hua. Lu Haizhu glanced up and said, Mr. Chu, I can handle the chicken. You've worked hard catching it, so you should rest. Chunwen remained silent, merely observing Chu Heng's common face, and felt reassured once he confirmed that he posed no threat. Initially, the one targeting Lin Hua was Chunwen, without any particular reason, merely because Lin Hua was quite handsome. Furthermore, among the young men on the island, he felt that Lu Haizhu was a middle-aged man, and they were not on the same wavelength. Chu Heng replied, You need not call me Mr. Chu, just call me Xiao Heng. He then walked over, and the two women nearby curiously stood up to observe him. They were intrigued as to how Chu Heng would kill the chicken without a knife. Ignoring their inquisitive gazes, Chu Heng approached, stepped on the wild chicken's head, seized its neck, and with a swift motion, wrenched its head clean off. In truth, this maneuver was not particularly difficult. Many seasoned cooks in military kitchens could perform it, although they typically used a branch to increase pressure. Blood flowed down, prompting Chun to step back, shielding Lu Haizhu in front of him. The two young actresses were left pale with fright. As the specially appointed doctor, Lin Qingzhu, stepped in at the opportune moment, she swiftly pressed the acupoints of the two individuals, aiding them in regaining their composure. Lin Kaier cast a gaze filled with complex emotions at Lin Qingzhu and simply uttered a heartfelt thank you. Lin Qingzhu merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that no thanks were necessary. Lu Haizhu, taken aback, had not anticipated that the representative from the Animal Protection Organization would be so formidable. In his mind, animal protection organizations were typically comprised of overly compassionate individuals. With an expression of mixed feelings, he turned to Chu Heng and inquired, Are you a legitimate animal protection organization? Chu He regarded him with curiosity before affirmatively nodding. Indeed, our organization frequently engages in anti-poaching activities across the grasslands and Black Continent, working closely with relevant nations. No wonder they are so fierce. Lu Haizhu nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Yin Duo approached with a pale face and questioned, But aren't you supposed to protect animals? Why do I see you exhibiting such adept skills in killing? Chu Heng scratched his head, responding, We protect endangered species. However, the outdoor survival skills I possess were learned during my time in the reconnaissance unit of the army. You were a soldier? Lin Kaier asked incredulously, her courage bolstered. 2 years of mandatory service. Chu Heng did not linger on the subject and promptly dispatched another wild chicken with precision. He then tossed the chicken to the individuals before him, instructing, You all figure out how to pluck the feathers and gut it. He subsequently waved to Lin Hua, stating, I checked the weather forecast before coming. It's going to rain tonight. We cannot stay on the beach. We need to search the jungle for a suitable cave or shelter. Lin Hua glanced anxiously at the celebrity group, expressing concern. What about them? They lack outdoor survival experience. I'm worried it might be dangerous to leave them here. Chu Heng waved dismissively, reassuring him, Don't worry. I've surveyed this area thoroughly, and there are no significant dangers nearby. Besides, my colleague is here too. Don't let her gender fool you. She has chased poachers with us in the Congo rainforest. Impressive. At that moment, all eyes fell upon Lin Qingzhu, and the barrage of comments erupted. A big shot is right beside me. Initially believing that her sister was merely a beautiful doctor, they were astonished to discover that she was a capable woman, adept at wielding a gun and skilled in saving lives. Look at those legs. Cough, cough. The thoughts from above are rather bold. If you're not afraid of the lady embracing your head prematurely, you may continue. I mean, her legs are strong and powerful. It feels like one kick could end me. Then you should continue to focus on the lady. As for the new gentleman, I'll be taking him away first. Slurp. Slurp. Chu Heng has quite the attractive backside. Come into Mama's embrace. This is not Hammurabi's code. Please refrain from legislating here. Add one, regardless. You are not allowed to swoon over my husband. In no time, netizens were abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, Chu Heng and Lin Hua ventured once more into the woods. For their tasks today were substantial. Not only must we seek shelter, but we must also locate a water source. Lin Hua nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Subsequently, Chu Heng gathered everyone, squatted down, and picked up a stone to sketch a topographical map of the island. It was evident that the small island exhibited a trend of being higher in the center and lower around the edges. We are currently situated in the southeast of the island, Chu Heng stated, placing a stone on the southeastern part of the map. He then looked up at the group and, seeing no objections, continued. I checked the weather forecast before our arrival. Rain is expected tonight. A fact that Qingzhu can attest to. Lin Qing nodded in affirmation, saying it was indeed true. Lin Hua added, it is summer now, and this island has a subtropical climate. The summer is inherently hot and humid, and aside from torrential rain, we must also be wary of typhoons. Yin Duo scratched her head, seemingly incredulous, and remarked, no way. The production team would not let us endure typhoon conditions on this island. Chunwen also nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, apart from Lin Hua, our group comprises individuals of considerable standing. The production team wouldn't jeopardize our lives. He then glanced at Lin Hua with slight embarrassment and said, I meant no offense, just stating facts. Lin Hua nodded, indicating his indifference. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke up. I believe I received a typhoon warning prior to my departure. The typhoon is expected to pass through here in 2 to 3 days. According to the warning map, it seems this island is not a direct landing spot, but it will be affected by the surrounding wind patterns. Chu Heng scratched his head, saying, then we must prepare food, medicine, timber, and other resources for flood prevention in advance. We should have supplies to last at least 3 days. Is that necessary? I recall that typhoons here typically last only about a day, Lu Haizhu inquired. Chu Heng shook his head first. It is better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Second, after the typhoon passes, gathering resources will be even more perilous and challenging. We still need to stay on the island for 2 weeks, so we must prepare ahead of time. Lu Haizhu nodded, and Lin Hua added from now on, we need to act in shifts. Lu Gu, Chen Gu, since you're strong men, stay at the camp to make tools. He then glanced at the 2 women, saying, you two should make ropes from tree bark. Later, Chu Gu and I will venture in search of shelter and a water source. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Chu Heng had no further objections. Meanwhile, at the Luo City Chu family estate, Chu Xie, clad in a red dress and flanked by a group of bodyguards, entered the manor. This was not unusual, as it was New Year's Eve, and she typically traveled with a few bodyguards. However, this time the number was noticeably greater. What truly captured attention was the imposing bodyguard following behind Chu Xie. Describing him as tall and robust would be an understatement. If one were to attempt an accurate portrayal, it would be akin to a fierce and formidable deity. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his suit strained against his muscular physique. His hands were thick-boned, and calluses were evident on his knuckles. The forehead is prominently elevated at the temples, unmistakably indicating a master of unconventional training. However, such a mere practitioner of martial arts does not warrant the attention of the venerable members of the Chu family. The sole individuals who took note were the 4 guardians of the Chu clan. When did Chu Xie manage to recruit such a formidable adept? If he were merely an ordinary practitioner, he would not attract their interest, for regardless of how invulnerable his physique may be, A well-placed strike using hidden energy would lead to certain demise. Likewise, a mere master of hidden energy would also go unnoticed, as each of the four guardians is a master of transformation, with two of them on the verge of reaching the threshold of Dan energy, while the other two are already striving towards the latter stages of transformation. Yet, the flicker of brilliance in this man's eyes evidently signifies that he has attained an exceptionally profound level of unconventional training, achieving a perfected physical form and self-generated internal energy. This level is palpably more challenging to attain than that of an ordinary master of hidden energy. Even though he currently resides in the initial stage of hidden energy, a typical mid-stage practitioner would be no match for him. Only a late-stage practitioner could hope to secure a decisive victory over him. Although the Guardians may regard late-stage practitioners as somewhat inconsequential, the mere fact that a warrior has reached such a level attests to their extraordinary innate talent. If this young man does not meet an untimely end, his ascendance to the ranks of transformation masters is virtually assured. Chu Heng, accompanied by Chang Wei, traversed the crowd without a glance askew and sat beside the esteemed position. A murmur rippled through the assembly. A junior member of the Chu family rose to admonish her. "How dare you occupy the seat of the family head?" Chu Heng cast a puzzled glance at him and then looked at Chang Wei, inquiring, "Why is he so audacious?" Chang Wei, whose initially fearsome countenance bore an awkward smile, replied, "Elder sister, I only arrived today. How could I possibly know why he is so bold?" Chu Heng found herself momentarily at a loss, having forgotten that he was usually accompanied by his bodyguards. She then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and turned to Chang Wei, saying, "He insulted me, and I am displeased. Dispose of him." Without hesitation, Chang Wei dashed forward. Observing this, the young man's bodyguards rushed to intervene. However, before they could react, Chang Wei had already reached them, delivering a punch that sent each of them hurtling backward. Upon landing, their chests bore the imprint of his formidable strike, rendering them near death. The Chu Jr., witnessing this, retreated several steps, pointing at Chu Heng with eyes filled with shock and terror. "You dare to kill me at the clan assembly? Do you not regard the Chu family at all?" Yet, while he prattled on, Chang Wei remained undeterred. Before the junior could continue his tirade, Chang Wei surged through the encircling bodyguards and confronted him directly. Just as the Chu Jr. opened his mouth to speak, Chang Wei delivered a swift kick that transformed his words into a cry of agony. Clutching his leg, he writhed on the ground, utterly stripped of his earlier bravado. The other elders of the clan hastily called out, "Cease at once." They then turned to Chu Heng, saying, "Young lady, how dare you commit violence at the clan assembly?" Yet, Chu Heng remained silent, simply observing Chang Wei. Chang Wei, possessing a kind heart, could not bear the anguished cries of others. Consequently, he delivered a resounding slap that left the mouth of his victim swollen, rendering him unable to utter another sound. Observing the descendant of the Chu family cowering in retreat, Chang Wei placed his foot upon the young man's back and unleashed a surge of inner strength, ending his life on the spot. After executing this grim task, Chang Wei returned to the side of Chu Heng and proclaimed, "Sister, I have dealt with him." Chu Heng nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Next time, be more discreet. There is no need for such brutality." Chang Wei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Sister, you cannot blame me for this. It was a method taught by Head Chu." He then turned to the others and explained, "The head instructed that the first strike should incapacitate his legs to prevent escape, and the second should silence his voice." The onlookers were momentarily intimidated by his ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Heng announced her decision. Due to the sudden illness of the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Zhongtian, who now required bed rest for recovery, she would henceforth inherit the position of family head. The ceremony of succession would be held on an auspicious date. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 24. The appearance of the blood wolf as sunlight streamed down. Lin Hua secured the stone knife, sharpened by Lu Haizhu that morning, to a long pole and wielded it, producing a whistling sound as the air rushed past. Satisfied with the spear in his hand, he noticed Chu Heng gesturing towards him. Lin Hua exclaimed, "I'm coming." The comments flooded in. "Here comes the brother. Here comes the brother. Is he bringing the style?" He has got the style indeed. Chu Heng and Lin Hua swiftly navigated through the dense forest, adjusting their pace to accommodate Lin Hua's speed. Soon, they arrived beside a small puddle, its water crystal clear but resting atop a thick layer of silt. Lin Hua surveyed the surroundings and addressed the drone. "We have discovered a small puddle. However, it cannot serve as our source of drinking water. Brothers, take a look." He pointed at the area, stating, "This puddle is clearly stagnant water. In the wilderness survival context, we must strive to choose running water for consumption. More precisely, we should opt for boiled water." Chu Heng nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. It was indeed a commendable act to disseminate knowledge and enhance the skills of the community. This was also the reason Chu Heng had shown him leniency. Subsequently, Chu Heng scanned the vicinity, and his attention was drawn to a grand tree. He hurried over, taking 2 steps at a time, and, after confirming the presence of a snake above, he picked up a small stone and swiftly hurled it. With a whoosh, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, landing heavily beside Lin Hua. Startled, Lin Hua leapt back and, upon closer inspection, identified it as a green bamboo viper. Chu Heng approached and crushed its head beneath his foot, subsequently tying its body around his arm. He raised his arm, signaling Lin Hua to proceed forward. Lin Hua took the moment to introduce the snake to the group, stating, "Brothers, the bamboo viper is widely distributed throughout China. The white-lipped green pit viper is primarily distributed in the southern and central regions of China, encompassing provinces such as Zhejiang, Jiangxi, Fujian, Guangdong, Hainan, Guangxi, and Yunnan. The Fujian green pit viper can be found in Fujian, Jiangxi, Hunan, Guangdong, Guangxi, Hainan, and Guizhou, while the Yunnan green pit viper is predominantly located in Yunnan. These serpents typically inhabit mountainous forests, thickets, and the banks of streams, favoring the act of coiling around branches, preying on small mammals, birds, and amphibians. Additionally, green pit vipers can also be observed in Southeast Asia, with various species reported in countries such as Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Thailand. Therefore, one must exercise caution upon encountering such snakes to avoid being bitten. Of course, if one possesses skills akin to Heng Ji's, the situation would be entirely different. A humorous exchange ensues. "Oh, if I had Heng Ji's abilities, I wouldn't be considered useless," followed by a jest about touching Heng's backside. "Why are you so interested in that? Is it not permissible?" "Absolutely not. Then I shall find interest in other aspects." Amidst the banter, a character exclaims for help, drawing attention to their location. After sifting through some comments from netizens, Lin Hua continues to educate them. Soon, they arrive beside a grove of bamboo. "Bamboo. I know this one. Bamboo is hollow inside and straight outside, filled with water. Is there a lot of water?" Key phrase activated. Hey. No inappropriate jokes." Chu Heng circles the bamboo grove, marking the spot, and suggests to Lin Hua, "Let us explore the surroundings from this bamboo as our center." Lin Hua nods, preparing to depart with the drone, but is halted by Chu Heng's caution. "Be careful. There were large animal tracks near the waterhole." Lin Hua acknowledges, touching the long spear he had fashioned moments before. Upon reaching a surveillance blind spot, Chu Heng discreetly sends a message before turning to leave. That night, several shadowy figures clad in diving suits silently emerge from the beach. The leading figure signals to the others before submerging again. They resurface at the rear of a small island, successfully climbing ashore under the cover of rocks. "Butcher, why must we come to this cursed place?" The leader pauses, glancing back to respond, "Crocodile, it is the Wolf King's command. In Huaxia, things operate differently than in the beautiful country. There, family conglomerates elevate our people, but here, the government controls the conglomerates." Crocodile nods, and Wind Wolf interjects, "So, what progress has the Wolf King made? Has he infiltrated the government?" The Butcher glares at him. "It's not that simple to infiltrate. In Huaxia, who doesn't require an ID? If the Wolf King checks, he will be exposed as an illegal resident. How can he infiltrate? Well, what is the Wolf King doing now?" The Wolf King has infiltrated the Xiao group and is reportedly now able to successfully manage the personnel entry and exit list of the Xiao group. Today's task is fundamentally one of reconnaissance. The mercenary group has undertaken such missions countless times. Thus, they harbor no sense of tension. However, unbeknownst to them, A pair of eyes lurks nearby, observing their every move. Chu Heng repeatedly hovers his hand over the holster at his waist, only to retract it just as many times. Though his breathing remains steady and he appears to meld seamlessly with the surroundings, the slight tremor of his fingers betrays a mind far from tranquil. He lies quietly behind a nearby rock, watching as the group leisurely steps onto the beach, making no immediate move. Despite having vowed at his comrades' graves to annihilate the Blood Wolf mercenary group, Chu Heng remains shrouded in shadow, concealed behind the stone. He exhales softly and retrieves his phone, typing a message. Is the location confirmed? We have locked onto their vessel, awaiting their return. Rest assured, all personnel are in position. He extinguishes the screen and follows the trio to their predetermined landing point, a beach on the northern side of the island. The sea is an inky void, and the sky is shrouded in dense clouds. The oppressive heat of the ocean breeze sweeps across the land, while the thick clouds obscure the moonlight. It is a dark night, yet alas, not one for bloodshed. After swiftly uploading a picture, Chu Heng again vanishes from sight. On the beach, the group promptly transmits their location back to headquarters. Meanwhile, the butcher wipes the beads of sweat from his brow, cursing the sweltering weather. Damn this heat. We need to pull the team back. In the cave, Lin Hua, unable to sleep, rises to glance outside, then adds more firewood to the blaze. A storm approaches, intensifying the humid atmosphere of the island. Yet, to deter wild beasts, they must keep the fire burning, further thickening the oppressive heat within. Everyone, except for Lin Qingzhu, is drenched in clammy sweat. Lin Qingzhu, however, has mastered the art of remaining impervious to temperature extremes, seated serenely against the stone wall, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a figure appears at the cave entrance. Lin Hua instinctively picks up a piece of firewood, alertly gazing toward the newcomer. Upon recognizing Chu Heng, he breathes a sigh of relief. Brother Heng, what brings you out at this late hour? You nearly scare me to death. Chu Heng remains silent, tossing a handful of mint into the fire. Unable to sleep due to the heat, he watches as the fresh mint releases fragrant vapors upon contact with the flames. A refreshing, cool aroma swiftly envelopes the cave, eliciting sighs of relief from the others. Chu Heng settles into a corner of the cave, arms crossed, eyes closed, seeking solace. In the latter part of the night, the sound of a single drop of water hits the leaves outside, followed by the increasingly intense patter of rain. Chu Heng and Lin Qingzhu exchange glances, and together they shift the firewood further into the cave. This cave, discovered by Chu Heng earlier that day, is elevated and less prone to flooding. However, for the sake of safety, they must ensure a reliable supply for outdoor survival. Listening to the heavy rain pattering down, Chu Heng sat beside Lin Qingzhu, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the enchanting lady next to him, a long-lost drowsiness gradually enveloping him. He felt a sense of fatigue, reminiscent of what Gao Zhenwei had once told him. A bow drawn too tightly will inevitably snap. Yet just before the string could break, he had finally uncovered a lead on the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. Once he located their stronghold, Chu Heng had 9 methods at his disposal to eliminate them. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, he found himself in a hazy reverie, surprisingly devoid of memories of the battlefield from 6 years ago during the border conflict. In this dream, he felt as though he had returned to his days with the Snow Eagle Brigade, Captain Earth Dog, Flying Feather, Golden Eagle. Those voices never erased from his memory. Resurfaced once more. Lin Qingzhu, however, found herself losing the battle against sleep, for just as he was about to drift off, she felt the weight of his head resting on her shoulder. Instinctively, she wished to push him away, but upon turning her head, she realized it was Chu Heng. Rascal! She scolded him inwardly, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance stirring within her. Nevertheless, she refrained from making any significant movements. Yet, the heat of his breath against her shoulder gradually dissipated any remnants of her drowsiness. Alas, what could she do? Just as Lin Qingzhu's thoughts spiraled in myriad directions, she suddenly heard a faint sound of sobbing. Crying? Was it Chu Heng? Why would he be crying? Gazing at the tears streaming down his face, she found it hard to believe. Had he truly wept? This was the first time she had witnessed Chu Heng in such a vulnerable state. She had never anticipated that this man could shed tears. In her perception, he had always been composed and indifferent, his outward joviality merely a fade. Yet, at the moment they met, the inexplicable aura of lethal intent he exuded left an indelible mark on her memory. Throughout their interactions, she had keenly observed that Chu Heng seemed to have lost touch with human emotions. Even his laughter, anger, and seriousness were merely superficial responses to the world around him. He resembled a robot, precise, efficient, and existing solely in rationality, with the sole exception being the inability to cry. Sigh. It seemed that in his dreams, Chu Heng too felt a hint of tenderness, nudging closer. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows across his face, illuminating it in a capricious manner. Lin Qingzhu, resembling a caregiver, wrapped her arms around him, cradling him gently while softly patting his shoulder as one would soothe a child. Outside the cave, the torrential rain poured down, startling the birds into flight. Chapter 25. Yin Duo Air's fever. As the rain lashed down, dark clouds loomed in the distance, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning striking the sea, creating a scene of apocalyptic grandeur. Yang Kaier was startled awake by a chill, promptly adding some firewood to the campfire before shifting closer to its warmth, sinking back into a deep slumber. In the latter half of the night, Lu Haizhu awoke to take over the night watch from Lin Hua. As he leaned against the stone wall, listening to the sound of the rain outside, he suddenly noticed something amiss with Yin Duo Air. Rising, he approached her and was alarmed to see her flushed face. Rushing forward, he reached out to touch her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, she's burning up." The first half of the night was stifling, followed by a sudden drop in temperature due to torrential rain, creating a volatile environment conducive to illness. Lu Haizhu hurried over to Lin Qingzhu's side, intending to give her a gentle nudge, only to find that Lin Qingzhu had already opened her eyes. At that moment, Chu Heng, who had been resting against Lin Qingzhu's pillow, also awoke. Lu Haizhu exclaimed, "Duoer has a fever." Lin Qingzhu nodded and promptly retrieved her medical kit. Moving to Yin Duoer's side, upon touching her forehead, she found it still warm. Lin Qingzhu then extracted the antipyretic and cold medicine she had prepared in advance. Administering it to Yin Duoer, after a moment of thought, she placed Yin Duoer on the ground to perform acupressure. The commotion drew the attention of the others in the cave, and they quickly gathered around. Lin Qingzhu waved her hand to signal them to disperse. Lin Hua approached, shedding his own clothing and saying, "Here, cover her with my clothes." Lin Qingzhu accepted without hesitation, draping the garment over Yin Duoer. The group, now acutely aware of the chill outside, huddled together, seeking warmth from the flickering campfire. After adding more firewood, Chu Heng moved to the cave entrance, willingly taking over Lu Haizhu's watch. Lu Haizhu, observing Chu Heng's approach, remarked, "I'm fine. You go ahead." Chu Heng shook his head, stating, "You should return to the cave. I can handle the night watch here just fine." Lu Haizhu was about to decline, but Chu Heng insisted, "It's all right. You should go back. It's too cold here. If you stay out for a few hours, you'll definitely catch a fever." Lu Haizhu fell silent for a moment, then nodded and retreated into the cave. After treating Yin Duoer, Lin Qingzhu pondered for a moment. He was not particularly fond of crowding with others, so he rose and stepped outside the cave to sit beside Chu Heng. Noticing the sound of footsteps behind him, Chu Heng glanced up and saw Lin Qingzhu settle beside him. They exchanged no words, merely listening to the sound of the rain outside. The downpour was relentless, with rapid and dense raindrops pattering against the leaves. They remained silent, gazing out into the storm. After a while, Chu Heng stood, removed his coat, and offered it to Lin Qingzhu, saying, "If you're tired, you can go back and rest. It's no trouble for me to stay alone." Lin Qingzhu accepted the coat and closed her eyes, leaning against Chu Heng. He was momentarily taken aback, feeling the soft touch on his shoulder and the faint, fragrant scent beside him, causing his body to stiffen instinctively before he gradually relaxed. The night passed in silence. Although Chu Heng kept watch during the latter part of the night, he had to admit it was the most restful night he had experienced. Similarly, another who found herself unable to sleep was Chu Xie. This was her first night as the head of the family. seated alone in her study. The amber glow of the lamp cast deep shadows across her face. Amidst the chaos and cries of battle echoing through the Chu manor, Chu Xie sat in her study, questioning whether her decision to assume leadership of the Chu family was indeed the right choice. After a considerable time, Chang Wei, covered in blood, walked in. Chu Xie glanced up at him and inquired, "How many waves has it been?" Chang Wei retrieved a silk scarf from his pocket and, after wiping the blood from his knuckles, replied, "Sister, this marks the 5th batch." Chu Xie scratched her head and remarked, "How many times must I tell you not to call me sister? Am I that old?" Taken aback by her objection, Chang Wei pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about I call you Moon's sister instead?" Chu Xie's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation. After some contemplation, Chang Wei proposed, "Then shall I refer to you as Sister Yu from now on?" "Fine, sister it is," Chu Xie sighed, then turned to him with a somewhat despondent expression and asked, "Do you think someone like me truly lacks the merit to be the family head?" Chang Wei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable emotions of the woman before him, although he had previously found such feelings difficult to understand. Once he grasped the situation, he said, "I do not know, but I have faith in you, and since the chief trusts you, I believe you must possess exceptional qualities." "Oomph." Chu Xie scoffed coldly, then inquired, "Do you trust Chu Heng so readily?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of seriousness crossed Chang Wei's previously placid face, rendering it rather fierce. He instinctively replied, "Obeying orders is paramount." Chu Xie, slightly displeased, retorted, "How much are they paying you? If so, how about I offer you double or even quintuple the amount to come serve under me?" Chang Wei smiled gently, choosing not to respond. Chu Xie refrained from further persuasion, contemplating that there was still some time to gradually build rapport and perhaps win him over to her side. To be honest, she was quite eager for his skills. With Chang Wei's assistance, she could undertake many ventures more boldly, unafraid of retribution from her family. Moreover, she had felt a strange familiarity upon their first encounter. Had it not been for his imposing physique, she might have mistaken him for the boy from her memories. The torrential rain persisted throughout the night and the following day. The forest was damp, with a faint chill in the air accompanied by the scent of broken branches. Early in the morning, Chu Heng roused the remaining men, leaving Lin Hua and Chan Wan to care for Yun Duo while he led the others into the mountains. With the typhoon approaching in just a few days, they needed to act swiftly to gather all usable resources. The previous day, Chu Heng and Lin Hua had set several traps in the mountains, anticipating that the torrential rain would send animals scurrying in search of safety. Now was the time for Chu Heng to reap the rewards. The first trap yielded nothing, but rather than feeling disheartened, he reset it and added bait. The second trap ensnared a wild rabbit. Chu Heng approached to gently stroke the rabbit's neck, meeting its round eyes. Such an adorable little creature. With a swift twist of its neck, he took it home. The third trap was broken, evidently snapped by sheer force. From the footprints nearby, Chu Heng deduced it must have been a small wild boar weighing around 100 pounds. A wild boar? What a delightful bounty. Chu Heng glanced around at the others and suggested, "Why don't we devise a plan to capture this wild boar?" Chun Wen furrowed his brow and replied, "Before I came here, I heard that wild boars are incredibly strong. I fear we may struggle to catch it." Subsequently, Chu Heng turned his gaze towards Lu Haizhu. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Haizhu remarked, "Among us, only Xiao Heng and Qingzhu possess outdoor experience. I will defer to your judgment." Chu Heng nodded and stated, "I have calculated that the risks we face outweigh the potential rewards. If we manage to capture this wild boar, our food situation during the typhoon will be resolved." Seeing that everyone agreed with his proposal, Chunwen could only reluctantly nod in acquiescence. The wild boar seemed to question, "Huh? You intend to catch me because you lack food?" Chapter 26. Pursuit of the Wild Boar. Chang Wei sustained severe injuries, 4,000 words. What lies at the heart of hunting? Chu Heng calmly surveyed the group, posing the question. Sunlight filtered through the post-rain forest, casting dappled light upon Chu Heng's face. He lifted his head to glance into the distance, and, noticing the silence among the group, continued, first and foremost. The energy gained from the prey must surpass the energy expended in the hunt. The group pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu busied herself with the herbs she had collected along the way, attempting to concoct a poison. Secondly, since our hunt is intended for the purpose of completing a program rather than for survival, it is imperative that we prioritize our safety above all else. After delivering this serious admonition, Chu Heng fixed a stern gaze upon the group. Chenwen felt somewhat daunted by Chu Heng's gravity, but steeled himself and nodded, gripping his spear tightly. Observing this, Chu Heng gave a slight nod and began to fashion a weapon known as a bolus. The bolus, commonly used by ancient indigenous peoples, consists of a rope with stones affixed to either end. When thrown, the inertia causes the stones to ensnare the prey's legs upon contact. Although the quality of the bark rope was subpar, even a brief entanglement could disrupt the wild boar's balance, yielding maximum effectiveness. The method of constructing the bolus was straightforward. In no time, Chu Heng had created one. He then employed his small knife and a stone to cut down a bamboo stalk of appropriate length and thickness. At that moment, Lu Haizhu approached curiously and asked, "Xiao Heng, are you making a hammer?" Chu Heng paused, sensing something amiss, as if he were being mocked. Nevertheless, he half-heartedly nodded and replied, "Yes, I am crafting a hammer, a long-handled one." As he spoke, Chu Heng plunged his dagger forcefully into the top of the bamboo, hammering it twice with a stone to secure the blade. After splitting a section of the bamboo's top, he inserted a stone and proceeded to bind it tightly with a rope. Once the hammer was complete, Chu Heng picked it up and swung it a few times, finding it quite comfortable to wield. However, Lin Qingzhu, who had already reached the late stage of dark energy and was on the verge of breaking through to the next level, could faintly hear Chu Heng murmuring, 80, 80, 80. Having been acquainted with modern civilization for some time, Lin Qingzhu naturally understood the jest that Chu Heng was indulging in. She cast a discreet glance at him before her gaze fixated on his hammer. It appeared rather entertaining. Perhaps she could borrow it for a moment of amusement? Shaking her head, she dismissed the peculiar notion. After all, he was a gallant figure, draped in white. Wouldn't it be more fitting for him to wield a sword or some exotic weaponry, such as flying sleeves or a flute? What kind of noble heroine brandishes an 80-pound hammer? The invincible hammer of Lin Qingzhu? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she promptly abandoned the idea of borrowing it for play. After a brief respite, the group, under Chu Heng's leadership, set forth on their quest to hunt wild boars. In truth, pursuing wild boars was quite straightforward, particularly for Chu Heng, who hailed from the Snow Eagle Special Forces. After all, the majority of their missions involved outdoor combat, engaging in battlefield infiltration and various assassination operations. The art of survival in the wilderness was a fundamental skill for him, especially on this deserted island, assessing resources. The wild boar, weighing around 150 pounds, was well qualified to sit atop the food chain. Furthermore, their numbers were likely limited, as the ecosystem of this island could not support an abundance of such apex predators. Following the tracks of the wild boar and the occasional uprooted soil, Chu Heng and his companions swiftly arrived at the banks of a small stream. Suddenly, Chu Heng raised a hand in a gesture of silence. The group instantly halted their movements. Through the dense foliage, they beheld a black-haired wild boar, approximately 8 meters tall and weighing around 150 pounds, quenching its thirst at the water's edge. What a colossal creature! What a plump beast! Xiao Heng, perhaps we should reconsider, Lu Haizhu cautioned, eyeing the drinking wild boar with concern. Being from northeast China, he was well aware of the local adage, 1 bear, 2 pigs, and 3 tigers. If a wild boar were to become aggressive, even a northeast tiger would hesitate to confront its ferocity. Yet, Chu Heng shook his head and uttered one of the 3 sayings most persuasive to the Chinese. Since we've come this far? With the worried gazes of his companions upon him, he advanced toward the wild boar with his long hammer in hand. Observing his movement, the others swiftly concealed themselves in the predetermined positions. Their plan was straightforward. Chu Heng would engage the wild boar head-on, taunting it to charge at him. As the boar lunged, he would toss out a Persian sling. At the moment the boar lost its balance, Lin Qingzhu, the second most skilled among them, would launch her attack to ensure a devastating blow. Following her strike, the others would step in to deliver the finishing blows. Meanwhile, Chu Heng, having lured the beast, would also coordinate with Lin Qingzhu to keep the wild boar occupied, affording the others the necessary time and space for their next assault. The plan was sound. Chu Heng approached and noted a boar indeed. Thus, a scheme began to form in his mind as he stealthily crept within several dozen meters of the creature. The wild boar's ears twitched, but it paid little heed. The longtime sovereign of the forest had lost its former agility. Chu Heng picked up a stone and, with a swift motion, hurled it into the air. The small rock spun gracefully before striking the boar with formidable force. A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the woods as the lurking observers, Lu Haizhu and Shun Wan, instinctively felt a chill and clamped their legs together. Who says men lack empathy? Sometimes, the resonance of shared experience transcends mere words. The injured boar kicked back violently, then turned to face Chu Heng, who was deftly tossing stones. With a ferocious charge, the 150-pound beast barreled toward him. "Come at me," Chu Heng thought as he skillfully retrieved his bolus from his waist. At the moment, the boar lunged. He seized one end and, with a few deft motions, hurled it towards the creature's legs. The whirling bolus struck the boar's right front leg with tremendous kinetic energy. In a swift maneuver, the two stones crossed and ensnared its left front leg as well. In an instant, the boar lost its balance, coming to a sudden halt, followed by a series of tumbles. As the boar struggled to free itself from the bolus and rise, Lin Qingzhu, who had been waiting nearby, sprang into action. She leapt from a tree, spear in hand, descending swiftly. With a fierce thrust, her spear pierced the boar's front shoulder blade, driving through to its heart and pinning it to the ground. Although mortally wounded, the boar instinctively thrashed in its death throes. Witnessing Lin Qingzhu's decisive strike, Chu Heng also sprang into motion, swinging his long-handled hammer in a sweeping arc. The resilient bamboo handle bent under his strength, resembling a bow. A soft-handle hammer possesses greater force than a hard-handle one, infused with Chu Heng's own might and the bamboo's elasticity. The hammer whooshed through the air before crashing down upon the boar's ear. This blow was a celestial strike. The boar emitted a final mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Meanwhile, the live broadcast on television momentarily fell silent, followed by an explosion of comments exclaiming disbelief. The despicable assassin had transformed into a raging warrior. The young lady's strike not only pierced the boar's heart, but also struck a chord within my own heart. The internet is always a witness to the diversity of species. The subsequent events unfolded simply. The group carried the boar to the creek and summoned Lin Hua to process it, slaughtering, gutting, and curing the meat. With this, they secured enough provisions to last them nearly a week. However, it was unlikely they would consume it all in that time. As the joyous laughter filled the air in the days that followed, a contrast unfolded in Jiangcheng, where Chu Xie anxiously kept vigil by Chang Wei's bedside in the Chu family's private hospital. According to the family's custom, should no one be able to challenge Chu Xie's position as head of the family within these 3 days, her authority would be firmly established. On the third night, after vanquishing several waves of assassins sent by the family, Chang Wei quietly stayed by Chu Xie's side, watching as the hour hand gradually approached midnight. Just half an hour remained. In 30 minutes, Chu Xie would ascend as the head of the Chu family. Yet, unforeseen calamity often strikes unexpectedly. A mysterious assassin, clad in a black trench coat and masked, pierced through Chu Xie's bodyguards. He battled his way to her, raising his weapon to fire. Seeing this, Chang Wei instinctively pushed Chu Xie aside to shield her. The bullet whistled through the air, penetrating Chang Wei's bulletproof vest and embedding itself deeply into his battle-hardened body. With a roar of fury, Chang Wei charged at the assassin, who merely scoffed in response. In an instant, he leaped into action. However, upon engaging, Chang Wei found himself paralyzed with shock. What the hell? A master of transformation. Wasn't he, it said, that no such experts could emerge in these 3 days? Urgently shouting for Chu Xie to escape, he summoned his strength, feeling his vital energy surge within him, igniting his lifeblood. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous force repelled the assassin. Blood-red steam began to emanate from Chong Wei's pores, enveloping him in a swirling mist. Simultaneously, his once robust physique seemed to shrink dramatically. As he opened his eyes, a fierce light flickered, and he appeared almost otherworldly, cloaked in the crimson fog. Chong Wei spoke calmly. "Fear not, sister Yu. Even without your arrangements, I shall ensure your safety." Chu Heng knelt on the ground, dazedly witnessing the scene unfold. Such trivial skills, daring to display before me. The assassin laughed derisively and lunged forward, striking the blood-red mist with a punch. Upon impact, he felt as though he had struck a resilient basketball. In response, Chong Wei unleashed a powerful blow, forcing the assassin to stagger back 3 paces, while he himself was propelled like a cannonball. "Run!" Chong Wei bellowed. The assassin launched himself forward once more, a sharp sonic boom resonating throughout the area. The old clock chimed, marking the passage of time with its rhythmic ticking. Amidst the swirling, blood-red vapor, Chong Wei rose again, fixing his gaze on the assassin, challenging him. "Come again." As their fists clashed, the assassin floated back like willow fluff. Chong Wei stepped back, his right hand forming an uncanny shape. "No!" Chu Heng cried, tears streaming down her face, as memories of his past intertwined with the deepest recollections of a time long gone. That year, when she was 16, she met the 18-year-old Chong Wei, who was wandering the streets in despair after the death of his parents. In a dim alley, he encountered a runaway heiress. After helping her fend off a group of lecherous thugs, she timidly asked, "I can offer you money. Can you protect me?" From that moment, their fates became intertwined. That year, Luocheng was vibrant and passionate, until those thugs, seeking revenge, gathered a large group of ruffians to threaten the girl. The boy fought against them, and in a tragic turn, took a life. The girl, left with no choice, sought help from her family. The girl's family came knocking, and with a lingering gaze filled with reluctance from Chong Wei, she was once again compelled to enter that luxurious car. Thus, the phrase "a toast amidst the gentle spring breeze," 10 years of dim light under the Jianghu night rain rings true. After the girl turned 24 and gained her independence, she scoured the entirety of Luo City, yet could not find that boy from her past. At this moment, it felt as if she were transported back to that very time. Chu Heng seemed to see the not-so-robust youth standing before her once more. Elder sister. He would be the only one to call her that. Chong Wei leaped into the air, inhaling deeply before unleashing a furious roar. The crimson steam surrounding him thickened. However, the black-clad assassin halted his actions, merely stating that he was done playing, then flicked a finger. The sharp energy transformed into a wolf's head, piercing through the steam and colliding with Chong Wei's chest. In an instant, the crimson steam dissipated, leaving Chong Wei collapsed on the ground. "No!" Chu Heng emitted a piercing, almost mournful wail. She lunged forward, pinning Chong Wei beneath her. The assassin sighed, preparing to strike, but as if sensing something, he suddenly retreated. Soon after, a robust figure appeared before them. The newcomer swiftly lifted Chu Heng and pressed down on Chong Wei's chest to staunch the bleeding. With a sigh, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Had it not been for the time wasted on those old dogs, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, tonight, I would have turned you into the Dead Wolf Mercenary Corps." After administering a pill to Chong Wei, he rose and glanced at Chu Heng with a smile, saying, "I am Gao Zhenwei, the teacher of Chu Heng. He entrusted me to look after you before embarking on his mission. I was delayed by a few old dogs nearing the Dan level." No sooner had he finished speaking than the 4 guardians of the Chu family burst in, carrying several severed heads. Upon seeing Chu Heng unharmed, the leading elder breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "We encountered resistance on our way here as well." Chu Heng remained in a daze, silent until she mechanically turned her head towards the elder upon hearing his words. Only then did she notice Gao Zhenwei, carrying Chong Wei. Her once dry eyes suddenly sparked with life, and with a hint of desperation, she cried out, "Take him to the hospital. He is injured." Chapter 27. The calm before the storm in the hospital room. Chu Heng sat quietly by Chong Wei's bedside, vigilantly watching over him. On the bed, Chong Wei's brow was furrowed, the gruesome wound on his chest now wrapped in thick bandages, while his twisted right hand had been set in plaster, resting beside him. The heart rate monitor beside him beeped steadily. Chu Heng sat in the chair adjacent to the bed, attending to documents in her hands, occasionally glancing up at Chong Wei. Now firmly established in her role as the head of the family, she found that her joy was not as profound as she had envisioned. Gazing at the man on the bed, her eyes betrayed a mixture of regret, longing, and love. In truth, her desire for power was not substantial. Her initial motive for taking over the Shishir group was merely to harness its resources to find Chong Wei. Her ascension to the head of the Chu family was equally simple, aimed solely at preserving the family's legacy in front of Chu Heng. Yet, alas, what a twist of fate! Eternally, as he embarks on the path towards a brighter future, he presents her with a dilemma. At 16, it was thus. At 28, it remains the same. Chu Heng, filled with a sense of doubt, allowed a deep sigh and reached into Chong Wei's warm embrace, grasping his robust and calloused hand. Fortunately, she had found Chong Wei. Fate had ceased to play tricks on her once more. Chu Heng tightened her grip on Chong Wei's hand, the roughness of his calluses brushing against the softness of her palm. In that moment, she felt as though she had seized the very person from her dreams, holding the hand she had not been able to grasp at 16. Thankfully, all was not lost. Thankfully, our time was still abundant. Outside, the sky was adorned with a tapestry of purple hues, the evening glow generously casting its remaining light and warmth upon the earth. The sea mirrored this purple brilliance, while the sandy shore was enveloped in a veil of ethereal lavender light. This wretched sunset was heartbreakingly beautiful. Chu Heng glanced at Lin Qingzhu, who sat beside him, the twilight shrouding her in a layer of violet radiance, enhancing her originally cool and ethereal demeanor with an alluring charm. Lin Qingzhu gazed at the spectacle before her, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. A native of the inland, she had never witnessed the beach before Typhoon's arrival. In her travels, she had heard tales from wanderers who spoke of the beach's unparalleled beauty in such moments, yet she had never experienced it firsthand, leaving her with a lingering doubt. But today, as she stood amidst it all, her heart quivered with awe. In the distance, the purple-tinted sea caressed the rocks tenderly. On the beach, Lin Hua was entertaining a group of stars, playing in the surf and catching fish. The sea, under the impending storm, was eerily calm. This was the tranquility before the tempest. In every conceivable sense it was so. Chu Heng sat silently by the shore, and when the sea breeze playfully lifted Lin Qingzhu's hair for the 27th time, he finally spoke. "You should go with them." "And you?" Lin Qingzhu turned to him, her gaze steady and calm. "What about you?" After a moment of silence, Chu Heng forced a smile, albeit a strained one, and replied, "There will be a few special forces units coming to assist." Lin Qingzhu's expression remained neutral, her eyes fixed on Chu Heng's evasive gaze as she said, "You're deceiving me. There won't be any assistance, will there?" Chu Heng, on the verge of fabricating a lie, found his once fluent words choking in his throat. In that instant, the teachings from intelligence classes, filled with various tactics of deceit, hung unspoken in his mouth. He did not know why, but he felt an overwhelming reluctance to lie to the person before him at this moment. Have I grown old? How is it that I have forgotten such fundamental skills? Chu Heng pressed his lips together, and under Lin Qingzhu's calm yet penetrating gaze, he finally uttered a few words. "I am aware." Lin Qingzhu understood that the person before her had resolutely made up his mind. In her past experiences within the realm, she had treated countless patients from various walks of life, and through her interactions with them, she had learned an invaluable lesson. One cannot deter a hero from embracing death. At this moment, Chu Heng appeared to her as one who had embraced the will to die. Little did she know, ever since that fateful night, upon glimpsing the photograph of the so-called Wolf King, Yi Feng, a flicker of murderous intent mingled with a deathly resolve had ignited in Chu Heng's eyes. It was a determination to drag his adversary down to hell, even if it cost him his own life. She had encountered many such individuals, each with their own reasons for courting death, some for vengeance, others for loyalty, and some so that others might live better lives. Over time, she had cultivated the belief that good counsel is futile for those destined for death, and that great compassion cannot save those who have severed their own ties. Yet, for reasons unknown, she broke her own rule and, for the first time, offered a word of advice. Is there no way to avoid death? Chu Heng Bao said, then burst into laughter. This laughter was bold and hearty, imbued with the spirited vigor characteristic of youth. In that moment, his demeanor finally matched his age of 24. After his laughter subsided, he clutched his stomach and declared, "All right, I promise you, I will survive." Moved by an inexplicable force, he gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and gazed into her dark eyes, saying, "Rest assured, I shall return." At that instant, the wind ceased and the waves calmed. The sound of a motorboat, sharp and clear, pierced the air as the production team, having regained their composure, temporarily ferried the guests back to shore. Lin Qingzhu, seated in the boat, cast a lingering glance back at the island, her heart tinged with anxiety. She feared that after this fleeting look, their fates would be forever entwined in uncertainty, never to meet again in this lifetime. The sea was eerily tranquil before the typhoon arrived. Even the wisps of clouds in the sky were drawn away by the powerful pull of the eye of the storm. Shortly thereafter, Chu Heng stood upon the beach as a helicopter whirred into view, dropping a package before soaring off into the distance. Watching the retreating silhouette of the helicopter, Chu Heng silently vowed, "Fear not, I shall return." As night fell and the winds howled, monstrous waves crashed violently, and the sky became a canvas of dark, roiling clouds heavy with impending rain. In an instant, the forest erupted in chaos as birds took flight and beasts fled. Clad in waterproof gear and armed with a rifle, Chu Heng lay in wait at the landing point. Time trickled by as the torrential downpour sapped the warmth from his body. Even a master of martial arts felt a hint of chill amidst the relentless rain. Suddenly, a spotlight beamed onto the shore, followed by the emergence of a boat slicing through the waves. They had arrived, finally. A group of shadowy figures, draped in dark garments, began unloading boxes from the vessel. Amid the storm, the butcher directed his subordinates to lift the crates, grumbling under his breath as the raindrops pelted down upon him. Damn it. If it weren't for the stringent import-export regulations of Huaxia, we wouldn't have to land here in this wretched weather. In truth, their plan was quite straightforward. They had bribed personnel within the production team. After concealing their weapons in a predetermined location, the following morning, post-typhoon, the workers would arrive on the island to clear debris. At that moment, the associates they had strategically arranged would transport their weapons onto the vessel for safekeeping, subsequently returning to Lo City under the guise of props. Transporting arms ashore during a typhoon is, in fact, a common smuggling tactic employed by local operatives. They merely opted for a deserted island this time. The howling winds intensified, and the patter of raindrops grew louder. Amidst the swirling mist of rain, Chu Heng pulled the trigger, and a bullet flew through the silencer. Thud! A guard holding a flashlight collapsed at the sound. Instinctively, the butcher shouted, "Not good. Personnel captured. We are under attack." In an instant, gunfire erupted. Chapter 28, Combat. Combat. Bloodshed in the jungle, the winds howled fiercely, and the torrential rain fell like pillars. Waves roared, crashing against the beach and the cliffside rocks, sending foam flying. In the mountains, birds nestled beneath large trees, trembling with fear, unwilling to soar into the skies. Creatures lay low in their caves, anxious and only daring to emit terrified whimpers. On the beach, bullets sliced through the slanted curtain of rain, flying in all directions. Several bullets narrowly missed Chu Heng, yet he remained unfazed, calmly firing another shot. Thud! Another gunman fell. Reloading, Chu Heng took aim once more, following the trajectory of the bullets. The butcher suddenly unleashed a barrage. He shouted there. Instantly, a multitude of bullets rained down upon Chu Heng's hiding spot. However, after firing that shot, Chu Heng swiftly shifted his position and leapt from the tree, executing a roll towards another hiding place. After a while, the jungle fell silent. The butcher gestured for several subordinates to advance and investigate. A few mercenaries formed a triangular formation, cautiously approaching the tree where Chu Heng had previously concealed himself. Suddenly, one soldier stumbled as if he had kicked something. He instinctively shouted, "Landmine," and dove to the side, but it was too late under the cover of the rainy night. A small black sphere was propelled into the air to waist height. Then came a tremendous explosion, erupting in the midst of the triangular formation. 3 mercenaries were caught off guard and were instantly hurled away by the blast. The butcher's eyes turned red with fury. Moreover, taking advantage of the explosion's cover, Chu Heng seized the opportunity to fire 2 more shots. 2 additional mercenaries fell lifelessly to the ground. This wave of assault had decimated the enemy's ranks without them even catching a glimpse of their assailant, while they had already lost 7 of their own. Originally, they had brought a mere 24 individuals, each a seasoned warrior at least at the bright strength stage, including 10 practitioners at the dark strength stage. And now, only 17 remained. Fortunately, the casualties among the dark strength warriors were minimal. Of the 7 who had perished, 6 were from the bright strength stage, with only 1 being an early stage dark strength warrior. Witnessing the elite he had personally led fall inexplicably into the hands of the enemy he had always prided himself on, the seasoned butcher could not suppress his anger. How infuriating! If the esteemed mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Brigade were to learn that their formidable force suffered losses in such a trivial locale, their reputation on the international stage would be irreparably tarnished. The mere thought of this spurred him to gesture for his men to advance into the forest. The sandy beach offered scant obstacles. No matter how formidable the enemy, they could scarcely lay numerous mines upon it. Thus, the previous encounter was merely a stroke of misfortune. With this in mind, the butcher quickened his pace. Once they penetrated the woods and forced the adversary back to the beach, even if they possessed extraordinary abilities, they would find no escape from the grasp of the Blood Wolf Brigade. Each member of the Blood Wolf Brigade had been through countless battles, a far cry from the obscure second-rate organizations. Even the Dragon King Brigade, ranked among the top 10, could not match their confidence under the leadership of the Wolf King, who had recently shattered the confines of the dark energy realm to step into the realm of transformation. China was merely the origin of their global conquest. As they entered the jungle, a few bullets whizzed by. The butcher instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the barrage. Previously on the open beach, there were no shelters to conceal oneself, but now, amidst the trees, cover was abundant. Yet before he could fully process this, a bullet pierced the head of one of his subordinates beside him. Damn it! In a fit of rage, the butcher aimed at the direction of the incoming bullets and unleashed a barrage of fire. Suppress their fire. Assault team, move up. Several gunmen directed their fire toward the source of the onslaught, while 3 mercenaries surged toward the target from the flanks. Under the relentless hail of bullets, the tree where Chu Heng had been hiding was swiftly severed. When the 3 assailants rushed past, they were met with an unsettling revelation. There was no one behind the tree. Alarm bells rang in their minds as they instinctively formed a triangle formation, backs pressed together. Suddenly, from a nearby thicket, a shadow sprang forth, and a mercenary's finger had barely grazed the trigger before the shadow lunged forward, pressing down on his gun barrel with one hand while swiftly grasping his neck with the other. A burst of dark energy was unleashed, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. The other 2 soldiers quickly regained their composure, turning their weapons towards Chu Heng. Yet, Chu Heng remained unfazed. With a gentle push, he deflected one soldier's gun away. In a swift motion, he delivered a kick to the chest of the other mercenary. The assailant, merely at the mid-level of dark energy, stood no chance against Chu Heng, who had already ascended to the mid-level of transformation and fell instantly. With his right hand forming a beak-like shape, Chu Heng rapidly jabbed at the neck of the last mercenary. The pressure point was struck, and energy surged forth. The mercenary's cervical spine was severely injured, leaving his entire neck in disarray. In an instant, 3 adversaries lay defeated, showcasing the prowess of the exceptional operative from the 477 Special Assault Team. After executing this swift series of actions, Chu Heng exhaled deeply and darted behind another tree. The butcher, witnessing these events unfold, seemed to sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Something was amiss. The ability to swiftly eliminate 2 masters of concealed strength, along with a practitioner of overt strength, speaks volumes about this individual's prowess, which must surely reside at least within the late stages of concealed strength. He dared not even entertain the notion that this formidable being could be on par with his superior, the Wolf King. The butcher, with precision and decisiveness, commanded his team to shoot rapidly while simultaneously restructuring their previously disorganized search formation into a combat-ready stance. Upon witnessing this, Chu Heng narrowed his eyes, recognizing a degree of skill. In their earlier encounters, he had gauged the opponent's strength. They generally hovered between concealed and overt strength. If he could eliminate the commander, he could then exploit the advantages of the jungle to take them down one by one. With a plan in mind, Chu Heng swiftly fired a shot at the butcher. A mercenary beside the butcher instinctively pushed him aside, resulting in the bullet embedding itself in the butcher's face, severing one of his ears. The butcher fell to his knees, clutching his ear in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Heng hurled 2 grenades. As the grenades detonated, chaos ensued, with everyone scrambling for cover. Yet, amidst the distraction, Chu Heng surged forward, closing the distance between himself and his adversaries. True to his reputation as an elite member of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, the butcher maintained his composure despite the excruciating pain of a shattered ear. He instinctively shouted, "Suppressive fire. Do not let him close in. If he does, we will all perish." Hearing this, the mercenary beside him raised his weapon. However, before he could pull the trigger, a volley of bullets sliced through the smoke and rain-soaked foliage. Chu Heng swiftly dispatched 2 mercenaries with rapid shots before closing in. The butcher, wise to the peril, chose not to linger. He executed a roll to increase the distance between himself and Chu Heng and swiftly retreated under the cover of the jungle. The mercenaries, witnessing their commander's flight, also began to lose their will to fight. Nevertheless, years of training instilled in them a semblance of calm as they provided suppressive fire while withdrawing from the jungle. Yet, Chu Heng was unyielding. These individuals must perish today. He braved the rain of bullets, utilizing the towering trees for cover as he maneuvered swiftly. In the intervals of his movement, he raised his weapon and fired with precision. In rapid-fire situations, it is all about instinct. There is no need for aiming. Raising the gun equates to firing. Chu Heng exemplified this principle, standing at the apex of skill. At that moment, his 191 automatic rifle transformed into a scythe of death, rhythmically unleashing tongues of flame that reaped the lives of the mercenaries before him. Suddenly, as he ducked behind a tree, bullets struck his previous location. Yet, with a practiced flick, he removed the magazine from his rifle, retrieved another from his chest pouch, and reloaded. He then darted out again, claiming another mercenary's life. The torrential rain fell relentlessly, and the howling winds raged on. On an uncharted, deserted island within the vast seas of China, a group of individuals was embroiled in a deadly struggle for survival. Chapter 29. The Instant of Life and Death. Another strike of transformation. The downpour was unyielding, and the winds howled ceaselessly. A few hours ago, the ocean shimmered with a haunting violet glow, a sight so beautiful it could break one's heart. Now, however, it has transformed into a tempestuous display of the heavens' wrath. The inky waves, driven by a relentless gale, crash against the rocky shore with a resounding clap. From the highest point of a desolate island, anyone would shudder at this apocalyptic tableau. The storm has arrived, battering the edifices with its fury. Within the darkened woods, only the sounds of wind, rain, and incessant gunfire can be heard. As mercenaries fall one after another at Chu Heng's feet, he moves swiftly, leaping into the air, using the trees to propel himself sideways. With a deft sidestep to evade a bullet aimed at him, he pulls the trigger once more. Whoosh! A bullet pierces the mercenary's brow, and his body seems to freeze in time before collapsing heavily to the ground. With the demise of the last mercenary, Chu Heng strides through the mingled rain and blood, emerging from the jungle. On the landing site, the butcher frantically flees towards a ship battling the storm. Yet, swifter than him is a bullet, which finds its mark at the back of his head, exiting through his mouth. A shot to the brainstem, and the butcher, vice captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, falls lifeless. Witnessing the butcher's collapse, Chu Heng cautiously approaches the arms they had been transporting. Just as he prepares to lift the crate, an unseen force flashes past his head. Sensing something amiss, Chu Heng instinctively sidesteps, avoiding the energy. Turning around, he sees 2 elderly men in black standing behind him, arms crossed. It seems the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps lacks masters like you, one remarks. In an instant, Chu Heng discerns their prowess. Both are masters nearing the Dan realm. One elder dismissively states, "Your agility is commendable, yet your cultivation falls short." Chu Heng retorts, "This matter lies between our Special Affairs Bureau and the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. I advise you not to meddle." The elder scoffs, "The Special Affairs Bureau? Merely the court's hounds. Throughout history, countless dynasties have crumbled before the Lin family. Do you truly believe a mere Special Affairs Bureau can threaten us?" The second elder speaks gently, "Young friend, my Wong family owes a favor to Lin, who invited me to assist. I see your cultivation is arduous. I urge you take your own life to spare yourself further suffering." Ah, what a remarkable fellow. Since the Special Affairs Bureau entered the fray, it has been ages since a noble family dared to speak to us so boldly. Does this old man think he can reside in the mountains like the Yuan Mo people? And another old fool. It has been far too long since I encountered such a foolish individual, coming to assassinate me while announcing his own name. Does he believe they have me at their mercy? Chu Heng casts a disdainful glance at the brash elder and remarks, "How fortunate. Not long ago, a few noble families dared to taunt us similarly. Some even brushed against the Dan realm like you. However, my teacher Gao Jinwei had already toppled them." He then glanced at the elderly man whose tone had softened slightly, spat disdainfully, and remarked, "You old wretch, you'd best make sure you kill me today. If I survive, it will be you who meets your demise." The two elder men were momentarily taken aback. Having lived in comfort for so long, they had rarely encountered such blatant insults. Furthermore, as masters of their realm, they were accustomed to being revered wherever they went. Yet, their astonishment did not extend to Chu Heng. This was a battlefield, a fight for survival, not a game of statues where one stands still while the other does the same. In an instant, Chu Heng raised his gun, unleashing 3 bullets in a triangular formation towards one of the elders. The elder dodged skillfully, avoiding the bullets, and scoffed, "You ignorant fool. Do you truly believe firearms are of any use against beings of our caliber?" With his first attempt thwarted, Chu Heng swiftly retreated and retorted, "You arrogant cur. If you're so formidable, just wait until I unleash my Type 10 heavy machine gun and see how well you fare against that." The irate elder, unable to contain his fury, launched a powerful punch that surged with the essence of the heavens, barreling towards Chu Heng like a cannonball. Yet, Chu Heng merely shifted his stance, summoning the ethereal spirit crane behind him. The crane swiftly crossed its wings, enveloping Chu Heng and absorbing the blow. The force rippled outward, and the elder's face paled in realization. This brash youth was indeed a master of transformation, just like them. This was dire. If they succeeded in ambushing the young prodigy of the Special Affairs Bureau, it would be a victory, but failure would surely incite retaliation from the Bureau. Even if the Bureau hesitated to retaliate due to their family backgrounds, this young master of transformation was destined to become a formidable force. Contemplating this, the elder surnamed Lin glanced at the elder Wang, who had yet to act, and urged, "Wang, if you do not intervene now, all our plans will crumble." At that moment, Chu Heng discarded his firearm and, in a flash, appeared before Elder Lin, his left hand morphing into a claw as he struck downward with ferocity. Instantly, the claw summoned the essence of the world, rushing towards Lin. The elder evaded the strike just in time. As Chu Heng prepared to pursue, the previously silent Elder Wang suddenly called out, "Hold on." Reflexively, Chu Heng hesitated, a chill creeping down his spine as a glimmer of cold light flashed. He instinctively executed a bridge maneuver to evade the icy ray. Subsequently, he witnessed 12 small flying swords swirling around Elder Wang. To his dismay, this elder was not a martial artist but a cultivator. Seeing his initial attack fail, Elder Wang swiftly altered his incantation, chanting fervently as the 12 swords transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Chu Heng. Chu Heng dodged one streak, then leaped to evade 2 more aimed at his knees. Observing this, Elder Lin gathered his strength, swiftly closing the distance as he unleashed a punch. The force coalesced into a dragon, entwining with the rain and the essence of nature, hurtling towards Chu Heng with tremendous velocity. Chu Heng, caught off guard, could not evade the transformation of the spirit crane and was struck hard. Subsequently, he twisted his body, causing a flying sword to pierce through his chest. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed intently on the two adversaries. This situation was untenable. His youth rendered him inferior in energy compared to these two seasoned veterans. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate one of them first. In an instant, he flickered like a white crane in the air, his wings flaring violently as he barreled through the rain toward Old Wong. Old Wong, with a flick of his toes, retreated sharply and then altered his hand gestures, launching another flying sword directly at Chu Heng's face. A crude martial brute, Old Wong scoffed. However, Chu Heng did not flinch or evade. He summoned his energy from the Dantian, coursing through his meridians, converging in his throat. As the flying sword approached, he unleashed a fearsome tiger roar. The roar echoed through the valley, instilling dread in all beasts. Historically, the tiger's roar has possessed a captivating power, and Chu Heng's cultivation had elevated him to the status of a formidable beast within the forest. With a single roar, sound waves morphed into the form of a descending tiger. The mighty tiger raised its right paw and forcefully pressed down upon the suspended flying sword. In the astonished gaze of Old Wong, Chu Heng surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. This time, it was not mere energy that burst forth, but rather the six-ding divine fire bestowed upon him by Xiaoming. This divine fire, fueled by the spirit, incinerated the flesh. The mystical flames ignited Old Wong's spirit, causing him to emit a horrific scream as an eerie red fire enveloped his entire being. Despite the torrential downpour, the flames upon him could not be extinguished. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the rain poured down, rendering the world seemingly illuminated solely by the fiery figure of Old Wong. Standing beside him, Chu Heng was bathed in the unnatural red light, turning to face Old Lin, revealing a devilish smile amidst Lin's terrified expression as he spoke. "Old fool. Your turn is next." Chapter 30. The Ultimate Kill. A startling bomb threat rain mingled with howling winds as it swept across the desolate island. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously. Satellite imagery revealed a massive eye of the storm gradually encroaching upon the isle. On the beach, Chu Heng, bolstered by his fighting spirit, was engaged in a fierce battle with Old Lin. Although Old Lin had lost the long-range support of Old Wong, the subsequent defeat of Wong had inevitably diminished Chu Heng's combat strength. It must be said that while Old Wong's sword had not struck Chu Heng's heart, the sword chi that penetrated his body had indeed inflicted severe injury. Compounding matters, the residual sword chi continued to wreak havoc on his internal organs and meridians, forcing Chu Heng to divert some of his internal energy to suppress it. Given that Chu Heng's internal energy was already inferior to that of Old Lin, who had touched the barrier of Dan energy, this suppression only worsened his precarious situation. Fortunately, Old Lin remained wary of Chu Heng's mastery of the six-ding divine fire, which compelled him to engage cautiously, often opting to evade Chu Heng's attacks rather than confront them directly, seeking to trade wounds for a decisive strike. The rain intensified, and the wind howled louder. After being struck by Old Lin's punch for the 23rd time, Chu Heng gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare. The moment to fight for his life had arrived. Old Lin had also fully grasped this reality. He quickly took several deep breaths, his chaotic energy gradually transforming into a harmonious flow. Slowly, this energy coalesced into a magnificent dragon. Suddenly, Chu Heng moved, and seeing this, Old Lin unleashed a punch, sending the energy dragon roaring towards Chu Heng. Contrary to his expectations, however, Chu Heng did not retaliate but instead turned and fled. The energy dragon brushed past him, crashing into the woods and dissipating only after traveling over 100 meters. By that time, Chu Heng had already vanished into the thicket. That cunning rascal! Old Lin narrowed his eyes, disregarding everything else as he leaped into the jungle in pursuit. At this juncture, both sides had irrevocably burned their bridges. He felt a twinge of regret, lamenting his desire to repay Yi Feng's favor. Though both Yi Feng and Chu Heng were formidable practitioners, it was evident that Chu Heng's potential surpassed that of the former. Moreover, Even if Lin's family succeeded, they would only seize a fraction of the Chu family's assets. To achieve this, Lin's family risked their own safety and offended a potential powerhouse who might soon reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. Such a deal was hardly worthwhile. Yet, what did he do now? Even if it was unwise, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the bitter consequences. A deadly enmity had formed between him and Chu Heng. Even if he were to spare Chu Heng now, he knew there would be no room for reconciliation. Similarly, those who had reached the level of mastery were not fools. Upon seeing Chu Heng disappear into the foliage, old Lin, without a moment's hesitation, summoned his inner strength and plunged into the thicket. As the tempest raged, the trees in the forest swayed violently. Many slender trees were uprooted, while branches of larger trees snapped with a crackling sound. Once Chu Heng entered the jungle, he moved like a dragon in the sea. To old Lin, he resembled an elusive loach, so close yet impossible to catch, evading every attack with remarkable agility. Damn it, truly damn it. Suddenly, old Lin felt as if he had kicked something. Not good. The instincts of a warrior warned him of impending danger. Instinctively, he mobilized the energy of heaven and earth to shield himself. A trap bomb tied to a tree exploded violently, but the shockwave barely affected old Lin. When the smoke cleared, he found only a bit of soot on the hem of his garment. Yet, this was enough to incite his fury. Damn it, truly damn it. Had he not reacted so swiftly to harness the energy, he would have suffered at least a minor injury. With this thought, old Lin's resolve hardened once more, and his energy surged forth like a torrent, increasing his speed. However, he still could not catch up to Chu Heng, and the gap between them widened. Frustrated, old Lin condensed his energy into another dragon and fiercely swung it towards Chu Heng. The energy dragon surged forward like a tidal wave, quickly closing in on Chu Heng's retreating figure. Yet, Chu Heng did not evade. Instead, he countered with a punch, his energy coalescing into a soaring crane that collided directly with the dragon. With a resounding explosion, a shock wave radiated from the point of impact, uprooting trees within a 10-meter radius. Upon witnessing this, Chu Heng suddenly intensified his pace, swiftly closing the distance between himself and the old man Lin. Excellent. Lin, unwavering, took a stance and unleashed a powerful punch. Chu Heng halted momentarily, then deftly stepped to his right, allowing his body to pivot and evade the blow, simultaneously launching a fierce strike with his left palm. Instinctively, Lin raised his right hand to block the clawing attack. Yet Chu Heng seized the opportunity to press his hand down onto Lin's, causing a momentary disruption in his movements. Lin, startled, attempted to break free with sheer force. But Chu Heng swiftly turned, forming his right hand into a beak-like shape and struck toward the pressure point behind Lin's ear. At a critical moment, Lin summoned his energy, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. Failing to connect, Chu Heng darted behind a tree. Lin, reacting instinctively, kicked down the tree that concealed him. But Chu Heng nimbly evaded again, taking refuge behind another tree. Lin unleashed another punch, the force of which pierced through the trunk. Thus, Chu Heng continued to evade as Lin, like a frenzied beast, relentlessly demolished the surrounding trees. Suddenly, Chu Heng staggered, a mouthful of blood spurting forth, to Lin's delight. Indeed, the sword energy could not be contained. In that instant, energy coalesced in Lin's right hand as he swung a punch directly aimed at Chu Heng's heart. Yet, Chu Heng executed a swift maneuver, narrowly avoiding the blow as it grazed his shoulder. This was bad. The boy was up to tricks again, but it was too late. Having swung with all his might, Lin's body instinctively faltered, and Chu Heng seized the moment, delivering a clawing strike to Lin's chest. The surging energy, intertwined with the six-ding divine fire, surged into Lin's body. In an instant, the six-ding divine fire erupted. The raging flames ignited his very soul, prompting an involuntary scream from Lin, who subsequently met the same fate as the old ghost one. It was only after Lin was reduced to cinders that Chu Heng exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet the uncontrollable sword energy erupted within him, tightening his throat as he coughed up blood and sank to one knee. The torrential rain soaked his body as Chu Heng dragged his battered form to the shelter of a large tree. With his eyes tightly shut, he focused on regulating his breath, unaware of how much time had passed, until he could only perceive the calming of the rain and wind. The eye of the typhoon had arrived. Suddenly, Chu Heng opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and weakly rose, leaning against the tree trunk. Upon sensing the emptiness within his meridians, he managed a resigned smile. Fortunately, he had not been accompanied by others this time, for as before, if he were alone, he could engage with two formidable opponents, but with more people, he would be unable to protect them all. Chu Heng limped onto the beach, glancing at the boat before approaching the boxes they had transported. However, several boxes turned out to be empty. An immediate sense of foreboding washed over him as he hastened to open the remaining boxes. Finally, in the last one, he discovered a mobile phone. Chu Heng looked around cautiously, ensuring there were no hidden explosives, and only behind the boat, picked up a small twig to press the power button on the phone. Indeed, upon pressing the power button of his phone, a flash of dark light shot forth from beneath it. Merely a familiar ruse. Chu Heng was not fortunate enough to escape unscathed. After all, during assassination missions, he often employed such tactics. Once the phone powered on, a video abruptly materialized on the screen. The protagonists of short dramas always relish leaving behind a trace for others. With a smile, Chu Heng reached out and tapped the video. With a resounding boom, a nearby vessel erupted in a violent explosion, instantly transforming into a fireball. The shockwave from the blast surged forth, striking Chu Heng with considerable force. Instinctively, he rolled aside, evading the debris of the shattered ship. He then turned his attention back to the video, where a masked man declared, "Greetings, Mr. Chu, who has been relentlessly pursuing our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. I am Yi Feng of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps." After skipping through a lengthy portion of inconsequential dialogue, Chu Heng finally glimpsed the crux of the video. Yi Feng showcased two assembled bombs behind him, then returned to the camera and said, "One of these bombs has been placed on this ship. Mr. Chu, can you guess where the other bomb is hidden?" With that, Yi Feng concluded the video. Damn it! Chu Heng felt a surge of agitation. Originally, he believed that Yi Feng, being relatively new to Luo City, would personally deal with him in this trap. However, he had not anticipated that. Despite his efforts to overestimate Yi Feng's capabilities, he still possessed the means to summon a host of formidable masters. When did masters of such caliber become as common as cabbages? In just a few short days, Teacher Gao encountered two, the Chu family's protectors faced two, Chang Wei dealt with one, and he himself had taken down two. This was unusual, typically, in a city of Luo City stature. Masters are closely guarded secrets of elite families, with even the prestigious Chu family harboring no more than a handful. Yet, Chu Heng had no time to ponder such matters. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he dashed back to the cave to utilize the satellite phone he had left behind, dialing Gao Zhenwei's number. At this moment, a fierce wind stirred, and rain poured down in torrents. Meanwhile, at the Chu family's banquet in Luo City, only a handful of guests, barely a dozen, had attended. However, these were all leaders of the younger generation. Curiously, Chu Xie was absent, and not one of the three Chu sisters was present. Instead, the seat of honor was occupied by the adopted son, Chu Zhe. Within the room, glasses clinked and laughter echoed, while outside, darkness engulfed the estate, shrouding it in night, where only the sound of wind and rain striking the windows could be heard. Chapter 31. The Chu Family Night Banquet. The kidnapped Chu Mingxue after several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes. Chu Zhe lightly tapped his silver spoon against the glass, the clear sound capturing the attention of all present. As everyone turned to him, Chu Zhe rose and said, "You are all the leaders of the younger generation of the Chu family. Today, your presence here brings great honor to me, Chu Zhe, and I must extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support." A young man seated to the right spoke up, "Chu Zhe, everyone present has their own affairs to attend to. If we are merely to endure your meaningless chatter, then we must decline your invitation." Chu Zhe smiled, gesturing with his hands to quell the murmurs among the crowd, and then began to speak. "Brother Qi, do not be hasty. I am well aware that each of you is a person of considerable importance, so I shall refrain from further trivialities. Although I am not of the Chu lineage by blood, I was raised within the confines of the Chu family, and thus I consider myself a part of it. However, not long ago, my sisters, having been incited by treacherous individuals, conspired against our father, the family head Chu Heng, coercing him into relinquishing his position. With a grave expression, Chu Zhe addressed the assembly. As my father's child, witnessing these events has been a source of profound anguish for me. I am filled with the desire to eliminate the traitors, yet feel powerless to effect change. Therefore, I have summoned you all today to seek your collective strength to guide my sisters back from their misguided path. Upon hearing Chu Zhe's words, Chu Qi scoffed. To purify the court? Have you lost your senses? Do you truly believe your father would willingly abdicate? And do you comprehend who stands behind Chu Xia? That would be the Special Affairs Bureau's Chu Heng, a man possessed of madness. Just considering his power, the combined might of all present would scarcely suffice to challenge him. In response, Chu Zhe chuckled. Upon Chu Heng's return, he has exhibited nothing but arrogance and tyranny. The noble families of Luo City have endured his excesses for far too long. Just now, while he was on a mission, the protectors of the Wang and Lin families have already attempted to assassinate him. I dare say, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. It would be difficult for Chu Heng to survive against these two. What is the cost? Inquired another young man of the Chu clan. Chu Zhe replied, merely a few assets. Rest assured, should the elders express dissent, I shall bear sole responsibility. At that moment, a young man rose and stated, but how can you ensure the protectors will not intervene? We have already breached the rules. Chu Zhe continued, intervene? All of you are the elite of the younger generation of the Chu family. Do you believe they would dare to strike and eliminate us all? Subsequently, Chu Zhe stood from his seat, addressing the assembly. Those who aspire to greatness do not quibble over trifles. While my sister possesses certain abilities, she is far from capable of shouldering the weight of the Chu family's responsibilities. Therefore, I implore you to restore order and return clarity to the Chu family. Chu Ji, with a dismissive sneer, retorted, have you considered what consequences we might face should we fail? What you propose is rebellion, a betrayal of the family. At this, Chu Zhe's smile faded. He fixed his gaze upon Chu Qi and declared, I had thought you, Brother Qi, to be of heroic stature. Yet it seems you are merely a timid creature, fearful of both wolves and tigers. You. Chu Qi's face flushed red as he slammed the table and rose, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Zhe. However, Chu Zhe did not afford him the chance to speak further, proclaiming loudly, esteemed guests, it has been said that fortune favors the bold. The pathway to greatness lies before you. I beseech you to make your choice. After an indeterminate interval, one person stood up and declared, I, Chu Run, shall take action. Soon thereafter, more than half of those present rose in agreement, including Chu Qi, who had previously been at odds with Chu Zhe. The remaining individuals cast a fleeting glance at Chu Zhe before turning away. Soon, gunfire erupted outside, prompting everyone to stare in astonishment at Chu Zhe. Unfazed, Chu Zhe chuckled, declaring, those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Since they have chosen not to become our allies, they must inevitably stand as our adversaries. The crowd gazed at him in amazement, yet he remained composed, raising his champagne glass, exclaiming, ladies and gentlemen, let us toast to our impending success. Meanwhile, Chu Heng hastened back to the beach. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the distant storm. He needed to devise a plan to return, for he was uncertain when Yi Feng's bomb would detonate. Nonetheless, a vague suspicion loomed in his mind. Yi Feng would likely resort to abducting those closest to him to instill fear. Who would he target? Lin Qingzhu? Zhu Ming's? Zhu Sai or Zhu Qinglan? Or would he attempt to ensnare them all? Fortunately, time was still on his side. On the phone, Gao Jinwei informed him that Lin Qingzhu had been ambushed on her way back, though the assailants were not affiliated with her usual entourage. After successfully escorting the celebrity group to shore, Lin Qingzhu proceeded to coordinate assistance for Chu Heng with the Coast Guard. As the storm began to subside, a white vessel cleaved through the surging waves, gradually approaching the shore. Chu Heng stood atop the rocky outcrop on the beach, gazing into the distance as the ship drew nearer. The first sight to catch his eye was the red flag fluttering atop the Coast Guard vessel. followed by the imposing silhouette of a 75mm main gun piercing through the rain. At the bow of the ship stood a young woman, sword in hand, who, upon spotting the tattered Chu Heng, leapt into action, her feet stirring the elemental energies of the earth as she braved the downpour, striding across the waves. At the First People's Hospital of Luo City, Sister Mingxue, there's something amiss with this patient. You must come and take a look. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxue swiftly set aside her pen and dashed away. Due to the approaching typhoon, she had been temporarily reassigned to the emergency department. She recalled the moment of her reassignment when the director had patted her shoulder, saying, "Mingxue, I recognize that your medical skills are already sufficient for the position of attending physician, but your achievements fall short. I wish to nominate you at this year's title evaluation conference, but I require a commendable accomplishment from you, which is why I've put your name forward for this assignment." Chu Mingxue had no objections. Although her initial motivation for becoming a doctor was to heal, who wouldn't desire to enhance their salary and title while saving lives? As for doubting the leadership's promises, absurd. Chu Mingxue was not naive, but the Chu family was not to be underestimated. However, the emergency department truly lived up to its reputation as the hospital's elite unit. With time pressing and tasks mounting, especially in the face of such natural disasters, the entire department was bustling with activity, leaving even the usually diligent Chu Mingxue breathless from exhaustion. Upon arriving at the ward, Chu Mingxue immediately noticed the elderly patient lying in bed, his heart rate plummeting. There was no time to lose. She swiftly grabbed the defibrillator and applied it. Turning to the nurse, she shouted, "Adrenaline, 0.3 for intravenous injection." The nurse, flustered, hurried off to fetch the medication. Chu Mingxue tirelessly employed the defibrillator to perform cardiac resuscitation on him. When the nurse rushed into the ward with the syringe, the patient's heartbeat had already flattened into a smooth line. Chu Mingxue sighed and glanced at the family members beside her, shaking her head in resignation. Suddenly, a woman, resembling the elderly man's spouse, knelt beside him, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Mingxue furrowed her brows as she reviewed the elderly man's medical records. Something was amiss. She had personally conducted the man's surgery. Despite his advanced age, the operation had been remarkably successful. After all, it was merely an appendectomy. With her medical expertise, such a mistake was inconceivable. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the meal box placed at the elder's bedside. This was perplexing. He had just undergone surgery yesterday. How could there be food in today's meal box? Was he not supposed to consume only a small amount of clear water? Chu Mingxue instantly regarded the elderly woman with seriousness and inquired, "Madam, may I ask what you fed the elder?" "What do you mean by asking? You money-grabbing quacks have killed my husband and deserve to be punished." The elderly man's son, with reddened eyes, shoved Chu Mingxue. Sensing the escalating tension, a nearby nurse hurriedly pulled Chu Mingxue aside. However, she remained composed, not betraying any signs of panic, and calmly asked, "What did you feed the elder at noon? Am I capable of harming my own father?" The man, with fiery eyes, attempted to charge at Chu Mingxue. At that moment, the elderly woman interjected, "We followed your doctor's advice and gave him nothing to eat." Chu Mingxue's brow furrowed deeply as she forcefully pushed away the man's hand and asked, "For such a significant surgery, did you not provide the elder with any nutritional supplements?" "Of course. I specifically made nourishing chicken soup for my husband." The elderly woman instinctively replied, "What? Mother, how could you give food to your father?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, swiftly turning to yell at the elderly woman. "Why are you shouting? Didn't the doctor say that after such a major surgery, he needs to be supplemented with nutrition? Are you trying to starve your father?" The elderly woman, feeling personally attacked, became enraged. The middle-aged man, eager to vent his frustration, shouted in the ward. "The doctor repeatedly emphasized that my father could only drink soup after passing gas. One cannot blindly follow the doctor's orders. I have lived long enough to know better than you. It's a shame you are my son. In times of trouble, you do not support me. Making all my sacrifices for you seem futile." Disinterested in their quarrel, Chu Mingxue chose to leave the ward accompanied by the nurse. Just as they exited the room, she spotted a young man in the stairwell, clutching his abdomen and squatting on the ground. Alarmed that he might be in distress, she hurried over. Sir, what is the matter? Before Chu Mingxiu could steady herself, a familiar face flashed before her eyes. It was Wolf King Yifeng. Then, darkness enveloped her vision. On the vast sea, a maritime police vessel surged through the waves. Inside the cabin, Chu Heng's phone emitted a notification. Instinctively, he opened it and saw that Yifeng had sent him another photograph. In the photograph, within a dimly lit room, Chu Mingxiu is bound to a bomb, while Yifeng stands before the camera, gesturing with a finger. Damn it, he exclaims, shortly followed by, Tianyu Building in Xiqing District, I await you. Remember to come alone. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu has already dialed Gao Zhenwei's number. Chu Heng extinguishes his phone screen, gazing pensively at the tempest outside the cabin, lost in thought. Chapter 32. The young lady of the Bai family kneeling in the rain. Yi Qingzhu achieves initial mastery overnight. The sea roils with tumultuous waves as a white Coast Guard vessel cleaves through the water. On board, Chu Heng gazes into the distance, contemplating the storm, having made a resolute decision. Perhaps he had resolved long ago, as the conflict between him and Yifeng had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu approached, carrying 2 cups of water. After handing one to Chu Heng, she declared, This time, I'm going with you. No. Chu Heng decisively rejected Chu Mingxiu's plea, then gulped down the water, stating, The situation has spiraled beyond our control. We cannot predict the dangers we may face. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Lin Qingzhu replied, So you still intend to go alone to face certain death? Our elite combat force is too scarce. We must always be wary of the true, ancient monsters from those esteemed families. Though you are now half a step into mastery, your assistance is limited. Furthermore, there are hostages in the building, and we cannot employ firepower. Chu Heng rose, exasperated. In truth, the instant Lin Qingzhu had rushed towards him, he sensed the gathering of the world's energy beneath her feet, akin to reaching a state of mastery. Yet the aura did not entirely align. As you said, I shall become a master, he replied. Lin Qingzhu stood and retrieved 2 pills from her medicine pouch, swallowing them before observing the storm outside, her aura surging dramatically. I began my martial training at age 10, entered the initial mastery at 13, perceived the waterfall to achieve dark mastery at 16, and at 22, while at the beach, I felt the convergence of heaven and earth, stepping half a foot into the threshold of mastery. Today, amidst this ethereal storm and towering waves, I, Lin Qingzhu, draw inspiration from the sea to attain mastery. As her words concluded, her aura surged, and the world's energy spiraled towards her like a great dragon. Simultaneously, sensing this, Lin Qingzhu grasped her long sword firmly and leapt, standing at the bow of the ship. Before the others on board could comprehend her movement, a beam of sword light erupted from her blade, cleaving through the rain curtain. The pause lingered for what seemed an eternity, until moments later, the downpour resumed. Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Qingzhu had firmly stepped into the initial stage of mastery. Thus, the Special Affairs Bureau gained another formidable asset. After all was said and done, Chu Heng gazed at her in disbelief. Not to be rude, but are you the protagonist, or am I? Why must I prepare extensively to break through a realm, even provoking my own psychological scars to stir the waters, while you simply proclaim your inspiration from the storm and achieve your breakthrough? It was at that moment that Chu Heng profoundly realized the disparity in treatment between protagonists and others in this world. However, Lin Qingzhu did not maintain her usual demeanor as the protagonist of a tragic romance. She spoke little and simply stood silently before Chu Heng, observing him until he sighed and said, Since you wish to come, then let us go together. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu finally set aside her sword, closed her eyes, and returned to her bed to recuperate. At 8:30 in the morning, the torrential rain in Luocheng continued unabated. As they passed by a villa, Chu Heng turned and caught sight of a woman in a white dress kneeling before the entrance. Chen Sheng's eyes flickered in surprise as he thought, How could it be her? Shouldn't everyone be indoors, taking precautions against the disaster? Chu Heng immediately gestured for Chen Sheng to stop the car. Chen Sheng hesitated, saying, Boss. Aye. But Chu Heng merely shook his head and instructed Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, rescue her first. Upon hearing this command, they sprang into action. Although they had both witnessed the scene and wished to assist, they had previously hesitated, fearing it would delay their mission. However, the moment Chu Heng ordered them to save the woman, they moved without delay. As they approached the villa, two bodyguards suddenly appeared, shouting, "Halt! This is the territory of the CF family. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Yet, under Chu Heng's training, both Chun Sheng and Wu Guang had long since reached the realm of hidden strength. How could they pay heed to such minor threats? Wu Guang charged ahead, effortlessly knocking one bodyguard aside, while Chun Sheng, with an uncanny agility, spun around and swiftly incapacitated another with a mere touch. Wu Guang instinctively glanced at Chun Sheng and inquired, "What was that old Chun blabbering about just now?" Chun Sheng shook his head, cradling the nearly unconscious woman in white, and replied, "Just barking." The villa's door suddenly swung open, revealing a man clad in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and leather gloves, who stepped forward with authority. Without preamble, he declared, "Put down my woman." However, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang exhibited a selective deafness, not even turning their heads as they continued to carry the woman out the door. Seeing this, the man swiftly drew a pistol from his suit pocket and fired a shot in their direction. The bullet grazed past Chun Sheng, causing him to halt in his tracks. "How dare you shoot my brother?" Wu Guang, ever the quick thinker, pulled a grenade from his pocket, removed the pin, and hurled it towards the man. The elegant demeanor of the man shattered as he rolled back behind the door to evade the impending explosion. The ensuing blast reverberated through the air, leaving him shaken. "If you put down that woman, I may forgive your trespassing," he called out. Yet when he emerged, the front of the villa was deserted, devoid of any lingering vehicles. With a frosty expression, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, instructing, "Notify the family's forces to locate the vehicle that was parked at my door moments ago. I want them to leave Luocheng alive." The previous individual to undertake such actions was Gu Yunchuan. If the underworld could indeed exploit their so-called privileges of the Gu family to cut in line, he would likely have already been reincarnated. In the vehicle, after Lin Qingzhu's treatment, the woman in the white dress slowly regained consciousness. However, to everyone's astonishment, her first utterance upon waking was a desperate plea. "Please, send me back. Otherwise, he will ruin the Bai family." "Huh?" Chun Sheng expressed his confusion, directly voicing his thoughts. "Just him." The woman in white introduced herself, stating that she was Bai Yi, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and that the man in the black suit, the pretentious fellow, was Xie Guangquan, the heir of the Xie family, who had once been her lover. Upon hearing this, Wu Guang, intrigued, turned to Chun Sheng and asked, "Old Chun, you're a local, right? Is it customary for heirs of prominent families in Luo City to behave in such a pretentious manner?" "Old Wu, don't digress." Chun Sheng did not respond to Wu Guang's inquiry, but instead maintained a focused gaze on the vehicle ahead. Chu Heng shot Wu Guang a disapproving look and then offered a gentle smile to Bai Yi, encouraging her to continue. Bai Yi disregarded Wu Guang's interruption and, with a hint of sorrow in her eyes, recounted the ensuing tale to Chun Sheng. During their university years, Xie Guangquan fell for a student whom the Bai family had previously sponsored, Fang Min'er. This was not inherently problematic in a prominent family. As long as the rules were not violated, matters could be negotiated. The Bai family would not mind accepting an additional adopted daughter. However, complications arose when Fang Min'er, a manipulative individual, turned against the Bai family, claiming they had threatened her, despite having received their financial support. Subsequently, she, influenced by some online narratives, coerced Bai Yi to force the elders of the Bai family into a corner. At this point, the narrative reached its most dramatic peak. The individuals in question refer to the esteemed elders of the Bai family. How astonishing! While Xie Guangquan indulged her, how could Bai father and mother do the same? They promptly chose to expel Bai Yi from their home. On the very night she was cast out, Fang Min'er was tragically struck by a vehicle, one belonging to the Xie family. Following this, Xie Guangquan went mad with rage, immediately issuing orders as the heir of the Xie family to relentlessly target the Bai family at any cost. Of course, as soon as the command was given, the head of the Xie family delivered 2 resounding slaps that nearly dislocated his jaw. Yet, the head of the CF family, still unsatisfied, berated him while loosening his belt, exclaiming, "You little rascal, are the family's resources for your reckless squandering?" As he struck, he continued to scold, "Pretentious, are we? I'll make you sore." However, the head's reprimand did little to awaken him. Instead, it only fueled his reckless ambitions. Moreover, with the recent mysterious death of the head of the CF family, he grew increasingly emboldened, directing his fury toward the Bai family. He even wielded their engagement to humiliate Bai Yi at the engagement banquet. Today, he used the Bai family as leverage, coercing Bai Yi to kneel in prison and atone for Fang Min'er's sake. With tears streaming down her face, Bai Yi turned to Chun Sheng and lamented, "Ah Sheng, do you know? Ever since you left, the Bai family has been deteriorating year by year." Chun Sheng gripped the steering wheel tightly, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking in a somber tone. "Wasn't that your choice? To abandon me in favor of protecting Fang Min'er?" Chapter 33. The rescue of Chu Mingxue and the elimination of the Wolf King on a pitch-black, rain-soaked night. Torrential rain poured down as a black armored vehicle, resembling a saber-toothed tiger, violently smashed through the curtain of rain. Inside the vehicle, Chu Heng was changing into his gear. After donning a level 3 bulletproof vest and helmet, he expertly pulled the gun's bolt to chamber a round, then removed the magazine to load another bullet. Bai Yi had long been transferred to other operational team members, despite the tragic nature of his love story. It would have to wait until everyone returned for him to lament. Lin Qingzhu was polishing his long sword while Wu Guang was at the wheel, and Chen Sheng had already departed with Bai Yi. Just moments ago, Chu Heng had keenly sensed that upon seeing Bai Yi, Chen Sheng's mood had shifted. His heart was in turmoil. For a sniper, such disarray is the gravest taboo. He proactively proposed to withdraw from the mission, and Chu Heng dared not entrust his life or the lives of his comrades to him. The vehicle raced onward, swiftly approaching Tianyu Building. Within a 50-meter radius of the building, the police had successfully evacuated onlookers and established a cordon. Due to the downpour, there were not many spectators left, making it relatively easy for Chu Heng and his team to reach the command center. Inside the command center, Gao Zhenwei was observing the building's three-dimensional model while discussing plans with the head of the intelligence department. Gao Zhenwei slapped the table and declared, "We shall proceed according to our original plan. One team will launch a frontal assault from the ground, while another team descends with ropes to directly target the enemy's stronghold. That is out of the question. If they detonate the bomb, you will all be buried beneath it," Chun Jinner retorted, rising from her seat emphatically. "Remember, I am the one in charge." Gao Zhenwei refused to back down. Hearing the commotion from within, Chu Heng pushed the door open and said, "Teacher, I believe it is more suitable for me to enter alone." Chun Jinner, exasperated, replied, "Absolutely not. Your plan is even less reliable than your teacher's. According to our intelligence department's investigation, if the bomb inside detonates, the entire building will be obliterated. Therefore, it is best for me to go alone." Chu Heng stood quietly, observing the two before stating, "Yifeng's primary target is me. If others enter alongside me, I fear he might act out of desperation and detonate the bomb. And what can you do if he triggers the bomb as soon as you enter? To be frank, old Gao has a better chance of survival than you. At worst, we all perish together." Chu Heng tightened his bulletproof vest and insisted, "You just need to keep an eye on Qingzhu. The testing bureau cannot afford to lose both of its two vital assets." "Why are you so stubborn?" Chun Jinner lamented, slumping into her chair. Chu Heng and Gao Zhenwei, as expected from their shared lineage, were both exceedingly obstinate. Realizing she could not sway the decision of these two, Chun Jinner sighed and cautioned, "Be careful. Yifeng is also at the transformation realm. I surmise his level lies within the mid-stage of this realm, possessing the capability for cross-border combat." Chu Heng turned around and waved his hand dismissively, uttering nonchalantly, "I understand." Outside the barracks, Lin Qingzhu stood poised with her sword. Upon seeing Chu Heng approaching, she directly inquired, "When shall we depart?" Chu Heng, without responding, gently kissed her cheek and said, "Thank you." He then turned and walked into the Tianyu Building. In the torrential rain, Lin Qingzhu stood upright, her mind clouded by the intense warmth of his earlier gesture while waiting for his reply. She had not anticipated such a bold action from Chu Heng, especially when she hadn't expressed her feelings for him and felt unprepared. In that fleeting moment, her mind was a tumult of conflicting thoughts, ensnaring her in a web of contemplation. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Chang Wei had already regained consciousness, but was confined to bed under Chu Xie's insistence for rest. "No, sister, I am truly well. That's not possible. The doctor said you have a significant injury, at least 10 days to half a month before you can get up. I have a strong constitution. That matters not. You shall remain in bed for now, and I will take care of you." As Chang Wei and Chu Xie exchanged banter, suddenly, Chu Xie's secretary burst into the room, exclaiming, "Not good, President Chu. The shareholders are demanding a meeting to discuss your removal as chairman." Oh, Chu Xie's expression turned icy, and she calmly regarded the secretary, asking, "What reason do they provide?" The secretary adjusted her glasses and replied, "They question your methods in pressuring the previous chairman to resign." Chu Xie nodded silently, and soon after, the door swung open again, revealing Chu Qinglan. She glanced at the secretary beside Chu Xie, who discreetly exited the room. Chu Qinglan nodded at Chang Wei and then pulled a chair to sit beside Chu Xie, stating, "The Gu family is allied with several other prominent families, and we also face betrayal from within." Chang Wei looked at Chu Qinglan and said, "I still have a few acquaintances. I can reach out if necessary." Chu Qinglan, understanding the relationship between Chang Wei and her sister, readily agreed. Downstairs, several black vans abruptly halted at the hospital entrance. A squad of armed personnel clad in black combat gear surged forth. Before the security could react, they were swiftly incapacitated. First floor secured. Second floor secured. Third floor is encountering resistance. Reinforcements needed. On the third floor, the bodyguards led by Chu Qinglan were engaged in fierce combat with the black-clad assailants. Though Chu Qinglan's bodyguards were not to be trifled with, the assailants were equally adept in indoor combat. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Chu Xie and Chu Qinglan sat silently on the sofa in the hospital room. After the 11th time, Chu Xie silently halted Chang Wei's attempt to rise. Chu Qinglan sighed, saying, "Sister, I believe it is best to let your husband handle this. Due to adverse weather conditions, our helicopter is unable to reach us, and considering the limited number of bodyguards I have brought along, it is likely that we will not be delayed for too long. At this moment, every additional person contributes to our strength." Chu Xie is not one to be overly sentimental. After contemplating the situation, he found some validity in Chu Qinglan's words and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chao Wei promptly leapt from the bed, retrieved a handgun from the bedside table, and made his way directly to the staircase. A fierce exchange of gunfire was underway between two factions within the stairwell. Despite their small numbers, the Chu family's bodyguards effectively utilized the advantage of height to restrain the opposition. Chao Wei pulled the pin on a grenade and hurled it forcefully. It collided successfully with the wall beside the staircase and ricocheted around the corner. A thunderous explosion ensued, intensifying the gunfire below. Seizing the moment, Chao Wei surged forward through the smoke, firing several shots to incapacitate two armed assailants clad in black, before retreating back to the staircase to take cover. Inside Tianyu Building. Upon entering, Chu Heng immediately heard Yi Feng's voice commanding him to disarm and ascend. With a dismissive chuckle, Chu Heng shot out the surveillance camera and retorted, "Yi Feng, there is no need for such petty tricks between us." With that, he opted not to take the elevator, instead choosing to ascend the stairs step by step. After only a few paces, two armed personnel wielding automatic rifles emerged from around the corner. Just as well, Chu Heng swiftly fired two shots, dispatching them both. He then quickly ducked around the staircase corner, using it to survey the upper area. Confirming it was clear, he continued upward, holding his Type 95 automatic rifle at the ready. As he reached the next section, a brawny man appeared before him. At that moment, Yi Feng's voice echoed down the corridor, "Eliminate him, and you may proceed." Ah, so each floor is a trial, is it? Tianyu Building is not particularly tall, comprising only 18 stories. Upon spotting Chu Heng, the burly man charged at him, but Chu Heng raised his weapon and shot him squarely in the forehead. After dispatching the man, Chu Heng remarked, "I must say, Your Blood Wolf mercenary group seems to breed nothing but failures. What a pitiful lot you are. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. Next time, if you dare to use a firearm again, I will detonate a bomb. Oh, so you're feeling desperate now, are you? Chu Heng retorted with a mocking tone. Despite his taunts, he kept his weapon poised, continuing his exploration toward the third floor. Just as he reached the staircase landing, a round object tumbled down from above. Chu Heng swiftly kicked the grenade back up the stairs and crouched against the wall. A deafening explosion followed, filling the air with smoke. Instead of rushing out, Chu Heng counted down 2 seconds before tossing another grenade inside. As it landed, the sounds of gunfire erupted from within. Before the shockwave of the explosion had dissipated, Chu Heng activated the portable thermal imaging device on his helmet and charged into the smoke, quickly firing 2 shots at the heat signatures he detected, bringing them down. As the smoke cleared, Chu Heng observed the thermal imaging devices on their heads, smirking in disdain at their futile attempts. These are merely outdated tactics, and deep down, he knows their use is hardly surprising. Battling his way through, he swiftly ascended to the 10th level. Before him stood a samurai wielding a long blade. Chu Heng smirked disdainfully, placing his spear upon the ground and drawing a dagger from his waist. The samurai bowed and introduced himself. I am Yamashita Sure, a disciple of the YSH school. Chu Heng, poised with his weapon, declared, Let us engage directly. My name is not worth uttering. Upon hearing this, Yamashita Shure's eyes flared with fury. He stepped forward, drawing his sword with vigor while pulling back with his left hand. Okoto. Chu Heng advanced, gripping his opponent's sword hand with one hand, while swiftly slashing toward his neck. Yamashita Shure, one of the elite warriors dispatched by Yi Feng, exhibited remarkable agility, instinctively leaning back to narrowly avoid the blade, which grazed his chin. Seizing the momentum, Chu Heng thrust his blade towards the samurai's jaw. Yamashita Shure quickly regained his composure, retreating to escape Chu Heng's grip on his weapon. He retaliated by thrusting his sword upwards, aiming for Chu Heng's arm. Undeterred, Chu Heng deftly maneuvered his wrist, redirecting his blade to meet the samurai's sword. With a powerful shove, he pinned Yamashita Shure against the wall. Before the samurai could react, Chu Heng delivered 2 swift punches to his chin. With a dull thud, Yamashita Shure collapsed onto the ground, his eyes rolling back. Noting this, Chu Heng delivered a swift kick to his temple, the sudden burst of energy rendering the samurai's mind into a haze. He then casually cleared his ears, stating, If this is the level of your fighters, there is no need for them to come one by one. They can come to me all at once. I am pressed for time. From the staircase, Yi Feng's voice echoed in exasperation. All right, Chu Heng, your arrogance remains unchanged. With a mere huff, Chu Heng hoisted his weapon and pressed onward. He understood that Yi Feng's intent in sending these warriors was not to eliminate him, but to exhaust his stamina. Foolish beings. Clearly having spent too long abroad, their wits dulled. Even if these inept foes could wear him down, they were inadvertently fueling his strength. The thought of Yi Feng witnessing him approach, brimming with invincible prowess, brought a smile to his lips. In the Qianyu building, the staircase ran red with blood. Drops fell steadily onto the steps below. Chu Heng advanced, treading upon the blood of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps with each determined step. Closer, ever closer. This was the closest Chu Heng had come to achieving his vengeance in 7 years. He sensed that this was his final opportunity for retribution. Failure meant either his demise or the obliteration of his adversaries. There were no other choices. It was as if fate had already decreed their outcomes. A warrior, after countless battles in the sands, meets his end. Chapter 34. The Burning Building. The near death of Chu Heng. The torrential rain poured like columns, and the winds howled violently. Lin Qingzhu had long been stationed below with her assault team, while Gao Zhenwei tightened his bulletproof vest. After retrieving a firearm from the vehicle and chambering a round, he declared, As soon as we receive the signal, I will lead the assault team to descend from above and infiltrate the building. Lin Qingzhu's team will advance directly from below. Remember, capturing live targets is not our priority. Lin Qingzhu nodded, resolved to keep her sword at the ready. Inside the skyscraper, Chu Heng retrieved a block of explosives, inserted the detonating cord, and affixed it securely to the ceiling. After accomplishing this task, he shook his head, attempting to dispel the dizziness brought on by excessive blood loss. After all, he was no Superman. His previous battle with two formidable opponents had revealed all his strength. And though he had regained a modicum of energy, he had already fought through several obstacles in the Tianyu building. To say he was unscathed would be a lie. But what did it matter? Yifeng was destined to die. No one could save him. With that thought, Chu Heng retreated to a secure area and decisively triggered the explosion. The deafening roar echoed. A burly man plummeted from above, and Chu Heng swiftly raised his weapon, shooting him dead. Moments later, several grenades were hurled from the upper floor, and after their detonation, Chu Heng navigated through the opening to the opposite side. As a few mercenaries above attempted to redirect their weapons, Chu Heng swiftly took them down, achieving a 3-kill moment. After replenishing his ammunition, he advanced with his firearm. The defenders on this level consisted of 3 mercenaries, one of whom was an unusual female among their ranks. With her flaxen hair and long legs, she appeared to be of European descent. Her striking features were complemented by a pair of captivating blue eyes. She did not seem like a mercenary, but rather a student in a school setting. Upon their first encounter, a muscular mercenary beside her quickly raised his submachine gun. With a squeeze of the trigger, a burst of fire surged toward Chu Heng. The weapon's formidable recoil seemed negligible in his hands. He was a skilled fighter. Chu Heng deftly rolled off the staircase railing, landing on the next flight of stairs. The gunman then adjusted his aim and unleashed a torrent of bullets downward. Remaining calm, Chu Heng executed a tactical fall onto the stairs, then propelled himself down, while simultaneously firing 3 bullets in a triangular formation toward the gunman. Beside him, a black man wielding a riot shield instinctively placed himself in front of the gunman. The bullets struck the shield, yet the man remained unfazed. Fortunately, the barrage of firepower momentarily ceased. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Heng performed a nimble maneuver and ascended swiftly. The European girl also sprang into action, launching a kick toward Chu Heng's left leg. He instinctively halted, but she transformed her kick into a stomp, pinning him down momentarily. Then, with a sudden surge, she wrapped her long legs around his neck and, with a powerful thrust of her waist, sent Chu Heng flying. As he was hurled away, he managed to brace himself with his hands and executed a graceful landing on the ground. What remarkable skill! Even Chu Heng could not help but commend the girl's agile prowess. Just moments ago, she had nearly caught him off guard. Her move was unlike a mere throw, imbued with an underlying lethality. The technique, known as joint locking or grappling, is designed to control the opponent's joints, compelling submission or even death. It emphasizes the mastery of human anatomy and vital points, achieving maximum combat efficacy with minimal force. In essence, it embodies the philosophy of the weak overcoming the strong, using finesse to yield tremendous results. Chu Heng, having a military background, was well acquainted with such skills, even excelling in them himself. The technique demonstrated by the female mercenary piqued his interest. With this thought, Chu Heng discarded his dagger and beckoned the woman for a duel. The remaining 2 mercenaries, lacking any sense of teamwork, merely crossed their arms, appearing rather indifferent. Undeterred by Chu Heng's provocation, the woman charged forward. She swiftly seized his wrist and attempted to execute a shoulder throw. However, Chu Heng was not one to be easily outmaneuvered. He gently pushed against her waist, countering her strength. In a sudden motion, the captured hand was pulled back, aiming to constrict his neck. Unable to complete her throw, the female mercenary utilized the momentum from Chu Heng's push to slip away. At that moment, he deftly flicked his wrist upwards, grasping her wrist and twisting it outward. The mercenary found herself exposed, and Chu Heng delivered 2 swift punches to her chin, just as he prepared to execute the decisive move to break her neck. The gunman squeezed the trigger once more, forcing Chu Heng to abandon his prey and roll aside. Seeing Chu Heng release the female mercenary, the gunman warned, "If you injure Alice, I will have a hard time explaining to Wolf King." Chu Heng grinned and retorted, "But if you all escape alive, I will have an even greater predicament with the public." With a flick of his wrist, a flashbang appeared in his hand. The gunman instinctively fired his weapon, but Chu Heng had already pulled the pin from the flashbang and hurled it to the ground. With a thunderous bang, A blinding light of 6 million candela flooded the area. The gunman's vision was momentarily obscured, and memories of his childhood, the first time he gazed directly at the sun, rushed back to him. It was during that time he had met the general as a child representative before being forced into exile due to political strife. Why was he recalling such things? Observing the incapacitated gunman, Chu Heng addressed the remaining two adversaries. Now, it's your turn. The shield-bearing black man remained silent as he raised his shield once more and charged forward with great force. Outside the Tianyu building, onlookers witnessed a figure shatter through the glass, plummeting from the 17th floor. With his foot retracted, Chu Heng turned to the female mercenary and remarked, "Does your teammate believe himself to be Captain America? Such bravery. Are you all aware of it?" Alice gritted her teeth, grasped the railing above, and vaulted over. With a resounding thud, her face crashed against the ground. The once proud and prominent nose was abruptly fractured, and the pungent scent of rust filled the nasal cavity. Chu Heng seized his hair, mercilessly yanking him upright before delivering two resounding slaps. After extracting the venomous fangs from his mouth, he shackled him in a manner reminiscent of Su Qin, securing him with thumb cuffs. "Damn it, can you still run away?" Thus, Chu Heng dragged Alice towards the 18th floor. The 18th floor was desolate. Yi Feng sat atop the building, smoking a cigarette amidst the torrential downpour. Beside him, the rain poured relentlessly, leaving no one to comprehend why he had seemingly lost his sanity by smoking in such inclement weather. Meanwhile, Chu Mingxue had been suspended from the flagpole for a full 6 hours. The prolonged exposure to the ambient temperature had rendered her nearly unconscious. Her mind was clouded, yet a singular thought persisted. She must not sleep. Absolutely not. Deep down, she understood that in such a hypothermic state, if she succumbed to sleep, she would never awaken again. On the other side, Chu Heng swiftly navigated the staircase while simultaneously inquiring within his mental space. Xiao Meng. What is Yi Feng's luck value at this moment? Xiao Meng, still somewhat dazed from awakening, grumbled but dutifully checked Yi Feng's luck value. "Holy cow, host. What have you done? His luck value has plummeted to 0. What did I do?" "I merely looked into which beautiful female CEOs are in Haicheng and whether their companies have recently hired any new security personnel. Subsequently, it was confirmed that the matter involved the Xiao family. Then the Special Affairs Bureau initiated accountability against them. Consequently, Yi Feng was driven to desperation, forced to act recklessly. Outside the Security Bureau, the head of the Xiao family had knelt in the rain for over a day. The security guard at the entrance, unable to bear the sight, forcibly pulled him into the security booth and offered him a cup of hot water. After finishing the warm drink, a young man emerged from the Security Bureau, glancing at the head of the Xiao family before stating, "Our boss says that it's never too late to mend the barn after losing the sheep." Upon hearing this, the head of the Xiao family sighed in relief, the tension in his body dissipating instantly. He collapsed onto the desk in the security office. The guard was taken aback and hurriedly shook the head of the Xiao family, exclaiming, "Dude, I just started my shift today. Don't die on me here." On the rooftop, as they emerged from the stairwell, the torrential rain drenched Chu Heng and Alice, leaving them soaked to the skin. After casting a glance at Yi Feng, who sheltered himself under a black umbrella, he turned to face his sister, Chu Mingxue, who was still suspended. Chu Heng carelessly tossed Alice before him, commanding, "Release her." As Alice looked up, her eyes filled with surprise and hope, Yi Feng merely flashed a wicked smile and, with a swift motion, shot her down, leaving her in disbelief. Chu Heng chuckled and remarked, "There is nothing to negotiate now." Yi Feng returned the smile with an equally wicked grin, stating, "You never gave me the chance to negotiate in the first place." After a brief pause, he added, "But that is all right. I am Wolf King Yi Feng, the sole candidate for the Wolf God of the Divine King S. Hall. I will not lose, nor have I ever lost." "Oh, what a fine fellow. You neglected to mention the time you left me battered like a dead dog at the border." Chu Heng sneered and, with a flicker of movement, charged forward. Yi Feng, wearing a wicked smile, retrieved a controller, ready to press a button. However, Chu Heng swiftly kicked at his wrist, causing the controller to slip from his grasp and fall into the rain. Unfazed, Yi Feng retaliated with a punch aimed at Chu Heng. The force coalesced in his fist, transforming into a wolf's claw that struck Chu Heng fiercely. With a resounding crash, Chu Heng was violently propelled backward, crashing against the surrounding wall, nearly toppling over. Regaining his footing, Chu Heng looked at him and asked, "Have you mastered the transformation force?" Yifeng replied haughtily, "Of course. The transformation force is but a trivial feat for me." Chu Heng did not retreat, but instead charged forward relentlessly. Yifeng, with a dismissive smile, unleashed the Wolf King's death strike. Unexpectedly, Chu Heng evaded the attack and delivered a powerful palm strike to Yifeng's chest. The energy manifested as a tiger's claw, ripping a fearsome gash across his torso. Yifeng staggered back, clutching his chest and spitting blood. "Are you deceiving me?" Chu Heng scoffed. "What is so surprising about that? If a worthless fool like you can break through to transformation force, why can't I?" He then stepped closer and added, "By the way, I forgot to mention, those 2 old men you sent to the deserted island didn't die in the onslaught of heavy firepower." At that moment, Yifeng sprang up like a fish leaping from water, howling at the sky as hair began to sprout across his skin. The ability of the moon devouring Wolf King surged within him. Although it was not a full moon, the dim surroundings lent considerable strength to his powers. Concealed within the shadows, he launched an attack at Chu Heng's back. Yet, Chu Heng was not idle. A 3-inch-long flame of 6-ding divine fire erupted from his back, repelling Yifeng's strike. Yifeng retreated a couple of steps and remarked, "Your former captain was just like you, thinking he had me at his mercy, only for me to shatter every bone in his body." "Shut up, you bastard. You're not worthy to mention him." Chu Heng charged forward, seemingly enraged, and threw another punch. Yifeng dodged a blow and grinned. "Why am I unworthy? Don't forget, I also hail from the Snow Eagle Special Forces. We've even crossed paths before. You came in brimming with ambition, but alas, that was the day I was expelled from the Snow Eagle Brigade." Hearing this, Chu Heng calmed down, looking at the drenched Yifeng. "Do you truly wish to die?" Upon finishing his sentence, the flames around Chu Heng surged dramatically, evaporating the falling rain and pooling water. Within the thick white mist, he took a deep breath and declared, "Yifeng, you cannot escape. Today, I shall cleanse the shame of the Snow Eagle Brigade and avenge our squad." Inspired by Chu Heng's fighting spirit, Yifeng realized that he too could not retreat. Rather than flee, he would embrace the fight, even if it meant falling alongside his adversary. With a fierce howl, his sharp wolf's cry pierced through the dense fog, and he lunged at the gray figure, plunging into the steam. On the rooftop, a thick white mist enveloped the scene as 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows. Below, Gao Jinwei gazed up at the swirling fog, poised to intervene, but was abruptly halted by Lin Qingzhu, who grasped his arm firmly. Puzzled, he turned to her, only to hear her declare that the tension within him had been building for far too long. If he could not slay Yifeng with his own hands and unleash the pent-up energy within, he would surely lose his sanity. With that, she drew her sword, positioning herself resolutely in front of Gao Jinwei. He sighed, shaking his head, and replied, "I cannot fathom the minds of the youth today, but let us proceed as you wish." Lin Qingzhu then turned her unwavering gaze towards the mist shrouding the top floor, her silver needles poised for action. On the rooftop, a tempestuous wind swept through, dissipating the white fog. After a brief yet intense clash lasting mere seconds, the 2 combatants parted ways once more. Yifeng bore several deep gashes upon his body, while blood dripped from Chu Heng's fingertips onto the ground, swiftly washed away by the pouring rain. As the raindrops fell, the Wolf King charged anew, with Chu Heng following suit, their paths crossing in a moment of fierce exchange. Chu Heng coughed up blood, falling to one knee. The Wolf King clutched his throat, his eyes wide with horror as he turned to face Chu Heng. The torrential downpour could not wash away the crimson stains marking his neck. Struggling to rise, Chu Heng looked at Yifeng and proclaimed, "The hidden blade technique. It was taught to me by the captain you killed." Yifeng, filled with bitterness, collapsed to the ground, his mouth agape as if to utter words. Yet the severed trachea filled his lungs with air, rendering him voiceless. Chu Heng, swaying unsteadily, made his way to Chu Mingxue. Severing the chains that bound her wrists with a deft motion, and caught her as she fell into his embrace, reassured. However, the bomb strapped to her chest was on a timer, and Yifeng had already activated it. 5. Alarmed, Chu Heng yanked the bomb away, tossing it beside Yifeng. 4. Ignoring the pain in his thigh, he gathered his strength and rushed towards the fire hydrant, cradling Chu Mingxiu. 3. He shattered the glass covering the hydrant. 2. With a swift motion, he wrapped the fire hose around a nearby pillar. 1. Grasping the hose tightly, he leaped down, holding Chu Mingxiu close. 0. The bomb erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending a powerful shockwave that shattered the glass of several lower floors. The sparks ignited, severing the fire hose. At that moment, Chu Heng was halfway down, and as the hose snapped, he was struck by a violent sense of weightlessness. Having fought fiercely against Yifeng and expended his strength, he gritted his teeth, relying on his last vestiges of consciousness to draw upon the elemental energy of the universe to support himself. In a swift maneuver, he turned, cradling Chu Mingxiu against his chest, his back facing the ground. With a thunderous crash, the two bodies hit the ground heavily. Chu Heng spat out a mouthful of blood, and, subsequently, his head tilted as he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 35. On the brink of life and death, attacked Chu Xie. The fierce winds howled, and torrential rain poured down. Like a leaf falling from the sky, Chu Heng plummeted. In the final moment, he summoned all his strength, using the energies of the universe to prop himself up, then pivoted to shield Chu Qingxue with his own body. With a resounding crash, the two fell heavily to the ground, and Gao Zhenwei, rushing over, had bloodshot eyes. He glanced at the surrounding medical personnel and shouted, "Save him!" In a haze, Chu Heng fell as if he were being lifted onto a stretcher, followed by the wailing sirens of an ambulance, and then he gradually lost consciousness. Inside the ambulance, Lin Qingzhu tore open Chu Heng's clothing and, after a swift examination, furrowed her brow. The situation was dire. On the island, Chu Heng had already sustained severe injuries, and his efforts to muster strength during the successive battles had exacerbated his old wounds while introducing new ones. Lin Qingzhu gently lifted Chu Heng's wrist to take his pulse, discovering a chaotic rhythm indicating internal bleeding. Fortunately, in the final moments, Chu Heng had managed to protect his internal organs with his inner strength, preserving the last flicker of life. However, the troubling reality was that this flicker was gradually fading. Seeing this, Lin Qingzhu promptly retrieved a white jade bottle from her small bag without hesitation. Pouring a pill into the water, the air inside the ambulance was soon filled with an intoxicating fragrance, a rich scent of life intermingled with floral notes, unabashedly penetrating the medical masks of the personnel and invading their nostrils. As Lin Qingzhu gently cradled Chu Heng, preparing to administer the medicine, she realized his mouth would not open. Faced with this predicament, she steeled her resolve. Did she think he would sip the medicine like in a romantic drama? No. She decisively grasped his jaw, gently pulling it to dislocate it. Then, she took a medical infusion tube, inserting one end into his stomach, while using a syringe to extract the medicinal concoction and inject it through the tube. The medical staff watched in astonishment. This striking pair, already captivating in their beauty, had the nearby nurse, accustomed to dramatic scenes, envisioning a plethora of romantic tales upon seeing Lin Qingzhu's pill. She had imagined a tender moment akin to a romantic drama, where Lin Qingzhu would sip and then feed it to him mouth to mouth. But she never anticipated the brutality of Lin Qingzhu's actions. The nurse could only mentally give a 6 out of 10, as her expectations of a sweet romance shattered. Nonetheless, they still monitored the data on the life support machine. What on earth is happening? The doctors and nurses present were bewildered. Chu Heng's condition was on the brink of death, with blood pressure skyrocketing, oxygen saturation plummeting, and heart rate drastically declining. However, after Lin Qingzhu's intervention, remarkably, all the vital signs began to improve. It was nothing short of miraculous. The middle-aged doctor, in his 30s or 40s, felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably transformed. He promptly turned his head, his thick glasses unable to conceal the fervor and near-manic excitement in his eyes. He eagerly inquired, "Miss, where did you acquire this remarkable medicine?" Lin Qingzhu, momentarily taken aback, replied, "I concocted it myself." Upon hearing this, the doctor became even more fervent. He attempted to grasp Lin Qingzhu's hand, but was gently rebuffed, leaving him grasping at air. Unfazed, he gazed intently at her and said, "Sister, you're my elder sister. I simply must ask if this medicine is for sale." Lin Qingzhu shook her head and calmly stated, "Not for sale." After a moment's reflection, she added, "The ingredients for this medicine are rather rare. I have only managed to refine a few pills thus far." The doctor, exuding a sense of grand ambition, replied, "Fear not, miss. Simply tell us the ingredients, and we shall earnestly endeavor to gather them for you, as long as you can prioritize selling us some of these pills." Lin Qingzhu nodded in agreement. The smile on the doctor's face was one of uncontainable joy. Little did the family know, he had initially thought he was merely going to work, only to stumble upon a treasure. He had discovered a miraculous elixir, and he yearned to take it home with him. The very thought made the middle-aged doctor chuckle to himself. As for why he did not pay attention to Chu Heng, it was a trivial matter. With Lin Qingzhu, a prodigious alchemist capable of creating nearly life-restoring pills, what could a mere emergency physician like him possibly contribute? Would he not merely complicate matters? Lin Qingzhu, however, paid no heed to the dazed emergency doctor. The ambulance sped through the storm, while Lin Qingzhu had already commenced realigning Chu Heng's bones. Why not use acupuncture? Good heavens! Misaligned bones would also displace the meridians. Acupuncture targets the meridians. After restoring the meridians throughout Chu Heng's body, Lin Qingzhu retrieved silver needles from her bag. Upon opening her needle case, she contemplated for a moment before drawing a slender, elongated needle from her own sword sheath. The doctors and nurses present understood precisely the purpose of this needle. Yet, truth be told, any normal person would tremble at the sight of it. Steadying herself, Lin Qingzhu wielded the silver needle with focus and precision, swiftly sealing several acupoints on Chu Heng's body, before gently puncturing the wound on his left shoulder. In an instant, a fierce aura burst forth, penetrating the roof of the ambulance with a resounding crash. Goodness! There had been an abundance of events today that had utterly shocked their perceptions of reality. All the doctors were somewhat bewildered, instinctively transporting Chu Heng to the operating room. The red light in the operating room illuminated the scene. Gao Jinwei, having concluded his duties at the previous site, along with Chen Jin, rushed to the scene and stood vigil outside the operating room. Inside, Lin Qingzhu collaborated with the doctors to perform a thorough cleansing of Chu Heng's wounds. While Lin Qingzhu was indeed the heir of the Medicine King Valley, she recognized that there were numerous aspects of modern medicine from which she could learn. Meanwhile, within the private hospital of the Chu family, Chang Wei led the bodyguards, engaging in a skirmish in the corridors against the opposing forces. Suddenly, an armed assailant breached their blockade, brandishing 2 grenades and making a direct charge towards the bodyguards. In this critical moment, a bullet pierced through the window, striking him in the head. With a resounding bang, the disoriented assailant fell lifelessly to the ground. The ensuing cacophony was one of chaos and carnage. From a distant high-rise, a marksman steadily adjusted his scope, shifting his aim towards another armed individual. Below, several armored vehicles of the Special Operations Bureau crashed through the blockade of the black-clad convoy. A team from the Bureau swiftly disembarked, launching an assault on the remaining assailants. Although these armed men were seasoned in indoor combat, they paled in comparison to the well-trained operatives of the Bureau. In the face of such expertise, they appeared as fragile as novices. Wu Guang took the lead, dispatching 2 assailants with precision before darting to the side. The supporting fire team quickly hefted a rocket launcher, unleashing a volley into the fray. With an explosive roar, sparks erupted, and the remaining assailants were swiftly subdued on the first floor. The few black-clad militants were forced to retreat to the second floor. Hearing the blasts, Chang Wei realized reinforcements had arrived. The bodyguards above, invigorated as if by a stimulant, transformed from a defensive posture to an aggressive assault. In an instant, the hospital, which once served as a sanctuary for healing, was now a scene of devastation and despair, with corpses strewn about as if they were mere fodder. Chapter 36. Unraveling the Knot. The medical sage emerges at the First People's Hospital of Luo City. The red light in the operating room glowed for over 4 hours before finally extinguishing. Lin Qingzhu, clad in sterile attire, was the first to emerge, followed closely by medical personnel pushing a gurney. Gao Zhenwei hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Qingzhu, how is Xiao Heng?" Lin Qingzhu nodded, responding, "As long as he can survive the night, he'll be fine." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Moreover, practitioners of the vitality refinement possess an extraordinarily resilient life force. After undergoing the tempering of the natural energies, their bodily functions far exceed normal parameters. Therefore, Chu Heng is fundamentally unharmed. He merely requires a period of convalescence." Having said this, he retrieved a notepad from the nurse's station and, after swiftly penning a prescription, handed it to Gao Zhenwei for medication preparation. Once all was completed, he changed back into his original attire and quietly remained by Chu Heng's side. The weather after the typhoon was exceptionally clear. The blazing sun resumed its true nature, generously casting its light and warmth upon the earth. In the ward, a golden beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chu Heng's pale visage. Lin Qingzhu sat beside him, observing silently as he occasionally furrowed his brow, then relaxed, trembled, and at times seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Chen Jinner entered, carrying a thermos, and pushed open the ward's door, taking a seat before Lin Qingzhu. "How come to take over? You Haven Tea slept all night. You must be exhausted." Lin Qingzhu opened the thermos, revealing a fragrant bowl of chicken and ginkgo porridge. The delicate aroma mingled with the slight bitterness of the ginkgo, wafting invitingly into his nostrils. Chen Jinner cast a somewhat amused glance at him, then stepped forward to gently pat her head, saying, "Drink up. Once you finish, hurry to the hotel and rest." Lin Qingzhu smiled shyly, then picked up a spoon and took a bite. The first taste was the rich aroma of chicken soup, followed by the distinct freshness of ginkgo nuts. Then, from the porridge, a subtle yet undeniable fragrance of rice wafted through. "Delicious." Lin Qingzhu squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Chen Jinner looked at her tenderly, but as her gaze shifted to Chu Heng, a hint of concern creased her brow. She was intimately aware of Chu Heng's past. Abducted and sent to an orphanage as a child, he was fortunate to receive guidance from an elderly veteran who imparted invaluable skills to him. He subsequently joined the army. Unfortunately, shortly after his selection for the Special Forces, conflict erupted between China and a neighboring country. His unit received a mission to penetrate enemy lines and eliminate a military command post. However, during their successful retreat from the mission, they were thwarted by the Blood Wolf mercenary group, resulting in the annihilation of his entire team. Hatred consumed him. The overwhelming bitterness nearly shattered Chu Heng's psyche. Ultimately, he could not escape the clutches of vengeance. Instead, he harnessed that hatred as a driving force, compelling himself to grow stronger until he became part of the 173rd Unit. At that time, many senior officials in the 173rd were opposed to his inclusion due to his evident psychological struggles. Yet the elder Gao advocated for him, accepting him as a disciple. Chu Heng proved his worth through his capabilities, demonstrating that his strengths could compensate for his flaws. At this moment, Chen Jinner merely hoped that this experience would help unravel the knots in Chu Heng's heart, wishing for him to live a lighter existence. His heart was burdened, the strain nearly reaching a breaking point. With this thought, Chen Jinner sighed softly and gently stroked Lin Qingzhu's head, saying, "Qingzhu, you are a good child. I can see that Chu Heng holds you in his heart. After all these years, you're the only girl who has been able to penetrate his defenses." Upon hearing this, a flush crept across Lin Qingzhu's previously fair face. She contemplated offering a rebuttal, yet ultimately chose to silently accept the sentiment. In the world of martial heroes, love and hate are embraced without reservation. Lin Qingzhu had never shied away from acknowledging her feelings for someone. Observing this, Chen Jinner smiled gently and said, "So, dear, I hope you can help him open up more in the future. He is living too heavily. If this continues, he may be consumed by his own psychological struggles." Lin Qingzhu paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Chen Jinner. Time flew by, and before long, a week had passed. Chu Heng awakened the day after his surgery. In truth, after Lin Qingzhu administered that medication, he regained basic consciousness, but due to his physical state, He could not fully awaken. He listened intently to everything around him, including Chun Jinner's assessments of him. Did he have feelings for Lin Qingzhu? Certainly. Even though they had not known each other for long and their days together had been rather ordinary, love and emotion accumulate in the quiet moments of life. Much like the verses of ancient poetry that depict emotions arising unbidden and deepening with fervor, the two remained silent, their unspoken feelings lingering in the air until a heartfelt remark from Chun Jinner prompted them to take a step closer. As he observed Lin Qingzhu peeling fruit for him, Chu Heng felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. He inhaled deeply, wandering to the balcony, where he gazed at the resplendent city of Luo, now flourishing once more. In that fleeting moment, it was not merely the prolonged absence of sunlight that struck him, but rather the overwhelming surge of emotions that stirred within. His eyes suddenly stung, moistening as two streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. Through the cacophony of the world, he envisioned the endless snow-capped mountains in the northwestern region of his homeland, where eagles soared majestically over the peaks. These majestic birds glided over the ridges, embodying the spirits of his fallen comrades buried beneath the earth. The mountains concealed the loyal souls of heroes, no need for burial shrouds. Yet in his final moments, Chu Heng chose to bear the severed heads of his fallen brothers home. At the age of 19, no one witnessed how he traversed the vast ridges with the heads of 4 comrades, crossing desolate lands. They only saw him moving with mechanical precision, leaving a piece of his soul upon the vast, snow-covered mountains of his nation. Now at 24, amidst the grand tempest, under the unrestrained display of nature's fury, beneath that oppressive, darkened sky, he finally found his essence amidst the blood that splattered as the leaves fell. "We are home, brothers." Chu Heng inhaled deeply. Never before had a moment in his life felt as invigorating as this. Lin Qingzhu quietly approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her head gently on his shoulder, inhaling the fragrant scent of orchids that enveloped them. Chu Heng felt his body tense momentarily. Lin Qingzhu softly whispered in his ear, "Heng, from now on, I hope you can find happiness." Chu Heng smiled faintly, turning to embrace her, replying, "I promise you, I wish for your happiness as well." At that moment, in the confines of the hospital room, this pair of souls, tightly entwined, had finally drawn their swords against fate, breaking the shackles that had bound them. In an instant, the energies of the universe surged. Chu Heng's aura swelled, shattering the threshold of the late stage of energy transformation as his essence ascended, brushing against the barrier of true strength. Lin Qingzhu's presence seemed to resonate with his, breaking through barriers until, once her energy stabilized, she too stepped firmly into the mid-stage of energy transformation. Just as they basked in their tender moment, an arrogant voice echoed from outside the ward. "Young master, I am the contemporary sage of medicine. As long as I do not intervene, your esteemed elder's ailment cannot be cured." Chu Heng silently responded in his mind, "Let us do it." Chapter 37. The sage of medicine has not departed. The antagonist joins the fray. Goodness. A dying man sits up, and the protagonist has returned by my side. With a thought, Chu Heng turned to Lin Qingzhu and asked, "Shall we take a look?" Lin Qingzhu nodded without hesitation, exclaiming in frustration, "How audacious! As the heir of Yawang Valley, I have yet to speak, yet here you are, an inconsequential fool, barking away." With this thought in mind, Lin Qingzhu grasped her long sword and stepped outside. Chu Heng followed closely behind, limping along with a cane. Outside, a young man, approximately 23 or 24 years old, clad in faded jeans and a white shirt, caught sight of Lin Qingzhu, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial maiden. Instantly captivated, he mused, "Is today my lucky day?" However, the appearance of Chu Heng shattered his fantasies. What a pity, a stunning flower amidst dung. I must devise a plan to win her over. With this thought, the young man abandoned any arguments with the white-coated doctors and approached Lin Qingzhu, introducing himself. "Miss, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fan. May I inquire your name?" Lin Qingzhu furrowed her brow slightly, and Chu Heng stepped forward, declaring, "I am Chu Heng, and this is my girlfriend, Lin Qingzhu." With a gentle tap of his cane on the ground, A palpable aura of menace surged towards Lin Fan. Instinctively, Lin Fan stepped back, his eyes widening in disbelief. Remarkable. He is undoubtedly a master at the transformation level. But wait, my master clearly stated I was the strongest among the younger generation. How could someone stronger suddenly appear? Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, Lin Qingzhu tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and took a step forward, contemplating whether to draw her weapon. Instead, she inquired, "You claim to be the contemporary medical sage, the foremost in medical arts?" Lin Fan, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course. Since stepping into the world, I have yet to encounter anyone whose medical skills surpass mine. Merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the moon above." Just as he prepared to boast further, a young man, adorned in luxurious attire, emerged from the room he had just vacated. With a charming smile, the young man looked at Chu Heng and remarked, "I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the Chu family's young master, who fled in disgrace from the banquet." At that moment, a burly man broke through the crowd and entered, immediately retorting, "How many mothers do you have? Dare to speak to our director in that manner? Fantastic! A marshal general has arrived. We are saved." The young man, clearly accustomed to a life of privilege, was unaccustomed to such derision. He pointed at the burly man and shouted, "You are the first to speak to me like that in Luocheng." Chu Heng recognized the man as Chong Wei, instantly feeling reassured. Known for his sharp tongue, Chong Wei wasted no time, digging into his ear and wiping the wax on the furious young man, saying, "You should thank me for breaking your virginity." How disgusting! The young man nearly choked, glaring at Chu Heng and threatening, "Dare to let him insult me? Do you believe I want to have you eliminated here today?" Chu Heng pondered for a moment, then sighed, "Give him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson." As Chong Wei heard the commotion, he charged forward with swift determination. Before the young man could react, Chong Wei delivered a resounding slap, sending him crashing into the wall. Without hesitation, he extracted the dazed figure from the wall and struck him again, propelling him into another. When it came to executing orders from his superiors, Chong Wei was unwavering and uncompromising. Meanwhile, the nearby doctor, fearing for the man's safety, hurriedly pulled him down from the wall to administer emergency care. Lin Fan cast a glance at the ferocity emanating from Chong Wei, his legs instinctively trembling. Master, there are monsters outside the mountain. There are monsters outside." In the span of a single day, he had encountered two individuals whose prowess surpassed his own. Lin Fan began to question whether his master had been deceiving him. Was he truly not the foremost martial artist among the youth? Chong Wei had not exerted excessive force. Those two slaps merely appeared formidable. Under the doctor's diligent efforts, the young man gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Heng keenly noticed a stark difference in his expression. Something was amiss. Could it be that Chong Wei's aggressive approach had invigorating effects? This was perplexing. Conventionally, this character was meant to be a mindless antagonist. Could it be otherwise? At that moment, Chu Heng swiftly communicated with the entity in his mind. Little Dream. Little Dream, can you examine his script? Little Dream, with arms crossed and a pout, retorted, "No way, bro. Do you really think of me as a search engine? I already told you that I can't access scripts of non-main characters." Nevertheless, despite this, Little Dream diligently scoured the timelines. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped his lips. Wait a minute. How does he possess his own life script? Moreover, his script is currently merging with that of the medical sage in the bustling city, and it will subsequently integrate with other narratives. Thus, he too is a protagonist, correct? Indeed. Furthermore, unlike the other protagonists you have encountered, his fate value was continually on the rise. Chu Heng immediately regained his focus, squatting before the incapacitated man, furrowing his brow. Noticing that Chu Heng was unresponsive, Lin Fan felt a surge of irritation, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his annoyance. Within the confines of his own logic, he, Lin Fan, the illustrious medical sage, deserved acknowledgement. Just as he was about to voice his displeasure, he was interrupted by Lin Qingzhu, who asked, "You claim to be the medical sage?" With pride swelling in his chest, Lin Fan affirmed, "With the 13 ghostly needles of the Medicine King Valley, I can resurrect the deceased and restore the lifeless. Having mastered these techniques, how could I not be worthy of the title of medical sage?" Lin Qingzhu remained silent, seemingly unimpressed. She approached the patient Lin Fan had treated earlier and examined his pulse. Lin Fan sensed her skepticism but remained unfazed. No one's skill in the arts could surpass his own. Even if she were as beautiful as a celestial being, she would ultimately yield to his medical prowess. Feeling the rhythm of the pulse, Lin Qingzhu frowned and, without warning, struck Lin Fan across the face. He instinctively attempted to evade. But how could he escape the strike of a martial artist? As he leaned back to avoid the blow, he felt an inexplicable force of rejection from the world, rendering his body immobile. Slap! A crisp slap resounded through the air, striking Lin Fan's face. He staggered momentarily, yet he found Lin Qingzhu's cold gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. What do you intend to do? Lin Fan's heart raced, for being struck without provocation was undeniably disconcerting. Lin Qingzhu's lips parted slightly as he calmly declared, "You are unworthy to be the heir of Yaowang Valley, nor are you fit to be a physician." He then retrieved a silver needle from his possession, swiftly administering aid to the elderly man. After a series of 9 needles sealed the old man's meridians, Lin Qingzhu approached the nurse's station and requested a bottle of alcohol. Pouring the alcohol into a small bowl, he produced an exceptionally fine and long silver needle from his bag. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Qingzhu concentrated his energy, a delicate thread of qi coalescing upon the needle, which he then plunged into the elderly man's heart. The old man's body convulsed momentarily, and Lin Qingzhu deftly flicked the needle, producing a resonant hum. With a firm resolve, he swiftly withdrew the needle, and a surge of tainted blood gushed forth from the puncture. Seizing the old man's neck, Lin Qingzhu lifted him up, positioning his chest downwards over the alcohol. Moments later, as the foul blood drained away, Lin Qingzhu held the bowl of alcohol aloft, gently swaying it before exerting a forceful tremor. A black worm, grotesquely proportioned at 13 times the size of its body, writhed within the alcohol, brandishing its massive claws. Lin Qingzhu set the bowl down and approached the incredulous Lin Fan, stating, "The ancestral teachings of Yaowang Valley dictate that a healer must possess a benevolent heart, treating each ailment as their own, regardless of status, age, or appearance, with impartiality and diligence. The old man merely suffered from some cardiac obstruction, which could be remedied with acupuncture and supplementary medication. Yet in your haste, you resorted to blood sorcery. What a mockery of the patient's life. You flaunt your skills at the expense of the patient's well-being." Just as Lin Fan prepared to retort, Lin Qingzhu continued, arrogant and conceited, having only mastered rudimentary medical arts. "You dare to label yourself a medical saint. You are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world." Yaowang Valley's sanctum cannot accommodate a doctor of your ilk. Having delivered his tirade, Lin Qingzhu trembled with indignation. Has the current generation of Yaowang Valley practitioners truly sunk to such depths? After absorbing Lin Qingzhu's reprimand, Lin Fan's complexion paled visibly. Just as the two stood in confrontation, a faint sound emerged from behind them. The antagonist had awakened. Chapter 38. The initial exchange between the antagonist and Chu Heng. I have been reborn. Reborn on the very day I first encountered the protagonist. In my previous life, I was the foremost heir of the first family in Luocheng, but due to my infatuation with a second-rate wealthy heiress, Shun Bingying, I was led to ruin by the protagonist Lin Fan. In this life, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. This is the inner monologue of the antagonist, Luo Tian, alongside the original narrative. However, upon opening his eyes, he found himself confronted with a scene entirely different from his past life. A towering figure stood before him, accompanied by a stern-looking man. Despite the presence of his former adversary Lin Fan, the latter appeared weak and fragile beside them, akin to a mere novice. What is happening? Has the plot altered? Before he had the chance to gather his thoughts, Chu Heng stepped forward and crouched down to look at him, saying, "Are you all right? My subordinate may have been a bit too forceful. Please bear with it." Still in a daze, Luo Tian instinctively nodded, but then realized, "What do you mean by being too forceful?" "Non-tung. We are doomed. No, this is absurd. As the heir of the foremost family in Luo City, I should not be in a position where a burly man could overpower me so easily. The mere thought of this made Luo Tian tense up instinctively. How could such a minor reaction escape Chang Wei's keen gaze? Goodness, could it be that my 2 slaps brought him to ecstasy? The mere notion made Chang Wei feel as if he had touched something foul, and he stealthily wiped his hands on Chu Heng's hospital gown. Witnessing this, Luo Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. From Chang Wei's earlier actions, it was evident that his delicate and tender little flower had been preserved after all. Wait, it seemed he had become too engrossed in their banter, and he had yet to attend to the most pressing matter at hand. With this realization, Luo Tian sprang to his feet in a sudden burst of energy. Chu Heng shot him a surprised glance. He was quite nimble. Then, he released his aura to gauge the situation. It seems this young master from the noble family possesses quite a bit of skill. From my earlier perception, he must at least be at the initial stage of dark energy cultivation. Indeed, few among the nobility are truly worthless. This perspective made the scenario increasingly intriguing. A reborn antagonist facing the heir of the medical sage? Let them engage in their own battle while I find a way to reap the rewards. Consequently, Chu Heng, along with Lin Qingzhu and Chang Wei, stepped aside to allow the dual space for the two. Time for mourning the previous contender had passed. Now entering the stage was Luo Tian, the reborn male protagonist of the antagonist from the foremost family in Luo City. His opponent was Lin Fan, an 18-year-old medical prodigy who had already achieved unparalleled skill and sought to conquer all by the age of 24. Shut up, Xiaoming. Chu Heng interjected in the mental space, halting Xiaoming's awkward commentary. The awkwardness was palpable. Even Chu Heng found himself fidgeting on the ground. Luo Tian merely cast a glance at the three, not bothering to regard them further. In his previous life, he had encountered Chu Heng, merely a pitiful soul abandoned by his family, much like himself. This thought added a tinge of sympathy for Chu Heng in Luo Tian's heart. After all, we are all wanderers in this world. Why must we have met before? Me? Chu Heng responded, though these thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant as he quickly shifted his gaze back to Lin Fan. Just watch how I will deal with you this time. Lin Fan, confident in his own strength, having reached the mid-stage of dark energy cultivation, immediately sensed a murderous intent locking onto him. Is he about to attack? Lin Fan's body tensed. A flicker of light sparkled at his fingertips. Although the person before him possessed considerable skill, he was likely only at the initial stage of dark energy cultivation. If it came to blows, Lin Fan was confident he could subdue him in one strike, though he must remain wary of any surprise attacks from that martial artist at the transformation stage. With this thought, Lin Fan felt a slight exhalation of relief. At this moment, Luo Tian, with his slightly squinted eyes, suddenly opened them wide, his hand gliding gently from his waist. Lin Fan instinctively wanted to make a move, but he quickly realized that the object Luo Tian had retrieved was merely a mobile phone. What transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. Instead of summoning assistance, Luo Tian called the police, stating, "Hello, is this the police? This is the First People's Hospital of Luo City. I wish to report that someone here is practicing medicine without a license. We attempted to stop him, but he assaulted our physician." Lin Fan was equally bewildered. Why was he reporting to the authorities? Wasn't he a wealthy heir? Shouldn't he be calling for reinforcements to attack him, allowing Lin Fan to retaliate? However, there was no time for such contemplation. His master had advised him before descending the mountain to be wary of official entities, emphasizing that he should never offend them unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Lin Fan had dismissed this counsel, believing that with his exceptional medical skills, he could find a place of honor anywhere. That moment did not count. After all, who could have anticipated that within this small city of Luo, there existed another practitioner with skills rivaling his own? The mere thought of this spurred Lin Fan to instinctively turn and flee, only to be met with a glance from Chu Heng, who then pointed a finger, unleashing his energy. In an instant, Lin Fan found his acupoint sealed, rendered immobile. After completing his actions, Chu Heng looked on with a grin at Lin Qingzhu. What a disgrace. How could she possibly fathom that the esteemed Yao Wang Valley, known for its medical prowess rather than martial strength, would possess the audacity to believe they could escape under the hands of two formidable opponents? Did she genuinely think that the praises bestowed upon them in the martial world, regarding their silver needles and the delicate balance between life and death, were taken seriously? With this in mind, Lin Qingzhu awkwardly fidgeted her toes within her shoes. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Chu family gathered at the Chu estate. Yet this time, Chu Zhe lacked his former composure. Beneath the blazing sun, he knelt before the head of the family, gazing up at the proud woman occupying the position of authority. Chapter 39. Desperate Straits. Chu Zhe, driven to extremity after the storm had passed, tranquility returned, and a beam of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the old Chu residence. Half an hour prior, the Chu family bodyguards had mobilized en masse, sealing off Chu Zhe's villa. As the leading bodyguard kicked open the door and stormed in, they were astonished to find Chu Zhe leisurely seated on the living room sofa, sipping tea. Chu Zhe remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement upon their arrival, before rising and addressing them. "Let's go. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." The bodyguards did not indulge him. One remarked, after learning some grappling techniques, "Do you still dare to put on a show in front of me?" In an instant, two black-clad bodyguards advanced, swiftly subduing Chu Zhe to the ground. With a resounding thud, Chu Zhe's face was slammed against the floor, and he was subsequently dragged out as if he were a stray dog. Damn it, he thought, realizing that it was because of this troublesome fool that he and his comrades had nearly met their end in the hospital. The black-clad bodyguard spat disdainfully. "Damn it. If it weren't for the law against murder, I would have taken care of him myself." The convoy proceeded majestically into the old Chu residence. As soon as the car door swung open, Chu Zhe, under the escort of his bodyguards, slowly alighted from the vehicle. Gazing up at the blinding sunlight, he leisurely adjusted his attire, smoothing out his collar. Just as he intended to stride in with his head held high, a bodyguard beside him delivered a sharp blow to his knee. "I told you not to put on airs." Two bodyguards, having dragged the injured Chu Zhe into the Chu family estate, unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. Within the ancestral home of the Chu family, the younger generation had gathered. Behind a folding screen, Chu's father and mother sat poised. Upon witnessing Chu Zhe being dragged in like a stray dog, Lin Fengyi immediately sprang to her feet, her eyes reddening with emotion. However, Chu Zhongtian gently pressed her back down into her seat. Lin Fengyi, her eyes brimming with tears, turned to Chu Zhongtian and exclaimed, "Tiangu, Xiaoze, he is our child too." Chu Zhongtian clenched his teeth, a flicker of restraint crossing his gaze. He wrapped his arms around Lin Fengyi, resting his head lightly on her shoulder as he spoke softly. "Fengyi, there's a grain of truth in what Xiaoyu said. When we lose, we must bear the demeanor of the defeated. As for Xiaoze, Xiaoyu has promised us that he will spare his life." Lin Fengyi lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and pleaded, "Tiangu, is there truly no way out for us?" Chu Zhongtian merely shook his head and released a resigned sigh. Before the screen, Chu Xia sat in the position of the family head, looking down upon Chu Zhe with an air of authority. Chu Zhe, kneeling on the ground, lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with resentment directed at Chu Xia. He felt aggrieved. Why should he be the one to lose? Why could he not occupy that esteemed position? He had worked harder than any of them, sacrificing his own dignity and even compromising his interests to curry favor with Chu's parents. To maintain the fade of the obedient child, he engaged in nightly self-hypnosis. Yet, why was it that he could not ascend to that lofty height? Was it solely because he was not a biological son? Thus, when he learned that Chu Zhongtian had ceded the position of family head to Chu Xia, he went mad. In that instant, all the pent-up grievances within him erupted uncontrollably, and the emergence of the Wolf King, Chu Heng, merely ignited the spark of his vengeance. That night, he achieved enlightenment. Indeed, if others would not grant him what he desired, he must seize it for himself, striving with all his might to ascend to the exalted throne. Of course, were Chu Heng to hear such sentiments, he would likely scoff and retort, "Do you think your family is a royal dynasty with an exalted throne?" But for Chu Zhe, the position of family head symbolized the heavens. Once attained, he believed he would wield the power of life and death. Yet he had lost. Despite his unwillingness to accept it, he had still lost. The thought of this momentarily eased, the twisted resentment within him. He struggled to rise, but the injury to his leg rendered him unstable, causing him to collapse back to the ground. He casually crossed his legs and raised his gaze towards Chu Heng, who sat high upon the family throne, devoid of any lingering hatred. Instead, he exhibited a calm acceptance of defeat. Chu Heng, observing the disheveled Chu Zhe, found herself momentarily rendered speechless, her prepared barrage of inquiries caught in her throat. Despite his betrayal, he was still the younger brother she had watched grow up. Even without blood ties, some affection lingered. At least, this was the perspective of Chu Heng, untainted by the distortions of power. The two exchanged glances for an extended period, until Chu Zhe broke the silence. "I concede, but remember, my defeat is not to you, Chu Heng, but to Chu Heng. If that wretched Chu Heng had not returned, it would not be you in this position now." His words extinguished the last flicker of compassion within Chu Heng. With a tone that was both serene and somewhat detached, she replied, "I have no interest in the howls of the vanquished. I trust you are aware of my true interests." Hearing this, Chu Zhe scoffed derisively. "Look at you, Chu Heng. Even with your ascent to the family head, you remain utterly incompetent, oblivious to who has betrayed you." His mockery was abruptly interrupted by a sharp slap from a bodyguard. The figure in black stepped forward and bowed to Chu Heng, stating, "Madam, we have concluded our investigation as per your instructions, and we have compiled the list of those from the Chu family involved in the rebellion. With your command, we can proceed with the arrests immediately." "Impossible. How could you know who participated in the rebellion?" "I've destroyed the list of attendees," Chu Zhe exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. The bodyguard turned to him and replied, "Before a Special Affairs Bureau, nothing remains concealed." He then glanced towards Chu Run, who was shrinking among the crowd, and announced, "Madam, shall I now read the names of the rebels?" Chu Heng rubbed her temples and closed her eyes, addressing the bodyguard. "After all, they are all members of the Chu family. I cannot bear to watch them perish before my eyes." The bodyguard, noticing her closed eyes, silently admired her fortitude, recognizing why she had caught Wei's attention. She was indeed exceptional. He then cleared his throat and began, "I shall commence with the roll call." "Preposterous! The family head has spoken. She will not stand idly by while we perish before her. How dare you, a mere servant, defy her command?" An elder from the Chu family interjected. In response, Chu Heng opened her eyes, drew her gun, and executed him. "Proceed," she stated calmly. "Chu Ren." A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Chu Run in the head. Chu Chi another shot fired, and Chu Chi fell lifelessly to the ground. The members of the Chu family stood frozen, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, in a hospital, confronted by advancing police officers, Lin Fan shouted, "My medical skills can revive the dead from mere bones. I am a medical sage. You cannot arrest me." A young officer scoffed, "Practicing medicine without a license and daring to resist arrest? Regardless of your claims to be a sage, even if you were a beast, you cannot evade the law's judgment." Chapter 40. The sanctioned medical sage. The day was resplendent, basking in the brilliance of the sun. In the corridor of the First People's Hospital of Luocheng, our esteemed medical sage, Lin Fan, adorned himself with a glimmering silver bracelet. Just as the young police officer concluded his statement, declaring that even a beast would not suffice, an elderly man clad in a white coat, reminiscent of the Mediterranean, hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing the scene, he felt as though the heavens had collapsed. He rushed forward, positioning himself protectively behind Lin Fan, and addressed the officers. "Who granted you the audacity to act recklessly within the confines of our First People's Hospital? How dare you show such disrespect to Mr. Lin? Is this still the 21st century, a society governed by the rule of law?" The younger officer, along with his middle-aged counterpart, was momentarily taken aback. Throughout their years of service, they had encountered peculiar situations, albeit typically involving families ignorant of the law. How had this ignorance now seemingly permeated the ranks of medical professionals, who were expected to be well-educated individuals? What transpired next shattered their perceptions even further. The elderly man turned to Lin Fan and knelt before him, his demeanor exuding utmost reverence. "I am Chenda, the dean of the First People's Hospital of Luocheng, a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. I pay my respects to the contemporary envoy of the Medicine King Valley. Unaware of your esteemed presence, we have failed to extend a proper welcome. 100 deaths cannot atone for this transgression. Lin Fan, with an air of nonchalance, raised his hand and replied, "It is of no consequence. Please rise." The sunlight reflected off his silver adornments, casting a luminous glow. Meanwhile, Chu Heng discreetly recorded the incident on video, sending it to the authorities at the Health Commission. He then turned to Lin Qingzhu, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, contemplating the possibility of drawing her sword and disappearing into the ground to escape the humiliation. "Qingzhu, is this the caliber of soldiers you lead?" he inquired. Lin Qingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of mortification. Had it not been for the prohibition against revealing controlled weapons in public, she would have swiftly drawn her sword to carve a path underground, vowing never to show her face again. The situation was simply too awkward. She never imagined that her proud sect, the Medicine King Valley, had devolved into such a spectacle after a millennium of tradition. As she observed their archaic behavior, Lin Qingzhu questioned whether she was the one out of sync with the times, or whether they had regressed to a bygone era. Was the Medicine King Valley now so abstract in its existence? The thought filled her with shame towards her ancestors, her forebears, and her lineage. Meanwhile, the head of the Health Commission was equally perplexed, sending forth 3 question marks in his mind, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the scene before him. The young police officer then approached, delivering a swift kick that sent the old man sprawling to the ground. He retrieved a pair of silver bracelets from his waist and affixed them to the elderly man's wrists, declaring, "Obstructing law enforcement? You're coming with me." At that moment, Lin Fan's previously charming smile faltered, realizing that the script had gone awry. It was not supposed to unfold in this manner. Upon encountering the dean, the officers should have been filled with trepidation, releasing him and offering apologies. How had the dean himself been apprehended? Just then, Luo Tian, who had been silent for quite some time, remarked, "Well done. Truly, the West City Police Department is renowned for its strict enforcement." As he spoke, he clapped his hands in approval. In the early stages of his dark strength, he dared to mock me. How foolish. Witnessing Luo Tian's audacity to ridicule him, Lin Fan felt an immediate surge of displeasure. In a moment of impulsive defiance, he broke free from his handcuffs, intent on teaching him a lesson. However, he collapsed to the ground instead. The elderly police officer, brandishing a still crackling electric baton, remarked, "This young man possesses quite the vigor." Observing Lin Fan on the floor, the younger officer silently adjusted the baton to its maximum power and delivered several jolts. Watching his sex representative being subjected to such treatment, akin to a fish on the verge of dehydration, Chen bellowed, "You shall regret treating our representative in this manner." "What, have I become the villain?" The young officer, having read his share of web novels, felt even more invigorated upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Chu Heng merely glanced at the officers and stated, "This is a hospital. Silence is required. Since you have apprehended the suspect, kindly escort the relevant individuals for questioning." He then turned to Lin Qingzhu, who presented her credentials to the middle-aged officer. After examining the identification, the officer promptly saluted the two and returned the documents. Acknowledging Chu Heng's nod, the officer lowered his hand and, along with the younger officer, escorted Lin Fan and the others out of the hospital. As the farce concluded, the surrounding onlookers dispersed with a sense of satisfaction. It was truly captivating. They had initially thought such scenes could only exist in novels, yet here it was, unfolding in reality. One elderly man remarked to his companion, "Oldly truly missed out. Why tell him about this? He will be envious." His partner playfully scolded him, "You and your fuss." Chu Heng led Lin Qingzhu back to the hospital room. Upon entering, Lin Qingzhu, visibly irritated, plopped down on the sofa. Chu Heng joined her, saying, "Come now, it was merely an encounter with a scoundrel. What is there to be upset about?" Lin Qingzhu shook her head, replying, "When we see a cockroach, it signifies that the dark corners can no longer conceal them. Similarly, I feel that the Medicine King's Valley is no longer the sect dedicated to healing and saving lives as it once was." Chu Heng nodded in agreement. Aware of the Medicine King's Valley and the previous medical sage. If he were to evaluate it, he would summarize it in 3 words: pure foolishness. Relying on his modest medical skills, he established 3 rules: no treatment for those without power, no treatment for the impoverished, and no treatment for the unremarkable. In simpler terms, this old curmudgeon is nothing but greedy and lecherous. Yet, it is precisely such traits that have nurtured Lin Fan's arrogance and impatience for quick success. Hence, he had refrained from sharing any information regarding the Medicine King's Valley with Lin Qingzhu, fearing she would return with a sword to cleanse the establishment. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that this old man had reached the level of Dan's strength many years ago. Even Lin Qingzhu, now in the mid-stage of the transformation phase, would not stand a chance against him. Noticing Lin Qingzhu's dejection, Chu Heng shifted on the sofa, gently wrapping his arms around her, suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Lin Qingzhu initially struggled, but soon found solace, resting comfortably against it. Chu Heng, holding the slightly stiff Lin Qingzhu, gently leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Qingzhu, within a year, I will accompany you back to Yawang Valley to restore order." As he spoke, his breath brushed against Lin Qingzhu's sensitive ears, causing an unexpected tingling sensation to ripple through her body. She emitted a barely audible hum, burying her face in Chu Heng's chest. The sunlight draped a golden cloak over the two, rendering the moment serene and beautiful. However, this idyllic scene was abruptly interrupted when the door to the ward burst open with a loud bang. Lin Qingzhu instantly sat up from Chu Heng's embrace, and they both turned to see a sweet-looking girl with twin ponytails dressed in a white gown standing at the entrance. She glanced at Lin Qingzhu and then pointed at Chu Heng, declaring, "You are the one who conspired with Luo Tian to frame Brother Lin Fan, aren't you?" Chu Heng shook his head and replied, "It's not a conspiracy. He is indeed practicing medicine without a license." The girl frowned and retorted, "Do you realize that you have delayed my grandfather's treatment?" Chu Heng, leaning on his cane, rose to his feet and asked, "What exactly are you trying to say? My time is valuable, and I have no interest in wasting it on your inquiries." The girl instinctively took a step back and angrily responded, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Chu Heng scratched his head and, after taking a photo with his phone and conducting a brief search, remarked, "I genuinely do not know. In any case, there is no photo of you on the police wanted list." The girl was momentarily rendered speechless by Chu Heng's words, but she composed herself and said, "I am Tang Yuner, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Lin Fan is my grandfather's savior. If you agree to withdraw the lawsuit, our family will grant you one condition." "The Tang family?" Chu Heng mused, scratching his head, before inquiring, "Do you know who I am?" Before the girl could respond, Chu Heng interjected, "I am Chu Heng, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau's Action Division. This is my deputy, Lin Qingzhu." The girl was momentarily taken aback and then timidly asked Chu Heng, would you believe me if I said I had entered the wrong room?" Chu Heng and Lin Qingzhu exchanged glances, then turned to Tang Yuner with expressions of disbelief. Tang Yuner trembled slightly. Chapter 41, Juming's Wakans. Lin Qingzhu receives news in recent days. Due to a typhoon sweeping through Luo City, all clouds have been carried away, leaving the sky exceptionally clear. Within the Special Affairs Bureau, Chu Heng swiftly addressed the backlog of documents that had accumulated on his desk due to his hospitalization. He subsequently notified Chen Sheng to organize a meeting with the new members. In the conference room, the new recruits, having heard the news, sat attentively and respectfully. Some had been selected for recent urgent operations due to their outstanding performance during the crackdown on the Gu family. Of course, they had encountered the elusive director of the Action Division. It is precisely for this reason that they hold a profound admiration for the director of operations. The operations department is tasked with handling violent incidents, frequently confronting various dangerous elements with guns drawn and knives unsheathed. Under the pressure of such a high-stakes environment, the collective psyche gradually settles on a singular understanding. Security lies in following those who possess strength. Among them, Chu Heng stands as the most formidable figure in the Special Affairs Bureau, second only to Director Gao Jinwei. Moreover, the director is genuinely proactive in his duties. Thus, long before Chu Heng's arrival, he had already garnered a considerable following among the action team. One new member, with an amiable appearance, gazed calmly ahead while engaging in light banter with a companion. "Chengdu," he said, "you should have seen the scene from the other day's operation. What is there to discuss?" "I was there too," Chengdu replied with a hint of boredom. Gao Tongwei disagreed vehemently, stating, "You were merely on the perimeter. I was deep inside the building with our director." Chengdu quickly countered, "So what? You just helped surround the terrorists inside. Isn't that our daily routine?" "No, it was different," Gao Tongwei insisted, glancing around before continuing. "In truth, we didn't encounter any living terrorists." "What? Then why did I see the logistics team hauling out nearly 100 corpses?" Chengdu's previously calm demeanor began to falter. "Need you ask? That was undoubtedly the work of our director. On the 18th floor of Tianyu Building, every level was a battleground. I estimate our director must have taken down at least 18 elite adversaries that day," Gao Tongwei said, his expression unwavering, tinged with pride. "Impressive," Chengdu exclaimed. "So, by that logic, our director slaughters elite foes as one would chickens, while we are merely at the nascent stage of our training. Doesn't that imply we are akin to poultry?" Unbeknownst to them, the two new members engrossed in their whispered discussion regarding Chu Heng's formidable prowess were oblivious to his presence looming behind them. "I wager our director is the supreme master of the Special Affairs Bureau, perhaps even surpassing Director Gao," Gao Tongwei declared triumphantly. "That may not be the case." A calm, amused voice interjected from behind. Gao Tongwei's demeanor shifted instantly. His tone heightened as he retorted, "Given that neither has bested the other, how could you believe Director Gao would triumph over our director?" It was then that he noticed the pallor on his friend Chengdu's face. Something was amiss. Something was indeed wrong. Gao Tongwei stiffly turned to see a strikingly handsome young man with a beaming smile gazing at him. In an instant, it felt as though Gao Tongwei had been enveloped in shades of gray within Chu Heng's presence. Nevertheless, Chu Heng paid it no mind, merely placing a hand on his shoulder and stating, "You are Gao Tongwei, correct?" Gao Tongwei mechanically nodded. Chu Heng continued, "I have reviewed your dossier. You have a commendable background in special operations. I am curious about your motivations for applying to join the Special Assault Team." Gao Tongwei instinctively replied, "I have heard that the Special Operations Team is quite arduous, but there is also significant room for improvement. I am eager to advance." However, Chu Heng looked at him sternly and said, "Desiring to improve is commendable, but the missions executed by the Special Operations Team are exceedingly challenging and perilous. The fatality rate within our department is already alarmingly high, and the Special Operations Team bears the highest rate of casualties. Are you truly prepared for this?" At this point, Gao Tongwei's gaze hardened with resolve. He lifted his head to meet Chu Heng's eyes and declared, "Director, I am determined to progress." Chu Heng nodded, patting him on the shoulder, then glanced at Chengdu, saying, "Your profile is impressive. I see you excel in radio communications and reconnaissance within the military. Someone of your caliber should be assigned to the intelligence department to maximize your potential." Chengdu immediately responded, "Director, Tongwei and I hail from the same unit. He saved my life during our service, so wherever he goes, I shall follow." Chu Heng nodded in approval, remarking, "Excellent. Such loyalty is commendable." He then shifted his attention away from them and ascended the stage to commence the meeting for the new members and announce their transfers. After completing his work at noon, Chu Heng returned to the First People's Hospital of Luocheng with Chu Mingxue. In the hospital room, Chu Qinglan was peeling an apple for Chu Mingxue, who lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, resembling a sleeping beauty. Upon seeing Chu Heng enter, Chu Qinglan quickly rose to greet him, saying, "The elder sister just left. Have you both arrived?" Chu Heng glanced at her and nodded. "I heard she hasn't awakened yet, so I came with Qingzhu to check on her condition." He then turned to Lin Qingzhu, who nodded and stepped forward to take Chu Mingxue's pulse, lifting her eyelid for examination. As Lin Qingzhu assessed Chu Mingxue, Chu Qinglan shared her observations with Chu Heng. The doctor explained that Mingxue had suffered severe hypothermia from being exposed to the rain for too long, compounded by her fall from a great height. Although there was some cushioning, her body had inevitably entered a protective mode. Chu Qinglan then spoke with a hint of complexity in her tone. The doctor mentioned that Ming Xue could awaken at any moment, or it may take years. After saying this, she fell silent, unable to contain her emotions. At this moment, Lin Qingzhu glanced at Chu Heng and nodded, saying, "It is treatable." Chu Heng breathed a sigh of relief, as he held no animosity towards Chu Mingxue. To be frank, her predicament was largely due to her own circumstances. Though he felt no guilt if she could not be cured, there would inevitably remain a burden in his heart. Before commencing treatment, Lin Qingzhu requested Chu Heng to step outside, as it was necessary to remove Chu Mingxue's clothing for her treatment, and it would be inappropriate for a man to remain in the room. Meanwhile, in the detention center, Lin Fan suddenly shivered, sensing that something destined was slipping away from him. Meanwhile, aboard, Chu Heng found himself at the staircase, smoking, when suddenly Xiao Meng leapt out, exclaiming, "Host, you're quite impressive. You managed to eliminate the role of the medical sage without making a sound?" Chu Heng found the situation rather peculiar, as this time, he genuinely did not intend for it to happen. Xiao Meng explained that originally, the plot was supposed to unfold with Lin Fan treating the elderly patriarch of the Tang family, after which he would be introduced to the Chu family to treat the comatose Chu Mingxue. During the treatment, Chu Mingxue inadvertently exposed herself, thus seamlessly becoming one of his concubines. Chu Heng nodded, secretly lamenting that it was fortunate to have Qingzhu around. Otherwise, his sister would have suffered an undeserved calamity once more. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng continued in his mind, incessantly exclaiming, "Xiao Heng is tall. Xiao Heng is strong. My Xiao Heng is both tall and strong." On the other side, in the detention center, the medical sage Yi Fan was plotting his escape. He thought to himself, "I cannot endure even a single day in this place." Chapter 42. The medical sage's escape. My name is Lin Fan, the 83rd heir of the Medicine King Valley. Due to the treachery of malicious individuals, I find myself unjustly confined in the detention center of Luo City. If you assist me in escaping, I shall impart my medical skills unto you," Lin Fan proposed, but alas, none of his cellmates believed his words. After all, such rhetoric was no different from someone claiming to be Qin Shi Huang in a text message. However, upon reflection, there was indeed a slight distinction. Lin Fan's illegal practice of medicine indicated that he possessed some degree of medical knowledge. Nevertheless, the extent of his abilities was uncertain, as generally, those incarcerated for illegal practice often face charges due to having harmed patients, leading to their families reporting them. As he pondered this, the cellmates who had gathered around to hear his boasting gradually dispersed. After all, who would wish to associate with someone who might have inadvertently caused harm through their dubious medical skills? Was the outside world not more enticing? Or was the prison food so delectable that they couldn't bear to leave? Observing his cellmates treat him like a mere jester, Lin Fan silently scoffed. A dog's belly cannot contain 2 ounces of lard. Here he was, a distinguished medical sage, and they dared to doubt him. If he were outside, he would only treat the wealthy, the powerful, and the extraordinarily beautiful. Lin Fan let out a soft huff, but chose not to voice his thoughts. He had already memorized the guard's patrol route, and come nightfall, he would escape this place. As night fell, Lin Fan pried open the entrance to the sewer. The design of the detention center sewer was such that the entrance was narrow, making it difficult for an average person to pass through. Yet, our medical sage Lin Fan was no ordinary individual. He assessed that his head could fit through and, summoning his strength, executed the bone-shrinking technique to squeeze himself inside. Upon entering the sewer, which was narrow at the entrance but spacious within, Lin Fan quickly realigned his bones, then lay amidst the filth, gasping for breath. The pain was excruciating. Although he had been immersed in a special medicinal solution since childhood, the bone-shrinking technique involved disassembling and reassembling his entire skeletal structure. This kind of agony was something that ordinary people could hardly comprehend. However, freedom was near. The day of his liberation was fast approaching, and Lin Fan lay in the sewer, awaiting his chance. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, Lin Fan regained his vigor and crawled his way through the sewer. Initially confined, the passage soon widened after he traversed several dozen steps, revealing a vast expanse. Following the sewer, Lin Fan eventually reached the estuary. With a leap into the ocean, propelled by the prison's waste, he experienced the exhilarating taste of freedom, akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Overcome with excitement, he took several gulps of seawater. However, the proximity to the sewer's exit caused a spasm in his stomach, prompting him to retch uncontrollably. Yet these were mere trifles. At last he was free. The thought of returning to the city filled Lin Fan with exhilaration. He believed that with his medical expertise, escaping the charges against him would be a trivial matter. The next morning, the prison guard, growing impatient, rapped on Lin Fan's cell door with his baton. Lin Fan, a lawyer is here to bail you out. You can leave." After several knocks, silence reigned within the cell. A sense of unease washed over the guard as he opened the cell door and peered inside. To his shock, everyone appeared to be unconscious, and most alarmingly, Lin Fan was nowhere to be found. In an instant, alarms blared, and shouts of a breakout echoed. 0395 has escaped. Meanwhile, where was our protagonist Lin Fan? After his escape, he had donned the attire of several thugs he had robbed and was now leisurely enjoying breakfast at a diner. The cuisine here may not be much, but it certainly tastes delightful, he remarked, oblivious to the brewing trouble. On the other hand, an elderly man in the mountains was calculating Lin Fan's fate. "Young Fan is in trouble this time," he muttered. The elder was none other than Lin Fan's master, Dufeng. To err on the side of caution, he consulted the divination several times, but each reading indicated that Lin Fan was in peril. At the Chu family estate, Lin Fengyi wept bitterly, oblivious to the discomfort etched on Chu Se's face beside her. She could not fathom how her mother could shamelessly plead for leniency for Chu Ze. Clearly, he understood the gravity of his actions. Regardless of the family, such matters demanded strict and severe handling. Furthermore, were they not aware of their current circumstances? Did they truly believe that the era of powerful families was still as it once was? Since the proclamation that the people of Huaxia had risen, the days of the aristocracy reigning supreme had long passed. Regrettably, some remained blind to the shifting tides. With a gentle sigh on New Year's Eve, filled with disappointment, he addressed the two. "Father, if you take mother away now, I can pretend as if nothing has happened." Chu Zhongtian remained silent. After all, he was the one who had stirred this situation. He understood Chu Xie's intentions, which were merely to prompt him to counsel his wife and warn himself against further schemes. Yet, why should he be the one to advise? The aristocracy had endured for centuries, relying on the strategy of appeasing both sides without offending anyone. In his heart, although Chu Xie's actions temporarily safeguarded the Chu family, they undeniably placed the family in the crosshairs of public condemnation from numerous aristocratic clans. This was a path of chaos, certainly not a principle for the longevity of a noble lineage. Moreover, it was crucial to acknowledge that as the inaugural magnate of Luocheng, Chu Zhongtian had always believed that what I grant you is yours to take, but what I have not bestowed upon you must never be seized. Yet, he overlooked the fact that power can ascend from below as well as descend from above. As the adage goes, power is derived from the barrel of a gun. At this moment, he was oblivious to who wielded that gun. However, Chu Zhongtian dared not voice his thoughts, or perhaps he simply lacked the courage to articulate them. After all, who could predict whether the personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau might be privy to his musings? Furthermore, Chu Xie was present. Throughout, he had extolled his daughter for her decisiveness and sharp decision-making. Yet, he never anticipated that her resolute nature would transform into a death knell for himself. It was unclear what kind of enchanting potion Chu Heng had poured into her, but his daughter was resolutely aligned with the Special Affairs Bureau. Damn Chu Heng! Chu Zhongtian inwardly cursed. At that moment, Chu Xie displayed her authority as the head of the family, disregarding her mother's tearful pleas as she stood resolutely, declaring, "I must visit the hospital to see my younger sister. Let us not forget, besides having an adopted son imprisoned, you also have a son and daughter gravely injured because of him." She rose and cast a cold glance at her parents before continuing. "As for Chu Ze, I have already expelled him from the family tree, and I will hand the matter over to Xiao Hong." With that, she dismissed her parents' astonished expressions and departed. "No, you mustn't," You will endanger Xiao Zhe. What does that concern me? Aren't these troubles of your own making? Hearing Lin Fengyi's protests, Chu Xie calmly uttered these words before turning to leave. The Chu family had transformed, or perhaps it had never truly changed. At that moment, Chu Xie seemed to finally grasp the true nature of her family. No wonder Xiao Hong was so reluctant to return to the Chu household. As she departed from the Chu family estate, these thoughts lingered in her mind. Chapter 43. The Full Pursuit. Did the medical sage encounter his true destiny? At the entrance of the Tang Manor, a man donned in a black mask and a baseball cap approached the gates. "Sir, please wait a moment." A security guard promptly stepped forward to intercept him. The masked man glanced at the vigilant guard, noting the hand poised at the guard's waist, ready to draw a stun baton at any moment. Wait, a stun baton? The masked man felt a pang in his back, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. At that moment, a vehicle exited the estate, and the rear window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. "What is the matter?" The guard immediately stood at attention and replied, "Miss, I stopped this individual as he was covering his face." Tang Yuner nodded in response, and the masked man then lowered his mask, revealing a refined countenance. The visitor was none other than Lin Fan. "What brings you here?" "Hurry, get in the car," Tang Yuner exclaimed in surprise, promptly opening the car door for him. The man swiftly entered the vehicle, and they departed from the Tang Manor. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings and spoke. "To save your grandfather, I went so far as to break out of prison, and this is how your family treats me?" Tang Yuner scratched her head, a look of embarrassment crossing her face as she said, "You can't blame me. After all, you dress like a Middle Eastern terrorist. In films, such attire either signifies a pervert or a murderer." After a moment's thought, she added, "Actually, our lawyer initially intended to bail you out today." Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, replying with a hint of joy. "So, doesn't that mean everything is fine? It's just about getting out today, albeit in a rather unconventional manner." "Fine? How could it possibly be fine? This is serious." Tang Yuner gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief, saying, "According to the punishment regulations, you would have only faced a few days of detention. But now, due to your escape, what was once a minor offense has escalated to a major crime. If you get caught again, you could face at least 10 years. 10 years? How could that be? I, a respectable doctor, cannot be trapped in a place like this." Lin Fan dismissed Tang Yuner's words, for in his mind, his medical skills outweighed all else. This is a common folly among many protagonists. They fail to recognize that until their strength reaches a certain level, societal rules still apply. Just because one believes their power is great does not exempt them from the established order, as there are always those stronger. Tang Yuner aside, unsure of how to explain this to Lin Fan, akin to elucidating the simple truth of 11-2. She pulled out a card from her handbag, stating, "This card contains 5 million. Consider it your reward for rescuing our esteemed Tang family patriarch." "Huh," Lin Fan scoffed disdainfully. Even though he had not a single cent to his name, having resolved his breakfast dilemma by skipping out on the bill, he still regarded this 5 million as trivial. Accepting it would be an affront to his identity as a doctor. He turned to glance at Tang Yuner's exquisite face, and, with a devilish smile, said, 5 million isn't enough to entice me. However, if the reward were you, I might reconsider." "How dare you? Did you feast on something rotten last night to have the audacity to flirt with me?" The memory of her recklessness leading to this insufferable situation, where she was penalized by the Special Affairs Bureau to work as a nurse for a month, flooded her thoughts. A month. With that recollection, Tang Yuner commanded the driver to stop, then shoved the card into Lin Fan's hands, declaring, "The password is this year's date, plus this month's month." She promptly kicked him out of the car. As the scent of exhaust filled the air, Lin Fan stood in shock. Something fell off. Typically, she would respond to him with coyness, Wu Tishi. His master had never taught him otherwise. Yet, he was grateful for the 5 million. Though a mere mosquito's leg is still meat. Now, however, Lin Fan had no time for such thoughts. His primary concern was a singular question: how to get home. Gazing at the endless highway, Lin Fan made a bold decision to take the number 11 bus. The age-old adage that medicine and martial arts are intertwined is not mere rhetoric. After speaking, Lin Fan channeled his energy into his legs and sprinted down the highway. Meanwhile, in the hospital, after several acupuncture sessions, Chu Mingxue finally opened his eyes. Am I still alive? Gazing at the stark white ceiling, he was engulfed in confusion. Then, memories flooded back of the torrential rain that day, when Chu Heng had yanked the bomb from his chest. It seemed he had indeed survived this ordeal. With that thought, a sense of relief washed over Chu Mingxue. How wonderful it is to be alive. Indeed, it is quite splendid. Suddenly, he sat up, turning to the source of a voice. Chu Xie was peeling an apple. Lin Qingzhu was engrossed in her phone, and only Chu Heng wore a beaming smile as he looked at him. You all, when did you arrive? Chu Mingxue instinctively inquired. But all he saw was Chu Heng resting his chin on one hand, deep in thought as he replied, well, we probably arrived before you uttered that I was still alive. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxue's delicate toes, as pink as red beans, involuntarily twitched, feeling slightly embarrassed. However, everything is fine. The terror between life and death is immense. As long as he was alive, that was all that mattered. At that moment, Chu Xie set aside her apple, stepped forward, and enveloped Chu Mingxue in an embrace, exclaiming, welcome back. Chu Mingxue struggled a bit, then reconsidered, wrapping his arms tightly around Chu Xie's waist. Chu Heng watched the scene with a smile, raising his eyebrows in amusement before playfully rolling his eyes at Lin Qingzhu, saying, I'm going out for a smoke. He then exited the hospital room, making his way to the staircase corner. Indeed, he still found himself unaccustomed to such scenes. As he pondered, a voice from his mind, a little dream, suddenly chimed in, Xiao Heng, Lin Fan's fortune has diminished a bit. Chu Heng flicked the ash from his cigarette, replying, isn't that quite normal? Who told this guy to stir up trouble? He could have easily spent a few months inside and come out smoothly, yet he insists on taking shortcuts. Meanwhile, in the Luo family estate, Luo Tian concluded his morning exercises and approached the martial arts platform. A nearby maid quickly handed him warm water and a towel, which he took to wipe the sweat from his face. The butler approached and bowed, stating, young master, as per your instructions, our group has completed auditing a batch of accounts and expelled several shareholders. Luo Tan, unfazed, replied, then continue the investigation. Why ask me? However, the butler hesitated, saying, but some directors from the board have instructed us to minimize our recent actions to avoid affecting the group's stock price. Luo Tian turned to the butler, his black eyes radiating the formidable aura of a master. Instructions? Tell me, who has the authority to issue instructions here? Returning to the highway, Lin Fan lay on the front of a car, clutching his waist, while a charming girl beside him incessantly apologized. I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to. Truly. I apologize. Please don't die, okay? As the girl spoke, Lin Fan felt a surge of energy. Although he had missed Tang Yuner, this girl was certainly not bad. A mature and stunning woman emerged from the passenger seat of the car. With a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, she commanded, get back in the car, Chi-Chi. This person seems like nothing more than a scam artist. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan instantaneously felt his back pain dissipate and his legs cease to tremble. He pointed an accusatory finger at the woman and retorted, you are the scam artist. Your entire family embodies that role. The mature woman, unimpressed, replied, if you're not a scam artist, then what are you doing on the overtaking lane? Are you attempting to navigate a speed bump on a national highway? Or are you planning to leap out suddenly to startle a heavy truck? Chapter 44. Lin Fan's second visit to the palace under the glaring sun. Lin Fan disregarded his esteemed reputation as a contemporary medical sage, rolling left and right on the road. He narrowly avoided becoming a speed bump for a large truck, ultimately collapsing into the grass by the roadside. After this harrowing experience of leaping out to scare a heavy truck, Lin Fan finally settled down, reflecting, that was indeed rather terrifying. Such a massive vehicle with such colossal wheels, didn't he even slow down as it passed right by my head? We are all just struggling to survive. In light of this thought, Lin Fan hastily seized the moment to request a ride out of Luocheng. The mature girl narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Chi-Chi. I've heard that many people lure young women out like this, only to harm them. The moment those words left her lips, Chi-Chi, who had been prepared to agree, hesitated. Lin Fan quickly interjected. That would never happen. I am a contemporary medical sage. How could I possibly harm anyone? A medical sage? The only sage I acknowledge is Zhang Zhongjing. The mature woman scoffed in response. At that moment, Chi-Chi chimed in. Let us go ahead and take him. As long as he binds his hands, we won't be in any danger. Upon hearing this, Fei Shue nodded in agreement, affirming Chi-Chi's suggestion. Thus, with his hands securely bound, Lin Fan was successfully upgraded from 2 legs to 4 wheels. As Chi-Chi drove, Fei Shue idly scrolled through her phone. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Fan initiated a conversation with them. For both women were undeniably to his aesthetic liking, one sweet and innocent, the other elegant and aloof. Suddenly, Fei Shue set her phone aside and addressed Chi-Chi. Do you remember Aunt Wang from Haichun? I heard her grandson recently got accepted into university and is throwing a banquet. It's been a while since we last saw him. Perhaps we should pay a visit. Chi-Chi visibly flinched, but then nodded in agreement. Fei Shue noticed and continued to scroll through her phone nonchalantly. Haichun, that sounds delightful. Why don't you lovely ladies take me there? As soon as he mentioned it, Lin Fan seemed to have triggered some switch, playfully leaning in. Yes, yes. Fei Shue replied absent-mindedly to his request. However, they had no intention of heading to Haichun, as Aunt Wang represented a coded signal between the 2 women, a warning of danger when it was inconvenient to speak openly. The vehicle soon entered the highway, and upon arriving at the first service station, Chi-Chi announced her intention to refuel and veered into the station. As soon as the car came to a halt, the 2 women swiftly unfastened their seatbelts and bolted out, not forgetting to lock the doors behind them. Lin Fan was not a fool. Upon witnessing the familial affection displayed by the 2 individuals, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Who were they? Where was he? What were their intentions? However, there was no time for contemplation. He exerted all his strength to break free from the ropes binding him, swiftly delivering a kick to the car door. The door? Which mountain did you crawl out from, you mountain dweller? You can't even open a car door. Although Lin Fan lacked the knowledge to operate a car door, he possessed great strength. With a powerful kick, he sent the door flying open, propelling himself out into the air. As he landed, he found himself staring down the barrels of several dark guns wielded by armed personnel clad in black. Seeking death, Lin Fan thought to himself, cursing silently. With a flick of his wrist, several silver needles appeared at his fingertips. In that instant, bullets pierced through his shoulder blades, causing his hands to tremble, and the silver needles fell from his grasp. A burly man in the crowd suddenly leaped forward, launching a fierce kick aimed at Lin Fan's chest. Oof. Merely a trivial skill. Lin Fan believed that with his calm reflexes, this kick would not harm him. Yet he was sent flying. The force of the kick propelled him backward, crashing through another car door. Such a vehicle. Chi-Chi was left speechless, while a handsome man beside her patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry, our security bureau will provide you with a new car of equal value shortly." Just as he finished speaking, Chi-Chi's phone vibrated. Looking down, she discovered that the reward for her report had been credited. Instantly, her expression transformed from worry to delight. The man was Chu Heng. After receiving the report, given the involvement of martial artists, the public security system swiftly transferred the case to the Special Municipal Bureau. Damn it, if the police can't handle you, let's see if the Special Bureau can. Cursed the director of a precinct in West City, observing Lin Fan, who had been incapacitated by Chong Wei's kick. Chu Heng lit a cigarette and approached, extinguishing the glowing tip on Lin Fan's face. The sound of sizzling flesh accompanied Lin Fan's anguished cries. Chi-Chi and Fei Shue stood by, stunned. Such brutality was astounding. You truly are inviting calamity upon yourself. Why not serve your sentence in prison instead of seeking danger? Now look where you are headed. The Special Bureau's dungeon awaits you. Chu Heng remarked, observing Lin Fan grimacing in pain. He then swiftly dislocated Lin Fan's joints and, glancing at his subordinates, commanded, "Take him away." How bold! I wonder who dares to take my disciple. Just as Chu Heng's group prepared to escort Lin Fan away, an elderly man with white hair approached slowly. "Master, Master!" Upon seeing the elder, Lin Fan, who had initially felt despair, suddenly felt a spark of hope. Phew! The master has arrived. As long as he is here, no one can touch me. However, Chu Heng, annoyed by the commotion, delivered a resounding slap, knocking Lin Fan unconscious. Subsequently, with a swift movement, he positioned himself before the crowd and declared, "You take care of the trafficker. I shall confront this old fool." Chong Wei was the highest-ranking individual present, aside from Chu Heng. Upon hearing Chu Heng's words, he did not hesitate and immediately stated, "Director Gao is on his way." He then proceeded to escort Lin Fan into an armored vehicle. Observing the blatant disregard from Chu Heng and the others, the old man's eyes narrowed menacingly before he unleashed a powerful punch. As a master of the Dan realm, this strike rivaled the full-force attacks of the two elderly men they had encountered on the island previously. In that instant, the crowd felt as if their bodies and minds had been immobilized, helplessly witnessing the surge of energy rushing towards them. At that critical moment, Chong Wei summoned his indomitable golden body to shield the others. A thunderous roar erupted. Amidst the smoke, Chong Wei stood unyielding, while Chu Heng, brushing off his fist, contemptuously addressed the old man. "Old fool, are you not capable? What does it mean to bully those in the dark realm? If you have the guts, let us spar." The old man, taken aback by such insolence, was incensed and prepared to retort. However, with a swift motion, Chu Heng had already glided forward. "You seek death." The old man bellowed as he unleashed another punch, the chaotic energy of the heavens and earth surging towards Chu Heng once more. Chu Heng refused to back down. As he closed in on the old man, his strength began to resonate with a hint of divine power. In the turbulent winds, a spiritual crane gradually took shape behind him. Unlike before, this crane bore a peculiar red flame in its eyes. Chapter 45. Confrontation in the Dan realm. Gao Jinwei stalled. The sun shone brightly, illuminating an empty gas station, where the surrounding crowd had been evacuated early, and even the entrance was barricaded. As three armored vehicles emerged from the service area, the lead vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt. A figure leaped from the car. The following two vehicles also came to a stop, and Wu Guang rolled down his window, cursing, "If you want to die, do it yourself. Don't waste the opportunity we fought for." The individual who had jumped out was none other than Chong Wei. He glanced at Wu Guang and said, "I doubt one person can hold him back." Wu Guang, in a state of urgency, retorted, "Do you think your mid-level dark energy can stop him with just you? You'll only meet your demise and create trouble for the leader." Chong Wei remained silent, casting a deep gaze at Wu Guang before stating, "Old Wu, ensure the safe return of the others. Otherwise, I will not spare you even in death." With that, Chong Wei set his sights on the gas station and soared into the air. With each step he took, his vitality surged intensely, his skin shimmering with a fine golden glow. With the second step, his energy swelled, his aura radiating outward, advancing to the late dark energy stage. With further strides, Chong Wei silently chanted in his mind, allocating points within the system. Soon, his overwhelming energy intertwined with the essence of heaven and earth, propelling him to the initial stage of the transformation realm. He paid no heed to the departing convoy, solely focusing on the two figures engaged in battle, quietly murmuring, "Little brother, I am coming." With a gentle tap of his toes against the ground, the asphalt beneath him instantaneously fractured, spreading outward in a circular pattern, ultimately embedding itself at the epicenter of the confrontation between the two combatants. He surged forward, only to be sent flying. Upon crashing through the glass door for the second time, he found himself inside a supermarket. Chong Wei executed a nimble roll to regain his footing, shaking off the shards of glass clinging to his garments, exclaiming, "The old codger still has some fight left in him." Yet his words fell on deaf ears. The battle between the two was unfolding at a breathtaking pace. Chu Heng had transformed into a streak of azure light, while the elder, refusing to underestimate him, metamorphosed into a luminous white glow. The two streams of light intertwined and separated repeatedly, each collision resonating in the air. The elder was acutely aware of the danger posed by the six-ding divine fire wielded by Chu Heng. It was not the fear of its might that concerned him, for he possessed formidable powers of his own. In a different setting, even if Chu Heng unleashed the six-ding divine fire, it would merely serve as a warning before he subdued it. However, The current locale was a gas station, my friends. Though the six-ding divine fire was indeed a supernatural force, its temperature was alarmingly high. A mere moment of carelessness could ignite the gas station. The thought sent a chill down the elder's spine, prompting him to slow his offensive maneuvers. He genuinely feared that if he cornered Chu Heng too fiercely, the six-ding divine fire could inadvertently trigger an explosion, leading to their mutual demise. Despite this, Chu Heng was not in a favorable position either. He discerned that his adversary was intent on wearing him down, prolonging the encounter to trade for his disciple's release with the Special Affairs Bureau. Yet, even with the elder's apparent leniency, the power of a mid-stage Danjing practitioner was not easily withstood. Moreover, before such a formidable opponent, Chu Heng found it nearly impossible to harness the energies of heaven and earth, having to rely solely on his own strength. His energy reserves were already less than those of his foe. Thus, for every effort the elder exerted, he found himself needing to expend threefold to counter it. In this exchange of strengths, Chu Heng was firmly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the elder paused momentarily, and Chu Heng instinctively retracted his claws. The elder, however, deftly evaded, swinging at nothing but air. Alarm bells rang in Chu Heng's mind, prompting him to retreat with great urgency. Yet it was too late. The silver needles in the elder's grasp had already been unleashed, pursuing Chu Heng with uncanny precision. With every ounce of strength, Chu Heng managed to shift his position by a foot. The silver needle grazed his cheek before piercing through the reinforced concrete wall behind him. Before he could catch his breath, the elder advanced upon him. Just as Chu Heng braced himself to endure the impending strike, a crimson figure interposed itself before him. With a thunderous crash, the figure was sent hurtling back, colliding with Chu Heng and propelling both into the wall behind them. The newcomer was none other than Chang Wei. Although he was renowned for his indomitable defense, comparable to that of a late-stage Huajing practitioner, he had still taken a hit from a mid-stage Danjing attack. Several ribs cracked under the impact, and he could not suppress the spurting of blood from his mouth. Meanwhile, on the already blocked highway, a saber-tooth armored vehicle sped towards the scene. The driver was none other than Gao Zhenwei, and seated in the passenger seat was Lin Qingzhu. At that moment, Gao Zhenwei wore an expression of urgency, nearly rising from his seat as if to thrust the accelerator into the engine. Yet, the vehicle's speed remained regrettably constrained. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared before their car. He regarded the oncoming vehicle with a scornful smile, uttering, merely a display of skill. With that, he pointed, unleashing a surge of energy towards them. Damn it! Had I known, I would have driven a heavy-duty truck to run him down. Gao Zhenwei muttered under his breath upon recognizing the old man ahead. He swiftly maneuvered the car, drifting to a halt on the road. Following the black-clad elder, another figure in white emerged. Gao Zhenwei was the first to speak. Wang Tian, Lin Hai. Your Yaowang Valley truly embodies a spectacle of clumsiness. Wang Tian retorted with equal fervor. Who would have thought that the infamous blood-stained butcher, Gao Zhenwei, has become a lapdog for the Special Affairs Bureau? But who exactly was Gao Zhenwei? He was the mentor of Chu Heng, and judging by Chu Heng's usual demeanor, it was evident that he too lacked any substantial decorum. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Zhenwei declared, "Not only am I a dog of the Special Affairs Bureau, but I am also your long-lost wild father. You too, born from our bureau, have benefited from our assistance numerous times, both openly and behind the scenes." He then glanced at Lin Qingzhu and commanded, "You go ahead. I shall handle these two old geezers and join you shortly." With that, the three engaged in fierce combat. Lin Qingzhu took the wheel, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Chu Heng, disheveled and covered in dirt, struggled out from behind a wall and, after tossing Chang Wei into a nearby greenery, fixed his gaze on the old man intently, saying, "Du Feng, have you considered what will become of your Yaowang Valley after today?" Du Feng chuckled coldly and replied, "I have traversed the martial world for decades, treating countless officials and dignitaries. Do you truly think the threat from a mere section chief of the Special Affairs Bureau in Luo City concerns me? Since words are futile, let us proceed." Chu Heng nodded slowly, gradually adopting the stance of the tiger crane twin techniques. His left hand formed a claw resembling a tiger's paw. while his right hand took on the shape of a crane's beak, poised above. With his weight shifted back, he locked eyes with Du Feng. Du Feng smirked and let out a long whistle, commanding, "Lower your head." He then sent forth silver needles, adding, "Stand still." The Tian Xian needle technique, originally intended for healing in Yaowang Valley, had transformed into a lethal method in the hands of the ghostly physician, Du Feng. "Come on." Chu Heng remained steadfast, allowing one of the silver needles to pierce through his chest. For a brief moment, his body faltered as he coughed up a torrent of blood. Yet he pressed on, unleashing his remaining strength, his speed escalating to a new level. Oh no! It seemed Du Feng had anticipated Chu Heng's intent. His expression shifted as he began to retreat, only to witness Chu Heng suddenly emit a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's cry. In an instant, the sound waves morphed into a tiger, striking terror into the heart. Du Feng found himself momentarily immobilized, only to realize that Chu Heng had seized him tightly around the waist. Just as he attempted to resist, Chu Heng crashed him against the fuel station's machinery. The gasoline stored within the machine has spilled across the ground, and the scent of fuel clings ever more strongly to the two individuals. "Old dog, you shall perish." Before the words fully escaped his lips, Chu Heng, perched atop him, raised his right hand high above his head. Chapter 46. The Rescue by Lin Qingzhu, The Duel Among Doctors. The sun shone brilliantly, and gasoline pooled at the gas station. Chu Heng lifted his right hand, poised to ignite the flames. "Old dog, you'll die." As his thoughts surged, a blaze was about to erupt from his palm. In that fleeting moment, what did he behold? He glimpsed the regret, unwillingness, and lingering attachment reflected in his opponent's eyes. Suddenly, a silver needle pierced Chu Heng's wrist. Pain shot through his palm as he realized that the meridians that had once flowed with energy were now sealed. It was precisely during this pause that Du Feng seized the opportunity, delivering a punch that struck Chu Heng squarely in the chest. In an instant, Chu Heng was sent flying backward. With a splatter, blood erupted from Chu Heng's mouth, leaving a purplish-red, blood-stained imprint on his chest. In that moment, Du Feng's expression transformed from terror to ecstasy. Which esteemed ally has come to assist? Du Feng expresses his gratitude. Yet before he could finish, another silver needle hurtled toward his face. Du Feng swiftly evaded this attack. A beam of sunlight, infused with the warmth and brilliance of the heavens, cascaded down upon him. The world fell silent, and all was still. The only thing that approached Du Feng was the chilling glint of steel. However, being a seasoned warrior, Du Feng gathered his energy as the blade drew near. The sword sliced through the surface of his neck, causing a trickle of blood mixed with gasoline to flow forth. "This is bad." Du Feng furrowed his brow, intending to rise. Yet, several more silver needles flew toward his face. Something was amiss. Indeed, something was profoundly wrong. Observing the serious technique, Du Feng discerned that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the Taishan 9 needles he had mastered. Could it be someone from Yaowang Valley? No, that couldn't be right. Aside from himself and his apprentice, there were no others. Even the two elders who had intercepted Gao Jinwei were summoned through his own connections. This was truly unsettling. Realizing this, Du Feng retaliated with his own silver needles, deftly deflecting 3 of the incoming projectiles. Finally, he executed a swift maneuver, springing to his feet, only to behold a young woman in white, sword drawn, standing protectively in front of Chu Heng. "Go, quickly. You are no match for him. Do not sacrifice yourself here." Chu Heng, having regained a breath, shouted fervently. He understood that Lin Qingzhu could buy him time against this ancient foe. Yet, it was too late. Had he been at his peak, had this not been a gas station, he would have summoned the 6-ding divine fire without hesitation, even willing to perish alongside this old dog. However, the gas station was both his ally and his adversary. It was due to the nature of the gas station that Chu Heng harbored the audacity to drag this old man to his demise. Yet he could not bear to endanger Lin Qingzhu. This was his selfish desire, his sole selfish desire. One cannot bear to witness their comrades perishing before their very eyes. Akin to the harrowing sight from 8 years past, when a fellow soldier's blood mingled with the wind, sacrificing their life to the relentless snow-capped mountains. Yet, how could the elder heed such sentiments? Before him stood merely a youthful woman, and sensing her aura as that of a mid-stage practitioner, he bellowed, "Which coward dares to seek death?" Lin Qingzhu, however, had no desire for dialogue. Facing such a scoundrel, she truly wished to say nothing. Let actions speak. As both were martial artists, there existed a code of honor and truth between them. With that, a radiant blade of light sliced through the sunlight, aiming directly at the elder. Du Feng, however, deftly evaded the strike, roaring die, as he unleashed his formidable energy. A silver needle, infused with the essence of the cosmos, hurtled towards Lin Qingzhu. Just as she intended to dodge, a long and resilient vine ensnared her ankle. This is perilous. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had slowed. Chu Heng watched in horror as the silver needle drew closer to Lin Qingzhu. Yet, she, a fierce warrior, swiftly altered the trajectory of her energy, raising her sword to thwart the impending blow. With a resounding crash, the sword was pierced, and Lin Qingzhu felt a sharp pain as a silver needle embedded itself in her hand, sending her hurtling backwards from the impact. "Damn!" Chu Heng cried out, disregarding his injuries, and propelled himself forward. Meanwhile, Du Feng's gaze narrowed, and he unleashed a powerful strike towards Chu Heng. Between life and death lies great terror. The elder, having just danced on the precipice of the underworld, understood that this woman in white must be Chu Heng's beloved, and thus, he would not drag his cherished one to her demise. With this realization, he infused even greater strength into his attack. Chu Heng was forcefully slammed to the ground, spitting blood, while Du Feng pressed a foot upon his back. "Boy, had I met you 20 years prior, I would have certainly taken you as my disciple," Du Feng lamented. Chu Heng, after spitting blood, retorted, "Old fool, even if I were to die right here on the street, I would never bow to the likes of you." Du Feng's brow furrowed, and he prepared to unleash his full force to end Chu Heng's life. At that moment, a vial hurtled towards his face. He paid it no mind and shattered it with a single strike. A cloud of white powder enveloped both combatants. "Soft muscle powder," Du Feng shouted inwardly, retreating while swallowing a black antidote. Following the 3 silver needles that had been shot at him, another blade of light followed closely behind. Du Feng swiftly dodged, and with a sweeping motion, unleashed a green powder towards Lin Qingzhu. Remaining unperturbed, Lin Qingzhu harnessed her energy, dispersing the incoming powder while simultaneously launching the 3 silver needles through the openings. Caught off guard, Du Feng felt the needles pierce through his protective energy, striking vital points on his body. Instantly, he sensed his strength wane, forcing him to stagger back several paces. Though Lin Qingzhu held the upper hand, there was no trace of triumph within her. Only profound sorrow lingered in her heart. The unexpected realization struck her. The legacy of the Medicine King Valley, which had endured for a millennium, had regrettably failed to inspire any new advancements. Instead, it seemed to decline with each generation, akin to a lineage diminishing in vitality. This glaring flaw had been articulated by her own master, yet she had never anticipated that, after 1,000 years, no one would be able to refine this technique. Nevertheless, her hands moved with haste. Lin Qingzhu swiftly retrieved a pill from her waist and administered the antidote to Chu Heng. Du Feng, meanwhile, extracted the silver needles from his chest, rising with a dark expression as he fixed his gaze upon the two. They must be eliminated, without fail. One of them possessed limitless potential, destined to achieve formidable prowess, while the other was well-versed in the techniques and vulnerabilities of the Medicine King Valley. Moreover, he had already offended them. Their survival would spell disaster for the valley. As this realization dawned on him, the surrounding energy began to swirl rapidly, transforming from a pale white to a deep azure hue. "Ignorant child, let me reveal to you the true disparity between transformation and elixir energy." No sooner had he spoken than dense vines erupted from the asphalt, climbing onto the road. Behind him, the silhouette of a verdant giant tree began to take form. Divine ability, all things born. Yet, at that moment, Lin Qingzhu and Chu Heng remained unperturbed, for help was on the way. Just as Du Feng was reveling in his display of power, 2 severed heads, complete with spines, flew towards him, aimed directly at his face. Instinctively, Du Feng commanded the vines to obliterate the heads. In the aftermath, a blood-red figure shielded Lin Qingzhu and Chu Heng. "You old wretch, how dare you bully my students? If I do not crush your skull today, I shall bombard the Medicine King Valley with artillery every year henceforth." The esteemed Gao Zhenwei, a member of the Nanfeng Provincial Committee and director of the Special Affairs Bureau of Luocheng, had arrived. Chapter 47. The fleeing Du Feng gasoline spilled across the ground, its acrid scent wafting freely in the wind. Outside the gas station, Du Feng was ensnared by vines, while the looming silhouette of the giant tree behind him churned with ethereal clouds. He raised his head defiantly, locking eyes with Gao Zhenwei. "Gao Zhenwei, I'll have your head. You are merely a minor official from a fated sect, sent here to oversee local affairs. What right do you have to flaunt your authority before me?" Gao Zhenwei, undaunted, summoned his blood energy, and the image of Zhong Kuei capturing ghosts behind him gradually solidified. He spoke with calm authority. "Du Feng, you worthless wretch, all you do is bully the weak with your arrogance. While your only skill lies in serving pastries in the men's restroom of the Southwest District." The insults were filthy and vicious, igniting a fury within Du Feng that reddened his vision. Such abhorrent words had never before been hurled at him. The rage almost destabilized his divine ability, causing the giant tree behind him to waver slightly. "Gao Zhenwei, you truly seek your demise. I refuse to believe that, having just faced 2 initial stage elixir practitioners, you can withstand my mid-stage prowess." With that, he unleashed the vines, which tore through the air towards Gao Zhenwei, who stood resolute. The ghost-capturing image of Zhong Kuei surging into action. Zhong Kuei's eyes widened in fury, his hair and beard bristling as he raised the sword in his hand and struck down toward the massive tree behind Du Feng. With a single sweep, the vines surrounding Du Feng were severed as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The colossal tree, which had seemed solid moments before, now appeared somewhat ethereal after the blow. "You madman, you truly are insane," Du Feng thought, unable to fathom the level of confrontation at the origin of divine powers. After all, the most significant distinction between the transformation of force and the essence of elixirs lies in the solidity of the manifestation. Once a divine ability falters, the consequences could range from regression in cultivation to a complete fall from the realm of elixirs. "Damn it!" Du Feng cursed under his breath and withdrew. He had no desire to engage in a futile exchange with Gao Zhenwei. After all, he believed his life held far greater value than that of an ordinary warrior. Yet, who was Gao Zhenwei? The notorious headhunter Gao Zhenwei. His reputation was not merely a fabrication of the martial world seeking to flatter him. It was forged through countless battles and bloodshed. "Old dog, do you think you can escape without my consent?" Before the words had left his mouth, Zhong Kuei, standing behind Gao Zhenwei, raised his sword once more and delivered a fierce strike. Du Feng was struck hard, sent flying like a leaf caught in the wind. At this moment, Chu Heng had also regained his composure, supporting Lin Qingzhu as they slowly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the direction Du Feng had fled. Silently vowing, "Old dog, the next time we meet, I shall slay you." Suddenly, Gao Zhenwei collapsed to one knee, spitting blood like yellow paper. Director, teacher, Lin Qingzhu and Chu Heng were taken aback and rushed over. They saw Gao Zhenwei still bleeding from his mouth. Lin Qingzhu sprang into action, retrieving her needle pouch and quickly inserting several silver needles into the acupoints on Gao Zhenwei's back. Chu Heng also pressed his hands against Gao Zhenwei's lower back, channeling his limited internal energy into him. However, as soon as the energy entered, Chu Heng's already pallid complexion worsened. "This is bad." Chu Heng realized that the internal energy within Gao Zhenwei was in utter disarray. Gao Zhenwei was well aware of his own condition, having sacrificed his own well-being to swiftly eliminate 2 comparable masters in order to reach the scene. He had then engaged in a fierce confrontation with Du Feng, the old dog, further exacerbating the chaotic energy within him. Fortunately, he had not succumbed on the spot. Moreover, the renowned heir of the Medicine King Valley, Lin Qingzhu, was present. Lin Qingzhu swiftly filled Gao Zhenwei's back with silver needles, then produced a medicinal pill for him to swallow. After completing these tasks, She retrieved 3 exceedingly fine golden needles from her pouch. The golden needles shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Qingzhu sent the needle soaring, piercing the vital acupoint at Gao Zhenwei's chest. Had Lin Fan been present, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "This is the Tai Divine Needle, a technique exclusive to the sect leader of the Medicine King Valley, one that even Lin Fan was not qualified to learn." Lin Qingzhu remarked, "Practice more, and you'll improve." The golden needles, infused with the vibrant internal energy emanating from Lin Qingzhu, resonated with a buzzing sound against Gao Zhenwei's chest. Before long, Gao Zhenwei suddenly expelled a dark mass of blood. Gradually, the pallor of his face, once resembling a sheet of gold, was tinged with a hint of rosy hue. Observing this, Lin Qingzhu swiftly withdrew the needles from his chest and the acupoints on his back. Chu Heng also retracted his internal energy. Gao Zhenwei then assumed a cross-legged sitting position, entering a state of meditation to regulate his breathing. After a quarter of an hour, he slowly released a breath of turbid air. Upon reopening his eyes, they sparkled with vitality. It must be said, the medical expertise of the Medicine King Valley is indeed remarkable. Rising to his feet, Gao Zhenwei patted Lin Qingzhu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. This. Having traversed the rivers and lakes, Lin Qingzhu had long grown accustomed to the accolades regarding his medical skills. Words like skill approaching the Tao, the cure is in the medicine, the benevolence of a healer, and medical arts akin to divine intervention have been uttered countless times. However, it was the first instance that someone had referred to his medical prowess as remarkable. This left Lin Qingzhu momentarily speechless. After contemplating for a moment, she stupidly replied, "You are remarkable too. You are remarkable too." Chu Heng silently rated this a 6 in his mind. Suddenly, his expression changed as he recalled someone forgotten by all. "Oh no, where's my brother-in-law?" He remembered that, in order to preserve his own life, he had seemingly knocked him unconscious and discarded him in a greenbelt. As for which greenbelt, he regretted to say that the current scene had been reduced to chaos. How could he discern one from another? "Where is my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law?" Chu Heng immediately shouted loudly in search. Even the two who had understood the situation were left bewildered and joined in the search. Even Lin Qingzhu, influenced by Chu Heng, inadvertently called out a few times for her brother-in-law. "Damn, I am right here." After an indeterminate period, amidst the frantic search, a 2-4-meter-tall, robust man slowly emerged from a previously overlooked greenbelt. He looked at the trio with their backs turned and shouted, "Hey, I'm right behind you." Upon hearing this, the 3 instantly changed their expressions and rushed towards the source of the voice. Soon after, Lin Qingzhu had also completed her treatment of Changwei. The 4 of them, gazing at each other's disheveled appearances, suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Even Lin Qingzhu, who was known for her aloof demeanor in the Special Affairs Bureau, could not help but chuckle a few times. Once the laughter subsided, Lin Qingzhu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Chang Wei promptly replied, "I laugh at that foolish do and at the lack of wisdom in the Medicine King Valley." Chu Heng chuckled and added, "After all, they couldn't kill us this time. Who knows who will kill whom next?" After this, Lin Qingzhu, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement while subconsciously overlooking the remark about the Medicine King Valley's lack of wisdom. After all, given the current circumstances, it was indeed true that the Medicine King Valley was a group of fools. As for herself, laughable. What did the foolishness of the Medicine King Valley have to do with her position as the Deputy Director of the Special Affairs Bureau in Luocheng? Chapter 48. Please do not die in front of me. Several weeks passed in the blink of an eye. After receiving a scathing reprimand from his girlfriend, Chu Xie, Chang Wei found himself comfortably recuperating in the private hospital of the Chu family. Chu Heng, accompanied by his mentor Gao Zhenwei, had also taken up residence as a fellow patient. One unknown morning, Lin Qingzhu, wielding her sword, pursued Chu Heng with a flurry of strikes, completely abandoning her former serene demeanor as a celestial being. In her heart, Lin Qingzhu couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Originally composed, she was now exasperated by the antics of these 3, who seemed to drive anyone to the brink of madness. Gao Zhenwei, with his disregard for age, insisted on drinking with Chu Heng day after day. Drink, drink, drink. What nonsense is this? She was utterly baffled. As a doctor, she longed to jab them with her needles to instill some sense into them. Why was she pursuing Chu Heng so fervently? The answer lay in the hospital room, where Qinzhener had seized Gao Zhenwei by the ear, twisting it painfully. The bloodthirsty Gao Zhenwei grimaced in pain, promising, "I won't drink anymore. I swear I won't." Meanwhile, in another room, Chang Wei was frantically apologizing to Chu Xie. "I'm sorry, darling. I've made a mistake. It's all their fault." At that moment, Chu Heng abruptly halted, causing Lin Qingzhu to instinctively restrain her hand, her sword remaining undrawn. However, her body collided directly into Chu Heng's embrace. He wrapped his arms around her, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Darling, I'm sorry. Did I err?" The warmth of his breath ignited a flicker of calm within Lin Qingzhu, diminishing her anger, while the gentle sound of his voice sent a shiver through her body. She instinctively lowered her sword sheath, attempting to extricate herself from his warm embrace. Yet, Chu Heng held her firmly, his breath lingering tantalizingly near her ear. "Let go of me," Lin Qingzhu protested reluctantly. Nevertheless, Chu Heng remained steadfast, his grip unyielding. In a moment of surrender, she initially struggled, but soon her hands circled around his waist, drawn in by the comforting scent of his presence. As she inhaled the fragrance of her hair mingling with his warmth, Chu Heng's anxiety began to dissipate, his previously frantic nerves calming at last. The reason for their drinking was rather simple. Over the past weeks, Chu Heng had been haunted by dreams of that fateful day. Each night, he relived the moment when the silver needle pierced Lin Qingzhu's body. Whether through her brow or her heart, time and again, he witnessed her collapse before him, the vivid crimson stains spreading like blossoms upon the snow. While he could do nothing but lie there, screaming and struggling, trapped in a nightmarish cycle, watching Lin Qingzhu bleed into the wind, reminiscent of his fallen comrades. After countless nights of being awakened by nightmares, Chu Heng sat at the edge of his bed, gazing at the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, listening to the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. He was plagued by insomnia. Much like his return to Luo City, slumber eluded him. Only upon catching a glimpse of Lin Qingzhu each morning did his anxious heart find a moment's respite. Chu Heng clung tightly to Lin Qingzhu, resembling a wounded creature, burying his head into the crook of her shoulder and stifling his sobs. Lin Qingzhu, taken aback, was uncertain of Chu Heng's plight. All she could do was gently pat his back in consolation. After a lengthy silence, Chu Heng leaned closer, his voice hoarse, and solemnly whispered into Lin Qingzhu's ear, "Qingzhu, if such a situation arises again, please do not attempt to rescue me. Even if I plead, do not be so cruel. I cannot bear to witness your demise because of me. Understand?" Lin Qingzhu remained silent, yearning to shake her head in denial. Yet the memories of that night on the island, of Chu Heng's heart, riddled with wounds, haunted her. Reluctantly, she nodded and replied, "Then let us both live, shall we?" Chu Heng paused, then let out a raspy laugh, agreeing to her proposition. With a pinky promise, they forged an unbreakable bond, sealed for 100 years. The dawn's glow cast a golden hue upon them. In the corridor of the Chu family's private hospital, the young couple, their pinky fingers intertwined, established a lifelong pact through this innocent gesture. Upon returning to the hospital room, Chu Heng lay back on the bed, finally closing his eyes and drifting into a long-awaited slumber. Time slipped away, and soon it was afternoon, while watching the shadows of the trees and listening to the cicadas. Chu Heng's mind began to formulate plans for dealing with the detestable Du Feng. That day, that silver needle, the thought of not eliminating him left Chu Heng's heart unsettled. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the door of the room. The visitor was none other than Chun Sheng from the Special Affairs Bureau. Chun Sheng glanced at him and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "Head, I may need your assistance." Chu Heng gestured towards the sofa for him to take a seat, then turned to him and said, "Speak, what do you require of me?" Chun Sheng cast a grateful look at Chu Heng and replied, "It's not a significant matter. I merely seek your advice." Chu Heng nodded, continuing to focus on Chun Sheng. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Sheng laid bare the troubles he had encountered. The complications had begun that fateful day when he crossed paths with Bai Yi. Chun Sheng, originally the scion of the Chun family in Luo City, had a childhood betrothal with Bai Yi. Unexpectedly, he chose to enlist in the military, and during his university years, Bai Yi became acquainted with Xie Guanquan from the Xie family. These developments seemed inconsequential at first, but over the subsequent years, the Chun family faced a downturn, leading to a significant contraction of their business. Naturally, the Bai family was reluctant to marry their only daughter into a family that had fallen from grace, turning their attention instead to the Xie family. And Xie Guanquan had a blooming beauty in Fong Min'er, did he not? Thus, to facilitate this union, the Bai family made a hasty decision to adopt Fong Min'er as a daughter. Originally, this arrangement seemed tenable, but then the head of the Bai family made a bewildering decision. He resolved to marry Bai Yi to Xie Guanquan and to wed Fong Min'er to Chun Sheng. Naturally, Fong Min'er was unwilling, as the Xie family held a significantly higher status than the Chun family. Thus, she devised various means to annul this engagement. One day, he presented a plethora of forged evidence to the elders of the Bai family, claiming that Chun Sheng was a corporate spy sent by the Chun family to steal the Bai family secrets. Since the Bai family had no desire to proceed with the marriage, they readily acquiesced to Fong Min'er's request to dissolve the engagement with Chun Sheng. Consequently, Chun Sheng, who had long assisted the Bai family, was forcibly compelled to leave with his belongings. Now, the Bai family coveted his position in the Special Affairs Bureau, hoping to leverage the engagement as a means to intimidate the Xie family. However, Chun Sheng was resolute in his refusal. He understood all too well that such matters crossed a red line. Engaging in them would spell the end of his prosperous days. Yet the Bai family, driven to desperation by the Xie family, held a different perspective. They brandished the engagement, creating a ruckus at the Chun family while simultaneously propagating the notion that Chun Sheng was a scoundrel. Chu Heng listened silently to Chun Sheng's account, his fists clenched, betraying his inner turmoil. Very well. Chu Heng, exasperated, smiled ironically, then turned to the visibly troubled Chun Sheng and inquired, "Do you still harbor feelings for the young lady of the Bai family?" Chun Sheng, taken aback by the question, pointed to his head and replied, "I may not possess your intellect, but I am certainly no fool. For us, many matters remain tacitly accepted when left unspoken. Just like when the Bai family wronged me years ago, Bai Yi never uttered a word in my defense." At this moment, Chu Heng's tone took on a teasing note as he remarked, "But that day, I did observe that Bai Yi still seemed to hold some feelings for you." With a wry smile, Chun Sheng shook his head and gazed toward the distant shadows of the trees, saying, "What does it matter if there are feelings? A missed opportunity is not a mistake. It is simply a passage of time." Hearing this, Chu Heng felt relieved, grateful that his subordinate was not a love-struck fool. Otherwise, he might have needed to send him away for some solitude. He then addressed Chun Sheng, "I will have my sister handle this matter. If the Bai family remains obstinate, I would not hesitate to personally intervene." Chun Sheng nodded in agreement, then contemplated for a moment before adding, "By the way, regarding the Tang family, I have made some new discoveries as you instructed." He looked at Chu Heng with curiosity and continued, "The Tang family is quite astute. Upon realizing that Lin Fan's identity was suspicious, they promptly severed ties with him. However, during my investigation for the intelligence agency, I discovered that Tang Yin'er has an unwed fiancée. Recently, he approached them with a marriage proposal, and the Tang family had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, based on our observations, this young man is no ordinary individual." Chu Heng nodded, then inquired, "What about his capabilities? Can you discern his abilities?" Chun Sheng affirmed, "He appears to be a cultivator. Additionally, his medical skills and knowledge of feng shui and destiny are remarkable." Suddenly, the voice of Xiaoming echoed in his mind. Isn't this the quintessential protagonist archetype? Chu Heng's interest was piqued, for as Xiaoming had pointed out, this certainly resembled the classic mold of a main character. He turned to Chun Sheng and said, "Isn't tomorrow the birthday celebration of the Tang family matriarch? Let's take a few brothers along to offer our congratulations." Chun Sheng's eyes brightened as he replied, "I shall return now to gather a few brothers and prepare." With that, he exited the hospital room, leaving Chu Heng alone to ponder slowly on the bed. A son-in-law with a stream of interesting tales. How intriguing. However, typically such protagonists are characterized by their forbearance. Should it be confirmed that he poses no significant threat, perhaps Chu Heng could afford to spare him. Nevertheless, the thought of a dragon king summoning 100,000 mercenaries from abroad made him chuckle. If he has any ties with foreign powers, then he should not blame me. I, Chu Heng, am no stranger to cruelty. Chu Heng reclined once more on the hospital bed, closing his eyes as the energy within him began to circulate rhythmically once again. Chapter 49. The son-in-law's aura of sarcasm. My name is Wang Chuan. Today marks the 32nd day of my marriage into the Tang family, with 1063 days remaining until I can conclude my 3-year term. While Wang Chuan was lost in thoughts of how boisterous and triumphant he would be upon the conclusion of his term, a sharp and scornful female voice interrupted his reverie. Wang Chuan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and mop the floor. Who dares shatter the illusion of my future dominance in the realm of cultivation? Wang Chuan, feeling disgruntled, turned to see his mother-in-law. Upon encountering the sharp-featured, disdainful visage of the elderly woman, a servile smile instantly adorned Wang Chuan's face. He hurriedly took the mop and approached her, saying, "Dear mother-in-law, my apologies, I was mopping over there and did not notice this area needed attention as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he scampered off to mop the floor. Meanwhile, his mother-in-law, Li Fengning, cast a disdainful glance at him and huffed softly. In truth, she would not normally be so harsh. However, Wang Chuan possessed an uncanny ability to elicit scorn and derision from his elders. Most importantly, he spent his days idly at home, accomplishing nothing. When he first arrived, Li Fengning had thought that since he was the old master's choice, he must possess some remarkable qualities. Thus, she proactively informed her husband, the head of the Tang family, to have Tang Yin'er arrange for him to gain experience within the Tang group. The intention was to help ease her daughter's burden while allowing Wang Chuan to elevate his standing in the eyes of others. Wasn't this a commendable plan? Yet, it turned out that Wang Chuan was nothing but a hopeless case. He refused to attend training at headquarters, claiming that as a son-in-law, he was unfit to expose himself to the outside world. Li Fengning did not take offense. She merely assumed that Wang Chuan felt inadequate and feared embarrassment in public. Thus, he enrolled him in several supplementary courses, hoping to cultivate his talents in other fields. However, he refused to attend, claiming that, as a son-in-law, he should not draw attention to himself, and that he had no need for such skills. Li Fengning, exasperated, pondered whether this man was truly a product of the modern age. Moreover, he took the initiative to compete with the cleaning staff and maids in their duties within the villa. It is worth noting that the servants of the Tang family are compensated monthly. Failing to complete their tasks or having others assist them could result in deductions from their wages and bonuses. In a sense, Wang Tian's actions encroached upon their livelihoods, and the internal staff of the Tang family harbored grievances against him. A certain maid boldly remarked that he was indeed a scab. Li Fengning believed that while one might be inept at work, one should at least possess some semblance of decency. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, was utterly incapable of maintaining the unity of the Tang family, even subtly undermining it. If Li Fengning did not express her acerbic wit towards him, who else would she direct it at? With a sigh, she glanced at Tang Chuan and said, "Enough, Wang Tian. Cease your efforts." Wang Tian turned around, his face a mask of eagerness. Li Fengning, with a hint of irritation, replied, "These tasks belong to the cleaning staff. Disregard them for now. Quickly change into the gown I ordered for you yesterday, and join me in welcoming our guests." Upon hearing this, Wang Tian hurriedly scampered to his room. Li Fengning sighed again, hoping he would prove useful and not ruin the banquet. Surely that wouldn't happen, right? Meanwhile, as Wang Chuan ascended the stairs, he grasped the railing tightly, his fingers almost digging into the flesh. Patience. He must endure. Wang Chuan recognized that his current demeanor resembled that of a useless individual, and others' disdain for him was warranted. Yet what could he do? His master had instructed him to remain patient for 3 years, to avoid public appearances, lest he invite calamity upon himself. Patience. Wang Chuan raised his gaze towards the door and stepped inside. At that moment, the first visitor to the Tang estate arrived. Chu Heng, accompanied by Lin Qingzhu, entered the Tang family's estate. Li Fengning, upon noticing them, hurried forward to greet young Master Chu. We are truly fortunate to have you visit our humble abode today. Chu Heng smiled and nodded, then responded, There's no need for such formality, Madam Tang. I have met your daughter on a few occasions, so we share a certain acquaintance. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat nearly dampened Li Fengning's back. She was acutely aware of her daughter's behavior during those encounters, which had led to her being assigned a month of community service in a hospital due to her reckless actions. Could it be that Chu Heng had come to settle scores? The mere thought caused her previously cheerful countenance to pale. Spotting Wang Chuan descending the stairs, she hastily signaled him to take Tang Yuner away. Wang Chuan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether he was truly about to encounter a malicious antagonist intent on seizing a bride. However, he quickly recalled that in narratives of this nature, the protagonist, often a son-in-law, would stride confidently into the scene. Li Fengning was equally perplexed. Instinctively, he turned and struck Wang Chuan across the face, exclaiming, You truly lack perception. Director Chu is already here. Why aren't you hastening to find Yuner? Wang Chuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Was it truly the case that a protagonist in a son-in-law narrative had to endure such indignities? He once stood as the illustrious heir of the heavenly mechanism sect, revered within the cultivation community as Wang Daozi. Yet here he was, slapped by a woman. The humiliation was unbearable. He instinctively considered resisting, but then recalled his master's dying instructions, causing his gaze to dim. As he composed himself, he intended to speak, but Li Fengning, noticing his prolonged inaction, grew more urgent. Once again, he delivered a slap, insisting, You useless fool, why aren't you going? Afterward, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Chuan, urging him to depart hastily. At that moment, Wang Chuan, despite his usual ignorance of social nuances, sensed something amiss. It appeared that his mother-in-law did not intend to humiliate him, but rather to prompt him to seek out Tang Yuner. Could it be that the individual in question was not an antagonist, but someone seeking vengeance? Wang Chuan instinctively nodded and turned to leave. Just then, Chu Heng, who had been observing the unfolding drama, interjected, Madam Tang, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Our Special Affairs Bureau adheres to the principle of one matter, one punishment. Upon hearing this, Li Fengning felt a wave of relief. Wang Chuan, too, realized that his mother-in-law was indeed urging him to flee. He cast a grateful glance at Li Fengning. Chu Heng then remarked, You must be Miss Tang's husband. It is evident that you are quite a remarkable gentleman. Wang Chuan was about to respond when Li Fengning interjected, Thank you for the compliment, young Master Chu. My little Chuan is indeed quite commendable. Both Yuner and I are very pleased. At this moment, a voice in Wang Chuan's mind, belonging to a small dream, voiced concern. Xiao Heng, don't you find this plot somewhat peculiar? Ordinarily, one would expect the mother-in-law to offer a scathing retort. Chu Heng quietly replied, I senti it quite normal. Prominent families prioritize their reputation, so even if they feel discontent towards their own, they would never display it in front of outsiders. Simultaneously, Chu Heng cast a friendly glance at Wang Chuan and suggested, Shall we converse? Wang Chuan, shedding his previous submissiveness, nodded affirmatively and said, Then let us converse. Chapter 50. It turns out to be the son of an old friend. No wonder he bears the resemblance of an old acquaintance beneath the radiant sun. Chu Heng and his entourage merrily strolled into the Tang family garden. By a pavilion, Chu Heng signaled to Madame Tang that he wished to speak privately with Wang Chuan, leading him into the pavilion. As Wang Chuan positioned himself, ready to utter a word, he was unexpectedly met with a sudden surge of energy, akin to the form of a celestial crane, striking directly at his back. As Wang Chuan turned around, he seemed to anticipate the encounter, swiftly adopting a formidable stance. The celestial crane let out a cry and took to the skies. Wang Chuan, having narrowly evaded the attack, was drenched in sweat. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, he swiftly leaned back, gliding onto the water surface. Similarly, Chu Heng followed suit, his toes barely grazing the water before launching a punch that resonated with the sound of a roaring tiger. Wang Chuan quickly formed a seal with his hands, uttering the word freeze. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though all of existence had been momentarily suspended. Yet, Chu Heng remained unfazed, delivering his punch with unwavering determination. Wang Chuan's face paled in terror. Retreating further, he continued to weave his hands, conjuring a massive golden bagua to shield himself. Chu Heng's fist collided directly with the bagua, which shattered violently, sending Wang Chuan hurtling backward, leaving a long mark on the lawn as he crashed down. Li Fengning, witnessing the scene, instinctively moved to check on Wang Chuan, only to be restrained by Lin Qingzhu's firm grip on her shoulder. She instinctively glanced at Lin Qingzhu, but the calmness etched on her face yielded no insights. At that moment, Chu Heng treaded upon the water, slowly advancing towards Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan, with the agility of a carp, sprang back to create distance. However, Chu Heng refrained from launching an attack, instead standing with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly regarding Wang Chuan as he inquired, "What is your connection to Li Baihe, the leader of the Heavenly Mechanism sect?" Wang Chuan hesitated momentarily before retorting, "I did not comprehend your words." Chu Heng merely chuckled softly, remarking, "The Heavenly Mechanism sect truly seems to be declining, each generation worse than the last." Enraged, Wang Chuan felt his blood boil, momentarily forgetting his master's previous admonitions. An orphan raised in the mountains, he had been nurtured by Li Baihe, who had imparted his skills to him. In his heart, the Heavenly Mechanism sect was sacred and noble, and no one was permitted to insult it. Even if he was inferior to the opponent, he felt compelled to seek justice. With that, Wang Chuan's expression hardened as he prepared to confront Chu Heng head-on. Chu Heng waved his hand, acknowledging from their earlier clash that Wang Chuan was indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Moreover, Xiaoming's examination of his life script confirmed this. Observing Wang Chuan's readiness to fight at the slightest provocation, Chu Heng chuckled. "Look at you, so eager." Wang Chuan, brimming with anger, demanded, "Who are you? Were you sent by the 9 Chrysanthemum sect or the Divine King Palace?" Chu Heng raised an eyebrow and replied, "I believe your master has mentioned me." A flicker of confusion crossed Wang Chuan's eyes. Chu Heng approached, patting him on the shoulder. "I collaborated with your master when he journeyed south on his crane to confront the 9 Chrysanthemum sect." Realization dawned upon Wang Chuan, and he exclaimed, "Are you from the 173? Chu Heng nodded, responding, "Let us regard ourselves as equals. I am Chu Heng, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau of Luocheng." He then scratched his head, reminiscing, "When your master journeyed south to battle the 9 Chrysanthemum sect, he was responsible for the visible combat, while I handled the covert operations once we pinpointed the enemy's location. Thus, I possess a profound memory of the magical energies of the Heavenly Mechanism sect." Wang Chuan suddenly came to a realization and nodded in understanding. No wonder, during their recent encounter, the other party exhibited only a murderous intent without any malice. And the divination indicated that even if his opponent possessed greater cultivation, he would still survive. Subsequently, Chu Heng led Wang Chuan before Li Fengning and said, "I apologize, Madame Tang. Upon unexpectedly encountering the son of an old acquaintance, I was compelled by excitement to engage in a brief contest. I hope you do not take offense." Li Fengning, overwhelmed by joy, could hardly be offended. Her seemingly inconsequential son-in-law had unexpectedly made connections with the Special Affairs Bureau. The old master truly had an eye for talent. Li Fengning mused to herself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Heng excused himself under the pretext of wanting to assess the younger generation, taking Wang Chuan and Lin Qingzhu along with him. Li Fengning had no objections. In fact, she hoped Wang Chuan could leverage this opportunity to align himself with Chu Heng and join the Special Affairs Bureau. What a splendid day it was! As she walked back to the hall, her heart swelled with delight. In the pavilion, Lin Qingzhu sat beside Chu Heng while Wang Chuan faced him. Chu Heng expressed gratitude for the aura emanating from Wang Chuan, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Where's your master?" "I trust that with Li Baihe's abilities, he would not fail to discern such a curse." Wang Chuan shook his head bitterly and replied, "At that time, my master was detained by the Divine King Palace. After I was ensnared by the curse from the Jujin sect, I received only a message from my master. He instructed me to marry into the Tang family and remain in hiding for 3 years. After that, the curse would lift. He paused momentarily before continuing. Since then, there has been no word from my master. Chu Heng nodded, as this was not the first time he had heard of the Divine King Palace. During his confrontation with Yi Feng, he had also heard it mentioned. However, upon reviewing the intelligence from the Special Affairs Bureau, he discovered that the files concerning the Divine King Palace were highly classified, and even his current position did not grant him access. Contemplating this, he turned to Wang Chuan and said, "This curse poses no threat to your life, but it will result in a biological rejection towards you." Wang Chuan nodded in silence. As the heir of the prestigious Tiangue Valley, he had a comprehensive understanding of such spells and was well aware of the curse's implications. However, it was Chu Heng's next words that truly astonished him. Chu Heng looked at Wang Chuan and stated, "I shall first assist you in dispelling the curse. We can discuss your master and the Divine King Palace at a later time." Wang Chuan was overjoyed, but before he could revel in his happiness, a searing pain surged through his soul. Damn, why did he not give a warning? Chu Heng unleashed the Inu-looting divine fire into Wang Chuan's soul, directly igniting the curse upon it. Watching as Wang Chuan, engulfed in flames, leaped into the pond, Chu Heng was taken aback. A mist began to rise from the pond, and moments later, with a wave of his hand, he drew the flickering flame back into his own body before retrieving the now unconscious Wang Chuan. A couple of sharp slaps revived him, and as he opened his eyes in confusion, he sensed his soul and discovered that the curse had indeed vanished. Goodness, was this not a dream? After repeatedly assessing his soul, he finally concluded that the curse had truly dissipated. Wen Chuan was overwhelmed with joy. Just as he intended to grasp Chu Heng's hand to express his gratitude, he suddenly felt an intense, stinging pain on his face. "Brother Heng, what is wrong with my face? It hurts terribly." Chu Heng replied calmly, "Perhaps it is due to your recent tumble into the water. However, it is nothing serious." Wen Chuan cast a dubious glance at Chu Heng before turning to observe Lin Qingzhu, whose gaze had drifted towards the distant rockery. He half-heartedly accepted Chu Heng's explanation. Meanwhile, Chu Heng pondered, indeed, the face of a Dragon King's son-in-law has its perks. However, the following word from Wang Chuan piqued Chu Heng's interest. "Brother Heng, before my master disappeared, the Divine King's palace sought us out," Wang Chuan stated. Chapter 51. The initial encounter of the villainous male lead and the son-in-law protagonist, 4,000 words. Are you telling me that because of that ridiculous Divine King's palace and the relatively prosperous 9 Chrysanthemum sect, the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Mechanism sect must hide away in this place as a son-in-law? Chu Heng questioned incredulously. Wang Chuan sighed helplessly and nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, "Brother Heng, you are aware of the situation. Our Heavenly Mechanism sect allied with 18 other sects and numerous rogue cultivators to suppress the evil in the outer heaven. My master, Li Baihe, has now vanished without a trace. Although I am the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, our ranks have dwindled to just a handful of stragglers, leaving us with no strength to confront the adversary." Chu Heng pursed his lips and stepped out of the pavilion, squatting beneath a tree to smoke. After one cigarette burned out, he gently exhaled, dispersing the ash. He lit another cigarette without uttering a word, while Wang Chuan quietly observed him. Once the third cigarette was finished, Chu Heng crushed the butt and exhaled a cloud of stale smoke, turning his gaze towards Wang Chuan, resolved to confront the Divine King's palace. His reasoning was straightforward. Firstly, the Divine King's palace, as an external force, was inherently responsible for addressing their plight. Secondly, the Heavenly Mechanism sect had once intervened during the nation's peril, and thus, the Special Affairs Bureau would undoubtedly reciprocate to safeguard their legacy. Chu Heng's contemplation stemmed from a simple fear that hastily aiding Wang Chuan might disrupt the plans laid out by Li Baihe, though he was oblivious to the specifics of those plans. Nonetheless, he sensed that becoming a son-in-law was a crucial turning point for Wang Chuan. However, it mattered little. After all, even Li Baihe could not have foreseen that he would gain the favor of the world's consciousness and acquire the skill of the 6 Ding divine fire. Wang Chuan smiled at Chu Heng and said, "No worries, Brother Heng. I'm doing quite well here, just taking care of household chores. It is far more comfortable than meditating in the temple." Chu Heng stepped forward and patted his shoulder, stating, "In a moment, I will have the bureau staff record your information. I will also inform the intelligence department to appoint you as a consultant, allowing you to utilize your expertise in divination from the Heavenly Mechanism sect." Coincidentally, the director of the intelligence department, who happens to be my master's wife, recently complained about a shortage of personnel. Wang Chuan's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, am I being incorporated into the system?" He was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of exhilaration surged within him. After all, with the Special Affairs Bureau providing cover, even the audacious Divine King Hall would not dare to provoke them. However, a wave of anxiety swept over him. He worried that Chu Heng's unexpected interference might disrupt his master's plans. Yet, recalling his master's foresight, he concluded that his encounter with Chu Heng was likely anticipated. With a sense of relief, he nodded affirmatively. Seeing him nod, Chu Heng promptly made a phone call to Chen Zhen'er, succinctly recounting Wang Chuan's situation. Chen Zhen'er was elated. "Goodness, this young man, Chu Heng, truly possesses remarkable skills. First, he managed to entice a girl suspected to be a descendant of the Medicine King Valley. And now he has brought the contemporary representative of the Heavenly Mechanism Valley into the fold." She immediately patted her chest, assuring that Wang Chuan would report to the bureau the following day. Having resolved Wang Chuan's matter, Chu Heng glanced at his phone and noted that it was nearly time. He then ushered Wang Chuan back to the banquet hall. In the hall, the guests from various factions had mostly gathered. Wang Chuan led Chu Heng to the matriarch of the Tang family, intending to make an introduction. However, before he could utter a word, the matriarch disdainfully remarked, "Since when can a son-in-law invite others to visit?" Wang Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment, while Chu Heng scoffed. "Since when has the Tang family allowed an old dog to bark indiscriminately here?" The matriarch's face flushed with fury, and she struck her cane forcefully against the ground, exclaiming, "Wang Chuan, you wretched son-in-law, not only do you come to our Tang family to feast without contributing, but you also bring such dubious friends to tarnish our family's reputation." The commotion attracted the attention of Li Fengning, who, upon turning around, felt as though the sky had fallen. Why does this old lady always choose to stir trouble? With this thought, Li Fengning rushed over to grasp the matriarch's arm, saying, "Mother, why are you speaking so harshly to Mr. Chu?" The matriarch disdainfully rolled her eyes and retorted, "You, who are incapable of laying an egg, how has it come to the point where you can talk back to me?" Li Fengning genuinely panicked. Why was it that today, everyone seemed unable to discern their place? He opened his mouth to respond, but then noticed Chu Heng let out a sigh. Raising his head to face the matriarch, he said, "I heard that the son of an old acquaintance was here, so I thought I might grace your Tang family's banquet with my presence. But had I known you were this antiquated, I would have preferred to turn your birthday celebration into a memorial service." With that, he swiftly drew a handgun from his coat, loading it and pressing it against the matriarch's forehead, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Still eating? You ought to eat shit. Get lost." The matriarch, a tough character herself, instinctively weakened at the sight of the gun pressed to her head, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Li Fengning, quick on his feet, caught her with one hand, while Wang Chuan seized her other shoulder, helping to steady her. Li Fengning turned to Chu Heng and bowed, saying, "Director Chu, the events of today are entirely the responsibility of our Tang family, and we will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution after today's conclusion." Wang Chuan timely interjected, "Indeed, Heng Gu, although this old woman possesses a venomous tongue and a wretched demeanor, akin to the taste of excrement, incessantly spewing her vitriol, she is not deserving of death. You, a mere son-in-law. The heavens have turned against us. The Tang family's son-in-law has devoured the master." Yet, before he could finish his tirade, Wang Chuan, already weary of his incessant complaints, cast a spell that silenced her vocal cords. Chu Heng glanced at him before tucking his firearm away. Meanwhile, Li Fengning nodded at Chu Heng and said, "Our matriarch is unwell today, so I shall escort her back." With that, disregarding the struggles of the Tang matriarch, he forcibly led her back to her quarters. On their way, the matriarch encountered her son. the current head of the Tang family, Tang Tian. Upon seeing him, she immediately began to thrash about as if he were her savior, striking and kicking in a frenzy. Tang Tian frowned at the scene, casting a glance at Wang Chuan, and withdrew his magical restraint. As soon as she was freed, the matriarch cried out, "My daughter-in-law is attacking her mother-in-law. Tang Tian, the wife you chose does not lay eggs, yet she seeks to beat me, her mother-in-law, to death." Li Fengming, momentarily taken aback, was soon met with a sharp slap from the matriarch, who hissed, "Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Unyielding, Li Fengming retaliated with 2 resounding slaps, leaving the matriarch momentarily stunned. She had never expected Li Fengming, who usually refrained from retorts, to engage in such a confrontation. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and looked at his mother, reprimanding her. "Mother, why must you resort to violence?" He then turned to Li Fengming and inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" The matriarch was about to scream, but Li Fengming silenced her with another slap, commanding, "Be quiet." She then turned to the furrowed brow of Tang Tian, stating, "Why don't you question your mother about her actions?" Fixing her gaze on the Tang matriarch, she declared, "You old crone, if you wish to act recklessly, do not drag the Tang family down with you." Tang Tian, now irritated, retorted, "Mind your words, that is my mother." Li Fengming stood her ground, challenging Tang Tian, "Do you even know what your mother has done?" She then turned to the matriarch and asked, "Do you comprehend who you refer to as Wang Chuan's dubious companions?" Without allowing the matriarch a chance to respond, she revealed Chu Heng's identity as the director of the Special Affairs Bureau's Operations Division, recently implicated in the downfall of several prominent families. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's complexion drained of color, her legs trembling. Tang Tian, too, was bewildered. Why would someone from the Special Affairs Bureau attend the birthday celebration of a third-rate noblewoman, especially a high-ranking director? Wang Chuan, noticing his confusion, stepped forward to clarify, "The director is a junior of my mentor. He came to see me upon learning of my arrival in Luo City." Tang Tian's heart sank as he reflected on his previous demeanor towards Wang Chuan over the past month. It was all over. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Wang Chuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "What has transpired in the past is behind us." Subsequently, following Li Fengming, they continued to entertain the guests. As they entered the hall, a voice suddenly resonated from the entrance, the heir of the foremost family in Luo City. "Master Luo Tian has arrived." Wang Chuan then beheld a dashing young man clad in a black suit, accompanied by several bodyguards, stepping into the venue. Both being practitioners, and with Wang Chuan now part of the Special Municipal Bureau, there was no need for him to conceal his cultivation level with a mere glance. They discerned each other's foundations. This young master of the Luo family was certainly no fool. When did the Tang family also possess such a young adept? The 2 men stared at one another, enveloped in a silence that spoke volumes. The Tang family banquet was filled with esteemed guests, particularly due to the anticipated visit of Master Luo Tian from the Luo family. The reason for Luo Tian's visit to the Tang family was straightforward. After witnessing the downfall of the Luo family, he observed the Tang family ascend from mere third-rate clan to the pinnacle of Luo City's elite, leading him to conclude that there must be a formidable figure assisting them. His purpose for coming was to seek this individual and discover a way to resolve the predicaments facing the Luo family. However, upon encountering Wang Chuan, he suddenly found his answer. A young master of such caliber must surely be connected to the influential figure behind the Tang family. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Luo Tian approached Wang Chuan, extending his hand with a smile. "Seeing as I do not appear to be a mere pawn creature, I am Luo Tian from the Luo family in Luo City. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Has the lifting of the curse from the 9 Chrysanthemum sect led everyone to treat me with such courtesy? Wang Chuan mused internally, smiling as he shook Luo Tian's hand. "I am unworthy of such praise. I am Wang Chuan of the Tang family. Today, the presence of the young master of the Luo family truly elevates our humble gathering." A young noble, poised to disparage Wang Chuan's identity, was swiftly silenced by those around him who recognized the gravity of the situation, hastily covering his mouth and admonishing, "Watch your tongue, you fool." Do not drag us into your folly. One of the more hot-tempered individuals even slapped him twice, declaring, I am Zhou Tianlin of the Zhou family. If you feel wronged by my actions, you may seek me at any time. As Chu Heng stood beside Wang Chuan, he glanced at the commotion nearby and smiled faintly. In an instant, all the young nobles in that vicinity fell silent, for Chu Heng's smile was as foreboding as that of the king of hell. Zhou Tianlin, growing increasingly agitated, struck the offending individual again. Curse it, truly curse it. Had it not been for this fool's loose tongue, I would not have drawn the attention of the living king of hell. With this thought, he tightened his grip in frustration. Chu Heng, unfazed by the turmoil, stepped forward to stand before Luo Tian, blocking Wang Chuan's path. I share a cordial relationship with Wang Chuan's master. He calls me brother, and thus he is regarded as my friend. Luo Tian, with a genial smile, responded, during our encounter at the hospital, I found an instant rapport with Brother Chu. I hadn't anticipated that a friend of Brother Chu would also be so agreeable to me. It seems our destinies are indeed intertwined. Chu Heng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Not at all. As the banquet commenced, numerous guests found their seats, with Luo Tian, Chu Heng, and Wang Chuan naturally forming a circle around one table. Due to the overwhelming pressure from Chu Heng, all the guests kept their distance from the table, fearing that any careless move might draw the attention of this living tyrant. Luo Tian, on the other hand, relished the rare feeling of being free from social obligations. However, those around him held a different perspective. What an absurd situation. Why did the Tang family feel the need to stir up trouble? Everyone knew that birthdays were occasions best left untroubled by self-inflicted woes. So, what could have possibly compelled the Tang family to summon this formidable figure? Nonetheless, once the whispers of the surrounding crowd faded, the interaction among Chu Heng and his companions became remarkably harmonious. Coming from a prestigious family, Luo Tian possessed a natural talent for enlivening the atmosphere. Under his deliberate approach, the naive Wang Chuan instinctively developed a fondness for him. Yet, Chu Heng sensed something amiss. After all, one does not offer unnecessary flattery without ulterior motives. He set down his wine glass, lifted his gaze to Luo Tian, and remarked, Brother Luo, since we have all shared a drink, we can consider ourselves friends. Therefore, some matters might as well be addressed directly. Luo Tian, momentarily interrupted by Chu Heng, paused before replying, It seems I have been remiss. He then turned to the two men and added, Brother Heng is the director of the Special Affairs Bureau. Well-informed and influential. Brother Wang Chuan is no ordinary individual either, so I shall not conceal certain matters from you. He took a sip from his glass and inquired, Have either of you heard of the organization known as the Divine King Hall? The Divine King Hall? Wang Chuan was about to respond, but immediately fell silent under Chu Heng's piercing gaze. Chu Heng merely contemplated his wine glass and stated, I have some recollection. The terrorist from Tianyu Building was reportedly affiliated with the Divine King Hall. If Brother Luo is interested in the Divine King Hall, I would advise you to reconsider. Luo Tian sighed. I fear that once a wrong step is taken, returning may take an eternity. He then revealed a startling piece of information. In truth, our Luo family has maintained a connection with the Divine King Hall. Chapter 52. How could a banquet for the protagonist of a son-in-law story be complete without the presence of a villainous heir? Oh, what do you mean by that, Brother Luo? Chu Heng inquired with a smile, gently tapping the table, his gaze penetrating. Luo Tian felt a sudden shock, as if he had been struck by an overwhelming force. Wang Chuan, too, though outwardly cheerful, had his hands discreetly forming seals beneath the table. Oh no, it seems I have overstepped. Luo Tian's heart raced, and he sensed that his attempt at intrigue might have been misguided. Nevertheless, the composed demeanor of a well-bred aristocrat kept his emotions in check, even in a life-and-death situation. The superior upbringing of the Luo family ensured that he maintained a smile as he raised his glass to Chu Heng and Wang Chuan, downing the contents in one go. My apologies, gentlemen. It was my failure to clarify. Allow me to pour myself another drink as penance. After exhaling a heavy breath of alcohol, Luo Tian placed his glass on the table and continued, To be candid, I only learned of this information as my father gradually entrusted the Luo family to me. Chu Heng detected an unspoken continuation in his words, causing his murderous intent to slightly abate. Luo Tian let out a quiet sigh, feeling a dampness on his back. The atmosphere was laden with terror. It was almost overwhelming. Is this truly the caliber of the infamous duo from Los Angeles? Yet, the realization that Chu Heng is an ally brings some solace. The strength of allies only enhances the probability of the success of one's own endeavors. Luo Tian released a gentle sigh of relief and turned to Chu Heng with earnestness, saying, "Director Chu, I am aware that the Divine King Palace is classified as a foreign terrorist organization within our nation. I harbor no intentions of recruiting the two of you. On the contrary, I seek to unite with you to obliterate the Divine King Palace." Chu Heng, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and responded, "Oh, but as far as I know, while the Divine King Palace may be weak domestically, its power abroad is undeniably formidable. Is Luo not concerned about the repercussions your faction may face overseas?" With a resigned sigh, Luo Tian replied, "Brother Chu, to be candid, losing the Luo family's influence abroad would indeed be a severe blow to our vitality. However, the Divine King Palace is gradually encroaching upon our domestic power. I suspect they aim to use the Luo family as a springboard to penetrate our territory." Chu Heng understood his implication and smiled knowingly. Indeed, for where there's a collapsed nest, can there be unscathed eggs? Los Angeles is the Luo family's stronghold. Wang Chuan nodded, albeit skeptically, then shifted his stance, calculating with his fingers. Upon reaching a conclusion, he nodded at Chu Heng. Their eyes met, and once more, Chu Heng raised his glass, clinking it with Luo Tian's as he declared, "Today, with so many eyes and ears present, and the Tang family being a place of subtlety, since the Luo family intends to embrace the light, let us discuss this matter in detail another day." Luo Tan, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of a smile on his previously calm visage. He raised his glass in acknowledgement, and, after a swift gulp, cautiously broached, "However, I have heard that the Divine King Palace has infiltrated the Chu family as well." At this, Chu Heng squinted and feigned attentiveness. Luo Tian cleared his throat and continued, "I have come to learn that the inheritor of the Dragon God within the Divine King Palace, known as the Dragon King Xiao Batian, seems to have taken an interest in the head of the Chu family, Chu Xie." "Oh," Chu Heng chuckled, feeling a sense of certainty regarding Luo Tian's identity as a reborn individual. He then remarked, "It appears there may be a flaw in Brother Luo's intelligence network." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's heart raced. Something was amiss. His information was derived from his own memories, and if those memories were flawed, it would indicate that his previously established advantages had vanished. Chu Heng, with a cheerful demeanor, continued, "At that time, the leader of the Dragon King Mercenary Corps, Xiao Batian, intended to infiltrate Los Angeles to cause trouble, but unfortunately for him, we from the Special Affairs Bureau intercepted him and dealt with the situation." Luo Tian nodded in agreement, opting to remain silent. Another round of toasts ensued, with the hosts and guests reveling in each other's company. However, as previously mentioned, how could the protagonist Lu, the son-in-law, be devoid of a rival vying for his beloved? Though Cao Cao has perished, the spirit of the villain endures. As the banquet reached its midpoint, the doors of the Tang family were suddenly flung open. A figure clad in a white suit, sporting slicked-back hair and exuding an air of arrogance reminiscent of a typical villain from a dragon-themed narrative, strode in briskly, a large bouquet of roses in hand. Upon entering, he first clasped his hands towards Li Fengning and greeted, "Good afternoon, mother-in-law." He then turned to Tang Yun'er and declared, "Yun'er, I do not wish for you to marry another. Thus, I have come today to propose to you." With that, he tossed his hair back, donning a rather greasy smile. Tang Yun'er momentarily found herself in an awkward situation and, casting an irritated glance at the villainous young master, retorted, "Li Zicheng, I have told you that we have no connection." Li Zicheng stepped forward, feigning deep affection as he replied, "Yun'er, I understand. This is because I failed to arrive in time when that wretched individual coerced you with the engagement. I acknowledge your grievances, but I implore you not to jest with your lifelong happiness. Wang Chuan's face turned a shade of iron, and Luo Tian also appeared displeased, preparing to intervene. However, Chu Heng restrained both of them and turned to Wang Chuan with a smile, saying, "Life is a crucible for the heart. Without experiencing a few twists and turns, how can one truly be forged in the fires of existence? This is your knot to untangle, so learn to face it with composure." Wang Chuan, his face darkened with anger, contemplated retaliating, but he restrained himself upon recalling Chu Heng's status. Meanwhile, Luo Tian stared in disbelief, puzzled by why the previously composed Chu Heng had suddenly transformed into this persona, while also contemplating the continuation of their collaboration. Yet, Chu Heng continued, patting his hand. "However, the trials of life are your concern, but attempting to place a green hat upon my friend is my affair." Before the words could settle, as both men stood bewildered, Chu Heng hurled a wine bottle at Li Zicheng's head. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered upon impact, causing Li Zicheng to stagger back, clutching his head, supported by a nearby bodyguard. The bodyguard, surveying the astonished guests, bellowed, "Who dares to attack my young master?" Chu Heng, however, was not one for idle chatter. With a mere gesture, he sent the bodyguard flying. "Show off? I'll make you sore." Chu Heng remained silent, stepping forward, exuding an aura of lethal intent honed from countless battles. In an instant, the murmurs among the guests faded into silence. He approached the bewildered Li Zicheng, still cradling his head, and stated, "Remember this. I am Chu Heng of the Chu family, and also of the Special Affairs Bureau. Should you dare to covet my friend's wife again, I will ensure that a field artillery piece is lodged where it ought not be. Do you comprehend?" The remaining bodyguards, unable to gauge the situation, assumed they had the upper hand despite witnessing their comrade being sent flying. Believing Chu Heng was merely employing some peculiar martial technique, they readied themselves to charge. Wang Chuan, displeased, stepped forward, arriving beside Chu Heng, his hands crackling with arcs of lightning. Luo Tian followed suit, shedding his outer coat and standing beside Chu Heng. Just as the two factions seemed poised for conflict, a voice rang out from the banquet hall, commanding, "Stop." Chapter 53. Reconstruction 477. The Tang family banquet was filled with guests, all observing the unexpected turn of events in hushed silence. After Tang Yuner uttered those words, she instantly sensed an incongruity in the atmosphere and promptly sealed her lips. Those with discernment recognized Chu Heng's identity as one of the notorious duo of Luochen, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau's Operations Division, the heir of the Chu family, and a figure synonymous with unpredictability. However, more individuals identified the man beside him. Luo Tian, the sole heir of the illustrious Luo family, the foremost family in Luochen. As for Wang Chuan, well, the newlywed son-in-law of the Tang family was not widely recognized. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, for as an aspiring intelligence officer, maintaining a low profile was paramount. Moreover, with these two formidable gentlemen present, it was certain that Li Zicheng would not have a favorable outcome today. Luo Tian took a few steps forward, fixing his gaze upon Li Zicheng, and remarked, "You dare to encroach upon another's spouse? Are we still unaware of the formidable families within Luochen?" Li Zicheng also recognized Luo Tian's status. He was about to speak when Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "I have no desire to engage in lengthy discourse with you. This evening, summon your elders to the Luo residence for a clear explanation." At this juncture, Chu Heng chimed in with a genial smile. "Our Special Affairs Bureau also requires an explanation from the Li family." In that moment, Li Zicheng felt an overwhelming wave of regret wash over him. In truth, his interest in Tang Yuner was merely superficial. He bore no profound feelings. However, upon learning of her engagement to a son-in-law, particularly one of humble origins, he felt a twinge of discontent and aimed to create a disturbance, hoping to humiliate Tang Yuner, given that he was a scion of a reputable family and did not need to resort to a man who emerged from obscurity. Yet, what transpired was akin to kicking what he thought was soft cotton, only to discover that he had inadvertently struck a concrete pillar. The pain was excruciating, and in that instant, Li Zicheng felt his prospects dimming. After all, The Li family had no shortage of heirs. Should their patriarch learn of this incident, Li Zicheng would undoubtedly find himself marginalized within the family. Resolutely, he could not afford to remain passive. He swiftly turned his gaze toward Wang Chuan, who was taken aback and prepared to intervene, only to see Li Zicheng slide forward on his knees before him, pleading, "Brother Wang, I kneel before you, imploring you not to involve my family." He presumed that the onlookers would sympathize with the weaker party and come to his aid. However, when he glanced around, he was met with an utter silence instead of the whispered conversations he had anticipated. After all, who would dare to murmur? Especially in the presence of these two formidable men? The thought of coercion was laughable. One had to question whether Luo Tian would even consider their feelings. Take Chu Heng, for instance. The Gu family once attempted to exert pressure on him, but what was the outcome? Their entire family was now neatly lined up on the road to the underworld. Furthermore, during Chu Heng's initial days in Luocheng, the upheaval he caused had left numerous families in a state of trepidation. This young man was no ordinary individual when he had matters to address. He truly made his presence felt. Wang Chuan merely regarded Li Zicheng with a calm demeanor, shaking his head as he uttered a single phrase: "Let it go." If Li Zicheng were to maintain his stubbornness, one might assume he still held some interest. However, witnessing the once arrogant antagonist kneeling before him like a defeated dog, Wang Chuan found himself devoid of any desire to strike a fallen foe. Moreover, his spirits were lifted that day. The curse that had plagued him for ages had been resolved by Chu Heng, and he was reluctant to engage in further acts of violence. As night fell, after bidding farewell to the Tang family, Chu Heng returned to the Special Affairs Bureau with Lin Qingzhu. Before entering Gao Jinwei's office, Chu Heng extracted a document from a folder and presented it to Lin Qingzhu, urging her to sign it. Lin Qingzhu glanced over it briefly before deftly inscribing her name. The pair then entered Gao Jinwei's office, where Gao sat on the sofa alongside Chen Jin'er, while Director Mo of the Equipment Department occupied another seat. Mo glanced at Chu Heng and nodded, saying, "Xiao Heng, come see me tomorrow afternoon. I have something special to show you." Chu Heng's eyes lit up at the prospect, recalling that he had previously requested Mo to craft a melee weapon for him. Upon hearing his request, Mo had given him a thumbs up, remarking on his cleverness. Today, the way Mo spoke suggested that his weapon was nearing completion. Turning to Gao Jinwei, Chu Heng reported, "Director Gao, the personnel have been assembled. We can now proceed to the next phase of our team development." Gao Jinwei nodded in satisfaction and responded, "I have reviewed the list. I have no objections regarding the team's composition. In my capacity as the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, I hereby approve the commencement of Phase 2 of the SEED project." Chu Heng acknowledged the approval and turned to a bewildered Lin Qingzhu to elucidate further. The reason for his transfer to Luocheng extended beyond merely overseeing the establishment of the Special Affairs Bureau's operational division. A deeper motive was to execute the headquarters SEED project. The SEED project was initiated in response to the incursion and subversion of domestic systems by foreign terrorist organizations, as well as the growing threat from the realm known as Tainwation. Consequently, Gao Jinwei proposed to the headquarters, which resulted in the upper echelons granting approval to establish a special operations team exclusive to the Special Affairs Bureau, using a highly classified unit, Special Operations Force 477. As a model, what is Tainwation? Lin Qingzhu inquired, her confusion evident. Chu Heng nodded in reply, explaining, "Tainwation is our official term, while Western countries refer to it as the Otherworld." The discovery of Tainwation traces back to the Manhattan Project 2 initiated by the United States during World War II. At that time, the U.S. used high-energy particles to breach the barrier between our world and others, leading to a resurgence of certain materials and an increase in practitioners globally. However, this action also attracted attention and invasions from other worlds, damaging the temporal continuum. In light of this, various nations dispatched elite personnel to counter the incursions from Tainwation and establish special units to explore this realm. The 173rd Unit, of which I was a member, was one such formation. Lin Qingzhu felt a sudden jolt. Her identity as a time traveler was her greatest secret. She had initially believed that Chu Heng would remain oblivious to her true nature, Yet to her astonishment, the Special Affairs Bureau was already aware of her identity. You all. Lin Qingzhu attempted to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Chu Heng. It's all right, since I dare to share this information with you. It signifies that you have earned our trust. After speaking, Chu Heng extended his hand to Lin Qingzhu, stating, Comrade Lin Qingzhu, I officially invite you to join the seed team. Lin Qingzhu paused momentarily before smiling and shaking his hand, nodding as she said, I really can't do anything about you. Gao Jinwei, noticing Lin Qingzhu's decision to join the seed team, grinned broadly and remarked, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, Chang Wei, Jiang Ling, and Alan are all waiting for you at the training ground. Upon hearing this, Chu Heng saluted and said, Director Gao, the entire seed team is ready. I, Team Leader Chu Heng, hereby request your approval to execute the eradication plan for the Medicine King Valley. Gao Jinwei also stood and returned the salute, nodding as he said, Comrade Chu Heng, I hereby authorize your action plan in my capacity as the director of the Luoqing Special Affairs Bureau. I hope the C Team's first mission does not disappoint us. Chu Heng nodded in acknowledgement and, accompanied by Lin Qingzhu, exited the conference room. Chapter 54, Eradication of the Medicine King Valley in the underground garage of the Action Office. Chu Heng led Lin Qingzhu to a vehicle and opened the door for both of them to enter. He did not start the engine, but casually shifted the gear lever a few times, after which the ground suddenly sank beneath them. Observing Lin Qingzhu's astonished expression, Chu Heng instructed, remember, second gear to fifth gear to third gear to fourth gear. That is the access code. After exiting the vehicle, Chu Heng walked directly into the conference room. Inside the conference room, the team members were busy organizing their weapons and equipment. Upon seeing Chu Heng enter, they all rose and greeted, Team Leader Chu, Team Leader Lin, you have arrived. Lin Qingzhu appeared somewhat taken aback by the title Team Leader, as it made her feel akin to a mere commodity at a market, and an unwanted one at that. She fiddled with the hilt of her sword and said, just call me Qingzhu. However, Chu Heng did not indulge in further pleasantries. He simply distributed the intelligence documents from his briefcase to the team. Chang Wei, with a background in intelligence, possessed a natural sensitivity to such matters. After perusing the documents, he looked up at Chu Heng and said, Leader, shouldn't our first mission focus on familiarization? Chu Heng chuckled softly and replied, the very purpose of forming this action team is to concentrate elite forces to tackle the most perilous and challenging tasks. He then glanced at the uncertain expressions of the team members and added, initially, I intended for everyone to undergo a period of familiarization training. However, the current situation does not afford us the luxury of training time, so we must adapt and learn through the mission. Seeing no objections from the team, Chu Heng waved his hand and boarded the vehicle. On a summer night in Luocheng, a black saber-tooth left the security bureau and headed toward the coast. A speedboat awaited them by the shore, and after everyone boarded, Chu Heng commenced outlining the operational plan. The speedboat sliced through the waves, bravely navigating the tumultuous sea. Chu Heng cast a glance at the dark expanse of the sea before turning to Alan and inquiring, how goes your research on the goo insects? Alan nodded and replied, Captain, I have nearly perfected the mosquito goo you asked me to train. Additionally, considering the climate of Luocheng, I have also trained the local variant, the flower mosquito. Chu Heng nodded in satisfaction and added, release the goo insects for reconnaissance before we land on the island. I recall that I instructed you to train a batch infused with malaria, did I not? Alan chuckled and said, of course. I even collaborated with Qingzhu to optimize them, ensuring that a single bite would induce severe illness. Chu Heng nodded again and turned to Chen Sheng, saying, your observational skills will only be fully operational in about 3 months. Can you manage alone during this time? Chen Sheng nodded and meticulously checked his Type 10 sniper rifle. Chu Heng then addressed Lin Qingzhu and Chang Wei, reiterating the mission details. Due to the capture of Lin Fan, the heir of the medical god from the Divine King Hall, by the Special Affairs Bureau, Du Feng, the current leader of the Medicine King Valley, known as the medical god, sought assistance from the Divine King Hall after his unsuccessful attempt to rescue Lin Fan. The Divine King Hall dispatched 2 elite members to aid him, Wolf God, codenamed Air 1, the rampant Wolf Yi Fan, and Dragon God, codenamed Air 1. the Blood Dragon Xiao Tian. Their objective is to infiltrate our city to rescue the criminal Lin Fan while simultaneously inflicting retaliatory damage on Luoqing. With a serious demeanor, Chu Heng surveyed the surroundings and stated, "Our task is quite straightforward. We must eliminate them and eradicate the threat beyond Luoqing." The group nodded in unison as Chu Heng outlined the operational plan. The strategy was simple. They would don diving suits and submerge into the sea near the island for their landing. Once ashore, Alan would deploy his mosquito goo for reconnaissance, relaying the enemy's positions and strengths via radio to the assault team. The assault team consisted of Wu Guang and Jiang Ling, with Wu Guang serving as the primary assault operative and Jiang Ling as the secondary, responsible for neutralizing the operatives dispatched by the Divine King Hall. Chun Sheng would form a sniper unit, assisting the assault team in eliminating their targets. Lin Qingzhu and Chang Wei were tasked with delaying the Blood Dragon and Rampant Wolf from the Divine King Hall. Chu Heng's assignment was the most arduous, as he was to hold off the formidable Du Feng, codenamed Medical God. Once the assault team completed their mission, they would regroup with Chang Wei. After aiding Chang Wei in dealing with the Blood Dragon, they would continue to converge with Lin Qingzhu. Once the support from the Divine King Hall was neutralized, all would assist Chu Heng. Upon finalizing the operational plan, Chu Heng looked at everyone and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, we are the elite of the Special Affairs Bureau, forged in the fires of conflict. Let's not bring shame upon ourselves." Chang Wei instinctively chimed in, "Indeed, let us keep our spirits high." At this, Wu Guang, fueled with adrenaline, threw his hat aside and exclaimed, "Damn it." He then seized his weapon and plunged into the water, pulling the bewildered Jiang Ling along. Observing this, Alan nodded and followed suit, diving into the ocean. The sea was eerily tranquil that night. Amidst the rolling waves, the moon's reflection shattered into fragments, leaving only traces of bioluminescence behind. On an uncharted island, a team clad in diving suits, burdened with backpacks, eliminated the guards perched upon the cliff and deftly maneuvered over. Chu Heng exchanged a glance with Alan, who nodded and waved his hand, releasing a dense cloud of inky mist from his sleeve, which swiftly spread across the island. After closing his eyes to confirm, Alan relayed the target's location to the others. Chu Heng was responsible for Du Feng, situated to the southeast of the island. Upon receiving the coordinates, Chu Heng slipped into the jungle with the agility of a nimble monkey. The pace of a master of martial arts was swift. Before long, he peered through the thick foliage and spotted Du Feng meditating atop the cliff. "Old fool, this time there's no escape for you." After hiding behind a tree, Chu Heng took a few breaths, minimizing his presence to the utmost. A gust of wind brushed against his face, and at that moment, his aura melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Calmly, he retrieved a formidable sniper grenade launcher from his backpack. After loading a specially designed white phosphorus incendiary round, he steadied his aim at Du Feng, who was still meditating on the cliff. Birds chirped merrily among the branches. Chu Heng slowly placed his finger on the trigger. Just as a wave crashed against the rocks, he abruptly squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous boom, a grenade shot forth with tremendous force, hurtling towards the old man. Du Feng suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and swiftly dodged to the side. The grenade detonated instantaneously above the spot he had occupied moments earlier. Yellow sparks, accompanied by swirling white mist, streaked across the night sky, resembling both fireworks and meteors cascading to the ground. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and even the cliffside stones were pierced by the seemingly beautiful yet ruthlessly fierce sparks. Chu Heng rushed to the cliff's edge, only to find it utterly deserted. He then leaped back, and a vine shot forth from the spot where he had stood. Amidst the tumultuous sea, Du Feng stood calmly on the water surface, observing the flames igniting within Chu Heng as his internal energy surged, subtly progressing towards the later stages of the Dan realm. Chu Heng, too, gazed back at him, as the surrounding spiritual energy silently surged, faintly coalescing behind him into the form of the fire god. The barrier that had constrained him from achieving the Dan realm was gradually dissolving. This battle would not determine superiority, but rather, it would be a fight for survival. Chapter 55, Elimination. Chu Heng battles Du Feng. Meanwhile, As Wu Guang and Jiang Ling witnessed the meteor streaking across the night sky and heard the waves crashing upon the shore, Wu Guang spoke in a low voice. Engage. Jiang Ling, shedding her usual cheerful demeanor, altered her hand gestures, summoning sharp flying swords that swiftly pierced the throats of several guards. In an instant, 2 guards staggered, on the verge of collapsing, while Wu Guang ascended behind them, lifting them with great force. After signaling to Jiang Ling, Wu Guang quickly entered the base of the Divine King Hall. As he stepped into the base, his communicator crackled to life with Alan's voice. Caution. 3 guards are approaching from 20 meters away. Wu Guang paused, swiftly darting into the shadows of the wall. The sound of footsteps approached as Wu Guang swiftly emerged, deftly twisting the throats of 2 guards. Just as another guard attempted to turn, a flying sword pierced through his forehead. Wu Guang raised a thumb in approval before advancing with his firearm. In the northwest, Lin Qingzhu, armed only with a sword, confronted the wild wolf. At that moment, the wild wolf was practicing his martial arts in the woods. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, he irritably remarked, "I have told you not to disturb me while I train." Without uttering a word, Lin Qingzhu unsheathed her sword, slicing through the moonlight that cascaded down. The sense of impending danger prompted the wild wolf to retreat momentarily before glancing back. As he felt the sword's edge graze his skin, he swiftly retreated again, narrowly evading the strike. What a swift sword! The wild wolf acknowledged, yet Lin Qingzhu remained unfazed, her clear, cold radiance illuminating the shadows of the forest. To the east, amidst the waist-high waves, Blood Dragon unleashed punch after punch against the surf. Chang Wei, smoking a cigarette, approached from behind and said, "Blood Dragon, originally named Xiao Tian. 5 years ago, he defected to the Divine King Palace. 3 years ago, he participated in the turmoil of a small African nation, slaughtering nearly 3,000 people. It is said that your garments were stained crimson with blood, earning you the moniker Blood Dragon." Upon hearing this, Blood Dragon paused his actions, allowing the waves to crash against him. He slowly turned to Chang Wei and then stepped onto the beach, stating, "I knew the movements of the Divine King Palace could never escape your notice." Chang Wei merely smirked dismissively, saying, "Let us get to it. I'm eager to move on to my next mission." Blood Dragon wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch. Instantly a thick, pungent scent of blood mixed with the energy of the earth surged forth like a ferocious dragon towards Chang Wei. Chang Wei stood his ground, absorbing the impact, and after exhaling a heavy breath, exclaimed, "Refreshing." He then retaliated with a punch that collided with Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon staggered back a few steps but regained his footing on the sandy ground. The scene shifted back to the base of the Divine King Palace, where Alan's continuous detonations cleared the path of their subordinates as Wu Guang and Jiang Ling eliminated threats. At that moment, Alan closed his eyes, suddenly sensing several masters of the hidden realm approaching the assault team. He decisively commanded, "Chun Sheng, intercept him." Instantly, he unleashed his venomous insects, which crawled onto their skin and bit viciously. The 3 masters of the hidden realm had scarcely taken 2 steps before they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. The leader of the trio released a prolonged, foul-smelling flatulence. Phew! The 2 martial artists behind him quickly covered their noses. Not to be rude, but what have you eaten tonight? It's unbearable. However, their inaction did not prevent others from moving. Seizing the opportunity presented by the leader's inability to advance due to his flatulence, Chun Sheng decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet soared from the sniper rifle, slicing through the air after passing through the suppressor, and penetrated the hidden master's skull. With a resounding pop, the leader's head exploded like a watermelon. In an instant, a spray of crimson and white splattered over the 2 skilled fighters behind, as Wu Guang surged forth, targeting the dark energy master on the left. The skilled fighter instinctively crossed his hands in defense as Wu Guang's fist hurtled toward him, while the individual on the right leapt up, preparing to counter with a punch. In this fleeting moment of life and death, 2 blackened flying swords, concealed in Wu Guang's shadow, shot forth. One pierced through the master's brow as he leapt to evade, while the other drove through his heart. The dark energy master, entangled by Wu Guang, was momentarily stunned by the swift demise of his companion, losing his composure in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Guang unleashed a powerful strike to his chest. With a resounding thud, the man was sent sprawling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Slowly, he slid down, a pronounced dent forming in his chest. After spewing forth a mixture of internal organs and blood, he took his last breath. On the sandy beach, Chu Heng confronted Du Feng. Suddenly, a vine lunged toward Chu Heng's face. A glimmer sparked in Chu Heng's eyes as a blazing shield of divine fire manifested before him. The searing flames incinerated the attacking vine, prompting Du Feng to vanish from sight. Simultaneously, sensing danger, Chu Heng rolled swiftly to the side. A massive fist imprint appeared where he had just stood. Du Feng, rubbing his fist, looked at Chu Heng and declared, "You have a path to heaven, yet you choose not to walk it. There is no gateway to hell, yet you come of your own accord." Before his words could fully escape, Chu Heng floated sideways, raising his hand to flick several sparks of fire toward him. The flickering flames, radiating an eerie red light, traced a brilliant arc through the sky, expanding as they soared. As they neared Du Feng, the sparks had transformed into fireballs the size of basins. Du Feng, unable to evade, summoned a colossal tree avatar that materialized behind him. Enormous vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring him tightly. The fireballs collided violently with the cocoon formed by the vines, instantly vaporizing countless slender tendrils, only for more to swiftly replace them. After a tense standoff, the massive cocoon erupted with a tremendous explosion, sending flames soaring. At the same moment, Chu Heng vanished from the scene. After withstanding the onslaught, Du Feng was profoundly shaken. He retaliated with a powerful punch directed backward. The two fists, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, collided. Ultimately, however, Du Feng's profound internal energy and superior technique prevailed. In that brief moment of contact, Chu Heng was forcefully propelled away. Performing a backflip to absorb the impact, he landed on the sand, sliding back a few paces. Yet, Du Feng was relentless, seizing the opportunity to strike again, leaving several afterimages in his wake. Closing his eyes, Chu Heng unleashed another punch to the side. The two fists met once more, and Chu Heng was once again sent flying. This time, upon landing, he did not retreat but stood resolutely, exhaling softly as he gazed at Du Feng, saying, "You old relic, it seems today you shall truly be buried here." In that instant, Du Feng's pupils constricted to pinpoints, his heart racing with alarm. This was bad. The boy was about to break through. Subsequently, a sudden realization struck Du Feng, prompting him to charge forth once more. However, it was already too late. At the very moment Du Feng was about to make contact with Chu Heng, a wall of flames erupted beneath his feet, causing him to halt abruptly and retreat in haste. Once he regained his footing, a serpentine wall of fire had completely encircled Chu Heng. In that instant, the elemental energies of the island trembled violently, as countless essences surged towards Chu Heng like sturgeons returning to their spawning grounds. Visible to the naked eye, a funnel of energy formed above Chu Heng's head. His aura escalated dramatically, reaching a frenzied crescendo before suddenly calming after breaching a critical threshold. As the flames gradually dissipated, Chu Heng emerged from the divine fire like a sovereign of flames. With each step he took, the flames behind him blazed brighter. By the third step, the scattered flames coiled around him like fledglings returning to their nest. In Du Feng's eyes, filled with terror, a majestic figure of the fire god slowly took shape behind Chu Heng. Standing firm, Chu Heng, alongside the manifestation, gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, a searing and ferocious energy emanated from Chu Heng, only to vanish quietly moments later. On this night, on the island, Chu Heng ascended to the realm of Danjing. Chapter 56. Du Feng's Demise, The Fall of the Mad Wolf, The Blood Dragon's End. Mission complete. On an unremarkable island near Luo City, the waves crashed against the shore, stirring up heaps of foam. The surging tides relentlessly battered the coastal rocks. On the beach, Chu Heng shattered the threshold of Danjing, his entire being enveloped in an otherworldly crimson flame, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Du Feng sensed his own threshold loosening gradually, a premonition stirring within him. Should he conquer Chu Heng, he too could breach the late stage of Danjing. With this thought in mind, Du Feng clenched his fists once more, launching a powerful strike. The force of his attack, intertwined with slender tendrils, shot toward Chu Heng. Yet, Chu Heng stood resolute, unflinching, until the energy reached him, at which point the fire god behind him conjured a massive hand formed of flames that seized the energy and instantly refined it. Seeing his attack thwarted, Du Feng remained undeterred. He propelled himself off the ground, vanishing only to reappear before Chu Heng in a flash. Kid, even if you have broken through to Danjing, you are merely at the initial stage. I, however, stepped into the mid-stage of Danjing 5 years ago. Before he could finish his declaration, he lashed out with a claw aimed directly at Chu Heng's face. Simultaneously, under the recent upheaval, the medicinal powder concealed in his sleeve was also released. A gust of green powder, mingled with the force of his claw strike, surged toward Chu Heng's visage. Yet, Chu Heng did not retreat. He bent backward, evading the claw. Then, pivoting on his left foot, he launched upward with his right foot. The tip of his right foot traced a crescent in the air, striking Du Feng squarely in the face. Caught off guard, Du Feng was sent soaring 3 feet into the air, akin to a monkey launched into the sky. After all, it was evident that the only advantage Du Feng had over Chu Heng was his realm. As a practitioner of medicine, how could he possibly compete? In close combat, could one truly contend with a martial artist? Seizing the moment when Du Feng was momentarily airborne from a kick, Chu Heng decisively drew a pistol from his waist. In an instant, 3 shots were fired, the bullets forming a triangular pattern aimed directly at Du Feng's chest. Instinctively, Du Feng manipulated the elemental energy around him to deflect the incoming projectiles. However, this distraction sufficed. For Chu Heng was acutely aware that a handgun could not inflict any substantial harm upon a master of Dan's strength. His sole intention was to disrupt Du Feng's rhythm and buy himself precious time. Indeed, those 3 shots granted him the opportunity he sought, as Chu Heng propelled himself towards the recently grounded Du Feng. The force of Chu Heng's kick had indeed left Du Feng momentarily dazed, the overwhelming sensation of dizziness precluding any accurate assessment of Chu Heng's position, compelling him to swing a fist forward. Just as his fist was about to connect with Chu Heng's head, Chu Heng bent forward at the waist, executing a swift maneuver with his other foot that circled behind. In one fluid motion, he shifted his body to Du Feng's rear, enveloped his waist with both arms, and executed a powerful German suplex. Slamming him forcefully onto the sandy ground, Du Feng was left utterly astonished, unable to fathom that he could be brought down by such rudimentary martial techniques. Before he could react, Chu Heng mounted his back and unleashed a flurry of strikes to his liver. Though these blows were not particularly damaging, they were laden with humiliation. Instinctively, Du Feng channeled his energy, sending Chu Heng sprawling away. He then sprang to his feet, the silhouette of a massive tree materializing behind him, from which a slender branch lashed out towards Chu Heng's form. In response, a fierce blaze erupted behind Chu Heng, manifesting as a fire spirit that enveloped him securely in its embrace. After absorbing this blow, Chu Heng's eyes gleamed with intensity, in a fit of rage. Du Feng took a crucial step forward. The elemental energy surrounding him surged with newfound potency. Now was the moment of opportunity. Chu Heng shouted fiercely, "Die for me." As Du Feng's body trembled, a flicker of flame erupted from him. Gradually, more flames began to burst forth. Damn it, this is truly dire. Under normal circumstances, Du Feng could suppress such flames with a mere exertion of his energy, but this was no ordinary scenario. He was on the verge of breaking through to the late stages of Dan's strength. The elemental energy on the island surged towards him, and Chu Heng's 6-ding divine fire not only scorched flesh and spirit, but also ignited the surrounding elemental energy. It could be said that nothing in this world was beyond combustion. The situation he found himself in was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. The furious flames swiftly ignited the elemental energy converging around Du Feng. In an instant, the blaze soared skyward, coalescing into a vortex-like tempest. As the fire spread, Du Feng's cries transformed from anguished wails to mere whispers, until, with a deafening roar, a 20-meter radius was reduced to charred earth. Once Chu Heng confirmed that Du Feng was indeed lifeless, he slowly approached a nearby rock, leaning against it as he slid down to the ground, utterly exhausted. After gently tapping his earpiece, Chu Heng announced, "Target 1 has been eliminated." On the other side, after receiving the message from Chu Heng, Alan swiftly released his poison insects. Upon sensing that there was indeed only one life force on Chu Heng's side, he remarked, "Received. Captain, how are you faring?" Chu Heng responded weakly, "I'm all right. This old man isn't too difficult to kill. I'm just a bit exhausted. A short rest will suffice." Alan nodded, choosing to divert his attention away from Chu Heng. Meanwhile, in the woods, Lin Qingzhu's sword energy surged like a dragon, illuminating the dimly lit forest with a brilliant radiance. The ferocious wolf, Yi Fan, wielded his military knives with fluid grace, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. At that moment, the battlefield was filled with the fleeting shadows of their weapons and the incessant clattering of metal clashing against metal. The skirmish had reached a stalemate. Suddenly, Lin Qingzhu's wrist flicked, causing a momentary delay in her strike. Yi Fan, sensing the opening, swung his right-hand knife in vain. Alarm surged within him as he witnessed Lin Qingzhu's sword shadow piercing through his defenses, aiming directly for his neck. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would have instinctively withdrawn, using his left knife to shield his throat. However, who was Yi Fan? His moniker of Fierce Wolf was not merely due to being an heir of the wolf god, but also because of his unshakable confidence. He was certain that Lin Qingzhu would not dare to exchange blows with him recklessly. Thus, he believed that the best offense was the finest defense. Fueled by this conviction, he fiercely lunged his left knife towards Lin Qingzhu's abdomen, akin to the fangs of a ravenous wolf. Yet, he neglected a critical detail. A sword is longer than a dagger. Had Lin Qingzhu wielded a short blade, their encounter would have certainly led to mutual destruction. But what if it were a 3-foot-long sword against a slightly over 1-foot-long dagger? As the blow approached, Lin Qingzhu remained unfazed, lightly tapping her toes on the ground. Shifting her weight to the right, she leaned her body backward, propelling herself diagonally to the rear. Her gamble paid off. Before Yi Fan could react, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck. Utilizing the strength of her rear leg, Lin Qingzhu positioned the arrow against Yi Fan's throat, executing a swift push and pull. Damn! This was the last flicker of consciousness for Yi Fan. A warm, fluid sensation erupted at his neck. He fell to his knees, clutching his throat as blood gushed from his fingertips. Lin Qingzhu frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. As a doctor, she could not bear to witness others in pain. Taking a step forward, a glint of cold light flashed. Yi Fan's head rolled smoothly to the ground. Holding his severed head, Lin Qingzhu lightly tapped her earpiece, announcing, "Target number 2 has been eliminated." Alan's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Sister Qingzhu, if you have any strength left, hurry to support Chong Wei. He is in trouble. The blood dragon's strength exceeds our expectations." On the beach, 2 crimson figures clashed and separated, only to collide once more. Chong Wei spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixated fiercely on the blood dragon. The blood dragon, undeterred, although his physical strength was somewhat inferior to Chong Wei's, boasted a speed that far surpassed his opponents. Now, the two of them were locked in a contest of endurance, determining whether Chong Wei would succumb to the blood dragon first, or whether the blood dragon would exhaust all his strength and fall to the ground. Suddenly, Chong Wei staggered and dropped to one knee. He was on the verge of collapse. "Hurry up!" Just as the blood dragon was about to strike, a bullet suddenly hurtled toward him. Xiao Tian instinctively summoned the energy of heaven and earth. However, even though the bullet shattered his shield, it only deviated slightly, striking his shoulder. Ah! Xiao Tian instinctively let out a pained cry. Raising his gaze, he discovered that his left arm, along with his shoulder, had been completely torn apart by the shot. The formidable vitality bestowed upon him by his mastery of the martial arts temporarily staunched the flow of blood. Nevertheless, the direct hit from an anti-material sniper rifle had indeed inflicted severe damage upon him. Meanwhile, Chong Wei, who had been half kneeling on the ground, suddenly summoned his strength and seized the blood dragon by the waist, toppling him to the ground. The blood dragon instinctively raised his hand to brace himself against Chong Wei's head. The two rare masters of martial arts now grappled with one another like street thugs. Xiao Tan, resolute in spirit, in the very moment he supported his head with one hand, swiftly aimed his fingers at Chong Wei's eyes. Chong Wei gently tilted his head to evade this attack, only for Xiao Tian's fingers to plunge into his mouth. In retaliation, Chong Wei bit down hard, firmly clamping down on his hand. Subsequently, with his other hand, he grasped the wound on Xiao Tian's shoulder, his fingers curling like hooks as he exerted fierce pressure, twisting his wrist. Damn! Xiao Tian let out a scream, his fingers gripping Chong Wei's tongue with an iron-like hold. Chong Wei retaliated by biting off several of his fingers, forcefully spitting them out. Then, with a powerful thrust of his hips, Xiao Tian flipped Chong Wei over. Chong Wei rolled on the beach for several rounds before rising to face Xiao Tian, who was also getting back up. Blood Dragon, you're done for. Chong Wei, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, grinned at him. Just then, a bullet struck him from behind, and Xiao Tian instinctively rolled to the side. His left calf was instantly severed by the shot. Following that, a cold glint sliced through the night, directly penetrating Xiao Tian's head. Jiang Ling rushed in from a distance. Upon reaching Chong Wei's side, she glanced at him and jumped back in fright. Damn, Chong Wei, how did you end up like this? Jiang Ling questioned in confusion, to which Chong Wei could only respond with a silly grin, saying, who would have thought this kid is a mid-level master of martial arts, just like me, having entered the path through external training. Lin Qingzhu also emerged from the woods. Upon seeing Chong Wei, drenched in blood, he took out a vial of medicine from his waist and tossed it to him, saying, hurry up and take it. Be careful not to aggravate your internal injuries. Chong Wei did not hesitate, tilting his head to swallow all the pills. At that moment, with the moon hidden and the wind howling, startled birds took flight, and the waves crashed against the beach, stirring up mounds of foam. Chu Heng sat alone on the rocks, gazing into the distance. The sea breeze gently caressed his face as he fixed his eyes on the approaching vessel and let out a long cry. All hands, prepare to board and set sail. He then leaped aboard the ship. The island was not large, and upon receiving Chu Heng's command, the others swiftly made their way to the rendezvous point. The crew aboard the vessel washed away the blood from their bodies and made their way to the reception room. The room was not lavishly adorned. Rather, it could be described as quite simple, featuring only a tea table and a few sofas. Chu Heng opened a window, lit a cigarette, and settled into an armchair. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qingzhu joined him, taking a seat on the adjacent sofa. A few minutes later, the members of the seed team gradually arrived in the reception area. The group sat quietly on the sofas, observing the ever-changing expression on Chu Heng's face. After a few moments, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, distributed one to each of the men present, and then tossed a few lollipops to Lin Qingzhu, Alan, and Jiang Ling. The ship was sailing swiftly, and by the time everyone had gathered in the meeting room, the distant island had diminished to a mere speck on the horizon. After finishing one cigarette, Chu Heng lit a second and addressed the group. Let's take a moment to reflect on our performances during this mission. I shall begin. Clearing his throat, he continued, although I am the team leader, my role this time was to contain the enemy's high-level combatants. The mission lasted 29 minutes, during which I successfully eliminated a mid-stage expert of the Dan realm. Overall, the mission was completed satisfactorily, yet there were shortcomings. For instance, at the onset of the battle, the white phosphorus grenade I deployed did not fulfill its intended purpose. I had anticipated that it would diminish the enemy's combat capability, but I miscalculated the distance between us, resulting in failure. Fortunately, during the course of the fight, I managed to break through to the Dan realm and successfully vanquish the foe. Taking a moment to glance at Lin Qingzhu, she shared her own insights regarding the battle. Once everyone had expressed their thoughts on the encounter, Chu Heng looked at them solemnly and inquired, considering the overall situation, do you believe our performance in this battle was commendable, or perhaps merely acceptable? The group fell silent, not uttering a word. Chu Heng pressed further. What is it? Do you think it was inadequate or something else? Seeing their lack of response, Chu Heng suddenly chuckled and said, All right, I was just teasing you. Overall, I am quite satisfied with your performance. After all, you are still acclimating to such high-intensity missions and have not yet undergone the necessary training. So your performance has been commendable. Upon hearing this, the tension that had hung over the group dissipated. However, Chu Heng added, But if it is the same next time, that will not suffice. He then retrieved several documents from a cabinet aboard the ship and placed them before the group, stating, Here are several transit centers of the Divine King Hall. Their weaponry and equipment are sourced from these locations. Our seed team has always been dedicated to assisting others to the very end. He proceeded to pass the documents around for everyone to review. Meanwhile, within the city of Luo, thanks to the collusion of the insider from the Luo family, numerous hidden underground chambers of the Divine King Hall were being unearthed. This evening, the city of Luo was particularly restless. Due to the multitude of hideouts that needed to be apprehended, Gao Zhenwei coordinated with the local armed police corps, dispatching their most elite rapid response anti-terrorism squad. The third team of the Quick Response Brigade from the Southern Wind Provincial Armed Police. As the saying goes, in Nanfeng, there is no organized crime. Only the armed police's third team. When it comes to suppressing such underground forces, the third team is indeed an expert. At that time, their team leader confidently assured Gao Zhenwei, Rest assured, Director Gao, we excel in handling such matters. I have 9 methods. He gestured a 9 with his hand, proclaiming, 9 ways to deal with them. Gao Zhenwei nodded in trust. After all, the Divine King Hall does possess high-level combat strength. Yet the majority consists of a group of petty thugs who have yet to ascend to the martial artist level. Confronted with this lot, the armed police's third team, comprised of at least practitioners at the strength training stage, was more than capable of handling them. After a night of tumult, the armed police's third team achieved remarkable success, neutralizing 10 factions related to the Divine King Hall overnight. Simultaneously, the seed team swiftly eliminated 5 or 6 weapon transport centers associated with the Divine King Hall, dispatching nearly 20 practitioners of the hidden strength level. As dawn broke, the exhausted seed team returned to their designated quarters prepared by the Special Affairs Bureau for much-needed rest. Almost as soon as their heads touched the pillows, they fell into a deep slumber. However, it was not long before an alarm abruptly sounded. A member of the operations team on duty called in, stating, Director, we have a squad that has gone missing while investigating the Sief family in the East District. Very well. I hope the heads of the Sief family are numerous enough to withstand my wrath. Chu Heng replied darkly, hanging up the phone. Chapter 57. The Death of Xie Guangquan. The Special Affairs Bureau presses down on the Sief family. Since the Special Affairs Bureau operates underground, it is perpetually illuminated. The blue and white lights cast a glow upon the desolate corridors. Chu Heng emerged with a stern expression, making his way to the duty room, where he dialed a number. Hello, Director Gao. One of our teams has gone missing while surveilling the Sief family. Yes, that's correct. I am now requesting operational authority. Understood. Chu Heng hung up the red phone and pressed the red button beside it. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the operations team's lounge. All remaining members were jolted awake, quickly donning their gear and assembling in the conference room. In the conference room, Chu Heng, clad in a bulletproof vest and military boots, stood at the podium. Once personnel had gathered, he waved his hand decisively. We have a team of brothers whose fates remain unknown. Teams 1 and 2 will accompany me to rescue them. Teams 3 and 4 will remain at headquarters and enter a state of readiness. The group replied in unison, understood, as they made their way to the armory to retrieve their weapons. Chu Heng approached Old Mo's equipment station, where Old Mo was busy sketching. Upon seeing Chu Heng, he tossed a broadsword to him, saying, Designed according to your specifications, 3 feet long with a blood groove, and the handle conceals 3 bullets. Chu Heng wielded the sword in a flourish before sheathing it, turning to Old Mo and remarking, We've been using explosives rather rapidly lately. Take a look. Old Mo, without lifting his head, remarked, I have just crafted a new batch of explosives that require testing. Why don't you take them along? Chu Heng nodded in agreement. An old MO then instructed his subordinates to fetch the test bombs from the warehouse. Once preparations were complete, the group boarded the vehicle at 7:30 promptly. Inside, Wu Guang was driving, while Chu Heng sat silently in the back, meticulously polishing the blade of his knife. Unable to endure the oppressive silence, Wu Guang cautiously ventured, "Chief, if it truly is the Xie family behind this, our missing brothers should be safe." Chu Heng calmly sheathed his knife and looked up, asking, "Are they seeking to negotiate with us?" Wu Guang nodded, gazing ahead. "It seems so. This is a common tactic employed by those prominent families, is it not?" Chu Heng glanced out at the fleeting scenery and sighed, "But the Xie family is notorious." The mere thought of Bai Yi kneeling in the rain sent a jolt of anxiety through Wu Guang. Chu Heng was correct. The Xie family was indeed formidable, especially its head, Xie Guanquan. The thought made Wu Guang press the accelerator almost to the floor. Upon arriving at the Xie family estate, they found themselves not only accompanied by the Special City Bureau's action team, but also surrounded by the third squad, which had been dispatched by Gao Zhenwei to secure the estate ahead of time. The entire Xie estate was now sealed off, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Observing this, the butler quickly organized a team of bodyguards to escort him out for negotiations. However, as soon as he stepped outside, the soldiers of the third squad immediately raised their weapons. The butler remained unfazed and took a bold step forward. Then, he witnessed the soldiers swiftly chambering their weapons. "Huh, just a bunch of brutes. How dare they fire at me? They are merely trying to intimidate." With that thought, the butler's once trembling legs straightened, and he strode forward with renewed confidence. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out as a warning. Soon, the still smoldering 95-style rifles were aimed directly at the startled butler. They truly dare to shoot. Realizing this, the butler shouted, "Do not fire. Do not fire. I am the butler of the Xie family. Our master has commanded me to negotiate with your esteemed officer." As expected, no shots were fired. After a brief wait, a young officer with a rank insignia of 1 stripe and 3 stars approached. Upon seeing the officer, the butler took a glance at his insignia, and his previously trembling legs regained their steadiness. He stood tall, exuding the confidence he had initially possessed. Before the officer could speak, the butler arrogantly declared, "Who are you? This army? What gives you the authority to besiege our estate? If our master is disturbed, can you, a mere captain, bear the consequences?" With that, he looked down on the officer, who found the butler's attitude laughable. Damn it, High Bureau was right. These scoundrels are indeed haughty at first, then subservient later. It's quite amusing. The officer, losing interest in negotiations, raised his hand and commanded, "Bring 2 men to break his legs and throw him back." With that, he turned away, leaving the stunned butler behind. Having taken just a few steps, the young officer, unfazed by the anguished cries emanating from behind, merely uttered a dismissive "fool" under his breath. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Xie family estate, upon witnessing the body of the butler being carried in, limbs grotesquely contorted from the beating, Xie Guanquan's fury ignited. The butler, still babbling incessantly, raised his tear-streaked face to Xie Guanquan and implored, "Young master, at first they did not harm me. But when I stated that I was the butler of the Xie family, appointed by you, that official ordered my legs to be broken." Noticing the impatience etched on Xie Guanquan's brow, the butler quickly embellished, "Young master, as soon as I mentioned Wei Mingho, they attacked me. They persistently targeted my legs, clearly aiming to humiliate you." Xie Guanquan, fixing his gaze upon the butler's eyes, inquired, "What did you just call me?" The butler, momentarily bewildered, replied, "Young master." In that instant, he seemed to grasp the gravity of his misstep, realizing that his earlier slip was a consequence of his overwhelming pain. Swiftly, he corrected himself, "Lord Patriarch. I meant to address you as Lord Patriarch." Yet, before he could finish his plea, his words were snuffed out. For Xie Guanquan had tightened his grip around the butler's throat. The butler, akin to a fish gasping for water, flailed helplessly until his body fell limp. In the wake of his violent act, Xie Guanquan exhibited no trace of remorse. Instead, he rose, glanced at the deceased, and, after wiping his hands on a white towel handed to him by the deceased, tossed it onto the lifeless face, commanding, "Call the police and inform them that armed forces senselessly murdered my butler. I demand an explanation." With that, he returned to his patriarchal seat. The surrounding servants, witnessing the grim scene, could only retreat in trepidation. As they scrambled to distance themselves, the reckoning Xie Guanquan demanded arrived. A thunderous explosion resonated from outside the Xie estate, transforming the once grand entrance into a mere ruin. Chu Heng quietly relinquished the rocket launcher from his shoulder to a teammate behind him, instructing, "Be sure to document this." He then cast a sidelong glance at Wu Guang, previously mentioned as a rather ingenious individual, colloquially deemed a rogue. Nodding, he hefted a Type 10 heavy machine gun from the armed vehicle. With a burst of fire, he grinned widely, his smile nearly reaching the back of his head. The former opulence of the Chu family estate now lay in tatters, resembling something gnawed upon by dogs. Wu Guang, too, erupted into boisterous laughter. Shortly thereafter, the furious Xie Guanquan emerged from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Surveying the devastation, his initial anger swiftly morphed into a profound anguish. Oh, the money! Families of high standing place immense importance on maintaining appearances, particularly concerning their ancestral homes and estates. Every aspect, from design to decor, is entrusted to the finest architects using the best materials. Notably, the front courtyard serves as a reception area for guests. Gazing at the grinning Chu Heng and the raucous Wu Guang, Xie Guanquan's ire flared even further. Chu Heng did not recognize him, but he was familiar with Wu Guang, for it was this young man who had once hurled grenades at the entrance of his villa. The thought of old grudges combined with new animosities caused Xie Guanquan to charge forward in a fit of rage. What kind of fool is this? Chu Heng, unfazed, drew his weapon and fired shot. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed past his head, neatly parting his meticulously styled hair in two. Observing the fallen locks, he touched his slightly chilled scalp, and the once furious Xie Guanquan regained his composure. He stepped forward, fixing a steely gaze on Chu Heng, and declared, "The Xie family is a venerable lineage with a legacy spanning centuries, a significant taxpayer in this city. You cannot unjustly threaten the Xie family without providing an explanation." An explanation? Chu Heng chuckled softly, then spat heavily onto the ground. After receiving a slipper from one of his team members, he leisurely crouched down, using the slipper to smear the spit across the ground. The saliva mixed with dark mud rendered the shoe's sole particularly filthy. Once he confirmed that the substance was thoroughly adhered to the sole, Chu Heng sprang up with lightning speed, delivering a resounding slap to Xie Guanquan's face with the slipper. An explanation? This is your explanation. He struck him again, continuing, "You dare to detain our Special Affairs Bureau personnel and then brazenly demand an explanation from us?" Each utterance of explanation was punctuated by a firm strike of the slipper against Xie Guanquan's face, transforming his once handsome, aloof visage into a swollen mess. Clutching his head in panic, he attempted to flee. However, before he could escape far, Chu Heng hurled the slipper, knocking him to the ground. Before Xie Guanquan could rise, Chu Heng placed a foot on the back of his neck and inquired, "So, is the head of the Xie family satisfied with the explanation we provided?" As he spoke, he ground his foot slightly into the nape of Xie Guanquan's neck. "Chu Heng, do not go too far." At this moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair, exuding an aura of authority, strode forward. He was the guardian of the Xie family, radiating the aura of an early-stage martial artist. Yet before he could approach, a soft hum escaped Chu Heng's lips, followed by a bullet that struck the guardian's head from a distance. Martial artists at the transformation stage are indeed formidable. Ordinary firearms pose no threat to them, and even in prepared circumstances, penetrating their bodies is nearly impossible. However, this was no ordinary weapon. The Special Affairs Bureau employed an anti-material sniper rifle, firing a staggering 127mm round. The power of such ammunition is astonishing, especially since these bullets have been modified by the Bureau's equipment department. The director of the equipment department, a descendant of the Mo family, had enhanced the bullets, multiplying their potency and adding various effects, such as explosive capabilities. With a deafening crash, The once imposing martial artist was reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Now, half a person, to be precise, his lower half obliterated. Staring at the remnants of his guardian's shattered form, the gravity of the situation became painfully clear. Guanquan found himself engulfed in profound despair. In this moment, he finally recognized the stark contrast between a mundane family and the Special Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, Chu Heng paid him no heed and merely inquired, "I will count to 3. If you do not release the hostages, I shall annihilate the Xie family." Before Guanquan could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Heng declared 3. With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded, "Go rescue our brothers." "How could you not inform me that you were counting down?" Chu Heng had always believed that a moonless, windswept night did not necessarily signify a night of murder. After all, he never observed the time when taking a life. In his perspective, regardless of the outcome of today as confrontation, Guanquan was destined to perish. Thus, counting from 1 to 3 bore no distinction from counting down from 3 to 1. At that moment, Chu Heng had his foot firmly planted on the back of Guanquan's neck, pressing down with forceful intensity. The overwhelming power rendered Xie almost incapable of speech. Of course, if his face were shoved into the earth, and he managed to utter a word, Chu Heng would have to question the location of his vocal apparatus. A distant voice echoed from the Xie family estate. "Young friend, one should show mercy when possible. It was your Special Affairs Bureau that first monitored our Xie family. It is only reasonable that we detain one of your men." Chu Heng, however, merely cleared his ears and waved his hand dismissively. "Why do you assume that I am here to reason with you?" With that, the 222 field artillery pieces behind him erupted, creating 2 deep craters in the courtyard. Once the bombardment ceased, Chu Heng gathered his strength and stated, "Your voluntary surrender of the hostages and our entry to rescue them are 2 entirely different concepts." Before his words could fade, an elderly man with white whiskers floated gracefully from the estate. Chu Heng squinted, sensing a layer of dense, celestial energy coiling around the old man. Indeed, this elder was fearful of death. Previously, Chun Sheng's shot had been truly shocking. No one had anticipated that a rarely seen master of transformation would be so easily reduced to half by a single bullet. The old man did not even glance at Guanquan beneath his feet. Instead, he calmly addressed Chu Heng, "We can release the hostages, and even our head can be at your disposal to the Special Affairs Bureau. However, we have but one request: spare the Xie family." Chu Heng pondered for a moment before lifting his foot and responding, "Do you believe your cultivation is sufficient to negotiate with me?" The old man, neither servile nor arrogant, revealed his own strength. Oh, what a formidable presence! His mastery of transformation was on the verge of reaching the level of Danjing, and he could break through at any moment. Yet what of it? Chu Heng had slain Danjing experts before, including those in their mid-stage. At that moment, Chu Heng snorted coldly, releasing his own initial stage of Danjing cultivation, and gazed at the old man, stating, "I am afraid your power does not afford you an equal dialogue with me." As soon as the words left his lips, he forcefully crushed Guanquan's neck beneath his foot. He then approached the elder, locking eyes with the old man's visibly anxious gaze. "Do not say I did not afford you an opportunity. Return the hostages in the manner they were taken. Should even a single hair be amiss, you shall face the consequences." Having spoken, the elder hurriedly retreated into the estate, abandoning any pretense of superiority. After a brief moment, a group of servants emerged, carrying several figures clad in night attire. The leader cast a glance at Chu Heng, sighed, and said, "Director, I apologize. I have brought shame upon us." Chu Heng, maintaining his composure, simply replied, "Return and practice harder." He then kicked the severed head of Guanquan into the embrace of the old man with a white beard, stating, "In light of your restraint towards our Special Affairs Bureau members, I shall leave your family patriarch's complete corpse for you." With that, only the old man remained standing, watching as Chu Heng and his team departed. Afterward, the old man retrieved a mobile phone and dialed a number, declaring, "The Xie family has joined your alliance. I have but one condition: Chu Heng must die." He then fixed a malevolent gaze upon the retreating figure of Chu Heng, remaining silent. Chapter 58. The Annihilation of the CF Family. What, then, is the regret of the CF family? Is it the steward who dedicated his life to the family, only to be slain by the patriarch he served? Or is it the foremost protector, Sierra, who, having reached the limit of his lifespan, helplessly witnessed the head of his most exceptional descendant being thrust into his arms? These may be their regrets, yet they are certainly not their greatest. Their true regret was encountering me. Such is the capriciousness of existence, as Chu Heng would assert, outside the ruins of the CF family estate. The old man had not yet hung up the phone when he spotted a spark hurtling towards his head from a distance. Alarmed, he attempted to evade, but the spark moved with an ominous swiftness. Just as he made a move, the spark had already reached his forehead. With a swift whoosh, the spark vanished upon contact. Subsequently, a stream of azure light gracefully approached. As the old man prepared to resist, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his soul, which then surged into his flesh with a blaze. The azure light flashed momentarily before appearing directly before him, even as it was destined to collide with the inferno. Its speed remained unabated, crashing into the very heart of the flames. With a resounding explosion, the old man, who had just proclaimed his desire for Chu Heng's demise, was instantly transformed into a mere shadow of himself. The azure light surged into the Chu family's estate, where Chu Heng's voice thundered, "Leave no accomplices alive." No sooner had his words left his lips than dozens of figures clad in combat gear surged into the Xie residence, unleashing a massacre. In an instant, cries of battle, wails of despair, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout, yet this did not hinder the operatives from firing their weapons. To put it bluntly, in a family like the Xies, which rose through the ranks of the underworld and often boasted of extinguishing entire clans, there were hardly any innocent souls left, save for newborns. Ironically, it appeared that they had no infants among them. Leading the charge, Chu Heng breached the Xie family estate. Shortly thereafter, he confronted several armed guards from the Xie family. They swiftly raised their weapons, but before they could pull the trigger, the bullets from Chu Heng's gun had already been unleashed. With a series of gunshots, several bodyguards fell to the ground, struck in the forehead and chest. Chu Heng instinctively rolled aside as bullets impacted his previous position. He then retrieved a hand grenade from behind and hurled it towards them. The remaining bodyguards, upon seeing the grenade thrown, instinctively ceased their fire and sought cover. However, the grenade did not detonate, and Chu Heng seized the opportunity to charge forward. Before the bodyguards could rise, he swiftly raised his weapon and eliminated them with pinpoint accuracy. The exhilaration surged within him. It had been too long since he had engaged in such rapid assault operations. Ever since arriving in Luo City, Chu Heng had relied predominantly on his martial arts prowess, nearly forgetting that he was not only a martial arts master, but also the finest assault soldier of the 173rd Brigade. He resolved to treat this assault on the Xie family as a form of training. With this thought, the blood in his veins ignited once more. Although Chu Heng's martial arts skills ranked him among the elite of the 173rd Brigade, he was far from the pinnacle. His age was a significant disadvantage. Most of his comrades were in their 30s, at their peak vitality, and many were even adept practitioners. Yet, Chu Heng still emerged as the top assault soldier of the brigade. His achievements were not solely due to his martial talent or remarkable combat instincts. For him, the transition from dark energy to tangible force was a commonplace affair, and with sufficient weaponry, he could trade injury for kill even against mid-level practitioners. However, if that were all, he would not have secured the position of the brigade's premier assault soldier amidst a congregation of geniuses. Chu Heng's true strength lay in his unparalleled tactical acumen and battlefield decision-making capabilities. After dispatching several bodyguards, Chu Heng glanced at a 3-story building not far away. He then swiftly concealed himself behind a tree. A bullet whizzed past, striking the spot where he had just stood. Chu Heng gently tapped his earpiece, refraining from exposing his body, only extending his weapon to unleash a barrage of fire upon the building for suppression. From the earpiece came Chun Sheng's voice. Received. Just then, another bullet flew in from a distance. A shadow plummeted from the high tower. The sniper had been neutralized. Chu Heng tapped his earpiece again, and moved forward with his weapon drawn. As he stepped into the courtyard, a guard from the CF family, adorned with grenades, suddenly yanked the pin and lunged at him. Chu Heng momentarily hesitated, then with a powerful thrust of his heel, executed a tactical retreat, quickly pulling the trigger. Several bullets pierced the guard's body, yet due to inertia, he crashed heavily towards Chu Heng. Unperturbed, Chu Heng kicked the guard in the chest, sending him sprawling back through the door. He swiftly rolled and crouched beside the courtyard entrance. With a resounding explosion, blood and flesh were scattered, dust rising in the air. Chu Heng quickly extended his weapon inside, firing several rounds before rolling into the interior. After swiftly eliminating a few remaining guards still writhing on the ground, Chu Heng once again tapped his earpiece and reported, "Update on the battlefield situation." A sense of urgency permeated the air as a male voice echoed through the headphones. "This is Team 1 of the 2nd Squad. We have encountered resistance at the East Corner Gate. The enemy possesses several adept practitioners of hidden energy. Be cautious." Chu Heng instructed. The sniper team should closely monitor the situation concerning Team 2's second group. If necessary, fire promptly. With that, he brandished his weapon and surged towards the East Corner Gate. Upon arriving, Chu Heng confirmed the reports from Team 2. Over 20 guards, armed with automatic rifles, were escorting a young man in an attempt to breach the gate. Among them were several guards whose profound auras hinted at their formidable skills, subtly indicating they were at the mid-stage of hidden energy mastery. As Chu Heng reached the East Corner Gate, he discovered his team engaged in a fierce struggle. Although the opposing force was numerous and skilled, the Special Affairs Bureau team, albeit smaller in number, wielded superior firepower, bolstered by the support of distant snipers. The battle had reached a stalemate. After swiftly analyzing the battlefield, Chu Heng crouched low and executed a rapid flanking maneuver. His speed, coupled with his advanced martial prowess, enabled him to approach unnoticed by the adept practitioners. Upon reaching their rear, he swiftly rose and fired several shots, eliminating the hidden energy experts. The guards, caught off guard, hastily redirected their weapons only to witness a small, dark object hurled towards them. It was a grenade. "Take cover," they shouted, scattering in all directions. Several guards, positioned close to the young man, pressed him down to shield him. A tremendous explosion ensued, granting Team 2 the opportunity to charge in while the enemy was still reeling from the blast. The guards, evidently well-trained, attempted to rise and retaliate as the Special Affairs Bureau personnel stormed in. However, Chu Heng swiftly fired several more rounds, dispatching those who sought to retaliate. His actions afforded Team 2 the precious moments needed to swiftly neutralize the remaining guards and capture the young man. Chu Heng descended from the rear wall and approached the young man, who curled up like a quail, cradling his head in silence. With a light chuckle, Chu Heng remarked, "Enough of this charade. With such a formidable entourage and the presence of hidden energy experts, you are certainly not a fool." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch toward the nearby courtyard wall. The force surged forth like a ferocious tiger, shattering the wall and sending an elder hiding behind it crashing into another wall. What manner of creature is this? The display of strength was astonishing, shattering the young man's perception of reality. As a scion of the CF family, he had encountered his fair share of martial experts and formidable practitioners of various abilities, and their guardians were not lacking in skill. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone deliver a casual punch that could obliterate a wall and simultaneously dispatch the second most skilled guardian of his family with such ease. Is he truly of the same species as humans? Before the young man could ponder the meaning of life, Chu Heng pressed the gun to his temple and declared, "Since there is nothing to discuss, you shall perish." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the young man cried out urgently, "I am of use. I possess information. Please do not kill me." "Oh." Chu Heng glanced at him with intrigue. The young man, disregarding the possibility of his own demise upon revealing this information, was acutely aware that silence would certainly lead to his death. With this realization, he hastily continued, "Not long ago, I witnessed our family head, my brother Sieg hosting a group of individuals clad in black robes in a reception room. They claimed to represent the Divine King Hall and sought to persuade the CF family to join their alliance against the Special Affairs Bureau. Accompanying my brother was our foremost guardian, Sierra. Chapter 59, The Alliance, and the surprising leader of the alliance. The sun shone brightly, unmarred by clouds. Chu Heng fixed his gaze upon the captured young man and inquired, "Are you certain?" The young man nodded vigorously. However, Chu Heng merely acknowledged him with a calm nod before instructing his subordinates to escort him away. Something felt amiss, profoundly so. It was evident that this young man, at best, possessed mid-level Ming Jing cultivation. How could he possibly overhear discussions of such magnitude? This did not imply that a beginner in Ming Jing was insignificant or of lowly rank. After all, the world is populated by millions of martial artists, yet only a fraction, less than 10%, ever ascend to the Ming Jing stage, which boasts a mere 10,000 practitioners. To reach Ming Jing signifies considerable talent. Moreover, this young man appeared to be in his 20s, nearing 30. Should he dedicate another 10 or 20 years to honing his skills, he might very well touch the threshold of Anjing. In his later years, after a lifetime of rigorous training, he could potentially attain Hua Jing and become an asset to the CF family. Yet, potential aside, he had not yet realized it fully. How could a Ming Jing martial artist dare to eavesdrop in the presence of a master of equal rank, let alone one who was nearly at the Danjing level? This left Chu Heng in a state of perplexity. At that moment, the long-silent Xiao Ming suddenly bounded forth. "Hi there, I'm here." Chu Heng's heart soared with joy, for it had been quite some time since he had communicated with Xiao Ming. Nostalgia washed over him, recalling the days when her chatter filled his ears. In his mind, he spoke. "Xiao Ming, you mentioned you had some matters to attend to. Have you completed your tasks?" With hands on her hips and chest puffed out, Xiao Ming replied boastfully, "Of course. With the world's consciousness at my disposal, what can I not manage?" Chu Heng was taken aback. He then asked, "So, how much longer has the world's lifespan been extended?" With a gleam of pride, Xiao Ming retorted, "Guess." Scratching his chin, Chu Heng mused aloud. "Considering I have eliminated 3 or 4 protagonists during this time, I would wager we've gained at least another 10 or 20 years. Little Meng remained unfazed, merely swatting away Chu Heng's persistent fingers that were scratching her chin. She then extended her small hand, raising her index finger, and proclaimed, 100 years. Chu Heng, with a dark expression, replied, "Speak properly." Little Meng leaped up, wrapping her arms around Chu Heng's neck, exclaiming, "Choosing you as a host was indeed the right decision. Do you realize that the things you've accomplished during this time have extended the lifespan of this world by nearly a century? Do you comprehend the significance of this?" Chu Heng responded, "It signifies that this world has gained a century of longevity." Little Meng jumped down from him and continued, "What are you talking about? But I can't blame you. After all, you are unaware that the world possesses the ability to self-repair. It's just that the previous rate of repair couldn't keep pace with the rate of destruction, by now diminishing a portion of the source of the otherworldly rule's encroachment. You've slowed their destructive pace, which effectively enhances our world's repair speed." Chu Heng, feeling a surge of excitement, asked, "So, does that mean the world will not be destroyed?" Little Meng nodded, saying theoretically yes. However, in reality, if the dimensional ascension fails, the world will still face annihilation. "What?" Little Meng, feeling a bit awkward, urged. "Please don't think that way. After all, the development of the world has already reached the limits of its dimensions. If we do not ascend, this world will inevitably perish." Seeing Chu Heng still looking bewildered, Little Meng continued to persuade him. "Moreover, consider this. The current upper limit of this world is locked. No matter how hard you strive, you can at most reach the pinnacle of the essence realm. As for the void-breaking realm above that, it is beyond your imagination. The world simply does not permit it. Only after the world successfully ascends can it accommodate masters of the void-breaking level." Chu Heng was not the type to dwell on trivialities, and he accepted the reality that he would have to continue working hard. Little Meng pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Heng again. "This time, I haven't brought you anything particularly beneficial, but I can enhance your bones and physique once more. Oh, by the way, it seems that the young man you had brought back earlier is also a protagonist. I investigated him and discovered that his unique ability pertains to intelligence. He can refresh 4 different pieces of information each day, whether to kill or spare. It's up to you. Having said that, Little Meng voluntarily severed her connection with Chu Heng. He felt his physique rapidly strengthening and his mind becoming increasingly agile, allowing a smile to grace his lips. He then propelled himself into the back courtyard of the CF family. This day, there were no battles in Luo City. Upon returning to the Special Affairs Bureau, it was already afternoon, but Chu Heng did not rest. Instead, he headed straight to the interrogation room with Lin Qingzhu. Inside the interrogation room, Chen Zhen'er and Wang Chuan were already waiting behind the one-way glass. Chu Heng gazed at the young man in prison attire and remarked, "Xie Tian, 25 years old, mid-level essence realm cultivation, quite a talent. However, within the CF family, due to the presence of Xie Guangquan, you have been groomed as a protector since childhood." Xie Tian lifted his gaze to look at Chu Heng and said, "The intelligence of the Special Affairs Bureau is indeed all-encompassing. So, enlighten me about what you know regarding Luo Tian. That alliance is spearheaded by the Luo family." Xie Tian raised his head, fixing his gaze on the impassive Chu Heng, and inquired, "Don't you find it strange? I recall just a few days ago, you were referring to Luo Tian as your brother?" Chu Heng lightly tapped the tabletop a few times before speaking. "We are still continuing our investigation regarding you. If we verify that you have indeed not been involved in the affairs of the CF family, then we can certainly let you go." "Really? I never expected you to be such a benevolent person amidst the chaos." Xie Tianchang sighed, then calmly regarded Chu Heng. Chu Heng merely stood up to tidy his interrogation materials and walked out of the room. Before exiting, he turned to Xie Tian and said, "The Special Affairs Bureau only eliminates those who deserve it. Aren't you afraid of my retaliation?" Xie Tian looked at Chu Heng incredulously. "Retaliation? The premise for revenge is that you must first be able to leave." With that, Chu Heng closed the door and proceeded straight to the one-way glass. Lin Qingzhu followed closely behind and asked, Heng, are you really going to let him go?" Chu Heng scratched his head and replied, "How could that be possible? In such an environment, I believe he must have violated the law. But what if he truly hasn't?" Lin Qingzhu inquired, gazing at Chu Heng. At this moment, Chu Heng felt a playful urge and turned to Lin Qingzhu, asking then, "Dear Miss Qingzhu, what do you intend to do?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Qingzhu looked at Chu Heng and said, "I will withdraw from the Special Affairs Bureau, then kill him before rejoining." "Very well. Little Heng, look at what you've turned Qingzhu into. Is she still the same taciturn protagonist from the original narrative?" Xiao Meng questioned in Chu Heng's mental space, arms crossed. "Isn't it quite good?" Chu Heng smiled in response. He then patted her shoulder and remarked, "Indeed, it seems you have grown remarkably during this time." He continued walking towards the small room behind the one-way glass. Lin Qingzhu hurriedly caught up, asking, "You haven't shared your plans with me yet." Chu Heng simply smiled and replied, "What plans could there be? By the time I questioned him, I had already obtained his incriminating evidence." "Huh?" Lin Qingzhu stood frozen for a moment, a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washing over her. This scoundrel was clearly toying with me. How foolish of me to worry about him. She clenched her fist and playfully struck Chu Heng's back twice. As the saying goes, a daughter of our family has matured and possesses the strength to move mountains. The 2 punches nearly caused Chu Heng to cough up blood. Nevertheless, he entered the small room behind the one-way glass. Upon entering, Lin Qingzhu's expression changed as the 2 of them calmly regarded Chen Zhen'er and Wang Chuan, asking, "So, what did you find?" Chen Zhen'er shook her head, saying, "It doesn't seem like a lie." Wang Chuan also pinched his fingers and remarked, "What he said seems to be true." He then turned to Chu Heng and asked, "Brother Heng, what do you plan to do? What about you?" Chu Heng raised his eyes to Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan merely stared at Chu Heng, and after a moment, he slowly replied, "I am a member of the Special Affairs Bureau." Upon hearing this, Chu Heng exchanged a glance with Chen Zhen'er, who nodded in understanding. Chu Heng stepped forward and patted Wang Chuan's shoulder, saying, "Don't carry too heavy a psychological burden. After all, sometimes a lie does not necessarily indicate falsehood, and the truth may not always represent reality." "Brother Heng, what do you mean?" Chu Heng simply gazed calmly towards the interrogation room. Through the one-way glass, he observed Xie Tian, who sat calmly in the interrogation chair, and remarked, "It's rather meaningless. It's merely a lack of comprehensive understanding that precludes any commentary. Chapter 60. Luo Tian's Call, Special Affairs Bureau Investigation. The Special Affairs Bureau was perpetually illuminated by cold white lights, casting an unusually pale hue upon the skin of those within. Chu Heng was engaged in light-hearted banter with several colleagues when suddenly his phone erupted into an unexpected ring from his pocket. With a smile, he raised a hand to signal to his companions that he intended to answer. But upon seeing the caller's name, his expression shifted dramatically. How the hell is it Luo Tian? How could it be him? Chu Heng suppressed his surprise and answered the call. Brother, what brings you to call me today? Are you inviting me out for dinner tonight? Luo Tian chuckled lightly on the other end. With your status, why would you need my humble company for a meal? However, I've recently raised some old chickens and ducks in the countryside for a decade. If you're interested, I could prepare a soup for you tonight. Luo Tian continued. Chu Heng smiled in agreement, but then shifted the conversation. I trust you're not one to call for no reason, right? If it's something I can assist with, I will certainly help. Luo Tian hesitated momentarily, taken aback by Chu Heng's straightforwardness, which rendered his carefully prepared remarks ineffective. Nonetheless, years of training allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Oh no, Brother Heng, we are well aware of your gallant nature. However, we genuinely have a small matter for your assistance. Chu Heng playfully chided. Why are you being so formal? We are brothers for life. Your concerns are my concerns. Luo Tian replied directly. I won't beat around the bush. Recently, our Luo family has allied with other families to form a coalition. I believe you are aware of the reasons behind it. Oh, is that so? Chu Heng inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Alas, I am compelled to act. After all, the Divine King's Hall has unexpectedly put pressure on us. Luo Tian feigned a look of distress. Chu Heng, however, remained unfazed. Since it concerns the Divine King's Hall, we at the Special Affairs Bureau must involve ourselves. Speak plainly, brother. How can I assist you? Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's excitement was palpable. Our Luo family is willing to act as an inside informant, providing all intelligence we possess to the Special Affairs Bureau. We only ask for leniency when it comes time to enact the plan. Chu Heng chuckled. What do you mean by leniency? In my eyes, your family is not merely a participant. You are indeed a benefactor. As their laughter filled the air, the conversation came to a natural pause. Meanwhile, after handing the phone back to his butler, Luo Tian turned towards the shadows in the courtyard and commanded, notify the guards. Tonight, seize the opportunity to eliminate Chu Heng. In the Special Affairs Bureau, the moment Chu Heng hung up, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He turned to Qin and stated, Madam, I hope you can provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Qin nodded solemnly. I will request Old Gao to initiate our internal investigation. With a light tap of his fingers on the table, Chu Heng stated, Count me as one of the applicants on the form. Remember, we must act swiftly. This is a matter of life and death. After speaking, he hurriedly left the room with Lin Qingzhu. Outside, Lin Qingzhu, observing Chu Heng's gloomy expression, inquired, What's wrong? Chu Heng turned to glance at her, sighed deeply, and replied, After all these years of hunting eagles, I've been blinded by a mere sparrow. Our Special Affairs Bureau has been infiltrated. What? Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. Chu Heng continued, The CF family was eradicated in the morning, and by afternoon, I received a call from Luo Tian. It's unlikely to be from the armed police, as such covert operations require scrutiny upon their return. Therefore, the issue lies solely within our bureau. The very thought darkened Chu Heng's brow. He genuinely had anticipated that the problem could stem from within their ranks. No, a traitor. This realization struck him as he recalled a previous operation that had suffered significant losses. Given the stringent recruitment standards of the Special Affairs Bureau, he initially considered that angle. That operation had involved a coalition of military and police forces, and subsequent investigations had revealed infiltrators from the other two factions. Something was amiss, truly amiss. Lighting a cigarette in the corridor, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes amid the swirling smoke. Betrayal was the greatest taboo for departments such as theirs. Lin Qingzhu gently grasped his hand and reassured him, Do not worry. We still have Sherman, right? I believe she will uncover the truth swiftly. Let's hope so, Chu Heng sighed. Subsequently, the two left the Special Affairs Bureau. Although the Bureau had arranged a vehicle for Lin Qingzhu, she seldom drove, typically opting for Chu Heng's car. He parked next to the food stall where Chu Mingxue had previously taken them. Coincidentally, Chu Mingxue was also waiting there. Chu Heng alighted from the car and greeted her. You arrived quite early. She smiled in return, and you seem to have come early as well. Shortly after Chu Heng and Lin Qingzhu were seated, Chang Wei, representing Chu Xie, arrived at the food stall. After casting a glance at Chu Heng, he took a seat beside Chu Xie. The food stall was bustling with business, and the owner had recently hired 2 new waitstaff, likely university students from the area, perhaps classmates of the owner's daughter working part-time. Not long after Chu Xie and Chang Wei settled in, a cute and lively waitress approached and asked, "Ready to order, boss?" Chu Heng lightly tapped the table, saying, "Let us wait a moment. First, bring us a pot of tea to quench our thirst." The waitress paused, then turned away, muttering under her breath. He really is quite particular about cleanliness. Among Chu Heng's table, aside from a few, all others were martial arts experts. Instantly, they overheard the waitress's whispered comment. Chang Wei, noticing Chu Heng's darkened expression, couldn't he help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Heng asked, his expression stern. "It's nothing. Just learning from you to maintain hygiene and cleanliness." Chang Wei quickly suppressed his laughter. At this moment, the boss hurried over to apologize, but Chu Heng merely shook his head, indicating that it was of no consequence. After the earlier commotion, everyone settled down to discuss serious matters once more. "Xiao Heng, here are 20 shares from the group," said Chu Xie, sliding an agreement across the table. "I know you don't need this, but consider it a gift for your unborn child." Lin Qingzhu blushed instantly. Chu Heng, however, looked at her calmly and inquired, "What is the price?" "Surely, you do not intend to persuade me to spare Chu Xie?" Chu Xie was taken aback for a moment, then managed a wry smile. "Xiao Heng, must we truly go this far?" Chang Wei also wished to speak up, but was stopped by Chu Xie. After a while, seeing that Chu Heng remained silent and did not take the agreement, she continued, "Mom and Dad do indeed have this intention, but I have declined." "Oh." Chu Heng's expression remained unchanged, while Chang Wei remarked, "Boss, I have already dealt with the matter. You need not worry." Chu Heng lightly tapped the table with his fingers, then flicked the agreement back to Chu Xie. "Xiao Heng, I genuinely..." Chu Xie began, but Chu Heng interrupted, "I understand, but those 20 shares were taken from your portion, were they not?" Observing her silence, Chu Heng smiled and said, "At this moment, the Chu family is in tumultuous waters. These shares would serve you better than they would me." Without waiting for Chu Xie to respond, he called for the boss to serve the dishes. It was the same fare as last time, but this time they added a nourishing tofu dish, along with a serving of boiled chicken, roasted goose, and freshly made mackerel fish balls, as it was a formal meal. The roasted goose was tender and flavorful, while the mackerel fish balls were equally delicious. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Lin Qingzhu turned to Chu Heng and said, "Tonight, shall we stick to the usual? I'll accompany you." Chu Heng simply squeezed Lin Qingzhu's hand and shook his head. "We cannot both be caught in this." "What's going on?" Chang Wei asked, puzzled. And Lin Qingzhu explained the situation to him. "Xiao Heng, you cannot go. This is clearly a trap," Chu Mingxue declared decisively. Chu Xie, however, contemplated deeply and then looked at Chu Heng, saying, "I shall only keep Chang Wei by my side. I will return shortly to fetch the guardian to accompany you." But Chang Wei quickly interrupted, "I should go with the boss. I am trained to handle tough situations." Yet, Chu Heng remained silent, merely urging everyone to continue eating. Noticing that no one was taking action, he smiled and said, "Do not act recklessly. If I do not return, none of you will either." As night fell at the Luo family estate, Chu Heng set out alone, driving to the meeting. Chapter 61. At the banquet of Hades, you are not Xiang Yu. Yet, I am not Lu Bang. The moonlight poured like water upon the earth. With the roar of the engine, Chu Heng braked sharply in front of the Luo family estate. The estate had opened its doors early, welcoming him. As soon as Chu Heng stepped out of the car, it was taken from him, and the keys were handed over. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Heng indicated that there was no need to move his car, as it would be better for him to enter on foot. As he stepped onto the crimson carpet laid out by the Luo family, he jested with the nearby butler, remarking that those in the know were aware of the Luo family's theatrical festivities today, while those unaware might mistakenly believe he was getting married. The butler, maintaining a respectful demeanor, replied that if Mr. Chu were to celebrate a joyous occasion, the young master would certainly not mind lending him the estate for his use. Chu Heng chuckled in agreement, declaring it a pact. The Luo estate was expansive, yet Chu Heng's pace was unhurried. The butler, clearly a martial arts adept, effortlessly kept stride with him. Chu Heng cast a glance of mild surprise at the butler, but chose to remain silent. A family with a millennium of heritage naturally possesses a certain depth, and given that the butler was merely a master of the initial stages of martial arts, it did not particularly astonish Chu Heng. The banquet was set in a pavilion located at the front courtyard, surrounded by a man-made lake. Chu Heng caught sight of Luo Tian within the pavilion, who waved at him. Chu Heng responded with a slight smile, stepping gracefully onto the water surface before striding confidently towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian squinted his eyes slightly, yet his smile remained undiminished as he exclaimed, "Brother Heng, I didn't expect you to come alone." Chu Heng took a seat across from Luo Tian and explained, "Qing Zhu had some matters to attend to, so I came on my own." Luo Tian nodded and then glanced towards the opposite shore. There, a group of young women clad in qipao delicately carried dishes across the water, landing gracefully in the pavilion. After placing the dishes down, they bowed lightly to Luo Tian and Chu Heng before returning to the bank. Noticing this, Chu Heng understood that Luo Tian was showing off a bit. He applauded gently, saying, "To have adept practitioners of the Mingjing level as attendants truly exemplifies the grandeur of Luo City's foremost family." Luo Tian shook his head lightly, rising to serve Chu Heng a bowl of soup, and replied, "Oh, this is nothing. In the presence of the formidable Chu Heng, these few individuals are hardly worth mentioning." Chu Heng chuckled softly and shook his head, stating, "I am flattered, truly. However, I perceive that your energy has recently surged to new heights. My brother, you have reached the late stage of the Dark Force at such a young age, and the solidification of your martial prowess is within reach. You are indeed the rightful heir of the foremost family and a genuine martial arts prodigy." Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled wryly, saying, "Brother Heng, you speak so well, yet why do you seem intent on teasing me without cause?" He furrowed his brow and continued, "With your cultivation and age, how can you possibly commend my talents? I have every reason to suspect you are merely trying to irritate me. Is that so? I am unaware of any such thing." Scratching his head in slight embarrassment, Chu Heng admitted, "If you had experienced what I have, I am confident your growth would surpass mine." "Oh, Brother Heng, this is rather unfair of you. Why keep the methods for becoming stronger a secret from me?" Luo Tian asked eagerly, his face alight with excitement. "Not at all. I have merely encountered a few life-and-death battles and occasionally wandered near the gates of the underworld." Chu Heng chuckled softly, adding, "Moreover, the most vital lesson is to embrace the notion of thriving in the face of peril. The more perilous the environment you face, the greater the potential you can unleash." Subsequently, Chu Heng pondered for a moment and unfastened a few buttons, revealing a cluster of scars on his chest to Luo Tian, saying, "When I was 18, I accompanied my team to decapitate the enemy commander. To our surprise, they had summoned a considerable number of mercenaries to encircle us. Just look at this bullet that grazed my heart. Had it not been for the medic who performed CPR on me, you might not have the chance to see me today. It was during that incident that I broke through from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of Mingjing." He then lifted his shirt again, exposing a scar, and continued, "This scar was earned during a mission when our intel was flawed, leading to an unexpected expert in Huajing appearing. To fulfill the mission, I volunteered to hold him off. In the end, my teacher arrived, he perished, and I nearly met the same fate. From that confrontation, I advanced from the initial to the intermediate stage of Anjing." With a smile, Chu Heng looked at Luo Tian and remarked, "Brother, your family is well off, so you naturally need not endure the hardships we have faced. For many of the things we yearn for, you have possessed since birth." At this moment, Beads of sweat appeared on Luo Tian's palms. He steadfastly offered the soup to Chu Heng, saying, "Quick, drink the soup. The aunt at home simmered it for over 10 hours. Don't let it cool." Chu Heng accepted the bowl with a smile and said, "Drinking soup is delightful." After taking a sip and exhaling, he remarked, "What a flavor! The soup has a lingering sweetness, though it may need a tad more seasoning." Luo Tian, still smiling at Chu Heng, said, "Brother Heng, I have always been puzzled. Given your lineage and prowess, wealth and glory should be within your grasp. Why remain in that special affairs bureau, engaging in such perilous undertakings?" Chu Heng then set down the bowl and replied, "There are indeed so many reasons. I'm simply someone who is destined for a life of hardship, fated to traverse the winds of blood. Unlike you, my brother, who is naturally blessed with affluence. Not at all. If Brother Heng wishes, the Luo family will follow your lead in the future." Luo Tian's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Chu Heng. "But I have no desire for that." Chu Heng tilted his head, smiling at Luo Tian, and said, "I grew up in an orphanage. One could say without it I would not exist. I am a child of the people, and naturally must act on their behalf." At this juncture, Luo Tian gradually retracted his smile. "So, Brother Heng, are you implying that we cannot reach an agreement?" "Alas, the disparity in our identities inevitably precludes any agreement." Chu Heng looked earnestly at Luo Tian and said, "In truth, had you not oscillated between the Special Affairs Bureau and the Divine King's Hall, the Luo family could still stand as the foremost family in Luo City. But what is Luo City compared to the vastness of Huaxia? It is too small, having reached its limits." Luo Tian calmly regarded Chu Heng and stated, "Moreover, you would not allow us to dominate, would you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a group of experts emerged along the riverbank, led by 3 individuals, all of whom possessed the strength of Danjing, one of whom was vaguely at the intermediate stage of Danjing. However, Chu Heng paid them little heed. After casting a glance at the group, he turned his attention back to Luo Tian and asked, "Are you so certain that you have me at your mercy? And are you confident that Luo Jia can withstand the repercussions from the Special Affairs Bureau?" That night, I summoned over 10 alluring models of the Jiangnan Club, a fact that all present could attest to. The department head was merely besieged by the foreign forces of the Divine King's Palace. Luo Tian chuckled and continued, "I understand that poisoning your drink is futile, but can you truly evade the onslaught of so many formidable experts gathered here?" It was only at this moment that Chu Heng laughed unabashedly. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Tian inquired, perplexed. Yet Chu Heng did not cease. Instead, amidst the confused gazes of all, he abruptly overturned the table and rose, exclaiming, "I find it laughable that the heir of the illustrious Luo family could be so naive. I laugh because while you're not Xiang Yu, I, Chu Heng, am certainly not Lu Bang." Upon finishing, a surge of energy erupted from him, and as 3 adept warriors prepared to strike, Chu Heng seized Luo Tian by the throat, saying, "Care to guess? What makes Xiang Yu brave enough to host the Hongmen banquet?" Chapter 62. The Clash with the Luo Family. For 1,000 words, beneath the vast sky, devoid of clouds, the blue-hued moon cast its glow upon the earth. Within the Chu family estate, several elderly men appeared agitated. The elder among them, a mid-stage Dan realm practitioner, declared, "Release our young master." No sooner had he spoken than the 3 elders simultaneously launched an attack towards Chu Heng, their toes barely grazing the ground. Unfazed, Chu Heng retaliated with a punch that shattered the pavilion's roof. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he soared atop the structure. With a resounding crash, the 3 forces collided violently, causing the pavilion to collapse instantaneously. Chu Heng seized Luo Tian's body, leveraging the explosive shockwave to swiftly reach the shore. Facing the trio, behind them, approximately 5 or 6 transformation-level warriors also closed in. At that moment, Luo Tian shouted to the crowd, "Don't mind me. Eliminate him." However, Chu Heng merely smiled and said, "Do you truly believe you can detain me?" The leading elder responded, "That indicates you possess great confidence in your ability to escape from us 3. Escape? Why should I flee?" Chu Heng raised his left hand slightly, revealing a black bracelet on his wrist that emitted a faint red glow. Do you know what the Snow Eagle Special Forces were most adept at? Seeing the silence from the crowd, Chu Heng continued, guiding remote fire strikes. This bracelet is connected to my heart. Should my heartbeat cease, it will send a signal to the Special Affairs Bureau. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Chu Heng let out a raucous laugh. Once they receive the signal, they will unhesitatingly unleash a barrage of firepower upon the source of that signal. Quickly, evacuate the clan members. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's heart quivered, and he shouted no. Chu Heng laughed as I said, "You are not Xiang Yu, but regrettably, I am not Liu Bang either." While laughing, he tapped on his phone. Instantly, the lights of the 80 vehicles outside blazed alive. Before the nearby deceased could comprehend the situation, they crashed through the front gate, hurtling towards Chu Heng. At that moment, the Luo family's guards arrived on the scene. Seeing the cars charging towards them, the guards hastily raised their guns to shoot at the vehicles, but alas, the bullets merely sparked against the armored front, failing to breach the vehicle's defenses. As the cars drew nearer, everyone had no choice but to dodge. Soon, the vehicle approached directly in front of Chu Heng. Chu Heng gently opened the car door and subsequently drew out the broadsword crafted for him by old Mo. After incapacitating Luo Tian's joints, Chu Heng tossed him into the vehicle. With a decisive click, the car was locked, rendering it impervious to entry from either inside or outside. Release the young master, and we might consider letting you go. The elder leading the group observed Chu Heng's actions with a grim expression. Rest assured, Chu Heng replied, deftly flicking his wrist to unsheath the long blade. The sword shimmered like a pool of autumn water, gathering the moonlight reflected upon its surface at the blade's edge. I shall not spare him, nor will I spare any of you. Standing resolutely with the sword in one hand, he pointed the blade towards the guardians of the Luo family, stating, "Let us make this clear. I will not flee, and I trust you one to either." The elder's expression changed instantaneously, and he retreated sharply. In the blink of an eye, Chu Heng had vanished from his sight. Suddenly, the elder felt an icy chill sweep across his neck, as if freezing his very soul. Chu Heng reappeared a short distance away, a hint of regret in his tone. Indeed, it is difficult to kill someone at the mid-stage of Danjing. He then flashed away once more. Simultaneously, the three elder figures surged forward. The clang of metal echoed through the air as several streaks of light clashed in a series of rapid exchanges. Once again, Chu Heng flickered, and behind him, the spirit crane flapped its wings while the tiger roared. Chu Heng retreated, launching a powerful punch through the air, accompanied by the force of 0K and the tiger, aimed directly at one of the Danjing elders. The elder, caught off guard, was struck squarely and sent flying backward. Now is my chance. Chu Heng summoned his strength, his form flickering in the air several times. Then, wielding the sword with one hand, he appeared behind the elder just as he landed. As the elder touched the ground, a fine line of blood appeared around his neck, followed by a gushing torrent from the severed artery, propelling his head away. Chu Heng casually flicked his wrist to shake off the blood on the blade. Pointing it at the remaining two elders, he commanded, "Continue." The elders took a step back, shouting, "Form a formation." They positioned themselves in a 7-star stance, coordinating with 5 other masters of transformation behind them to establish the Big Dipper formation. Yet, Chu Heng merely tapped his toes and vanished again, reappearing atop the remnants of a pavilion. He did not understand the intricacies of breaking formations, but his car did. With a gentle press of a button on his phone, the vehicle roared to life and charged directly into the Big Dipper formation. "You're utterly dishonorable." As the Chinese-style aggregation surged towards them, the transformation masters intended to resist, but were thrown aside by a Danjing master who grasped them by the collar. "The young master is still in the car," the Danjing master shouted, prompting everyone to scatter once more. The wind howled through the night, and amidst flashing blades, 3 transformation masters fell to the ground. Chu Heng stood atop the car's hood, the long sword inverted in his grip, addressing the crowd. "It seems you shall not detain me tonight." Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Jinwei found himself embroiled in a fierce battle against 3 Danjing masters, while Lin Qingzhu danced gracefully in white, engaging in combat with a transformation expert. To comprehend the tumultuous struggles they found themselves embroiled in. One must revert to the events of the afternoon. Upon receiving the devastating news of the demise of the Xie family, Luo Tian shattered his cup in a fit of rage. He then turned to the steward and commanded, "Please send notices to the noble families within the alliance and to His Highness, the God King. Inform them that the Special Affairs Bureau has discovered our existence." 2 hours later, the heads of various noble families convened at the Luo estate. The head of the Li family, being one of the founders of the alliance, approached Luo Tian and asked bluntly, "What on earth is happening here?" Luo Tian met his gaze and replied, "Are you questioning me? And if so, what of it? You are merely the young master of the Luo family." The Li family head responded without hesitation. The atmosphere among the assembled nobles was charged with tension. Luo Tian retorted, "My granduncle has dealt with it." In that instant, the head of the Li family felt as though his mind had been struck by a great force, and behind him, the protector of the Li family had his neck snapped. "Do you still harbor any dissent?" Luo Tian ascended to his seat, surveying the crowd from an elevated position. Noticing their silence, he declared, "In the name of the alliance's leader, I command that the highest combat powers of each family intercept any reinforcements from the Special Affairs Bureau. Our Luo family will take responsibility for hunting down Wu Chang and Chu Heng." The scene shifted to the interior of the Luo estate, where only one master of the transformation realm remained, while 2 elder warriors of the Dan realm bore injuries. Chu Heng's condition was equally dire. He bore a grievous wound across his chest from a counterattack by 2 peak transformation realm experts, compounded by a sneak attack from a Dan realm fighter, leaving a long gash from which blood soaked his garments. His left hand hung limply, dripping blood onto the ground. At that moment, Chu Heng coughed up blood and raised his blade, challenging those before him. "Come, did you not wish to kill me? I stand here unyielding, a surviving transformation realm warrior." Gritting his teeth, retorted, "Do not be so arrogant, young man." Chu Heng shot back, "Isn't that what it means to be young?" With a powerful downward slash, he unleashed a formidable wave of blade energy, carving a deep chasm before his adversaries. The 2 Dan realm elders exchanged glances, and the projections behind them solidified once more. A vast, winding river descended from the heavens, materializing behind one elder, while the other was accompanied by an endless, expansive sea under a radiant full moon. "Chu Heng smai," and behind him, the tiger and crane re-emerged. The majestic tiger, ancient and fierce, took a bold step forward, unleashing a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the projections behind the 2 Dan realm elders shimmered brilliantly, attempting to counter this strike. After the clash, the white crane took flight like a streak of light, darting toward one elder. The elder responded with a soft grunt, lightly pointing his finger as if to summon the waters of the Milky Way, which surged toward the spirit crane. As the 2 projections collided, time itself seemed to freeze momentarily, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The powerful shock wave sent nearby ornamental rocks and plants flying. In the aftermath of the tumult, Chu Heng had vanished from their sight. "This is bad." The elder barely regained his senses when he heard Chu Heng's voice echoing behind him. "The 6 divine fire manifests." The moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow. Beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, several lifeless bodies lay scattered within the once exquisite courtyard of the Luo Manor. The courtyard, now a shadow of its former elegance, was reduced to ruins. With a mere utterance of 6 divine fire by Chu Heng, an otherworldly flame surged forth, igniting the essence of an elderly man. With a harrowing scream, he was reduced to charred remains upon the ground. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind struck, sending Chu Heng flying from a powerful punch. After tumbling several times, he steadied himself with his knife embedded in the earth, raising his gaze to the elder before him. Now at the mid-stage of the Dan realm, he exhaled a deep breath, then tore a strip from his clothing to bind his knife tightly to his wrist. It was time to push limits. Chu Heng shook his head lightly, gripping the knife with increasing intensity. Fortunately, prior enhancements by Xiao Ming had fortified his physique and bones. Otherwise, his original constitution would have rendered him incapable of surviving the assault of 3 Dan level and 5 Hua level martial artists. Listening to the tumultuous beating of his heart, Chu Heng lifted his knife once more, addressing the elder. If you dare, kill me. The elder of the Dan realm refrained from attacking. He recognized that Chu Heng was utterly exhausted, yet he was not one to show mercy to a fellow warrior. Throughout his lengthy existence, he had endured countless battles, all teaching him a singular truth. A cornered beast is the most fearsome. The 6 Ding divine fire that had erupted from Chu Heng had revealed to him that the young man possessed not merely the abilities of a spirit crane and a fierce tiger. He was a rare dual practitioner. Such individuals typically awakened their extraordinary powers prior to breaking into the Dan realm, whereupon their martial arts transformed into divine abilities, alongside the manifestation of their innate powers. This young man was far from ordinary. Realizing this, he cast a glance at the high-level warrior behind him, who was also eager to seize a chance for glory, as slaying a living specter would be a significant achievement. With that thought, he launched himself toward Chu Heng. 3 yards, 1 yard, 3 feet. Chu Heng's eyes suddenly widened, and the 6 Ding divine fire surged behind him, forming a colossal fire deity that swiftly hurled a fist toward the high-level warrior. Disaster. The high-level warrior had no time to react before being reduced to a heap of ash. After delivering this devastating blow, the fire deity dissipated, and Chu Heng propelled himself toward the elder of the Mid-Dan realm. The elder sighed softly, then propelled himself with a swift motion. The projection behind him transformed abruptly, cascading like the mighty Yangtze River, an unending torrent descending from the heavens. In that moment, Chu Heng crouched low, seemingly poised for a counterattack. Sensing this, the elder quickened his pace. With a resounding bang, a bullet shot forth from the hilt of Chu Heng's knife, followed by a series of shots. 3 bullets streaked toward the elder in a triangular formation. The elder raised his hand, summoning a shield of elemental energy before him. When the bullets collided with the shield, they exploded violently, sending shockwaves that propelled both Chu Heng and the elder backward. Such cunning, young man, the elder exclaimed in admiration, shedding his tattered outer garment to reveal rippling muscles beneath. As Chu Heng rose, his blade lightly touching the ground, he quipped, "Why is your head so pointed? You speak nonsense. Allow me to ask you this." The elder, agitated by his words, stumbled over his own speech. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Heng propelled himself forward with a deft flick of his toes, launching a horizontal slash aimed at the elder's neck. Seeking death, the elder retorted, raising an arm to parry the strike, only to retaliate with a powerful punch that struck Chu Heng squarely in the chest. Chu Heng executed a graceful roll, dissipating much of the force, and then aimed a palm strike at the elder's lower abdomen. Monkey steals the peach. The elder, being a man himself, felt an ominous chill creeping up his spine even before the blow landed. Instinctively, he took a step back, narrowly evading Chu Heng's attack. Seizing this moment, Chu Heng advanced, delivering a swift upward thrust with his blade, carving a half circle from the ground towards the sky. Damn, this lad only aims for the lower routes. Though the elder had aged, he knew this maneuver was not to be underestimated. After all, having something was better than nothing. Reluctantly, he retreated once more. Noticing Chu Heng's techniques were becoming predictable, the elder unleashed another palm strike. Chu Heng countered with his blade, but was sent sprawling backward by the force of the impact. "You have provoked my wrath," the elder roared, leaping into action with a fist poised behind him. Channeling his strength, the surging river of energy combined with his powerful punch descended like a torrent. Chu Heng gritted his teeth as the flames of the 6 Ding divine fire spiraled from the hilt of his sword to its tip. In an instant, the blade, previously as serene as autumn waters, was enveloped in ethereal flames. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure abruptly appeared before him. Gao Zhenwei had arrived. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch, conjuring the imposing visage of Zhong Kuei behind him. The punch collided with the elder-esque form, sending him crashing backward. Gao Zhenwei bellowed, as Zhong Kuei, with fierce eyes, drew his sword and slashed downward towards the elder's chest. The elder, struck by this blow, coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he struggled to rise in defiance, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon him like a mountain. rendering him unable to stand. "Are you still alive?" Gao Jinwei inquired, assisting the half-kneeling Chu Heng to his feet. Chu Heng, gritting his teeth, shook his head and, with great effort, rose with Gao Jinwei as support, declaring, "Help me kill him." Gao Jinwei nodded in agreement, grasping Chu Heng's hand as he swung his blade toward the elder. This strike, imbued with a sharp aura entwined with otherworldly flames, descended directly upon the elder. With a final, anguished cry, a master of the pill energy realm met his demise. After neutralizing the last threat, Chu Heng exhaled softly, collapsing into Gao Jinwei's embrace. At that moment, a figure clad in white floated gracefully to them. Lin Qingzhu cast a glance at Chu Heng and sighed. "What a mess you've made this time." She then retrieved a fragrant pill from her waist and placed it into his mouth. The pill melted upon contact, and Chu Heng felt the grimace on his face soften slightly. Meanwhile, Gao Jinwei bowed respectfully to the silhouette on the wall, saying, "Father, I owe you my gratitude once more." The figure on the city wall merely shook his head, then vanished in an instant. "Who then is that director?" Lin Qingzhu inquired curiously, glancing at Gao Jinwei. With a smile, Gao Jinwei responded, "He is one of the founders of our Special Affairs Bureau, a master at the pinnacle of the Gangjing realm, a formidable half-step into the Void Realm, the first generation of the Uncanny, once known as the Jungle Grim Reaper, my father-in-law." Chun Jixian. Chapter 63. Interrogation of Luo Tian inside the Divine King Hall in the underground level 3 of the Luo City Special Affairs Bureau. Name? Luo Tian. Age? 23. I presume you're aware of the reason for your detention. Luo Tian shrugged his arms and stretched his legs, stating, "It's merely a matter of victors and vanquished." The interrogator opposite him cast a glance, then chuckled. "Since you understand the dynamics of victors and vanquished, you should also know that the defeated must carry themselves as such." Luo Tian tilted his head and asked, "So, what do you wish for me to divulge? Internal information about the Alliance?" The interrogator replied, "Everything," to which Luo Tian responded with a grin. "But if I choose not to speak, what can you do to me?" The interrogator merely smiled and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Chang Wei strode in. Addressing the interrogator, "Damn it, old Zhang, he is just taking advantage of your scholarly demeanor. Why are you engaging in this nonsensical banter with him?" Without hesitation, Chang Wei landed 2 slaps on Luo Tian. Luo Tian, tasting blood, glared at Chang Wei with a fierce expression. Yet Chang Wei continued, delivering more blows while exclaiming, "You think I'm here to ask you questions? No, I'm simply here to enjoy hitting you." This left Luo Tian utterly bewildered, compounded by the relentless pain on his face that disrupted his train of thought. Old Zhang promptly intervened, restraining Chang Wei. Stop. If you continue, it seems he might actually die." Chang Wei released his grip, then pulled a piece of iron wire from his pocket and tore off Luo Tian's pants, exclaiming, "Old Zhang, don't strip him. My uncle is lying in the hospital, teetering between life and death. I must have a proper conversation with this fellow." He then fixed his gaze on Luo Tian, whose bewildered eyes reflected confusion. "Coming from a prestigious family, you must have heard of playing the pipa, but have you ever heard of a torture method known as the random plucking of strings?" "No, don't." Luo Tian shouted in desperation, his body thrashing violently, abandoning the demeanor of a nobleman. Chang Wei, relentless, pressed the sharp wire against his skin, declaring, "Don't want to? You have no choice. I have no interest in your alliance's petty internal matters. I seek only vengeance." At that moment, old Zhang pressed the alarm button on the table. Instantly, 2 young men, robust and tall, entered the interrogation room and seized Chang Wei. "Chang, there is no need for this, truly. If he doesn't speak later, do as you please." Chang Wei, momentarily releasing his grip, washed his hands with water from a cup on the table and delivered another slap to Luo Tian's face, admonishing, "Remember this, scoundrel. You had best keep your mouth shut." After Chang Wei strode out, Luo Tian straightened his clothes and turned to old Zhang, remarking, "Your Special Affairs Bureau merely operates on the same old routine. One plays the good cop, while the other plays the bad cop." Old Zhang merely adjusted his glasses, smiled gently, and produced a piece of iron wire from his pocket, saying, "In fact, I taught him this method of punishment." Luo Tian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, unsure of where to begin his rebuttal. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "I can agree, but I have a condition." Old Zhang leisurely approached him, drawing a small knife to slice into his skin and threading the iron wire through. "Ah!" Luo Tian screamed. "What are you doing?" Old Zhang replied calmly, "I've tolerated you for long enough, and since you keep babbling, I might as well skin you alive and replace your hide with that of a dog." Suddenly, he dropped the iron wire, exclaiming, "Alas! Age has indeed dulled my memory." He then walked to the door, glanced back at Luo Tian, and said, "I almost forgot that our Special Affairs Bureau has Taoist practitioners. Why waste words? We can simply search your soul. Damn it, not the new identity." Luo Tian finally lost his composure, shouting, "I'll tell you everything." The fact that he was a time traveler was his greatest secret, and once it was revealed, he would be exposed to the light of day. The thought of being dissected was merely the least of his concerns. He knew well that there were many experts within the Special Affairs Bureau, and they might very well dissect his soul, strand by strand, for analysis. What does it mean to be unable to escape? This is what it means, to be doomed. Of course, due to the limitations of his knowledge, he was unaware of the existence of the outer heaven, and that phenomena like his had been thoroughly studied decades prior. Yet, the unknown is the greatest fear. In truth, what had truly frightened him was old Zhang's casual remark about summoning someone to search his soul. Even Chang Wei's earlier threats had only instilled a mild sense of fear in him, as he suspected that Chang Wei was merely trying to intimidate him. "Let them release me, and you'll see I'm real, and that will be the end of it." With that thought, he quickly declared, "There are restraints on my soul. If I don't speak, it will be of no use to you." However, old Zhang merely adjusted his glasses, saying, "Mr. Luo, I believe you needn't worry about that. After all, our Special Affairs Bureau maintains a strategic partnership with Longhu Mountain and numerous sects, including some adept in spiritual matters. I'll tell you everything." Luo Tian exhaled softly, leaning back in his chair, feeling somewhat defeated. The Divine King Hall is an external force, yet not entirely so. "Oh, is that so?" Old Zhang chuckled, returning to the interrogation table. Luo Tian nodded, saying, "Speaking of which, our Luo family was among the earliest collaborators with the Divine King Hall. We began our partnership shortly after its establishment." "Do elaborate," old Zhang said, nonchalantly trimming his nails. As Luo Tian despondently remarked, back when the nation was first established, the domestic situation was still unstable and banditry was rampant in the southwest. "If you don't mind the trouble, we could trace it back to the very beginning of creation." Old Zhang gazed at him and replied, "If you are reluctant to share, we possess myriad methods to extract the information we seek from your very soul." Luo Tian, sensing the gravity of the moment, paused and continued, "The remnants of that band of brigands could not withstand the relentless advance of our nation as forces and thus fled abroad. Yet, wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. Our nation is not to be trifled with. Those external forces are equally formidable. In their quest for self-preservation, they were compelled to unite and establish the Divine King Hall. This much we are aware of, and we are not here for mere trivialities." He then added, "The pivotal shift began with the United States." Luo Tian fixed his penetrating gaze upon old Zhang and said, "They garnered support from the United States and several European nations, attempting to return to the continent and forge a new power, a ragtag assembly of defeated soldiers. What reason would anyone have to support them?" Old Zhang inquired. "I too am uncertain. Last century, they returned to Luo City and initiated collaboration with our Luo family." Luo Tian gently shook his head and replied, "You are aware that prominent families typically hedge their bets, aligning themselves with wherever the profit lies. The Divine King Hall promised to assist us in penetrating foreign markets, endeavoring to ensure our advantage therein. The Luo family has long aspired to venture beyond Luo City. Hence, we could not decline such an offer." "Oh, why didn't you choose to ally with Chuanbao? Wouldn't it be better for Chuanbao to take you to the moon?" Old Zhang said with a hint of sarcasm. "There is no love without reason, no hatred without cause, and certainly no wealth without merit. If the Divine King Hall is aiding your access to foreign markets. You must have offered something in return. Luo Tian fixed his gaze on old Zhang and replied, Fortune. We pledged to the divine King Hall that upon opening foreign markets, we would utilize the Luo family's fortune to assist them in a venture. Exchanging something ethereal for tangible support is indeed a fair trade. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. That is true. Even utilizing fortune to aid them merely depletes it slightly. Under the auspices of the divine King Hall, our Luo family's business flourishes, simultaneously augmenting our fortune. Luo Tian shook his head, yet behind the one-way glass, Chun Jun furrowed her brow. Last century, a band of defeated soldiers received support from the United States to return to the continent. This inevitably led this intelligence expert to contemplate a certain scheme, the Manhattan Project 2. The Divine King Hall? Indeed, the answer lies within the enigma. Chapter 64. Chu Heng awakens, cleansing the aristocracy as the sun rose over the sea. Golden rays dispelled the mist enveloping Luo City. Chu Heng slowly awakened in the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital of Luo City. Beside him sat Lin Qingzhu, who had not slept a wink, with Chu Mingxue drooling as she rested her head on Lin Qingzhu's shoulder. It was evident that Lin Qingzhu was somewhat unaccustomed to the situation, as Chu Mingxue, in her slumber, tended to fidget restlessly. In a moment of exasperation, she exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake, my trousers are almost worn out from her incessant touching. Chu Heng, do you understand what you're doing? Let me have a go." Upon noticing Chu Heng had awakened, Lin Qingzhu gently shook her shoulders, startled by the sudden loss of support. Chu Mingxue jolted awake from her slumber. "What has happened?" she murmured, hazily glancing at Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu merely tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and reassured her, "It's nothing, just go back to sleep." Oh, just as Chu Mingxue intended to close her eyes again, she turned her head and caught sight of Chu Heng, who was regarding her with half-closed eyes. You're awake?" Chu Mingxue inquired in astonishment. Chu Heng replied, still squinting indeed, "I apologize for the disruption I caused while you were trying to win my girlfriend." "No, that's not it." Chu Mingxue hastily waved her hands in denial. Hey. The more you deny it, the more it seems true." As Chu Heng attempted to rise, a wave of soreness coursed through his body, eliciting a groan from him. "Ouch, this really hurts." He struggled to adjust himself and, with one hand propped on the hospital bed, began to sit up. Just then, Lin Qingzhu reached out and pressed it back down, saying, "It hurts? Just acknowledging the pain is quite remarkable. Do you realize you almost died last night?" But Chu Heng merely scratched his head and replied, "It can't be that serious, right? Just a few mid-stage Danqi practitioners and a couple of early-stage ones, and maybe 5 or 6 at the refinement stage. Is it really that severe?" He found himself at a loss for words as Lin Qingzhu suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Ouch! Chu Heng Yingan Sabi." After a moment, Lin Qingzhu lifted her tear-streaked face and said, "If you were to die, I would ensure all your enemies were dealt with, and then I would take my own life." "Please, don't talk like that." Chu Heng scratched his head and said, "You have your own life to live. You're not here solely because of me. To put it bluntly, even if I am important, I am merely a part of your life. A part does not represent the whole." Once he finished speaking, he steadied Lin Qingzhu by her shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes as he implored, "So, please, refrain from uttering such foolish words or engaging in such reckless acts in the future, all right?" Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be the one advising her against taking such risks? Why was it now that Chu Heng was urging her not to be so infatuated? Chu Mingxue chimed in to comfort her. "Exactly, Qingzhu. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but aren't 2-legged men still plentiful?" "Huh?" Chu Heng shot a sideways glance at Chu Mingxue, who, in that instant, seemed to realize the absurdity of her own words. Goodness, why do I always say such ridiculous things? At that moment, Chu Mingxue's mind raced. She was certain that during her university days, even amidst finals, her thoughts never raced this quickly. "Come on, say something. Weren't you just so articulate?" As Chu Mingxue engaged in her mental turmoil, Lin Qingzhu and Chu Heng shared a light laugh, effectively dispelling the awkward tension in the air. Chu Mingxue cast a grateful glance at the two individuals. Then checked the time. Alas, the regular meeting was about to commence. She instantly rose to her feet and declared, "You two continue your conversation. I must return to the department for the meeting and later accompany them on ward rounds." Chu Heng scratched his head and asked, "Do you need me to request leave from your supervisor?" However, Chu Mingxue hurriedly dashed out of the ward, leaving behind the remark, "That won't do, because I'm a supervisor." Watching the spirited exit of Chu Mingxue, Chu Heng and Lin Qingzhu exchanged amused glances and shook their heads, stifling laughter. Moments later, Lin Qingzhu grasped Chu Heng's hand and said, "You were far too reckless last night." Chu Heng responded with a wry smile. "One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Besides, in our profession, who doesn't place their head at risk?" Lin Qingzhu silently nodded, holding Chu Heng's hand without speaking. Noticing the atmosphere had turned a bit somber, Chu Heng playfully squeezed Lin Qingzhu's delicate hand and reassured her, "Worry not. Just look at who your man is. Chu Heng, the unpredictable. While others might risk their necks, I usually find myself safeguarding others." Lin Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh at his jest. After a while, she turned serious and said, "Next time, whatever it is, you must include me." Chu Heng pursed his lips, then nodded, "Very well, united we stand, together we achieve greatness." "Who is your brother?" Lin Qingzhu retorted, slightly displeased. "How about partners? Get lost." Unlike the sweethearts in the hospital, Chen Jin'er, having received a thorough briefing from Luo Tianyi, rushed eagerly to Gao Jinwei's office. She glanced at Gao Jinwei, who was sipping tea, and anxiously exclaimed, "Old Gao, I've discovered the purpose of the Divine King's Hall coming to our country." Gao Jinwei remained unfazed and replied, "Tine Weishan. Project Manhattan 2. How did you know that?" "Chen Xin Askiten astonishment." Gao Jinwei stood, dismissively stating, "Our nation has never been lacking in intelligence capabilities. It was true in the past, it is true now, and it will remain so in the future." Hearing this, Chen Jin'er felt a wave of relief wash over her and asked lightly, "So, is there a plan?" Gao Jinwei nodded, took the information Chen Jin'er handed him, glanced over it, and casually circled a few names with a pen, saying, "Inform the C team. The rest work to be done." He then tossed the information back to Chen Jin'er. As night fell, several prominent families in Luo City experienced inexplicable fires, resulting in complete devastation. The atmosphere grew tense. Many heads of noble families approached the Special Affairs Bureau demanding answers. "Director Gao, your bureau seems to be thriving lately," one family head remarked. "Are you not afraid that such oppression might incite public outrage?" "Your bureau is targeting our families. We demand an explanation," Gao Jinwei retorted, throwing Chu Heng's hospitalization report in their faces. "An explanation? This is the explanation I offer to you, ungrateful lot." Subsequently, he struck his desk with a fist, declaring, "If anything were to happen to my beloved student, I, Gao Jinwei, shall personally visit every family involved in the alliance. Do not blame me if I resort to lethal measures." The representatives of the various families were momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Gao Jinwei's ominous tone, they hastily contemplated their retreat. "Wait!" Gao Jinwei raised his hand to halt them. He gestured towards the wreckage of the desk and stated, "This desk has been destroyed because of you. I cannot let this go unaccounted for, so you must compensate for the damages before you leave." Chapter 65. Capturing two kings in one battle with a single utterance from Gao Jinwei of the Special Affairs Bureau. The heads of the families erupted in outrage. The audacity of such bullying was intolerable. This was akin to forcing all present to rub their faces against the ground repeatedly. Such humiliation was not meant to be endured. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all family representatives. The head of the Chen family, belonging to the same elite circle, stepped forward and glanced at the desk, inquiring, "We are willing to compensate. Are you truly bold enough to demand it?" Gao Jinwei chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement, and remarked, "Are you threatening me?" As he spoke, he unreservedly unleashed his mid-stage Dan Qi cultivation. In an instant, the imposing aura rendered the family heads speechless. Several guardians behind them hurriedly stepped forward to shield against the overwhelming pressure. With a cold snort, Gao Jinwei waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. In the hospital, Lin Qingzhu and Chu He were engaged in a conversation, immersed in mutual dependence. Outside, Chun Jun knocked on the door and entered, stating, "I apologize for the interruption." Lin Qingzhu promptly rose to offer him a seat. Chun Jun approached and glanced at Chu Heng, asking, "Do you believe the SEED team can now independently undertake missions?" Chu Heng paused for a moment before responding. "What level are we discussing?" Chun Jun rubbed his nose and replied, "The Li family, Chun family, Wang family, and the Song family. These premier families are the backbone of the alliance. If we eradicate them, the alliance will crumble." However, Chu Heng gently shook his head, stating, "If old Gao were leading the team, it might be feasible, but the issue is that the SEED team has yet to mature. There is a dearth of top-tier combatants." Chun Jun pursed his lips and remarked, "The establishment of the SEED team is of utmost importance. It is preferable that as few people as possible are aware of it aside from those directly involved. Thus, we cannot conveniently draw Dan Qi experts from elsewhere. My father must remain stationed at the Tianwei front. Old Gao has matters to attend to as well and cannot be spared." Chu Heng merely gazed at the sunlight outside and commented, "My injuries will not heal swiftly. As for old Gao, see if you can persuade him to find some time." Chun Jun shook his head with a bitter expression, saying, "In the past, it might have been possible, but recently there have been unusual movements at the suppression nodes under the Special Affairs Bureau. Unless absolutely necessary, old Gao will not take action. The last time he came to rescue, you was already rather perilous." Lin Qingzhu lightly rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Chu Heng's injuries are not merely superficial. He suffers significantly from internal wounds. Within this week, should excessive force be employed before she could finish her sentence?" Chun Jun interrupted, asserting, "I understand. Under no circumstances can Chu Heng partake in this operation." Indeed, Chu Heng was about to speak. Yet Chun Jun cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "Don't overthink it. My purpose here is merely to seek your opinion. If the SEED squad proves inadequate, we can postpone our plans. Above all, it is imperative that we do not exacerbate your injuries." After exchanging a few more words, Chun Jun opened the door and turned to leave, suddenly halting her steps. She turned back to Chu Heng, her voice laced with urgency. "Take good care of your injuries. I implore you. The pressure on the Tianwei front is intensifying, necessitating advanced combat strength. And you are among the few in the younger generation most likely to swiftly ascend to the ranks of formidable warriors. Your safety is paramount." With that, Chun Jun departed the infirmary. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu recalled a particular term mentioned earlier. She hurriedly turned to Chu Heng and inquired, "What is the node that mistress mentioned?" Chu Heng scratched his head and replied, "You're unaware of this matter?" After a moment's thought, he realized it was perhaps because Lin Qingzhu had recently joined the Special Affairs Bureau, and he had the opportunity to discuss it with her. He continued, "This concept is related to Tianwei. To be precise, there exists merely a thin veil of spatial barrier between us and Tianwei. The node we speak of refers to the vulnerable points of this barrier. The significance of Teacher Gao's presence there is to withstand any breach by Tianwei at that node, which could serve as a launching pad for an assault on Luo City. He must hold the fort long enough for us to evacuate the populace and mobilize our forces." At this moment, all of Lin Qingzhu's uncertainties crystallized into clarity. It explained why two formidable dam-level experts were stationed in the seemingly insignificant Luo City. Ordinarily, a city of this caliber would require only one such expert. The presence of two was an extravagant use of talent. She also grasped why Chu Heng and Gao Zhenwei had been so aggressive in dealing with those aristocratic families. Rather than maintaining the status quo, their actions had grown increasingly assertive since Chu Heng arrived in the special district. Gao Zhenwei had not intervened, but now, considering the node related to the Special Affairs Bureau, all reasons became evident. They were clearing obstacles for the impending war. With this realization, Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Chu Heng. Delighted by the innocence reflected in her gaze, Chu Heng felt a warmth in his heart. Contemplating the future, he gently sighed and said, "Qingzhu, during this period, You must diligently enhance your strength. Turmoil is fast approaching. With that, he turned once more to gaze at the sunlight outside. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. As night fell, Chu Heng stretched his recently healed left shoulder and donned his full gear. Glancing back at his team, he waved his hand and declared, "Let us move out." The Chen family estate was quiet under the night sky. Since the demise of the esteemed patriarch Chen Tianyi and his most promising heir Chen Yiru at the hands of the Special Affairs Bureau, the current head of the Chen family, Chen Tianyu, in a moment of deep reflection, resolutely abandoned all of the family's illicit enterprises. He knelt before the Special Affairs Bureau to express his contrition. The Bureau, recognizing the situation, chose to show leniency and spared him. Unexpectedly, however, Chen Tianyu's long-lost brother, Chen Feiyu, established a connection with the Divine King Palace. Upon returning to the family, he had remarkably advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, far surpassing that of their late patriarch Chen Tianyi. Concurrently, as the nodes of spiritual energy thinned, the resurgence of spiritual essence in Luocheng prompted many stagnant old masters at the peak of the transformation realm to seize this opportunity, breaking through to the Dan realm. Even Chen Feiyu, freshly returned home, was no exception. Now, the Chen family boasted 2 formidable Dan realm experts, which emboldened them to challenge the Special Affairs Bureau. As night fell, Chen Feiyu hurriedly entered the central edifice of the Chen family estate, accompanied by a cloaked figure. Chen Tianyu had been waiting there for some time, and upon seeing the robed individual, he promptly stood to greet them, saying, "I am Chen Tianyu, head of the Chen family, honored to meet the White Serpent King and the Black Tiger King of the Divine King Palace." Chen Feiyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Brother, there is no need for such formalities between us." He then gestured to the cloaked man, saying, "Brother Shao, the Black Tiger King, and I have been longtime friends. Back in the Divine King Palace, we were known as the Black and White Duo, so treat him as one of our own." Chen Feiyu then inclined his head respectfully, adding, "I must express my gratitude to Brother Shao for taking care of my younger brother." The Black Tiger King waved his hand, saying, "It is my pleasure. After all, we are indeed like family." Suddenly, a discordant voice echoed within the building, causing everyone to turn and see Chu Heng standing at the entrance, brandishing a long knife. Chu Heng, what are you doing here?" Chen Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. "I came as I pleased. Does the head of the Chen family not welcome us?" Chu Heng replied with a cheerful smile. "This is our private territory. You are trespassing, and even if I were to end your life now, the Special Affairs Bureau would dare not intervene." Chu Heng pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Well then, let us give it a try. After all, trying costs nothing." Both Chen brothers were aware of Chu Heng's cultivation level, recognizing him as being in the early stages of the Dan realm, thus giving them a 2-to-1 advantage. The Black and White duo exchanged glances and, in an instant, sprang forward to attack. What followed were 3 resounding thuds. Chu Heng deftly incapacitated them with a single slap each, rendering them unconscious, and subsequently extracted the poison fangs from their mouths. I truly do not comprehend why these villains chatter so incessantly. However, I wonder, while I await the poison to take effect, what are they waiting for? With this thought, Chu Heng turned to Lin Qingzhu, who stood at the entrance. Lin Qingzhu shook her head in confusion, utterly astonished. Chapter 66, A Sword That Defies the World, and so, in that fleeting moment when Chu Heng captured the Black and White duo, even though no one was aware, he ascended to become one of the top combatants in Jiangxing. After all, the Divine King Palace has a unique criterion for their royal ranks. One must defeat an opponent of a lower realm. It is well acknowledged that in both martial arts and cultivation, the ascent becomes increasingly arduous. Each minor realm resembles an insurmountable chasm, and the ability to leap forward with stability signifies the extraordinary prowess of the Divine King Palace. However, this does not imply invincibility. After all, the reason the Special Affairs Bureau cannot handle them lies solely in the fact that the headquarters of the Divine King Palace is situated in the capital of the United States. Were it located on a desolate island, one would have to question whether the eastern winds could turn the tide. Are you truly formidable? When nuclear weapons emerged, you were no longer the most formidable. In the face of such catastrophic instruments, any cultivator appears laughably insignificant. Indeed, when nuclear arms were first unveiled, many practitioners from both the East and West believed that cultivation would gradually fade into the annals of history. Upon witnessing the two fall, Chu Heng merely scoffed. He lamented the deteriorating quality of the divine King Palace's disciples. Take Long Wang Xiao Batian, for instance. Although somewhat ineffectual, he still managed to evade the Special Affairs Bureau's grasp. And as for Wolfgang Yifeng, he was even less deserving of mention. Then there were these two, the infamous black and white duo. What became of them? They had devolved into mere imbeciles. One could only wonder how they possessed such audacity, swaggering back into the country as if the security forces of Huaxia were mere decoration. Thus, from a moment they entered, the Special Affairs Bureau had already commenced their surveillance and began devising strategies to deal with them. Moreover, while they were male protagonists, they had yet to reach their zenith. Yet they found themselves pitted against the female protagonist, Lin Qingzhu. One might argue that female protagonists are foolish, but one must never doubt their professional competence. In just a few days, Lin Qingzhu had already developed a method to temporarily control the essence of pills, not to mention she had an adept with poisons, Alan. By her side, suddenly, Xiao Meng interjected. Alan is the holy maiden of Miaojiang, and Lin Qingzhu is the direct heir of the Medicine King's Valley. Who would have anticipated that these two historically opposing sects would be unified through you? What kind of power could that unleash? But who is Chu Heng? A true top-tier agent. The pinnacle of 173, he could effortlessly detect the flaws in Xiao Meng's statements. He immediately inquired, Alan? If you mention Alan, it indicates she must be one of the protagonists. Xiao Meng was about to refute this. Yet Chu Heng interjected. Xiao Meng. Resigned. She sighed and nodded. Indeed, however, her narrative has been preemptively eliminated by you? Oh. Although Chu Heng felt perplexed, he merely nodded. After all, during his time in Luo City, the number of prominent families that had met their demise at his hands was not insignificant. It was entirely possible that one of those families harbored an unknown male protagonist from the female narrative. Yet, to be candid, the true rival occupying Chu Heng's thoughts was solely the male protagonist. After all, the domineering CEO is eternally a stepping stone for the Dragon King. Of course, this might also stem from the more nuanced emotions characteristic of female protagonists. However, when it comes to emotions, the Dragon King is notably indifferent. Chu Heng, ever the renegade, chuckled to himself. He cast one last glance at the now desolate Chun family estate before turning to depart. On that fateful night, Chu Heng captured 2 kings in a single battle. The 4 esteemed families of Luo City were successively annihilated, leading to the collapse of the alliance. Upon returning to the Special Affairs Bureau, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Heng chose to disband the assembly and, after draping a cloth over his surroundings, meticulously began to clean his blade. Blood seeped into the edge of the sword as Chu Heng wiped the long knife repeatedly. Just as he was engrossed in his task, Gao Zhenwei entered the office. After casting a glance at Chu Heng, he remarked, I regret pulling you from the 173rd Brigade into this quagmire. Chu Heng merely paused for a moment before sheathing his sword. What is there to regret? A man of honor faces death without fear, he replied. At that moment, Lin Qingzhu entered, coincidentally overhearing Chu Heng's words. She approached him, her gaze steady as she inquired, What will happen to me if you perish? Chu Heng was momentarily taken aback, offering a bitter smile as he responded, Qingzhu, you know well that in our line of work, we live with our lives hanging by a thread. We could meet our end at any moment. Gao Zhenwei stepped forward, wrapping his arms around both of them, and exclaimed, Chu Heng, you rascal, how many times have I warned you? You are my disciple. As long as I am alive, no one can lay a finger on you. Chu Heng felt the weight of the night as slaughter dissipate slightly. Gao Zhenwei then rose, delivering a hearty punch to Chu Heng's chest, stating, Enough of this sentimental drivel. The node currently under our control has encountered an issue. It's time for your C team to take action. Chu Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, Is there a plan? Gao Zhenwei scratched his head and replied, I've dealt with those folks a few times. This connection leads to the elven forest of another world. The records of their race are available in our Special Affairs Bureau archives, but you're likely more familiar with them, given that your 173rd Brigade handled the execution and documentation of the elves. The following morning, the seed team approached a peculiar device. Chu Heng smiled at them before stepping inside. The rest followed suit, and as they knelt on the ground, retching from the spatial transfer, Chu Heng wore a wicked grin and said, "It's nothing. You'll get used to it." Jiang Ling offered a wry smile and asked, "Will we really?" Chu Heng nodded affirmatively, leading the group towards the elven forest. As a former member of the 173rd Brigade, Chu Heng had ample dealings with them, and the moist air invigorated his spirits. The group strolled through the lush jungle. Suddenly, Chu Heng shouted at a nearby tree, "Eonces, you still owe me 3 jars of elven blood." Just as the others looked on in confusion, a strikingly beautiful young girl appeared from behind a tree. Clad in a flowing green gown and wielding a bow, she swiftly approached Chu Heng, leaping into the air to nudge his chest with her head. "You truly are something else, not giving me face in front of so many," she chided. Chu Heng chuckled, tousling her platinum hair, and gestured towards the seed team, saying, "These are my friends. Eonces, I need you to take me to the queen." Onces nodded without further ado and led the group towards the elven palace. Along the way, he elucidated the reasons for his presence here. It turned out that after the initial failure to seize the queen's throne, the Dark Elves' forces retreated to the outskirts of the elven forest. Somehow, they managed to persuade the 3 great human empires to unite and launch an assault on the elven forest. Chu Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It seemed quite troublesome. The 3 human empires were among the most formidable forces in this world, each boasting nearly 1,000,000 mercenaries and well-equipped military branches, with numerous formidable cultivators. In contrast, the elven forest primarily relied on infantry and cavalry, with only 3 notable cultivators: Queen Lumia, the former Queen Isabella, and the recently ascended leader of the Dark Elves, Shalia. Shalia had defected, and Isabella had been embroiled in an unpleasant inheritance dispute. After summarizing the situation, Onces cheerfully proclaimed, "Nevertheless, I believe our elven forest will surely overcome this crisis." Lin Qingzhu, curious, glanced at the young girl. Onces, puffing out her chest, proudly declared, "Because Chu Heng has returned. He is the most skilled warrior in our elven forest. It was he who supported our queen to ascend to her position." "Impressive," Chang Wei instinctively remarked. Soon after, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang turned to Chu Heng, their eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. However,